Volume 2, Part 1, Chapter 1 of War and Peace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Volume 2, Part 1, 1806 to 1811. Chapter 1. At the beginning of the year 1806, Nikolai Rostov went home on furlough. Denisov was also going to his home in Voronezh, and Rostov persuaded him to accompany him to Moscow and made him a visit. At the next to last post station, Denisov fell in with a comrade and drank 3 bottles of wine with him, and on the way to Moscow, in spite of the cradle holes on the road, did not once wake up, but lay stretched out in the bottom of the post sledge next to Rostov, who, in proportion as they approached the city, grew more and more impatient. Faster! Faster! Oh, these intolerable streets, shops, kalachki, lanterns, cab drivers, thought Rostov, when, having left their names at the city gates as visitors on furlough, they had fairly entered the city. Denisov, we are here. Sleep, he exclaimed, leaning forward with his whole body, as though by this motion he could hope to increase the speed of the sledge. Denisov made no answer. There's the cross street, where Zakhar, the izvoschik, used to stand, and there's Zakhar himself, and the same horse, and here's the shop where we used to buy gingerbread. Hurry, there!" "Which house?" asked the driver. "That one yonder, on the corner. That big one, can't you see it? That's our house," said Rostov. "There, that's our house. Denisov! Denisov! We shall be there in a moment." Denisov lifted his head, coughed, and made no answer. "Dmitri," said Rostov, calling to his valet on the coachman's seat, "there is a light in our house, isn't there?" "Certainly there is. There's a light in your papenka's room." "They can't have gone to bed yet? Eh? What do you think? See here, don't you forget it. I want my new Hungarian coat taken out," he added, stroking his young mustache. "Now then, a little further," he cried to the postilion. "Here, wake up, Vasha," turning to Denisov, who had again let his head fall back. "Come now, get along. 3 silver rubles for vodka. Get on," shouted Rostov when the sledge was within 3 doors of his own entrance. It seemed to him that the horses did not move. At last the sledge drew up at the entrance at the right. Over his head Rostov saw the well-known cornice with the peeling stucco, the front doorsteps, the curbstone. He leaped out before the sledge had stopped and rushed into the entry. The house also stood as cold and motionless as though it had no concern with the one who was entering its portals. There was no one in the entry. "My God, has anything happened?" thought Rostov, with a sinking at the heart, standing still for a minute, and then starting to run along the entry and up the well-known crooked stairs. There was still the same old door-handle, the untidiness of which always annoyed the countess, as loose and as much askew as ever. In the anteroom burned a single tallow candle. The old Mikhaila was asleep on the chest. Prokofy, the hall-boy, who was so strong that he could lift a coach by the back, was sitting making shoes out of selvage. As the door opened he looked up, and his sleepy, indifferent expression of countenance suddenly changed to one of awe and even fright. "Heavens and earth! The young count!" he cried, as soon as he recognized his young master. "How does it happen, my dear boy?" And Prokofy, trembling with emotion, rushed through the door into the drawing-room, evidently with the intention of announcing the good news, but then, on second thought, he came back and fell on his young baron's neck. "All well?" asked Rostov, drawing away his arm. "Yes, glory to God, glory to God! Only just done dinner. Let us have a look at you, your illustriousness." "Are they all perfectly happy?" "Yes, slava Bohu, slava Bohu." Rostov had entirely forgotten about Denisov, not wishing any one to announce his arrival. He pulled off his fur shuba and ran on his tiptoes into the great, dark drawing-room. Everything was the same card tables, the chandelier still in its covering. But some of the family must have seen the young baron, and hardly had he entered the drawing-room before there came with a rush like a tornado a small person who threw a pair of arms round his neck and overwhelmed him with kisses. Then a second, and still a third came leaping out of a second and third side door. More embraces, more kisses, more shouts, tears of joy. He could not tell which was Papa, or which was Natasha, or which was Petya. All were shouting, talking, and kissing him at one and the same time. Suddenly he discovered that his mother was not among them. "And here I knew nothing about it, Nikolushka, my darling!" "Here he is, ours again, my darling Kolya. How you have changed! There are no lights. Bring tea. Now kiss me. Dushenka, dear heart, and me too." Sonya, Natasha, Petya, Anna Mikhailovna, Vera, the old count, were all embracing him, and the servants and the maids, crowding into the room, were exclaiming and oohing and ahhing. Petya, clinging to his legs, kept crying, "Me too." Natasha, after having thrown her arms around him and kissed him repeatedly all over his face, ran behind him, and seizing him by the tail of his coat, was jumping up and down like a goat in the same spot, and giving utterance to sharp little squeals. On all sides of him were eyes gleaming with tears of joy and love. On all sides were lips ready to be kissed. Sonya, red as kumach, also held him by the hand, and all radiant with affection, gazed into his eyes which she had been so longing to see. Sonya was now just past 16, and was very pretty, especially at this moment of joyous, triumphant excitement. She looked at him, without dropping her eyes, smiling, and almost holding her breath. He looked at her gratefully, but still he was all the time waiting and looking for some one else. The old countess had not yet made her appearance. And now steps were heard in the entry, steps so quick that they could be no one else but his mother's. But it was his mother in a dress which he had never seen before, one that had been finished since he was gone. All made way for him, and he ran to her. When they met, she fell on his heart, sobbing. She could not lift her face, and only pressed it against the cold silver braid of his Hungarian coat. Denisof, coming into the room unobserved by any one, stood there also, and as he looked at them, he wiped his eyes. "Vasili Denisof, the friend of your son," said he, introducing himself to the count, who looked at him with a questioning expression. I know," said the count, embracing Denisof and kissing him. "Nikolushka wrote. Natasha, Vera, here is Denisof." The same happy, enthusiastic faces were turned upon Denisof's hirsute figure, and crowded around him. "My dear Denisof," screamed Natasha, and forgetting herself in her excitement, and running to him, she threw her arms around him and kissed him. All were abashed at Natasha's action. Denisof also reddened, but smiled, and taking Natasha's hand, kissed it. Denisof was conducted to the room that had been prepared for him, but the Rostofs all collected in the divan-room around Nikolushka. The old countess, not letting go his hand, which she kept kissing every minute, sat next to him. The others standing around them watched his every motion, word, glance, and could not take from him their enthusiastically loving eyes. The brother and sisters quarreled and disputed with each other for places next to him, and vied with each other in bringing him his tea, his handkerchief, his pipe. Rostov was very happy in the love which they showed him, but the first moment of the meeting had been so beatific that his present happiness seemed a little tame, and he kept desiring and expecting something more and yet more. The next morning the travelers slept straight on till 10 o'clock. In the adjoining room there was a confusion of sabres, valises, sabretaches, opened trunks, muddy boots. 2 pairs of boots cleaned and with brightened spurs had just been brought up and set along the wall. Servants were carrying wash-hand basins, hot water for shaving, and well-brushed clothes. There was an odor of tobacco and of men. Denisof, to Rostov's amazement, made his appearance in the drawing-room in a new uniform, pomaded and scented, with as much ceremony as though he were going out to battle, and showed himself so polite to the ladies and gentlemen present that Rostov could hardly believe his eyes. End of chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. Nikolai Rostov, on his return to Moscow from the army, was welcomed by the home circle as the best of sons, as a hero, and their darling Nikolushka; by his relatives as a fine, attractive, and distinguished young man; by his acquaintances as a handsome lieutenant of hussars, a graceful dancer, and one of the best matches in town. The Rostovs were acquainted with all Moscow. This year the old count had plenty of money, having mortgaged all his possessions, and consequently Nikolushka, who kept his own fast trotter, and wore the most stylish riding trousers of the latest cut, such as never before been seen in Moscow, and likewise the most fashionable boots, with very pointed toes and little silver spurs, was enabled to spend his time very agreeably. Now that he was home again, he experienced the pleasant sensation of accommodating himself to the old conditions of life, after an interregnum of considerable time. It seemed to him that he had grown to be very much of a man. His despair at not having been able to pass his examination in the catechism, his borrowing of money from Gavrilo for an izvoshchik, his clandestine kisses with Sonya, all came back to him as remembrances of a childhood from which he was now immeasurably separated. Now he was a lieutenant of hussars, in a silver-laced pelisse, with the cross of St. George, and he could enter his own racer, together with well-known, experienced, and respected amateurs. There was a lady of his acquaintance on the boulevard, with whom he used to spend his evenings. He took the lead of the mazurka at the Arkharofs', discussed war with Field Marshal Kaminsky, was a habitué of the English Club, and was on thou terms with a colonel of 40 years, to whom Denisof had introduced him. His passion for his sovereign had somewhat cooled since his return to Moscow, since he did not see him and had no opportunity of seeing him, but he often talked about him, and of his love for him, giving people to understand that he did not tell all, that there was something in his feeling toward the emperor that was not comprehensible to all men, and with his whole soul he entered into the sentiment, general at that period in Moscow, of devotion to the Emperor Alexander Pavlovitch, who was then called Angel vu ploti, an angel in the flesh, or an angel on earth. During Rostov's short stay in Moscow, before he returned to the army, instead of growing nearer to Sonya, he rather drifted away from her. She was very pretty and sweet, and was evidently deeply in love with him, but he had reached that period of young manhood when there seem to be so many things to do that no time is left for this, and the young man is afraid of binding himself irrevocably, and learns to prize his freedom, since it is necessary to him for other things. When he thought of Sonya during these days of his visit at home, he would say to himself, "Ekh, there are many, many more as good as she is, whom I have not had a chance to see as yet. I shall have time enough whenever I want to engage myself and fall in love, but now I will have none of it." Moreover, it seemed to him that there was something rather derogatory to his manhood to spend his time in the society of the ladies. If he went to balls and into the society of women, he pretended that he did so against his will. Races, the English Club, junketing with Denisof, and his visits there were quite a different affair. Such things were becoming to a gay young hussar. About the beginning of March, the old Count Ilya Andreyevitch Rostov was occupied with the preparations for a dinner to be given at the English Club in honor of Prince Bagration. The count in his dressing gown was walking up and down his drawing room, giving orders to the club steward and the famous Feoktist, the old cook of the English Club, in regard to asparagus, fresh cucumbers, strawberries, veal, and fish for the dinner to the prince. The count, ever since the founding of the club, had been a committee man, and the leading spirit. He had been appointed by the club to oversee the entertainment for Prince Bagration, because no one knew so well as he did how to organize a banquet on a broad and hospitable scale, and especially because no one else could or would spend his own money if it were necessary to make it a success. The cook and steward of the club listened to the count's orders with happy faces, because they knew that for their advantage there was no better person for them to have manage a dinner costing several thousand rubles. "Now see here, put esparcé in the turtle soup. Esparcé, you know." "Must there be 3 kinds of cold dishes?" asked the cook. The count pondered. "Certainly not less than 3. Mayonnaise 1," said he, beginning to count them on his fingers. "Do you wish me to order some large sterlet?" interrupted the steward. What shall we do if there are no good ones? Yes, Batushka, certainly, I came near forgetting. See here, we must have another entree on the table. Oh, dear me," he put his hands to his head. "Now who is going to get me flowers? Mitenka, Mitenka! Hurry off, Mitenka," he cried to his overseer, who came in at his call. "Hurry off to my estate, Moskovnaya, and tell Maksimka, the gardener, to get up the decorations. Tell him to have all the greenhouses stripped and the flowers sent up, well wrapped in felt. Let him have 200 flower pots here by Friday." Having given a profusion of various other orders, he was just going to the little countess's room to rest, but remembering some important item he turned around, called back the steward and cook, and began to give still further orders. Just then in the doorway were heard the light steps of a man, the jingling of spurs, and the young count, handsome, ruddy–faced, with dark moustache, came into the room. It was evident that the restful, easy–going life in Moscow agreed with him. "Akh, my dear boy, how my head whirls!" said the old man, smiling at his son with a sort of humiliated expression. "Come now, if you'd only help me. We really must have some more singers. I shall have my own orchestra, but what should you think of getting the gypsies? Your brotherhood of military men like them." "It's a fact, Papenka. I think that Prince Bagration, when he was getting ready for the battle of Schöngraben, did not make such hard work of it as you are doing now," said the young man with a smile. The old count pretended to be angry. "Yes, you talk. Just try it yourself." And the count turned to the cook, who with an intelligent and respectful face was looking on, with friendly and flattering eyes, at the father and son. "That's the way with the young men, hey, Feoktist?" said he. "Always making sport of us old fellows." "That's so, your illustriousness. All they want is to have good things to eat and drink, but how it's got and served is no concern of theirs." "That's it, that's it!" cried the count, and gaily seizing his son's two hands, cried, "Now this is what I want, since I have you. Take the sledge and a pair, and hurry off to Bezukhoi's, and tell him that the count, that is Ilya Andreyevitch, sent to ask for some fresh strawberries and pineapples. No one else has any at all. If he himself is not there, then find the princesses and ask them, and from there, mind you, drive to Razgulyai. Ipatka, the coachman, will know the way. And there find Ilyushka, the Tsigan, the one who danced and sang in the white kazakhin at Count Orlof's, you remember, and bring him with you to me here." "Shall I bring some of the Tsigan girls with him too?" asked Nikolai, laughing. "There, there!" At this moment, with noiseless steps, and with her indefatigable and anxious, and at the same time sweet and Christian expression, which never deserted her, Anna Mikhailovna came into the room. In spite of the fact that Anna Mikhailovna every day discovered the count in his dressing gown, each time he was abashed and offered her apologies for his costume. "No matter, count, my dear," said she, blandly closing her eyes. "I myself am going to the Bezukhoi's. Pierre has come and now we can get anything from his greenhouses. I have been wanting to see him. He sent me a letter from Boris. Slava Bohu, glory to God, he is now on the staff." The count was delighted to have one part of his commission undertaken by Anna Mikhailovna, and bade her to make use of the coupe. "You tell Bezukhoi to come. I will write him a note. How are he and his wife getting along?" asked the count. Anna Mikhailovna rolled her eyes, and her face expressed deep affliction. "Akh, my dear, he's very unhappy," said she. "If it is true what we have heard, it is terrible. And could we have dreamed of such a thing, when we rejoiced so in his happiness? And such a lofty, heavenly soul, this young Bezukhoi is. Yes, I pity him from the bottom of my heart, and I mean to do all that within me lies to give him consolation." "Tell us, what is it?" asked both the Rostofs, elder and younger. Anna Mikhailovna drew a deep sigh. "Dolokhof, Marya Ivanovna's son," said she, in a mysterious whisper, "has, so many say, absolutely compromised her. Pierre introduced him to her, took him to his own house in Petersburg, and then she came here, and that madcap fellow followed her," said Anna Mikhailovna, trying to express her sympathy for Pierre, but involuntarily by inflections of her voice, and the half-smile on her face showing more sympathy for the madcap fellow, as she called Dolokhof. "They say Pierre is perfectly broken by his trial." "Well then, be sure to tell him to come to the club. It will help to distract him. It will be a stunning banquet." On the next day, the 15th of March, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 250 members of the English Club and 50 guests were waiting for their distinguished guest, Prince Bagration, the hero of the Austrian campaign. At first the news of the battle of Austerlitz had been received at Moscow with incredulity. The Russians had been so accustomed to victory that when they heard of the defeat, some simply refused to believe it, others sought explanations for such a strange circumstance in extraordinary causes. In the month of December, when the news was fully confirmed, at the English Club, which was a rendezvous for men of note or who had trustworthy sources of information, and everywhere else, nothing was said about the war and the recent defeat, just as though there had been common consent to hush the matter up. Men who were apt to give the cue to conversation, for instance, Count Rostopchin, Prince Yuri Vladimirovitch Dolgoruki, Valuyev, Count Markov, Prince Wyzemsky, did not show themselves at the club at all, but met at their own houses in their own intimate circles, and the rest of the Muscovites, who never had any opinions of their own, and in this number we must reckon also Ilya Andreevitch Rostov, remained for a short time without any definite opinion in regard to the war, and without their natural leaders. These Muscovites had a dim idea that something was wrong, and that it was hard to arrive at a proper judgment in regard to this bad news, and therefore they preferred to keep silent. But after some time, when the bigwigs who directed opinion at the club came back like jurors after a consultation in the jury room, then all was made clear and definite. Reasons were found for this incredible, unheard of, and impossible circumstance that the Russians were beaten. It now became perfectly clear, and one and the same thing was said in all the corners of Moscow. These were the reasons: the treachery of Austria, the wretched victualling of the troops, the treason of the Pole Przybyszewski and the Frenchman Langeron, the incapacity of Kutuzof, and, spoken with bated breath, the youth and inexperience of the sovereign, who had placed his confidence in inefficient and insignificant men. But the army, the Russian army, and all agreed in regard to this, was extraordinary, and had accomplished prodigies of valor. Soldiers, officers, generals, all were heroes, but the hero of heroes was Prince Bagration, who had won imperishable glory by his victory at Schöngraben and his retreat at Austerlitz, where he alone had led off his division unbroken, and had fought the livelong day against an enemy double his numbers. What added still more éclat to his repute as a hero was the fact that he had no kin in Moscow and was a foreigner. He was considered as the representative of the simple heroic Russian soldier, who had won his way without connections and intrigues, and was moreover associated with recollections of the Italian campaign, in the name of Suvarof. And then again by showing him such distinguished honors, it was felt that there could be no better way of showing Kutuzof ill will and disapprobation. If there were no Bagration, we should have to manufacture one. Il faudrait l'inventer, said the jester Shinshin, with a parody on Voltaire's witticism. Scarcely anyone spoke of Kutuzof, and those who did abused him under their breath, calling him the court weathercock and an old satyr. Prince Dolgorukhov's witticism was repeated all over Moscow. Stick to the plaster, and you'll become a master. Thus he consoled himself for our defeat by the remembrance of former victories. Men likewise freely quoted Rostopchin's clever saying that, if you have to spur the French soldier to battle with high-sounding phrases, the Germans must have it logically proved to them that it is more dangerous to run away than it is to advance, while the Russian soldier, on the contrary, must be held back and urged to go gently. On all sides were heard new and ever new tales of individual examples of heroism shown by our officers and soldiers at Austerlitz. This man saved a standard, that one killed 5 Frenchmen, the other alone loaded 5 cannons. They spoke of Berg, even those who did not know him, and told how, when he was wounded in his right arm, he took his sword in his left hand and dashed forward. Nothing was heard of Bolkonsky, and only those who knew him intimately lamented his premature death and pitied his wife with her unborn child and his droll old father. End of chapter 2.
Part 1, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. On the 15th of March, in all the various rooms of the English Club, was heard the hum of busy voices, and like bees at the spring swarming time, the members and guests of the club, dressed in uniforms, dress coats, and some even in powder and caftans, roamed back and forth, sat down, stood up, met, and parted. Powdered and liveried men in small clothes and slippers stood at each door, and strove eagerly to anticipate each motion of the guests and members so as to offer their services. The majority of those present were well on in years, men of distinction with broad self-satisfied faces, plump fingers, resolute gestures and voices. The guests and members of this class occupied the well-known places of honor, and were surrounded by little circles of well-known and distinguished men. Those that formed the minority were chance guests, preeminently young men, among whom were Denisof, Rostov, and Dolokhof, the last being now an officer of the Semyonovsky regiment once more. The faces of these young men, especially those who belonged to the army, wore that expression of contemptuous deference toward their elders, which seemed to say to the older generation, "We are ready to respect and honor you, but remember that nevertheless the future is ours." Nesvitsky was there also, in the capacity of a former member of the club. Pierre, who by his wife's advice had let his hair grow, renounced his spectacles, and dressed in the height of style, wandered through the rooms, with a melancholy and dismal mien. As usual he was surrounded by that atmosphere of worship, offered by those who bow before riches, and he, having now become accustomed to this dominion, treated such sycophants with careless scorn. In years he should have associated with the young men, but by his wealth and importance he gravitated towards the circles of the older and more influential guests, and consequently he drifted from one group to another. Certain circles were formed by some of the most distinguished old men, around whom respectfully gathered many of the less conspicuous, for the purpose of listening to the great ones. Such groups were formed around Count Rostopchin, Valuyev, and Naruishkin. Rostopchin was telling how the Russians were caught by the fugitive Austrians and obliged to force their way through at the point of the bayonet. Valuyev confidentially announced that Uvarov had been sent from Petersburg to learn the opinion of the Muscovites in regard to Austerlitz. In the third great circle, Naruishkin was telling about a session of an Austrian council of war, at which Suvorov crowed like a cock in answer to the absurdities spoken by the Austrian generals. Shinshin, who formed one of the group, tried to raise a laugh by saying that, evidently, Kutuzov had not been able to learn of Suvorov even such a simple thing as to crow like a cock. But the elderly men looked sternly at the jester, giving him thereby to feel that on such a day and in such a place it was unseemly so to speak of Kutuzov. Count Ilya Andreyevitch Rostov, in his soft boots, hovered, full of anxiety and solicitude, between the dining room and the parlors, giving always the same hasty greeting to every one he met, whether men of mark or not men of mark, his acquaintance including everybody, without exception, occasionally looking around for his handsome young son, at whom he would look with delight and a nod of satisfaction. Young Rostov stood in the embrasure of a window, with Dolokhof, whose acquaintance he had recently made, and felt to be congenial. The old count came up to them and shook hands with Dolokhof. "I beg of you to come and see us, since you and my young man here are friends. You and he played the heroes together, yonder. Ah, Vasily Ignatyitch, good afternoon, old friend," cried he, turning to welcome a little old man just entering. But he did not have time to add the usual greetings. There was a stir, and a footman with awestruck face announced, "He has come." The bell rang. The elders hastened forward. The guests scattered in the different rooms, like rye gathered up by the shovel, congregated in a throng, and stood in the great drawing-room at the door of the hall. At the entrance appeared Bagration, without his hat and sword, which, according to the club custom, he had left in care of the Swiss. He was dressed, not in his lambskin cap, with his whip over his shoulder, as Rostov had seen him the night before the battle of Austerlitz, but in a new and tight-fitting uniform, with Russian and foreign orders, and with the star of the George on his left breast. He had evidently just had his hair and whiskers trimmed, and this did not change his appearance for the better. His face had a naively festive look, which, being inappropriate to his firm, manly features, gave him a rather comical expression. Bekleshof and Fyodor Petrovitch Uvarov, who came together with him, paused at the doorway, waiting for him as the guest of honor to precede them. Bagration was confused, not wishing to take advantage of their politeness. There was a little pause at the entrance, and finally Bagration, after all, came forward. He walked across the inlaid floor of the reception room awkwardly and bashfully, not knowing what to do with his hands. It would have been much more to his mind, and much easier for him, to cross a plowed field under a rain of bullets, as, for instance, he had done when leading the Kursk regiment at the battle of Schöngraben. The older gentlemen met him at the door, said a few words expressive of their delight at seeing such an illustrious guest, and without waiting for his reply, seized him, as it were, and dragged him off into the drawing-room. Around the doors of the drawing-room there was such a crowd that it was impossible to pass. Members and guests crushed each other, and tried to look over each other's shoulders for a glance at Bagration, as though he were some wild beast. Count Ilya Andreyitch, laughing and talking more energetically than all the rest, pushed through the throng, crying, "Make way, mon cher, make way, please make way," and led the guests into the drawing-room, and placed them on the central divan, where now all the bigwigs and the most distinguished members of the club gathered in an eager throng. Count Ilya Andreyevitch, again, pushing his way through the crowd, left the room, but quickly reappeared with another of the directors, bearing a huge silver salver, which he presented to Prince Bagration. On the salver lay some verses composed and printed in the hero's honor. Bagration, seeing the salver, looked around in alarm, as though seeking for refuge. But all eyes demanded his submission, and Bagration, feeling that he was in their power, seized the salver resolutely with both hands, and looked gravely and reproachfully at the count, who brought it to him. Some one gallantly relieved the prince of the salver, for otherwise he would have evidently felt it incumbent upon him to hold it in his hands till evening, and even gone out to dinner with it, and directed his attention to the ode. "Well, I will read it," Prince Bagration seemed to say, and fastening his weary eyes on the parchment, tried to read it with serious and concentrated attention. But the composer of the ode took it and began to read it aloud. Prince Bagration bent his head and listened. "Pride of Alexander's age, be of our Titus's throne the stern defender, at once the mighty chief and humble sage, at home Auriphius, Caesar mid the battle's splendor. Yes, e'en victorious Napoleon by sad experience has learned Bagration. Now justice to the Alcide Russians he must rend, and fear." But even while he was in the midst of his ode, the stentorian majordomo proclaimed, "Dinner is ready." The door was flung open, and from the dining-room were heard the resounding notes of the polonaise. "Roll, yon thunder tones of victory, gallant Russian hearts rejoice." And Count Ilya Andreyitch, giving the author a severe look for still continuing to read his verses, came and made a low bow before Bagration. All rose to their feet, feeling that the dinner was of more consequence than poetry, and Bagration was obliged to lead the way to the dining-room. He was assigned to the seat of honor between the two Alexanders, Bekleshof and Narishkin, which was meant as a delicate allusion to the name of the sovereign. 300 men took their places at the table, according to their ranks and stations, those most distinguished being nearest to the guest of honor, just as naturally as water flows deepest where there is the greatest descent. Just before the dinner began, Count Ilya Andreyitch presented his son to the prince. Bagration, recognizing him, mumbled a few words, awkward and incoherent, like everything else he said that day. Count Ilya Andreyitch looked around gleefully and proudly on all, while Bagration was talking to his son. Nikolai Rostov, with Denisof and his new acquaintance, Dolokhof, sat together almost at the center of the table. Opposite to them sat Pierre, next to Prince Nevitsky. Count Ilya Andreyitch's seat was opposite Bagration, with the other directors, and he did the honors to the prince, personifying in himself the hospitality of Moscow. His labors were not spent in vain. The dinner, which was served both for those who were keeping Lent and for those who were not, was magnificent, but still he could not feel perfectly at ease until the very end. He kept beckoning to the butler, whispering directions to the waiters, and not without agitation he looked for the arrival of each course which he knew so well. All passed off admirably. At the sight of which Ilya Andreyevitch flushed with joy and modesty, the waiters began to uncork the bottles and pour out the champagne. After the fish, which produced a great impression, Count Ilya Andreyevitch glanced at other directors. "There are so many toasts, it is time to begin," he said in a whisper, and taking his wine cup in his hand he got up. All grew still and waited what he should have to say. "To the health of our sovereign the Emperor," he cried, and at the same time his kindly eyes were dimmed with tears of pleasure and enthusiasm. At the same time the band broke out with a polonaise again, "Roll, ye thunder tones," and arose in their places and cried, "Hurrah!" and Bagration also joined in shouting with the same voice which had cried "Hurrah!" on the field of Schongraben. Young Rostof's enthusiastic voice was heard above all the other 300. He could hardly refrain from tears. "Hurrah for the Emperor!" he cried. "Hurrah!" Draining his glass at one draught, he smashed it on the floor. Many followed his example. And the deafening shouts continued for a long time. When silence was restored the servants swept up the broken glass, and all, having resumed their seats, began to converse and laugh again. Then Count Ilya Andreyitch arose once more, and proposed the health of the hero of our last campaign, Prince Pyotr Ivanovitch Bagration, and again the count's blue eyes grew tender with tears. "Hurrah!" again rang out the 300 voices, but this time, instead of the band, the choir of singers struck up a cantata, composed by Pavel Ivanovitch Kutuzof. "Obstacles are naught to Russians, courage wins the victor's crown. If Bagration lead our columns, we shall hew the foeman down." As soon as the singers had finished, fresh toasts kept following, at which Count Ilya Andreyitch grew more and more sentimental, and more glasses were smashed, and the shouts grew ever more boisterous. They drank to the health of Beklesov, Naruishkin, Uvarov, Dolgorukhof, Apretskin, Valuyev, to the health of the directors, to the health of the committeemen, to the health of all the members of the club, to the health of all the guests of the club, and finally, as a special honor, to the health of the master of ceremonies, Count Ilya Andreyitch. At this toast the count took out his handkerchief, and hiding his face, actually wept. End of chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Pierre sat opposite Dolokhof and Nikolai Rostov. He ate much and greedily, and, as usual, drank much. But those who knew him intimately observed that a great change had come over him that day. He said nothing all the time of the dinner. Scowling and frowning, he looked about him, or with downcast eyes and a look of absolute abstraction picked his nose with his finger. His face was gloomy and dismal. Apparently he did not see or hear anything that was going on around him, and was absorbed in some disagreeable and unsolvable problem. This unsolvable problem which tormented him was caused by the hints of the princess in Moscow in regard to Dolokhof's intimacy with his wife, and by an anonymous letter received that very morning, wherein it was said, in that dastardly mocking tone characteristic of anonymous letters, that his spectacles did him very little good, and that his wife's criminal intimacy with Dolokhof was a secret for him alone. Pierre resolutely refused to heed the princess's insinuations or the letter, but it was terrible for him to look now at Dolokhof, sitting opposite him. Every time that his glance fell accidentally upon Dolokhof's handsome, insolent eyes, he was conscious of something awful and ugly arising in his soul, and he would quickly turn away. Involuntarily remembering all his wife's past, and her behavior toward Dolokhof, Pierre saw clearly that what was expressed so brutally in the letter might very well be true, might, at least, seem true, did it not concern his wife. Pierre could not help recalling how Dolokhof, on being restored to his rank after the campaign, had returned to Petersburg and come to him. taking advantage of the friendship arising from their former sprees together. Dolokhof had come straight to his house, and Pierre had taken him in and loaned him money. Pierre remembered how Ellen, with her set smile, expressed her discontent at having Dolokhof living under their roof, and how Dolokhof had cynically praised before him his wife's beauty, and how, from that time forth until his coming to Moscow, he had not budged from their house. Yes, he is very handsome, thought Pierre. I know him. In his estimation it would be admirable sport to besmirch my name and turn me into ridicule, just for the reason that I was doing so much for him, and taking care of him and helping him. I know, I understand, what spice it would add in his estimation to all his villainy, if it were true. Yes, if it were true, but I don't believe it. I have no right to believe it, and I cannot. He remembered the expression which Dolokhof's face had borne at times when he was engaged in his acts of deviltry, as for instance when they had tied the policeman to the bear and flung him into the river, or when without any provocation he had challenged men to fight duels, or shot the post-driver's horse dead with his pistol. This expression he had often noticed lately on Dolokhof's face. Yes, he is a bully, said Pierre to himself. He would think nothing of killing a man. It is essential for him to think that every one is afraid of him. This must be pleasant to him. He must think that I am afraid of him, and in fact I am afraid of him, thought Pierre, and again at these suggestions the awful and ugly something arose in his mind. Dolokhof, Denisof, and Rostof were still sitting opposite to Pierre, and seemed to be very lively. Rostof was gaily chatting with his two friends, one of whom was a clever hussar, the other a well-known bully and madcap, and occasionally he glanced rather mockingly at Pierre, who had impressed him by the concentrated, abstracted, and stolid expression of his countenance. Rostof looked at Pierre with a malevolent expression, in the first place because Pierre, in the eyes of a hussar like him, was merely a millionaire civilian, the husband of a pretty woman, and moreover was a baba, an old woman. In the second place because Pierre, in his abstracted state of mind, did not recognize Rostof, or return his bow. When they stood up to drink the toast to the emperor, Pierre was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot to get up with the others, and did not lift his wine-glass. "What's the matter with you?" shouted Rostof, his eyes flashing with righteous indignation as he looked at him. "Why don't you pay attention? The health of our sovereign, the emperor!" Pierre with a sigh humbly got to his feet, drained his glass, and then after they had all sat down he turned to Rostof with his good-natured smile. "Ah, I did not recognize you," said he. But Rostof was engaged in shouting hurrah, so that this was lost on him. "Aren't you going to renew the acquaintance?" asked Dolokhof of Rostof. "Curse the fool!" "One must caress a pretty woman's husband," said Denisof. Pierre did not catch what they had said, but he knew that they were talking about him. He reddened and turned away. "Well, now to the health of the pretty women," said Dolokhof, and with a serious expression, though a smile lurked in the corners of his mouth, he lifted his glass to Pierre. "To the health of the pretty women, Petrushka, and their lovers," he added. Pierre, dropping his eyes, sipped his glass, not looking at Dolokhof or making him any reply. A lackey, who was distributing copies of Kutuzof's cantata, handed one of the sheets to Pierre as being among the more distinguished guests. Pierre was going to take it, but Dolokhof leaned over, snatched the sheet from his hand, and began to read it. Pierre stared at Dolokhof. His pupils contracted. That awful and ugly something that had been tormenting him all the dinner time, now arose in him and overmastered him. He leaned his heavy frame against the table. "Don't you dare to take it!" he cried. Nesvitsky and his right-hand neighbor, hearing him speak in such a tone of voice, and seeing whom he was dealing with, were filled with alarm, and hastily tried to calm him. "That's enough! Be careful! Think what you're doing!" whispered anxious voices. Dolokhof stared at Pierre with his bright, merry, insolent eyes, and with that smile of his that seemed to say, "This is what I like." "I will not give it back," he said, measuring his words. Pale, with twitching lips, Pierre snatched back the sheet of paper. "You, blackguard! I shall call you to account for this!" he cried, and pushing away his chair, rose from the table. At the very instant that Pierre did this and pronounced these words, He felt that the problem of his wife's guilt, which had been torturing him for the past 24 hours, was finally and definitely settled beyond a peradventure. He hated her, and the breach between them was widened irrevocably. In spite of Denisof's urgency that Rostof should not get mixed up in this affair, Rostof consented to act as Dolokhof's second, and after dinner he arranged with Nesvitsky, Bezukhoi's second, in regard to the conditions of the duel. Pierre went home, and Rostof, together with Denisof and Dolokhof, stayed at the club till late, listening to the gypsies and the singers. " Well, then, till to morrow, at Sokolniki," said Dolokhof, taking his leave of Rostof on the club steps. " And are you confident ?" asked Rostof. Dolokhof paused. " Now see here, I will give you in 2 words the whole secret of dueling. If you are going to fight a duel and write your will and affectionate letters to your father and mother, if you get it into your head that you are going to be killed, then you are an idiot, a durak, and deserve to fall, but if you go with firm intention to kill him as quickly and certainly as you can, then you are all right, as our Kostroma bear driver told me. ' How can you help being afraid of the bear ?' says he. ' Yes, but when once you see him, your only fear is that he will get away. Well, that's the way it is with me. A demain, mon cher." On the next morning at 8 o'clock, Pierre and Nesvitsky drove to the woods of Sokolniki, and found there Dolokhof, Denisof, and Rostof waiting for them. Pierre had the aspect of a man entirely absorbed in his reflections, and absolutely incognizant of the affair before him. His countenance was haggard and yellow. He had evidently not slept the night before. He glanced around him vaguely, and frowned as though blinded by the bright sun. 2 considerations exclusively occupied him: his wife's guilt, of which, after his sleepless night, he had no longer the slightest doubt, and Dolokhof's innocence, granting that he had no reason to guard the honor of a stranger. " Maybe, I should have done the same thing if I had been in his place," said Pierre to himself. " I am perfectly certain that I should. Why then this duel, this homicide ? Either I shall kill him, or he shall put a bullet through my head, in my elbow or my knee. Can't I get out of it, somehow ? Run away, hide myself somewhere ?" This thought came to his mind. But at the very instant that these suggestions were offering themselves to him, he with his usual calm and absent minded expression, which aroused the respect of those who saw him, was asking if all were ready, and they should begin soon. When all had been arranged, and the swords stuck upright in the snow, to mark the limits for them to advance, and the pistols had been loaded, Nesvitsky went up to Pierre. " I should not be doing my duty, count," said he, in a faltering voice, " or be worthy of the confidence and honor which you confide in my hands at this moment, this most serious moment, if I did not tell you the whole truth. I consider that this affair has not sufficient reason, and does not warrant the shedding of blood. You were in the wrong, absolutely. You were in a passion." " Oh yes, it was horribly foolish," said Pierre. " Then allow me to offer your regrets, and I am sure that your opponent will be satisfied to accept your apologies," said Nesvitsky, who like the other participants, and like all men in similar affairs, did not believe even now that it would actually come to a duel. " You know, count, that it is far more noble to acknowledge one's fault, than to carry an affair to its irrevocable consequences. The insult was not wholly on one side. Let me confer." " No, there's nothing to be said about it," said Pierre. " It's all the same to me. Is everything ready ?" he asked. " Do you only tell me where I am to stand, and where to fire," he added, with an unnaturally sweet smile. He took the pistol, began to ask about the working of the trigger, for he had never before held a pistol in his hands, though he was unwilling to confess it. " Oh yes, that's the way, I know, I had forgotten," said he. " No apologies, decidedly not," said Dolokhof to Denisof, who also on the other side proposed to effect a reconciliation, and he also went to the designated place. The place selected for the duel was a small clearing in the fir woods, covered with what remained of the snow after the recent thaw, and about 80 paces from the road where the sledges were left. The opponents stood about 40 paces apart, on the border of the clearing. The seconds, while measuring off the distance, had trampled down the deep, wet snow between the place where they stood and Nesvitsky and Denisof's sabres, stuck upright 10 paces apart, to mark the bounds. It was thawing, and the mist spread around. Nothing could be seen 40 paces away. For 3 minutes all had been ready, and still they hesitated about beginning. No one spoke. End of chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 5. Well, begin, said Dolokhof. All right, said Pierre, still smiling as before. It was a solemn moment. It was evident that the affair, which at first had been so trivial, could no longer be averted, but was now bound to take its course to the very end, irrespective of the will of the men. Denisof first went forward to the barrier and announced, "As the adversaries have refused to agree, we may proceed. Take your pistols, and at the word 3, advance and fire." 1, 2, 3, cried Denisof sternly, and stepped to one side. The 2 men advanced along the trodden path, coming closer and closer, their faces growing more and more distinct to each other in the fog. The antagonists had the right to fire at any moment before reaching the barrier. Dolokhof advanced slowly, not raising his pistol, but fastening his bright, glittering blue eyes on his opponent's face. His lips, as usual, wore what seemed like a smile. "So it seems I can fire when I please," said Pierre to himself, and at the word 3 he advanced with quick strides, leaving the beaten path, and pushing through the untrodden snow. He held the pistol in his right hand out at arm's length, apparently afraid of killing himself with it. His left hand he strenuously kept behind his back, because he felt such a strong desire to support his right arm with it, which he knew was out of the question. It was after he had gone 6 steps that he left the trodden path. He looked down at his feet, then gave a quick glance at Dolokhof, and pulling the trigger, as he had been told to do, he fired. Not anticipating such a loud report, Pierre jumped, and then smiling at his own sensations, stood back stock still. The smoke, made heavier by the misty atmosphere, prevented him from seeing anything at first, but there was no second report, as he had expected. All he could hear was Dolokhof's hasty steps, and then his form loomed up through the smoke. He was holding one hand to his left side, with the other he clutched the pistol, which he did not raise. His face was pale. Rostov had rushed up to him, and was saying something. "No," hissed Dolokhof through his teeth. "No, I'm not done yet." And making a few tottering, staggering steps toward the sabre, he fell on the snow near it. His left arm was covered with blood. He wiped it on his coat and supported himself with it. His face was pale and contracted, and a spasm passed over it. "I beg of you," began Dolokhof, but he could not speak coherently. "Please," he said with difficulty. Pierre hardly restrained his sobs, started to run to Dolokhof, and was just crossing the line when Dolokhof cried, "Stop at the barrier!" Pierre, realizing what he meant, paused near the sabre. They were only 10 paces apart. Dolokhof bent his head over to the snow, greedily ate a mouthful, lifted his head again, straightened himself up, tried to get to his feet, and sat down in his effort to recover his equilibrium. He swallowed the icy snow and sucked it. His lips twitched, but he still smiled, and his eyes gleamed with concentrated hatred, as he tried to collect his failing strength. He raised the pistol and tried to aim. "Stand sideways! Protect yourself from the pistol!" cried Nesvitsky. "Protect yourself!" instinctively cried Denisof, though he was the other's second. Pierre, with his sweet smile of compassion and regret, helplessly dropping his arms and spreading his legs, stood with his broad chest exposed directly to Dolokhof, and looking at him mournfully. Denisof, Rostov, and Nesvitsky shut their eyes. They heard the report, and simultaneously Dolokhof's wrathful cry. "Missed!" cried Dolokhof, and lay back feebly on the snow, face down. Pierre clutched his temples, and turning back went into the woods, trampling down the virgin snow and muttering incoherent words. "Folly! Folly! Death! Lies!" he kept repeating, with scowling brows. Nesvitsky called him back and took him home. Rostov and Denisof lifted the wounded Dolokhof. They put him in the sledge, where he lay with closed eyes and without speaking, or making any reply to their questions. But when they reached Moscow he suddenly roused himself, and with difficulty raising his head, seized Rostof's hand, who was sitting next to him. Rostof was struck by the absolutely changed and unexpectedly softened expression of Dolokhof's face. " Well, how do you feel now ?" asked Rostof. " Wretchedly, but that is no matter. My dear," said Dolokhof, in a broken voice, " where are we ? We are in Moscow, I know it. It's no matter about me. But I have killed her, killed her. She won't get over this. She won't survive." " Who ?" asked Rostof. " My mother, my good angel, my adored angel, my mother." And Dolokhof burst into tears, pressing Rostof's hand. When he had grown a little calmer, he explained to Rostof that he lived with his mother, that if his mother should see him dying she would not survive it. He begged Rostof to go and break the news to her. Rostof rode on ahead to attend to this, and to his great surprise discovered that Dolokhof, this insolent fellow, this bully, Dolokhof, lived with his old mother and a hunchbacked sister, and was a most affectionate son and brother. CHAPTER VI. Part 1, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 6. Pierre had rarely of late seen his wife alone by themselves. Both in Petersburg and Moscow their house was constantly full of company. On the night that followed the duel he did not go to his sleeping room, but, as was often the case, stayed in the vast cabinet where his father, the Count Bezukhoi, had died. He stretched himself out on the sofa, with the idea of forgetting all that had taken place, but this he couldn't do. Such a tornado of thoughts, feelings, recollections, suddenly arose in his mind, that not only could he not sleep, but he could not keep still, and he was compelled to spring up from the sofa and walk the room with rapid strides. Now she seemed to come up before him as she was during the first weeks after their marriage, with her bare shoulders and her languid, passionate eyes, and then immediately he would see Dolokhof by her side, Dolokhof, with his handsome, impudent, mocking face as he had seen it at the banquet, and then the same face, pale, convulsed, and agonized, as it had been when he reeled and fell on the snow. What was it? He asked himself. I have killed her paramour. Yes, I have killed my wife's paramour. Yes, that was it. Why? How did it come to this? Because you married her, replied an inward voice. But wherein was I to blame? He asked again. Because you married her without loving her, because you deceived yourself and her. And then he vividly recalled the moment after the dinner at Prince Vasili's, when he had murmured those words, Je vous aime, I love you, that had come with so much difficulty. It was all from that. Even then I felt, he said to himself, even then I felt that this was wrong, that I had no right to do it, and so it has proved. He recalled their honeymoon, and reddened at the recollection. Extraordinary vivid, humiliated, and shameful was the recollection of how one time, shortly after their marriage, he had gone in his silk dressing gown, at 12 o'clock in the daytime, from his sleeping room to his library, and found there his head overseer, who, with an obsequious bow, glanced at Pierre's face and at his dressing gown, while a shadow of a smile passed over his face, as though he thereby expressed his humble sympathy in the happiness of his master. And yet how many times have I been proud of her majestic beauty, of her social tact, he went on thinking. Proud of my house, where she received all Petersburg, proud of her inaccessibility and radiance. Yes, how proud I was of it all. Then I thought that I did not understand her. How often, when pondering over her character, I said to myself that I was to blame, that I did not understand her, did not understand her habitual repose, self-satisfaction, and lack of all interests and ambition, and now I have found the answer in that terrible expression. She is a lewd woman. Now I have said to myself that terrible word, all has become clear. Anatol came to her to borrow some money, and kissed her on her naked shoulder. She did not let him have the money, but she was willing for him to kiss her. Her father, in joke, tried to make her jealous, and she, with her calm smile, replied that she was not so stupid as to be jealous. Let him do as he pleases, said she about me. I asked her once if she saw no signs of approaching maternity. She laughed scornfully, and replied that she was not such a fool as to wish to have any children, and that I should never get any children by her. Then he recalled the coarseness and frankness of her speech, the vulgarity of the expressions that came natural out, in spite of her education in the highest aristocratic schools. I am no such fool. Go and try it on yourself, and such like slang she was fond of. Pierre, witnessing her success in the eyes of old and young, men and women, had often found it hard to understand why he did not love her. Yes, and I have never really loved her, said Pierre to himself. I knew that she was a lewd woman, he kept repeating to himself, but I did not dare to acknowledge it to myself. And now there is Dolokhof sitting on the snow and trying to smile, and dying maybe, and answering my repentance with pretended bravado. Pierre was one of those men who, notwithstanding his affectionate nature, which some would call weakness of character, would never seek a confidant for his troubles. He worked out his sufferings alone by himself. She is to blame, the only one to blame for all, he said to himself. But what was back of that? That I married her, that I said to her, Je vous aime, which was a lie, and even worse than a lie, he said to himself. I am to blame and must suffer. What? The besmirching of my name? The unhappiness of my life? That's all nonsense, he continued. The disgrace to my name and honor, all that is conditional, absolutely independent of me. Louis XVI. Was executed because they said that he was a guilty offender, thus Pierre reasoned, and they were right from their point of view, just as they also were right from theirs who died a violent death after him, and who reckoned him among the saints. Then Robespierre was beheaded because he was a tyrant. Who was right? Who was to blame? No one. But live while we live. To-morrow we die, just as I might have easily done an hour ago. And is it worth tormenting one's self about, when life counts only as a moment in comparison with eternity? But even while he was trying to reason himself into calmness by such a train of thought, suddenly she again rose before his imagination, and at one of those moments when he had expressed to her more violently than ever his insincere love, and he felt how the blood poured back to his heart, and he was obliged again to get up, move about, and break and smash whatever things came within reach of his hands. Why did I tell her that I loved her? Why did I say Je vous aime? He kept asking himself. And after he had asked himself this question a dozen times, the phrase of Molière came to his head. Mais que diable allait il faire dans cette galère? And he had to laugh at himself. It was night, but he summoned his valet and ordered him to pack up in readiness to go to Petersburg. He could not imagine himself having anything more to say to her. He had decided to take an early departure the next day, leaving her a letter in which he should explain his intention of living apart from her for evermore. The next morning, when the valet, bringing him his coffee, came into the cabinet, Pierre was lying on an ottoman asleep, with an open book in his hand. He roused himself and looked around for some time with a startled expression, wholly unable to understand where he was. "The countess commanded to ask if your illustriousness were at home?" asked the valet. But before Pierre had time to decide what answer to give, the countess herself, in a morning gown of white satin embroidered in silver, and with her hair dressed in the simplest style, two enormously long braids, wound twice, and diadem, around her graceful head, came into the room, calmly and majestically. Only on her marble forehead, which was a little too prominent, was there a deep frown of fury. With thoroughly masterful self-restraint, she did not say a word in the valet's presence. She had heard of the duel, and had come to speak about it. She waited until the valet had set down the coffee and left the room. Pierre looked at her timidly over his spectacles, and like a hare surrounded by dogs, which lays back its ears and crouches motionless before its enemies, So he also pretended to take up his reading again. But he was conscious that this was a senseless and impossible thing to do, and again he looked at her. She did not sit down, but with a scornful smile stared at him, waiting until the valet should be out of the room. "Well, now what's this latest? What have you been doing? I demand an answer," said she, sternly. What have I," stammered Pierre. "Playing the bravado, eh? Come now, answer me. What about this duel? What did you mean to imply by it? What? I demand an answer." Pierre turned heavily on the sofa, opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. "If you won't answer, then I will tell you," continued Ellen. "You believe everything that is told you. You were told," Ellen laughed, "that Dolokhof was my paramour," said she in French, with her uncompromising explicit manner of speech, pronouncing the word amant like any other word. "And you believed it. And what have you proved by it? What have you proved by this duel? That you are a fool, a durak, that you are un sot. And that's what every one calls you. What will be the result of it? This, that you have made me the laughing-stock of all Moscow. This, that every one will say that you, while in a drunken fit, and not knowing what you were about, challenged a man of whom you were jealous without any reason." Ellen kept raising her voice and growing more and more excited. "A man superior to you in every sense of the word." "Hum, hum!" bellowed Pierre, scowling but not looking at her or stirring. "And why did you believe that he was my paramour? Why was it? Because I liked his society. If you had been brighter and more agreeable, I should have preferred yours." "Do not speak to me, I beg of you," whispered Pierre, hoarsely. "Why shouldn't I speak to you? I have a right to speak, and I tell you up and down that it's rare to find a woman with a husband like you, who doesn't console herself with lovers. And that is a thing which I haven't done," said she. Pierre started to say something, looked at her with strange eyes, the expression of which she could not understand, and again threw himself back. At that moment he was suffering physical pain. His chest was oppressed, and he could not breathe. He knew that it behooved him to do something to put an end to his torment, but what he wanted to do was too horrible. "We had better part," he exclaimed in a broken voice. "By all means part, provided only you give me enough," said Ellen. "Part, that's nothing to scare one." Pierre sprang from the sofa and staggered toward her. "I will kill you!" he cried, and seizing from the table a marble slab, with a force such as he had never before possessed, rushed toward her, brandishing it in the air. Ellen's face was filled with horror. She screamed and sprang away from him. His father's nature suddenly became manifest in him. Pierre experienced the rapture and fascination of frenzy. He flung down the marble, breaking it in fragments, and with raised arms flew at her, crying, "Away!" with such a terrible voice that it rang through the whole house and filled every one with horror. God knows what Pierre would have done at that moment if Ellen had not escaped from the room. At the end of the week Pierre had given to his wife a power of attorney for the control of all his great Russian possessions, which amounted to the larger half of his property, and returned alone to Petersburg. End of chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. 2 months had elapsed since the news of the battle of Austerlitz and the death of Prince Andrei had been received at Luisiya Gorui, and in spite of all the letters sent through the diplomatic service, and all inquiries, his body had not been recovered, and his name was not on the lists of prisoners. Worse than all for his relatives was the very hope that still remained, that he had been picked up on the battlefield by some of the natives, and might even now be convalescing or dying somewhere alone, among strangers, and unable to send them any word. In the newspapers from which the old prince had first learned of the battle of Austerlitz, It was stated, as usual, in the briefest and vaguest terms, that the Russians, after brilliant deeds of arms, had been compelled to retreat, and had accomplished this with the greatest order possible. The old prince understood from this official bulletin that our troops had been defeated. A week after the receipt of the newspapers which informed him of the battle of Austerlitz, a letter came from Kutuzof, who announced the fate that had befallen his son. "Your son," wrote Kutuzof, "before my eyes, fell at the head of his regiment, with the standard in his hands, like a hero worthy of his father and his fatherland. To the universal regret of all the army, including myself, it is as yet uncertain whether he is alive or dead. I flatter myself with the hope that your son is still alive, for, on the contrary case, he would certainly have been mentioned among the officers found on the field of battle, the list of which was brought me under a flag of truce." Receiving this news late in the afternoon when he was alone in his cabinet, the old prince, as usual, went the next day to take his morning promenade. But he had nothing to say to the overseer, the gardener, or the architect, and though his countenance was lowering, there was no outbreak of wrath. When at the accustomed time the Princess Mariya went to him, he was standing at his bench and driving his lathe, but he did not glance up at her as usual when she entered the room. "Ah, Princess Mariya," suddenly said he in an unnatural tone, and threw down his chisel. The wheel continued to revolve from the impetus. The Princess Mariya long remembered this dying whir of the wheel, which was associated for her with what followed. The Princess Mariya approached him, looked into his face, and suddenly something seemed to pull at her heartstrings. Her eyes ceased to see clearly. By her father's face, which was not melancholy or downcast, but wrathful and working unnaturally, she saw that now some terrible misfortune was threatening to overwhelm her, a misfortune than which none is worse in life, none more irreparable and incomprehensible, a misfortune such as she had never yet experienced, the death of one she loved. "Mon père, André," said the princess, and she who was ordinarily so clumsy and awkward became endowed with such inexpressible charm of grief and self–forgetfulness that her father could not endure her glance, and, with a sob, turned away. "I have had news. He is not among the prisoners, he is not on the list of the dead. Kutuzof has written me," he cried in a shrill voice, as though wishing by this cry to drive the princess away. "He is killed." The princess did not fall, she did not even faint. She was pale to begin with, but when she heard these words her face altered and a light seemed to gleam in her beautiful, lustrous eyes. Something like joy, a supernatural joy, independent of the sorrows and joys of this world, was breathed above this violent grief that filled her heart. She forgot all her fear of her father, and went up to him, took him by the hand and drew him to her, and threw her arm around his thin, sinewy neck. "Mon père," said she, "do not turn away from me. Let us weep together." "Villains! Scoundrels!" cried the old man, averting his face from her. "To destroy the army, to waste men's lives in that way! What for? Go and tell Lisa." The princess fell back feebly into the armchair near her father, and burst into tears. She could now see her brother as he looked at the moment when he bade her and Lisa farewell with his affectionate and at the same time rather haughty face. She could see him as he tenderly and yet scornfully hung the medallion round his neck. Did he come to believe? Had he repented of his unbelief? Was he yonder now, yonder in the mansions of eternal calm and bliss? These were the questions that filled her thoughts. "Mon père, tell me how it happened," said she, through her tears. "Go! He was killed in the defeat where the best men of Russia and the Russian glory were led out to sacrifice. Go, Princess Mariya, go and tell Lisa. I will follow." When the Princess Mariya left her father, she found the little princess sitting at her work, with that expression of inward calm and happiness peculiar to women in her condition. She looked up as her sister-in-law came in. It was evident that her eyes did not see the Princess Mariya, but were rather profoundly searching into the tremendous and blessed mystery that was taking place within her. "Marie," said she, turning from her embroidery frame and leaning back,
let me have your hand." She took the princess's hand and laid it just below her heart. Her eyes smiled with anticipation, the little downy lip was raised in a happy, childlike smile. The Princess Mariya knelt down before her and buried her face in the folds of her sister in law's dress. "There, there, do you not perceive it? It is so strange. And do you know, Marie, I am going to love him very dearly," said Liza, looking with shining happy eyes at her husband's sister. The Princess Mariya could not raise her head. She was weeping. "What is the matter, Masha?" "Nothing, only I felt sad, sad about Andrei," she replied, wiping away her tears on her sister in law's knee. Several times in the course of the morning the Princess Mariya attempted to break the news to her sister in law, and each time she had to weep. These tears, the cause for which the little princess could not understand, alarmed her, unobservant as her nature was. She made no remark, but she looked around in some alarm, as if searching for some one. Before dinner the old prince came into her room, and went right out again without saying a word. She was always afraid of him, but now his face was so disturbed and stern that she gazed at the Princess Mariya, then fell into a brown study, with her eyes, as it were, turned inward with that expression so characteristic of women in her condition, and suddenly burst into tears. "Have you heard anything from Andrei?" she asked. "No. You know that it isn't time yet to get news, but mon père is anxious, and it frightens me." "Then there's nothing?" "Nothing," replied the Princess Mariya, letting her lustrous eyes rest unflinchingly on her sister in law. She had made up her mind not to tell her, and had persuaded her father to conceal the terrible tidings from her until her confinement, which would be now before many days. The Princess Mariya and the old prince, each according to their own nature, bore and hid their grief. The old prince was not willing to indulge in hopes. He had made up his mind that Princess Andrei was killed, and although he sent a chinovnik to Austria to make diligent search for traces of his son, he commanded him to order in Moscow a gravestone to be erected in his garden, and he told every one that his son was dead. He himself aged rapidly. He unchangeably carried out the rigorous routine of his life, but his strength failed him. He took shorter walks, ate less, slept less, and each day grew weaker. The Princess Mariya still hoped. She prayed for her brother as though he were alive, and all the time was on the lookout for news of his return. End of chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 8. "Ma bonne amie," said the little princess after breakfast on the morning of the 31st of March, and her downy upper lip was lifted out of mere habit, for a certain sense of melancholy had affected not only the talk, but the footsteps of all in this house ever since the receipt of the terrible news, so that even the little princess had come under the influence of it, and she smiled in such a way that it reminded one even more of the general depression. "Ma bonne amie, I am afraid my Frühstück this morning, as Foka, the cook, calls it, did not agree with me." "What's the matter, sweetheart? You are pale? Ah, you are very, very pale," said the Princess Mariya, alarmed, and going toward her sister-in-law with her heavy but gentle steps. "Your illustriousness, shan't we call Marya Bogdanovna?" inquired one of the maids, who happened to be present. Marya Bogdanovna was the midwife from the shire town, who had now been living at Luisiya Gorui for a fortnight. "It certainly may be necessary," replied the Princess Mariya. "I will go. Courage, mon ange." She kissed Liza and started to leave the room. "Ah, no, no!" And over and above the pallor arising from physical suffering, the little princess's face showed a childish fear of unendurable agony. "Non, c'est l'estomac. Dites, que c'est l'estomac. Dites, Marie, dites." And the princess wept childishly, capriciously, and perhaps rather hypocritically, wringing her hands. The young princess went from the room, in search of Marya Bogdanovna. "Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, oh!" was heard behind her. Rubbing her plump, small, white hands, the midwife came to meet her, with a significant but perfectly composed expression of countenance. "Marya Bogdanovna, I think it is beginning," said the Princess Mariya, looking at the midwife with terrified, wide open eyes. "Well, then, glory to God for that, princess," said Marya Bogdanovna, not quickening her steps. "You young ladies have no need to know anything about it." "But what shall we do if the doctor from Moscow has not come yet?" asked the princess. By Liza and Prince Andrei's desire they had sent to Moscow for an accoucheur, and he was expected at any moment. "No matter, princess, don't be alarmed," said Marya Bogdanovna. "It will come out all right even without a doctor." In the course of 5 minutes the young princess heard, as she sat in her room, the sound of men carrying something heavy. She looked out and saw the servants for some reason or other carrying into the sleeping room the leather divan which had always stood in Prince Andrei's study. There was an expression of gentleness and solemnity on the faces of the men who were lugging this. The Princess Mariya sat alone in her room, listening to the various sounds of the house, and occasionally opening the door when any one passed, and trying to make out what was going on in the corridor. A number of women with light steps were moving hither and thither, and they gave a glance at the young princess and turned away. She did not venture to ask any questions, but shut her door, went back to her own bedroom, sat down for a little in her armchair, then hastened to her oratory, and bent on her knees before the kiote, or shrine of images. To her dismay and surprise, she found that prayer did not aid her in calming her agitation. Suddenly the door of her room was softly opened, and on the threshold appeared her old nurse, Praskovya Savishna, with a kerchief tied over her head. It was almost never that she came to the princess's room, as her father had expressly forbidden it. "God be with you, Mashenka. I have come to sit a little while," said the nurse. "And here are the prince's wedding tapers I have brought to light before the saint, my angel," she added with a sigh. "Ach, how glad I am, nurse." "God is merciful, my dove." The old nurse lit the tapers in the golden candlesticks before the shrine, and then sat down by the door with her knitting. The Princess Mariya took a book and began to read. Only when they heard footsteps or voices, the princess would glance up with frightened, anxious face, and the nurse would look at her with a soothing expression. In all parts of the house everyone was dominated by the same feelings which the Princess Mariya experienced as she sat in her room. In accordance with the old superstition that the fewer people know of the sufferings of a woman in labor, the less she suffers, all pretended to be ignorant of what was going on. No one spoke about it, but everybody, over and above the habitual gravity and respectful propriety that obtained in the prince's household, evidently shared the general anxiety, tender-heartedness, and consciousness that something great, incomprehensible, and solemn was taking place at that hour. There was no sound of laughing heard in the great room devoted to the maidservants. In the officialnaya all the men sat silent, as if waiting for something. The servants kept pine knots and candles burning, and did not think of going to sleep. The old prince, walking on his heels, strode up and down his cabinet, and at last ordered Tikhon to go to Marya Bogdanovna. "Merely say, the prince has sent to ask, and come and tell me what she says." "Inform the prince that labor has begun," said Marya Bogdanovna, giving the messenger a significant look. Tikhon went and reported to the prince. "Very good," exclaimed the prince, closing the door behind him. Tikhon heard not the slightest sound in the cabinet. After waiting some time, Tikhon went into the cabinet, pretending that it was to snuff the candles, and seeing the prince lying on the sofa, he looked at his agitated face, shook his head, then silently stepping up to him and kissing him on the shoulder, he left the room, forgetting to snuff the candles and not saying why he had gone in. The most solemn mystery in the world was in process of consummation. The evening passed, the night wore away, and the sense of expectancy and solemnified thought at the presence of the ineffable grew intenser rather than grew weaker. No one slept. It was one of those nights in March when winter seems determined to resume his sway, and scatters with rage and despair his last snows and gusts of wind. A relay of horses had been sent along the highway to meet the German doctor from Moscow, who was every moment expected, and horsemen with lanterns were sent out to the junction of the cross road to guide him safely by the pitfalls and watery hollows. The Princess Mariya had long since laid down her book. She was sitting in perfect silence, with her lustrous eyes fastened on her old nurse's wrinkled face, every line of which she knew so well. on the little tuft of gray hair that had escaped from under her kerchief, and on the loose flesh hanging under her chin. Nyanya Savishna, with her unfinished stocking in her hand, was telling in a low voice without heeding her own words, the story that she had told 100 times, about the late princess, and how she had been delivered of the Princess Mariya, in Kishineff, with an old Moldavian peasant woman for a midwife. "God is merciful, doctors are never needed," she was saying. Suddenly a gust of wind beat violently against the window frame. It was always a whim of the princess to have the double windows taken off from at least one of the windows in each room as soon as the larks made their appearance, and burst the carelessly pushed bolt, while a draught of cold air laden with snow shook the silken curtains and puffed out the light. The princess shuddered. The old nyanya, laying down her stocking, went to the window, and leaning out tried to shut it to again. The cold wind fluttered the ends of her kerchief and the gray locks of her disheveled hair. "Princess! Matushka! Someone's coming up the Preshpet!" cried she, getting hold of the window but not closing it. "With lanterns! It must be the doctor!" "Ugh! Glory to God! Slava Bohu!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. "I must go and meet him. He won't be able to speak Russian." The Princess Mariya wrapped her shawl around her and hastened down to meet the visitors. When she reached the anteroom she looked through the window and saw a team and lanterns standing at the front doorsteps. She went out on the landing. On the foot of the balustrade flamed a tallow candle, guttering in the wind. The groom Philip, with a terrified face, and with another candle in his hand, stood lower down on the first landing of the staircase. Still lower down, at the turning of the staircase, were heard advancing footsteps in thick boots. And a voice which struck the Princess Mariya as strangely familiar was saying something. "Thank God! Slava Bohu!" said the voice. "And my father?" "He has gone to bed," replied the voice of Demyan, the major domo, who had by this time come down. Then the well-known voice asked something, and Demyan answered, and the steps in the thick boots came swifter up the stairs and nearer to the princess, out of sight around the turn. "It is Andrei," said the princess to herself. "No, it cannot be. It would be too extraordinary," she thought, and at the very moment that this thought occurred to her, on the landing where stood the servant with the candle, appeared Prince Andrei's form, enveloped in a fur shuba, the collar all powdered with snow. Yes, it was he, but pale and thin, and with an altered and strangely gentle but anxious expression. He ran up the stairs and clasped his sister in his arms. "You didn't receive my letter?" he asked, and not waiting for her reply, which, indeed, he would not have received, for the princess was too much moved to speak, he turned back, and joined by the accoucheur who had come with him (he had overtaken him at the last post station), with hasty steps flew up the stairs again, and again embraced his sister. "What luck!" he cried. "Dear Masha!" And flinging off his shuba and boots, he went into his wife's room. End of chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. The little princess, in a white cap, was laying on the pillows. For the moment she was a little easier. Her dark locks fell in disorder over her flushed cheeks, wet with perspiration. Her rosy, fascinating mouth, with its downy upper lip, was open, and she wore a smile of joy. Prince Andrei went into the room and paused in front of her, at the foot of the sofa on which she lay. Her brilliant eyes, looking at him with childish trepidation and anxiety, rested on him without a change of expression. "I love you all. I haven't done any one any harm. Why must I suffer so? Help me," her expression seemed to say. She saw her husband, but seemed to have no comprehension of the significance of his appearing just at this time before her. Prince Andrei went round to the side of the sofa and kissed her on the forehead. "My darling heart, Dushenka moya," he said. He had never called her by this endearing term before. "God is merciful." She looked at him with a questioning, childishly offended expression. "I expected help from thee, and none comes, none comes," her eyes seemed to say. She was not surprised at his coming, she did not even realize that he had come. His appearance had nothing to do with her agony and the assuagement of it.
The pains began again, and Marya Bogdanovna advised Prince Andrei to leave the room. The accoucheur entered the room. Prince Andrei went out, and meeting his sister he again joined her. They began to talk in a whisper, but the conversation was constantly interrupted by silences. They kept waiting and listening. "Allez, mon ami," said the Princess Mariya. Prince Andrei again went to his wife, and then sat down in the adjoining room. Some woman or other came out of her room with a terrified face and was confused when she saw Prince Andrei. He covered his face with his hands and sat thus for some minutes. Pitiful, heart-breaking groans were heard in the other room. Prince Andrei stood up and went to the door and was about to open it. Some one held it too. "You can't come in. It is impossible," said a terrified voice on the other side. He began to pace up and down the room. The cries had ceased. A few seconds more passed, when suddenly a terrible cry, it could not be his wife's, she could not cry like that, rang through the next room. Prince Andrei hastened to the door. This cry ceased, a baby's wailing was heard. "What have they brought a baby in there for?" was Prince Andrei's query at first. "A baby? What baby? Why a baby there? Or can my baby have been born?" Then he suddenly realized all the joyful significance of this cry. The tears choked him, and leaning both his elbows on the window seat, he wept and sobbed like a child. The door opened. The doctor, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, without his coat, pale and with trembling jaw, came from the room. Prince Andrei went to him, but the doctor looked at him with a strange expression of confusion, and without saying a word passed by him. A woman came running out, but when she saw Prince Andrei, stopped short on the threshold. He went into his wife's room. She was dead, lying in the same position in which he had seen her 5 minutes before, and notwithstanding the fixity of her eyes and the pallor of her cheeks, that charming little childish face, with the lips shaded with dark hairs, wore the same expression as before. "I love you all, and I have done no one any harm, and what have you done to me?" said her lovely face, pitifully pale in death. In the corner of the room a small, red object was yelping and wailing in the trembling, white hands of Marya Bogdanovna. 2 hours later, Prince Andrei, with noiseless steps, went to his father's cabinet. The old prince had already been informed of everything. He was standing by the very door, and as soon as it was thrown open, the old man, without speaking, flung his rough, aged hands around his son's neck, and held him as in a vice, and sobbed like a child. 3 days later they buried the little princess, and Prince Andrei went up the steps to the coffin to take his last farewell. And there also in the coffin lay the same face, though with closed eyes. "Ah, what have you done to me?" it all seemed to say. Prince Andrei felt that his heartstrings were torn within him, that he had done a wrong that could never be repaired or forgotten. His grief was too deep for tears. The old prince also came and kissed her waxen hand, placidly folded upon her breast, and to him her face seemed to say, "Ah, and why have you done this to me?" And the old man, after looking into her face, abruptly turned away. Then, again, 5 days later, they christened the baby prince Nikolai Andreitch. The nurse held up the little garments against her chin, while the priest with the goose quill anointed with holy oil the infant's wrinkled little pink palms and soles. His grandfather, who acted as sponsor, with tottering steps, and afraid of dropping him, carried the little prince around the tin-lined font, and handed him over to his godmother, the Princess Mariya. Prince Andrei, in deathly apprehension lest they should drop the child, sat in the next room, waiting for the conclusion of the sacrament. He looked joyfully at his baby when the nurse brought him to him, nodded his head with great satisfaction when the nurse confided to him that the lump of wax, with some of the infant's hairs on it, when thrown into the font, did not sink, but floated. Footnote: It is part of the Russian baptismal service for the priest to cut the infant's hair. The superstition considers it unlucky for the bit of wax with a few of these hairs attached to sink if placed in the waters of the baptismal font, and lucky for it to float. End of footnote. End of chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 10. The part played by Rostov in the duel between Dolokhof and Bezukhoi was ignored through the old count's efforts, and the young man, instead of being cashiered as he anticipated, was appointed adjutant to the Governor-General of Moscow. In consequence of this, he was unable to go to the country with the rest of the family, but was kept in Moscow all summer, engaged in his new duties. Dolokhof recovered, and he and Rostov became great friends during the time of his convalescence. He had been carried to the residence of his mother, who loved him passionately and devotedly. The elderly Marya Ivanovna, becoming attached to Rostov on account of his friendship for her Fedya, often talked with him about her son. "Yes, Count, he is too noble and high-souled for this corrupt world of ours. No one loves goodness, it serves as a reproach to everyone. Now tell me, Count, tell me honestly, was it fair and honorable on Bezukhoi's part? And Fedya, with all his noble nature, always liked him, and now never says hard things about him at all. And in Petersburg they played all those tricks on the policemen. They did it together, didn't they? Well, Bezukhoi went scot-free, and my Fedya had to bear the whole brunt of it on his shoulders. Yes, he had to bear it all. To be sure, he has been restored to his rank, but why shouldn't he have been? I don't believe the fatherland has many braver sons than he is. And now in regard to this duel. Have such men any feeling, any honor, knowing that he was an only son, to challenge him to fight a duel, and then to fire right at him? Fortunately, God helped us. And what was it all about? Who is there in our day who doesn't form intrigues? Why should he be so jealous? I should think he might have given some signs of it before. And here a year has gone by. And so he challenged him, supposing that Fedya would not accept because he owed him some money. How nasty of him! I know you appreciate Fedka, my dear Count, and so I love you with my whole heart, believe me. There aren't many who understand him. He has such a lofty, heavenly nature." Dolokhof himself, during his convalescence, often said things to Rostov that no one would have ever expected from him. "I am supposed to be a bad man, I know," said he, "and let them think so. I don't care anything about the opinions of men, unless I am fond of them. But if I am fond of any one, I am so fond of them that I would give my life for them. And as for the rest, if they stood in my way I would push them to the wall. My mother is a dear, precious woman, and I have 2 or 3 others, you among the number. And as for the rest, I only heed them as so many who may be able to be useful or injurious to me. And almost all are injurious, especially the women. Yes, my dear, dusha moya," he went on to say, "among men I meet many who are lovable, noble, elevated, but among women I have yet to meet one who is not to be bought. All are alike, countess and cook. I have yet to find that celestial purity, devotion, which I look for in a woman. If I were ever to find such a woman, I would give my life for her. But these," he made a depreciatory gesture, "and you may not believe me, but if I prize my life still, it is simply because I hope some day to find one of these heavenly creatures who would regenerate me, purify me, and elevate me. But you will not understand me." "Indeed, I understand perfectly," replied Rostov, who was coming more and more under the influence of his new friend. In the autumn the Rostov family returned to Moscow. Early in the winter Denisof also came back and stayed with the Rostovs. The first months of this winter of 1806, which Nikolai Rostov spent in Moscow, could not have been happier for him and for all his family. Nikolai brought home with him to his parents' home many young men. Vera was a pretty young lady of 20 summers. Sonya was just 16, and had all the charm of an opening flower. Natasha, half child and half maiden, was now at one moment full of innocent merriment, at the next showing all the fascination of a young lady. The house of the Rostovs at this time seemed to be full of the peculiar atmosphere of loveliness characteristic of homes where there are very pretty and very young ladies. Every young man who came there and saw these bright, impressionable, girlish faces, smiling apparently from very happiness, and the merry running to and fro,
and heard that continual chattering of maidens' voices, inconsequential, illogical, kindly to every one, ready for anything, and full of hope, and listened to those inconsequential sounds, now of singing, now of instrumental music, must have experienced one and the same feeling of predisposition for love and coming happiness, which the young people of the Rostof household themselves experienced. Among the young men whom Rostof introduced at home was Dolokhof, one of the first, and every one, with the exception of Natasha, was pleased with him. She almost quarrelled with her brother concerning him. She insisted that he was a bad man, that Pierre was in the right in his duel with Dolokhof, and the other in the wrong, and that he was disagreeable and insincere. " There's nothing for me to understand," cried Natasha, with stubborn self^will. " He is bad, and lacks feeling. Now, here, I like your Denisof. He may be a spendthrift, and all that, but still I like him, and I certainly understand him. I don't know how to express it to you, but everything that he does has some ulterior object, and I don't like him. But Denisof "— "There now, Denisof is quite another matter," replied Nikolai, giving her to understand that in comparison with Dolokhof, Denisof was of no consequence. " You ought to know what a tender heart this Dolokhof has. You ought to see him with his mother. What a warm hearted fellow he is !"" Well, I don't know anything about that, but I'm ill at ease with him. And do you know, he's in love with Sonya." " What nonsense !"" I'm certain of it. You can see for yourself." Natasha's prognostication was justified. Dolokhof, who did not like the society of ladies, had begun to be a frequent visitor at the Rostofs', and the problem what brought him there was quickly solved, and no one ventured to remark upon it. He came on account of Sonya. And Sonya, though she would never have dared to acknowledge such a thing, knew it very well, and every time that Dolokhof was announced, blushed as red as Kumach. Dolokhof often came to dinner at the Rostofs'. He never missed an entertainment where they were to be found, and frequented the adolescent balls given by Iogel, which the Rostofs always attended. He paid preeminent attention to Sonya, and looked at her with such eyes, that not only the girl herself could not endure his glances without blushing, but even the old countess and Natasha flushed if they caught sight of him looking at her. It was plain to see that this powerful, strange man was coming under the irresistible influence of this gracious, dark eyed maiden, who, all the time, was in love with some one else. Rostof perceived that there was something new between Dolokhof and Sonya, but he could not make out what this relationship was. " Everybody here is in love with some one," he said to himself, referring to Sonya and Natasha. But he was no longer at his ease in the company of Sonya and Dolokhof, as before, and he began to be absent from home more frequently. In the autumn of 1806, there had been continual talk about war with Napoleon, and with even greater heat than the year before. A conscription of 10 men in 1,000, and of 9 militiamen to 1,000, in addition, was ordered. Everywhere anathemas were heaped upon Bonapartism, and nothing was talked about in Moscow except the coming war. For the Rostof family, all interest in these preparations for war were centred on the fact that Nikolushka would not hear of such a thing as remaining at home, and was only waiting for the end of Denisof's furlough in order to return with him to his regiment after the holidays. The approaching departure did not in any way prevent him from having a good time. It rather only seemed still more to spur them all on to enjoyment. The larger part of his time he spent away from the house, at dinners, receptions, and balls. CHAPTER 11. Chapter 11 of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. On the third day of the Christmas holidays, Nikolai dined at home, a thing which he had rarely done of late. It was a sort of farewell dinner, as he and Denisof were going to start for their regiments after Epiphany. There were about 20 sat down at table, among the number, Dolokhof and Denisof. Never at the Rostofs had that delicious breath of passion and that atmosphere of love made itself felt with such force as during these days of the Christmas*tide. Seize these moments of happiness, let yourself drift into love, become enamored yourself. This is the only genuine bliss in the world.
Everything else is dross. And with this alone all of us here are exclusively occupied," said this atmosphere. Nikolai, as always, tired out 2 spans of horses, and yet had not had time enough to go to all the places where he was needed and summoned. He came home just before dinner time. As soon as he came in he noticed and felt this atmosphere so charged with the electrical tension of love, but more especially he remarked a strange embarrassment existing among several of those who were gathered in the drawing room. Peculiarly agitated were Sonya, Dolokhof, and the old countess, and, to a certain extent, his sister Natasha. Nikolai perceived that something must have happened between Sonya and Dolokhof, and, in accordance with his impulsive nature, and the genuine tact characteristic of him, he showed himself very affectionate and considerate toward these 2. That evening, it being, as we have already said, the 3rd day of the Christmastide, there was to be one of the balls which Iogel, the dancing master, used to give during the holidays to the young men and women of his clientele. "Nikolenka, you will go to Iogel's, won't you? Please do," said Natasha to him. "He invited you especially, and Vasili Dmitritch is going." By Vasili Dmitritch she meant Denisof. "Where wouldn't I go at the countess's request?" exclaimed Denisof, who, in a joking way, occupied in the Rostof household the position of knight to Natasha. "I am weady to dance even the pas de châle." "I will if I have time. I promised to go to the Arkharofs, who have a party this evening," said Nikolai. "And you?" he asked, turning to Dolokhof. But the moment the words had left his lip, he perceived that he had committed a blunder. "Yes, perhaps so," replied Dolokhof, coolly and laconically, glancing at Sonya, frowning, and giving Nikolai exactly the same sort of a look that he had given Pierre the night of the dinner to Bagration at the club. "There must be something up," said Nikolai to himself, and he was still further confirmed in this impression by the fact that Dolokhof took his departure immediately after dinner. He called Natasha to him and asked what the matter was. "And I was just looking for you," exclaimed Natasha, running to him. "I told you so, but you would not believe me," she said, triumphantly. "He has proposed for Sonya." Little as Sonya had occupied Nikolai's thoughts during these last weeks, still he felt a sort of pang when he learned this. Dolokhof was a suitable, and in some respects a brilliant match for the dowerless orphan Sonya. From the old countess's standpoint, and that of society, it was simple madness to refuse him. And, therefore, Nikolai's first feeling on hearing this piece of news was that of indignation against the girl. He had it on his tongue's end to say, "And it is an excellent thing, of course, for her to forget her old promises and accept this first proposal." But before he spoke, Natasha went on. "And can you imagine it? She refused him. Absolutely refused him. She told him that she loved some one else," she added, after a moment's silence. "Yes, and could my Sonya have done anything else?" thought Nikolai. "In spite of all mamma's arguments, she refused him, and I know that she won't change her decision if she said that." "And mamma tried to persuade her?" he asked, reproachfully. "Yes," said Natasha. "And now, Nikolenka, and don't be vexed, but I know you will never marry her. I am sure of it. God knows why, but I am perfectly certain that you will never marry her." "Well, you know nothing about it at all," said Nikolai. "But I must have a little talk with her. How charming she is, our Sonya," he added with a smile. "Charming! Indeed she is. I will send her to you." And Natasha, kissing her brother, ran away. In a moment Sonya came in alarmed and abashed, as though she had been doing something wrong. Nikolai went too and kissed her hand. This was the first opportunity that they had enjoyed for some time of being alone together, and talking about their love. "Sophie," he said timidly, and then all the time growing more and more confident, "if you have seen fit to refuse, it is not only a brilliant, but a very advantageous offer. He is a splendid, noble fellow, and he is a friend of mine." Sonya interrupted him. "I have already refused him," she said hastily. "If you have refused him for my sake, then I am afraid that I—" Sonya again interrupted him. She looked at him with beseeching, frightened eyes. "Nicholas, don't speak of that, please," said she. "Nay, but I must. May be it is suffisance, unbounded conceit on my part,
But it is better to speak. If you have refused him for my sake, then I ought to tell you the whole truth. I love you, I think, more than all." " That is all I want," said Sonya, with a sigh. " No, but I have fallen in love 1,000 times, and I shall fall in love again, but I shall never find any one so friendly, so true, so lovely as you. But then I am young. Maman does not approve of this. So, then, simply I can't make any promises. And I beg of you to reconsider Dolokhof's proposal," said he, finding it hard to speak his friend's name. " Don't mention such a thing. I have no desires at all. I love you as though you were my brother, and shall always love you, and that is quite enough for me." " You are an angel. I am not worthy of you. But what I am afraid is that I might deceive you." Nikolai once more kissed her hand. CHAPTER 12 of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 12 "Augel has the jolliest balls in Moscow." This was what the mammas said, as they looked at their adolescents practicing the steps which they had just been learning. This was said also by the grown up girls and young men, who came to these balls with just a shade of condescension, and, nevertheless, found there the very best amusement. This very same year, 2 engagements had resulted from these balls. The 2 pretty princesses, Gorchakova, found husbands there, and brought these balls into still greater vogue. Their peculiarity was the lack of any host or hostess. They merely had the good natured Iogel, light as the flying down, bowing and scraping, according to the rules of his art, and almost all his guests were those from whom he had received bank notes in payment for dancing lessons. The fact was only those came to these balls who liked to dance, and have a good time with the zest of 13 or 14-year-old maidens wearing a long dress for the first time in their lives. All, with rare exceptions, were pretty, or at least seemed to be. How enthusiastically they all smiled, and how eloquent were their sparkling eyes. Sometimes even the pas de châle, or shawl figure was danced by his most advanced pupils. And of these, Natasha was the best, being distinguished for her grace. But at this, the last of the season, they danced only schottisches Anglaises and the mazurka, which was now beginning to be fashionable. Ilgel engaged for the ball the large drawing room in the Bezukhov mansion, and the ball was a great success, as every one confessed. Many were the pretty girls, and the Rostov maidens were among the prettiest. Both of them were remarkably happy and gay. That evening, before she started, Sonya, proud of Dolokhof's proposal, of her refusal of him, and her explanation with Nikolai, whirled around the house, scarcely giving her maid a chance to comb her hair, and now she was perfectly transfigured with impetuous delight. Natasha, not less proud of going to this ball, for the first time in a long dress, was even more radiant. Both wore muslin gowns with pink ribbons. The moment they entered the ballroom, Natasha began to be enamored of every one. She was not enamored of any one in particular, but of all. Whomever her eyes happened to fall upon, with him she was deeply in love for the time being. "Ah, how nice it is!" she kept saying, whenever she met Sonya. Nikolai and Denisof strolled through the rooms, looking graciously and condescendingly on the dancers. "How pretty she is! She will be a waving beauty." "Who?" "The Countess Natasha," replied Denisof. "And how charmingly she dances! What grace!" he said once more, after a little pause. "Whom are you talking about?" "I was referring to your sister," said Denisof, testily. Rostof smiled. "My dear count, you are one of my best pupils, you must dance," said the little Iogel, coming up to Nikolai. "Just see what a lot of pretty girls." And with the same request he turned to Denisof, who also had been one of his pupils. "No, my dear, I prefer to be a wallflower," replied Denisof. "Don't you remember how illy I profited by your lessons?" "Oh, no," said Iogel, hastening to reassure him. "You were only somewhat inattentive, but you had the ability. Oh, yes, you had the ability." The band now began to play the newly introduced mazurka. Nikolai could not refuse Iogel,
and invited Sonya as his partner. Denisof sat down with some of the elderly ladies, and leaning his elbows on his sword, and beating time with his foot, told jolly stories and made the old ladies laugh, while his eyes followed the young people dancing. Augel led with the mazurka with Natasha, who was his pride and his best pupil. Noiselessly, skillfully shuffling his feet, shod in pumps, Augel flew around the hall with Natasha, rather timid, but nevertheless performing all the steps with the utmost care. Denisof did not take his eyes from her, and thumped his sword in time, with an expression that said clearly that he was not dancing simply because he did not care to, and not because he was not able. In the midst of the figure, he saw Rostof passing, and called to him. " That's no way at all," he said. " Do you call that the Polish mazurka ? But she dances admirably, though." Knowing that Denisof in Poland had won a great reputation for his skill in dancing the genuine Polish mazurka, Nikolai glided over to Natasha. " Go ahead," said he. " Choose Denisof. He dances splendidly. It's wonderful." When it came Natasha's turn again, she got up and swiftly chasseing across the hall in her dainty slippers, trimmed with rosettes, she blushingly made her way to the corner where Denisof was sitting. She saw that all were looking at her and waiting. Nikolai noticed that Denisof and Natasha were having a playful quarrel, and that the former refused, but smiled with gratification. He went up to them. " Please, Vasili Dmitritch," said Natasha, " please, come do." " I pway you, let me off, countess." " There, there, that's no excuse, Vasya," said Nikolai. " You're like two kittens trying to persuade Vasak, the old cat," said Denisof, jestingly. " I will sing a whole evening for you," pleaded Natasha. " The little enchantwess can do what she likes with me," exclaimed Denisof, and he laid aside his sword. He made his way out from among the chairs, firmly grasped his partner's hand, threw back his head, and put his feet in position, waiting to catch the beat of the music. Only on horseback, or while dancing the mazurka, was Denisof's small stature lost sight of, and he appeared to be the gallant young hero that he felt himself to be. While waiting to get the time, he glanced up at his partner triumphantly and mischievously, then suddenly rapped his heel to the floor, and, like a tennis ball, bounded up elastically, and sped out into the middle of the room, carrying his lady with him. Noiselessly he flew half across the hall on one foot, and apparently, not seeing the chairs ranged in front of him, was like to have run right into them. But suddenly clinking his spurs and spreading his legs, he stopped on his heels, stood so for a second, then, with a clanking of his spurs, making a sort of double shuffle, quickly turned about, and with his left heel clicking against the right, he again chasseed around the circle. Natasha realized by a sort of intuition what he intended to do, and herself not knowing how, simply followed him, and gave herself up to his guidance. Now he put his left arm around her waist, then his right. Now he would fall on his knee and cause her to pirouette around him, and then again he would spring up and chassee off in a straight line with such impetuosity, without even taking breath, that it seemed as though they were going straight through all the rooms. Then suddenly he would come to a pause again, and execute some other new and unexpected evolution. When at last, swiftly whirling his lady about in front of her own seat, and jingling his spurs, he made her a low bow, Natasha forgot to perform a curtsy. In perplexity she fixed her eyes upon him, smiling. It seemed to her that she did not know him. " What does this mean ?" she asked herself. Although Iogel refused to acknowledge such a dance as a proper mazurka, all were in raptures over the skill manifested. Denisof was in constant requisition as a partner, and the old people, smiling, began to talk about Poland, and about the good old times. Denisof, flushed from the exertion of the mazurka, and wiping his face with his handkerchief, sat down next Natasha, and through the rest of the evening did not leave her side. CHAPTER XIII. Part 1, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. For 2 days Rostof had not seen Dolokhof at his house, or found him at home. On the third day he received a note from him. As I intend never to visit your house again, from reasons which you may appreciate, and as I am about to rejoin my regiment, I am going to give to my friends a farewell supper this evening. Come to the Hotel d'Angleterre. At 10 o'clock that evening, after the theatre, where he had been with Denisof and his family, Rostov repaired to the place which Dolokhof had designated. He was immediately shown into the handsomest room of the hotel, which Dolokhof had hired for the occasion. A score of men were gathered around the table, at the head of which sat Dolokhof, between two candles. There was a pile of gold and bills on the table, and Dolokhof was keeping the bank. Since Dolokhof's proposal and Sonya's refusal, Nikolai had not seen him, and he felt a slight sense of confusion at the thought of their meeting. Dolokhof's keen, cold eyes met Nikolai's the moment he entered the room, as though he had been waiting for him for some time. " We have not met for several days," said Dolokhof. " Thank you for coming. Here, I will only finish this hand. Ilyushka and his chorus are coming." " I have called at your house," said Rostof, reddening. Dolokhof made no answer. " You may bet, if you will." Rostof recalled a strange conversation which he had once had with Dolokhof. " Only fools play on chance," had been Dolokhof's remark at the time. " But perhaps you are afraid to play with me," said Dolokhof now, as though he read Rostof's thought, and he smiled. In spite of that smile, Rostof could plainly see that he was in the same frame of mind that he had been at the time of the dinner at the club, or, one might say, at any of those times when, as it were, Dolokhof felt himself under the necessity of breaking the monotony of his quiet life by some outre and usually outrageous action. Rostof felt ill at ease. He racked his brain, but was unable to find an appropriate repartee for Dolokhof's words. But before he had a chance to reply, Dolokhof, looking straight into Rostof's face, and slowly, with deliberate intervals between the words, and loud enough for all to hear, " Do you remember you and I were talking once about gambling ? It's a fool, a durak, who is willing to play games of chance. One ought to play a sure hand. I said so, but I am going to try it anyway." " Take the chance or the sure thing, I wonder which," thought Rostof. " Well, you'd better not play," he added, and springing the freshly opened pack of cards, he added, " Bank, gentlemen." Pushing the money forward, Dolokhof prepared to start the bank, and Rostof took a seat near him, and at first did not play. Dolokhof glanced at him. " What, won't you take a hand ?" And strangely enough Nikolai felt it incumbent upon him to take a card and stake an insignificant sum. It was thus that he began to play. " I have no money with me," he said. " I will trust you." Rostof named 5 rubles as his stake, and lost. He staked again, and again he lost. Dolokhof trumped, in other words, took Rostof's stake 10 times running. " Gentlemen," said he, after he had been keeping the bank some time, " I beg of you to lay your stakes on the cards, otherwise I may become confused in the accounts." One of the players ventured the hope that he was to be trusted. " Trusted, certainly, but I am afraid of getting the accounts mixed. I beg of you to lay your money on the cards," replied Dolokhof. " Don't you worry yourself, you and I will settle our accounts afterwards," he added, turning to Rostof. The game went on. The servants kept filling their glasses with champagne. All Rostof's cards failed to be matched, and his losses amounted to 800 rubles. He was just writing down on the back of a card 800 rubles, but as it happened that at that moment a glass of champagne was handed him, he hesitated, and once more staked the sum that he had been risking all along, that is 20 rubles. " Make it that," said Dolokhof, though he was apparently not looking at Rostof. " You'll win it back all the quicker. The others win, but you keep losing. Or, are you afraid of me ?" he insisted. Rostof acquiesced, staked the 800 which he had written down on a 7 of hearts, with a bent corner, which he had picked up from the floor. He remembered it well enough afterwards. He laid down this 7 of hearts, after writing on the piece torn off, the figures 800 in large, distinct characters. He drank the glass of foaming champagne handed him by the waiter, smiled at Dolokhof's words, and with anxious heart, while hoping that a 7 would turn up, watched the pack of cards in Dolokhof's hands. The gain or loss dependent upon this 7 of hearts would have very serious consequences for Rostof. On the preceding Sunday Count Ilya Andreyitch had given to his son 2,000 rubles, and although he generally disliked to speak of his pecuniary difficulties, he told him that he could not have any more till May, and therefore begged him for this once to be rather economical. Nikolai had told him that that would be amply sufficient, and gave him his word of honor not to ask for any more money till spring. And now out of that sum only 1,200 rubles were left. Of course that seven of hearts, if he lost on it, would signify not only the loss of 1,600 rubles, but also the necessity of breaking his word to his father. With heart sinking therefore he watched Dolokhof's hands, and said to himself, "Now let him hurry up and give me this card, and I will put on my cap and go home to supper with Denisof, Natasha, and Sonya, and truly I will never as long as I live take a card into my hands again." At that instant his home life, his romps with Petya, his talks with Sonya, his duets with Natasha, his game of piquet with his father, and even his peaceful bed in his home on the Parvaskaya, came over him with such force and vividness and attraction that it seemed to him like an inestimable bliss that had passed and been destroyed forever. He could not bring himself to believe that blind chance, by throwing the seven of hearts to the right rather than to the left, might deprive him of all this just comprehended and just appreciated happiness, and plunge him into the abyss of a wretchedness never before experienced, and of which he had no adequate idea. It could not be so, and yet with a fever of expectation he watched every motion of Dolokhof's hands. Those coarse, reddish hands with wide knuckles and hairy wrists, showing from under his shirt bands, laid down the pack of cards, and took up the champagne glass that had been handed him, and put his pipe in his mouth. "And so you are not afraid to play with me?" repeated Dolokhof, and as though for the purpose of telling some humorous story, he laid down the cards, leaned back in his chair, and with a smile deliberately began to speak. "Yes, gentlemen, I have been told that there is a report current in Moscow that I am a sharper, and so I advise you to be on your guard against me." "Come now, deal ahead," said Rostof. "Akh! these Moscow grannies!" exclaimed Dolokhof, and with a smile he took up the cards. "Akh!" almost screamed Rostof, clasping his head with both hands. The seven which he needed already lay on top, the very first card in the pack. He had lost more than he could pay. "I wouldn't ruin myself," said Dolokhof, giving Rostof a passing glance, and proceeding to shuffle the cards. End of chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 14. During the next hour and a half the majority of the gamblers watched with much amusement their own play. The whole interest of the game centered on Rostof alone. Instead of 1,600 rubles, there was already a long column of figures which he had reckoned to be at least 10,000 rubles, which he now vaguely imagined to be perhaps 15,000. In reality the sums footed up to more than 20,000 rubles. Dolokhof no longer listened to stories or told them himself. He watched each motion of Rostof's hands and occasionally cast hasty glances at the paper containing Rostof's indebtedness. He made up his mind to keep him playing until his losses should reach 43,000 rubles. He had selected this number because 43 represented the sum of his and Sonya's ages. Rostov, supporting his head in both hands, sat in front of the table, now all marked up with chalk, wet with wine, and littered with cards. One special impression was painful, but it did not restrain him. Those wide-jointed, red hands with the hairy wrists, those hands which he loved and which he also hated, held him in their power. 600 rubles, ace, quarter stakes, 9-spot. Impossible to win it back. And how gay is it at home? Knave on 5. It cannot be. And why is he treating me so? Thought Rostov. And he remembered. Sometimes he staked on a card a large sum, but Dolokhof refused to accept it, and himself named a lower figure. Nikolai would submit, and then pray God, just as he had prayed on the battlefield at the bridge of Amstetten. Then it would occur to him that perhaps the first card that he should draw from the pile of rejected cards on the table would save him. Then he would count up the number of buttons on his jacket and select a card with the same number on which to stake the double of what he had already lost. Then again he would look for aid to the other players, or glance into Dolokhof's face, now so stern and cold, and try to read what was passing in his mind. Of course he knows what this loss means for me. It cannot be that he desires me to lose like this, for he was my friend, for I loved him. But of course it isn't his fault. How can he help it if luck favors him? And neither am I to blame," he said to himself. " I have done nothing wrong. Have I killed any one, or insulted any one, or wished any one evil ? Why, then, this horrible misfortune ? And when did it begin ? It was only such a short time ago that I came to this table with the idea of winning 100 rubles, so as to buy for mamma's birthday that jewel box, and then go home. I was so happy, so free from care, so gay, and I did not realize then how happy I was. When did it all end, and when did this new, this horrible state of things begin ? What does this change signify ? And here I am, just the same as before, sitting in the same place at his table, choosing and moving the same cards, and looking at those wide*knuckled, dexterous hands. When did this take place, and what is it that has taken place ? I am well, strong, and just the same as I was, and in the self*same place. No, it cannot be. Surely this cannot end in such a way." His face was flushed. He was all of a sweat, in spite of the fact that it was not warm in the room. And his face was terrible and pitiable, especially on account of his futile efforts to seem composed. The list of his losses was nearing the fatal number of 43,000. Rostof had turned down the corner of a card as the quarter stakes for 3,000 rubles, which he had just won, when Dolokhof, rapping with the pack, flung it down, and taking the lump of chalk began swiftly to reckon up the sum total of Rostof's losses, with his firm, legible figures, breaking the chalk as he did so. " It's time for supper, and here are the Tsigans." It was a fact. At that moment a number of dark*skinned men and women came in, bringing with them a gust of cold air, and saying something in their gypsy accent. Nikolai realized that all was over. But he said in an indifferent tone, —" What, can't we play any more ? Ah, but I had a splendid little card all ready." Just as though the mere amusement of the game were what interested him the most. " All is over, I have lost," was what he thought. " Now a bullet through my brains, that's all that's left." And yet he said in jocund tones, —" Come now, just this one card." " Very well," replied Dolokhof, completing the sum total. " Very good, make it 21 rubles then," said he, pointing to the figure 21, which was over and above the round sum of 43,000, and taking up the pack of cards he began to shuffle them. Rostof obediently turned back the corner, and instead of the 6,000 which he was going to wager, carefully wrote 21. " It's all the same to me," he said. " All I wanted to know was whether you would give me the 10 or not." Dolokhof gravely began to deal. Oh, how Rostof at that moment hated those red hands, with the short fingers and the hairy wrists emerging from his shirt bands, those hands that had him in their grasp. The 10 spot fell to him. " Well, you owe me just 43,000, count," said Dolokhof, getting up from the table and stretching himself. " One gets tired sitting still so long," he added. " Yes, I am very tired also," said Rostof. Dolokhof, as though to remind him that it was not seemly to jest, interrupted him. " When do you propose to pay me this money, count ?" Rostof, coloring with shame, drew Dolokhof into another room. " I cannot pay you at such short notice ; you must take my IOU," said he. " Listen, Rostof," said Dolokhof, with a candid smile. " You know the proverb, * Lucky in love, unlucky at cards.' Your cousin is in love with you, I know." " Oh, how horrible it is to be in this man's power !" thought Rostof. He realized what a blow it would be to his father, to his mother, to learn that he had been gambling and losing so much. He realized what happiness it would be if he could only have avoided doing it, or could escape confessing it, and he realized that Dolokhof knew how easily he might save him from the shame and pain, and yet here he was playing with him as a cat plays with a mouse. " Your cousin," Dolokhof started to say, but Nikolai interrupted him. " My cousin has nothing to do with this, and there is no need of bringing her in," he cried in a fury. "Then when will you pay me?" demanded Dolokhof. " To morrow," replied Rostof, and he left the room. CHAPTER XV CHAPTER XV of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. CHAPTER XV. To say " to morrow," and to preserve the conventional tone of decency, was easy enough ; but to go home alone, to see his brother and sisters, his father and mother, to confess his fault and ask for money to which he had no right, after giving his word of honor, was horrible. When Nikolai reached home, the family were still up. The young people in their return from the theatre had had supper and were now sitting at the harpsichord. As soon as he entered the room he felt himself surrounded by that poetical atmosphere of love which had reigned all winter in that home, and which, now, after Dolokhof's proposal and Ilgel's ball, had seemed to condense around Sonya and Natasha like the air before a thunderstorm. Sonya and Natasha were in the blue gowns which they had worn to the theatre. Pretty, and realizing that fact, they stood happy and smiling around the harpsichord. Viera and Shinshin were playing checkers in the drawing room. The old countess, waiting for her son and husband, was laying out a game of solitaire with the aid of an old noblewoman who made her home in their family. Denisof, with shining eyes rolled up, and bristling hair, sat at the harpsichord with one leg thrust out behind him, and while drumming out the accompaniment with his little short fingers, was singing in his thin, hoarse, but eminently true voice some verses that he had composed under the title The Enchantress, and to which he was trying to suit appropriate music. Enchantress, tell what potent charm thou sayest, that to unwonted chords my spirit tends. What magic fire within my heart thou layest, what rapture thrills me to my fingers' ends. He sang in a passionate voice, and fixed his bright, black, agate-colored eyes on Natasha. "Lovely! Delightful!" cried she. "Still another verse," she urged, not yet perceiving Nikolai. "With them it is just the same," said the poor boy, looking into the drawing room where he saw his mother and the old lady. "Ah, here is Nikolenka!" cried Natasha, running to him. "Is papenka at home?" he demanded. "How glad I am that you have come!" exclaimed Natasha, not answering his question. "We are having such a jolly time. Vasili Dmitritch is going to stay another day, just for my sake. Do you know it?" "No, papa hasn't come home yet," said Sonya. "Koko, have you come? Come here, dear," cried the countess from the drawing room. Nikolai went to his mother, kissed her hand, and, without saying a word, took a seat near her table, and began to watch her hands as she laid out the cards. From the music room they could hear the sounds of laughter and merry voices trying to persuade Natasha. "Well, very good, very good," exclaimed Denisof. "Now there is no denying you anything. But it's your turn. Give us the barcarolle, I beg of you." The countess noticed her son's silence. "What's the matter with you?" she asked. "Ugh, nothing," said he, as though he had heard the same question till he was weary of it. "Will papenka be back soon?" "I think so." "They are the same as ever. They know nothing about it. Where can I hide myself?" thought Nikolai, and he went again into the music room, where the harpsichord stood. Sonya was sitting at it and playing the introduction to the barcarolle, which was Denisof's especial favorite. Natasha was preparing to sing. Denisof was looking at her with enthusiastic eyes. Nikolai began to pace up and down the room. Now why should they want to make her sing? What can she sing? There's nothing here to make a fellow feel happy, ran Nikolai's thoughts. Sonya struck the first chord of the introduction. "My God, I am a ruined, dishonorable man! A bullet through my brain, that is the only thing left for me, and not singing," his thoughts went on. "Go away! But where? Very well, let them sing." Nikolai continued gloomily to stride up and down the room, glancing at Denisof and the girls, but avoiding their eyes. "Nikolenka, what is the matter?" Sonya's eyes, fixed up on him, seemed to ask. She had immediately seen that something unusual had happened to him. Nikolai turned away from her. Natasha also, with her quickness of perception, had instantly noticed her brother's preoccupation. She had observed it, but she felt so full of merriment at that time, her mood was so far removed from grief, melancholy, and reproaches, that, as often happens in the case of young girls, she purposely deceived herself. "No, I'm too happy now to disturb my joy by trying to sympathize in the unhappiness of another," was her feeling. And she said to herself, "No, I am, of course, mistaken. He must be as happy as I am. It must be that he is as happy as I am myself. Now, Sonya," said she, and she started to go to the very middle of the music room, where, in her opinion, her voice would have the most resonance. Lifting her head, and letting her hands hang easily by her side, just as ballet dancers do, Natasha, with a fine display of energy, skipping from her little heels to her tiptoes, flew out into the middle of the room and there paused. " See what a girl I am," she seemed to say, in answer to Denisof's enthusiastic eyes following her. " Now, what is she so happy about, I wonder ?" queried Nikolai, as he glanced at his sister. " And how can it be that she isn't tired to death of it all ?" Natasha took the first note, her throat swelled, her bosom rose, her eyes assumed a serious expression. She thought of no one, of nothing in particular at that moment, and from the smiling mouth gushed the sounds, those sounds which may proceed in the same tempo and with the same rhythm, but which 1,000 times leave you cold and unmoved, and the 1,001st time make you tremble and weep. Natasha that winter had for the first time begun to take singing seriously, and in large measure because Denisof had been so enthusiastic over her voice. She sang now not like a school girl, nor was there in her singing anything of that ludicrous, childish effort which had formerly been characteristic of her. She sang far from well, as the connoisseurs who had heard her declared. Not developed yet, but still a lovely voice ; she ought to cultivate it, said every one. But this was generally some time after the sounds of her voice had entirely died away. While this, as yet, untrained voice, breathing in the wrong places, and finding it difficult to conquer rapid runs, was ringing out, even connoisseurs found nothing to say, but felt themselves unexpectedly moved by it, and only anxious to hear it again. In her voice there was a girlish sensitiveness, an unconsciousness of her own powers, and an untrained velvetiness, which were combined with the lack of knowledge of the art of singing in such a way that it seemed as if it would be impossible to change anything in that voice without ruining it. " What does this mean ?" queried Nikolai, as he listened to her voice and opened his eyes wide. " What has come over her ? How she sings to day !" he said to himself, and suddenly all the world for him was concentrated on the expectation of the following note, the succeeding phrase, and everything in the world was divided into those 3 beats, " O mio crudele affetto ! 1, 2, 3 ; 1, 2, 3 ; 1, 2 ; O mio crudele affetto ! 1, 2, 3 ; Ekh ! how foolish our life all is," said Nikolai to himself. " All of it, all our wretchedness, and money, and Dolokhof, and anger, and honor, it is all rubbish, and this is the only real thing. There, Natasha ! There, golubchik ! There, matushka ! Will she take the sea ? Yes, she has taken it. Glory to God ! Slava Bohu !" he said to himself, without noticing that he was singing, struck in the second a third below, in order to support that sea. " Good heavens ! How nice ! Did I take it right ? How splendid !" he said to himself. Oh, how that accord vibrated, and how all that was best in Rostof's soul came up to the surface ! And this was something independent of all in the world, and higher than all in the world. What, in comparison with this, were his losses, and such men as Dolokhof, and his word of honor ! All rubbish ! One might kill, and rob, and still be happy. CHAPTER 16. of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 16. It was long since Rostof had experienced any such delight from music as he did that night. But as soon as Natasha had finished her barcarolle, the grim reality again came back to him. Without saying a word to any one he left the room and went up to his own chamber. Within a quarter of an hour the old count came in from the club, gay and satisfied. Nikolai, finding that he had come, went to his room. "Well, have you been having a pleasant day?" asked Ilya Andreyitch, smiling gayly and proudly at his son. Nikolai wanted to say yes, but he found it impossible. It was as much as he could do to keep from bursting into tears. The count began to puff at his pipe, and did not perceive his son's state of mind. Ugh, it can't be avoided," said Nikolai to himself, for the first and last time. And suddenly, in a negligent tone which seemed to himself utterly shameful, he said to his father, just as though he were asking for the carriage to drive down town, — "Papa, I have come to speak to you about business. I had forgotten all about it. I need some money." " What's that ?" said the father, who had come home in a particularly good natured frame of mind. " I told you that you wouldn't have enough. Do you need much ?"" Ever so much," said Nikolai, reddening, and with the stupid careless smile, which it was long before he could pardon himself for. " I have been losing a little. That is, considerable. I might say a great deal. 43,000." "What? To whom? You are joking," cried the count, flushing just as elderly men are apt to flush, with an apoplectic rush of blood coloring his neck and the back of his head. " I promised to pay it to morrow," continued Nikolai. "Well," said the old count, spreading his hands and falling helplessly back on the sofa. " What's to be done ? It's what might happen to any one," said the son in a free and easy tone of banter, while all the time in his heart he was calling himself a worthless coward, who could not atone by his whole life for such a thing. He felt an impulse to kiss his father's hand, to fall on his knees and beg his forgiveness, but still he assured his father in that careless and even coarse tone that this was a thing liable to happen to any one. Count Ilya Andreyitch dropped his eyes when he heard his son's words, and fidgeted about, as though he were trying to find something. "Yes, yes," he murmured, "it'll be hard work, I am afraid. Hard work to raise so much. It happens to every one, yes. Yes, it happens to every one." And the count, with a feeling glance at his son's face, started to leave the room. Nikolai was prepared for a refusal, but he had never expected this. " Papenka ! Papenka !" he cried, hastening after him with a sob. " Forgive me !" And seizing his father's hand, he pressed it to his lips and burst into tears. While father and son were having this conversation, a no less important confession was taking place between the mother and daughter. Natasha in great excitement had run in where her mother was. " Mamma ! Mamma ! He has done it !"" Done what ?"" He has done it ! He has made me an offer, mamma ! Mamma !" she cried. The countess did not believe her ears. Denisof made a proposal ! To whom ? To this little chit of a Natasha, who only a short time since was playing with her dolls, and even now was only a school girl. " Natasha ! Come now ! No nonsense !" said she, still hoping that it was a joke. " Why do you say nonsense ? I tell you just as it is," said Natasha indignantly. " I came to ask you what I should do about it, and you call it nonsense." The countess shrugged her shoulders. "If it is true that Monsieur Denisof has made you an offer, then tell him that he is a fool, and that's all there is of it." " No, he's not a fool," replied Natasha, in a grave and offended tone. " Well then, what do you wish ? It seems to me that these days all of you are falling in love. Well, if you love him, then marry him," exclaimed the countess, with an angry laugh. " Good luck to you !"" No, mamma, I'm not in love with him. It can't be that I am." " Well, then, go and tell him so." " Mamma, are you annoyed ? Don't be annoyed, sweetheart. Now wherein, I should like to know, was I to blame ?"" No, but what do you wish, my dear ? Shall I go and tell him ?" asked the countess, smiling. " Certainly not, I will answer him myself, only tell me what to say. Everything comes so easy to you," she added, with an answering smile. " And if you had only seen how he said it to me ! For, do you know, I am sure that he did not mean to say it, but it came out accidentally." " Well, it behooves you, at all events, to refuse him." " No, not refuse him. I feel so sorry for him. He is such a nice man." " Well, then, accept his proposal. Indeed it is time you were married," exclaimed her mother, in a sharp derisive tone. " No, mamma, I pity him so. I don't know how to tell him." " Well, then, if you can't find anything to say, I myself will go and speak with him," said the countess, stirred to the soul that any one should dare to look upon her little Natasha as already grown up. " No, not for anything.
I will tell him myself, and you may listen at the door," and Natasha started to run through the drawing room into the music room where Denisof was still sitting on the same chair by the harpsichord with his face in his hands. He sprang up the moment he heard her light steps. " Natalie," he said, going toward her with quick steps, " decide my fate. It is in your hands." " Vasili Dmitritch, I am so sorry for you. Oh, but you are so splendid. No, it cannot be. It is — but I shall always, always love you." Denisof bent over her hand, and she heard strange sounds which she could not understand. She kissed him on his dark curly disordered hair. At this instant was heard the hurried rustle of the countess's dress. She came toward them. " Vasili Dmitritch, I thank you for the honor," said the countess in a troubled tone of voice, which seemed to Denisof to be stern. " But my daughter is so young, and I should have thought that you, as a friend of my son's, would have addressed me first. In that case you might not have forced me to such an unavoidable refusal." " Countess," said Denisof, with downcast eyes and a guilty look, and vainly trying to stammer something more. Natasha could not look with any composure upon him, it was so pitiable to see him. She began to sob aloud. " Countess, I have done w'ong," at last he managed to articulate in a broken voice. " But pway believe me, I adore your daughter and all your family, and would gladly sacrifice my life twice over for you." He looked up at the countess, and seeing her stern face, — "Well, good by, countess," he added, and kissing her hand, and not even looking at Natasha, he left the room with quick, resolute steps. Rostof spent the next day with Denisof, who would not hear to staying any longer in Moscow. All his Moscow friends gave him a send off, with the aid of the gypsies, and he had no recollection of how he was packed into his sledge, or how he rode the first 3 stages. After Denisof's departure, Rostof spent a fortnight longer at home, waiting for the money which the old count was unable to raise at such short notice. He did not leave the house, and spent most of the time with the girls. Sonya was more affectionate and devoted to him than ever. It seemed as if she were anxious to show him that his gambling losses were quite an exploit for which she could only love him all the more, but Nikolai now felt that he was unworthy of her. He filled the girls' albums with verses and music, and at last, toward the end of November, after paying over 43,000 rubles and receiving Dolokhof's receipt for it, he started away without taking leave of any of his acquaintances, to rejoin his regiment which was now in Poland. End of Chapter 16 and end of Part 1. Volume 2, Part 2, Chapter 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Marianne. Part 2, Chapter 1. After his scene with his wife, Pierre went to Petersburg. At the post station at Torzhok there were no horses, or the station master took it into his head not to furnish them. Pierre was obliged to wait. Without undressing, he stretched himself out on the leather divan before the circular table, on which he supported his big feet, in fur-lined boots, and pondered. "Do you order the trunks brought in? Shall I make up a bed? Do you wish tea?" asked his valet. Pierre made no answer, for the reason that he had heard nothing, and saw nothing. He had begun to ponder while at the last station, and still he went on, propounding the same questions, quite too important for him to pay any attention to what was going on around him. He was not in the least interested whether he reached Petersburg sooner or later, or whether or not they found him a place to sleep that night at the station. Everything, indeed, was immaterial in comparison with the thoughts that were now occupying his mind, and it made no difference whether he spent a few hours or his whole life at this station. The station master, the station master's wife, his valet, an old woman who sold Torzhok embroidery, came into the room and offered their services. Pierre, not changing the elevated position of his feet, looked at them over his spectacles, and did not comprehend what they could want, or how they could live without having decided the questions which were troubling him. He had indeed been occupied by the same questions perpetually, ever since that day when after his duel he had returned home from Sokolniki, and spent the first painful, sleepless night.
But now, in his solitary journey, they took possession of him with inexorable force. Whatever he began to think about, still his mind reverted to these problems which he could not solve, and could not help asking himself. It was as though the principal screw on which his whole life depended had got sprung. The screw stays where it is, it does not give way. But it turns without the thread catching, always in the same fillet, and it is important to stop it turning. The station master came in, and began obsequiously to ask his illustriousness to deign to wait only 2 little hours, and then he could have for his illustriousness, come what would, post horses for his service. The station master was evidently lying, and his sole idea was to get as much money as possible from the traveller. Is this right, or is it wrong? Pierre asked himself. As far as I am concerned, it is good, but is bad for the next traveller. But the station master can't help himself doing so, because he has nothing to eat. He told me that some officer had given him a thrashing because of it, but perhaps the officer thrashed him because it was necessary for him to hasten away. And I shot at Dolokhof because I considered myself insulted, and Louis XVI. Was beheaded because he was convicted as a criminal, but within a year those who had beheaded him were also put to death for something or other. What is wrong? What is right? What must one love? What must one hate? What is the object of life, and what am I? What is life, and what is death? What is the power that directs all things? He asked himself, and there was no answer to any one of these questions, except the one, the illogical answer, which did not in reality fit any of these questions. This answer was, "Thou shalt die, all will come to an end. Thou shalt die and know all, or else cease to question." But the mere thought of death was terrible to him. The Torzhok peddler woman, in her piping voice, offered her wares, and called especial attention to her goatskin slippers. I have hundreds of rubles which I don't know what to do with, and she in her ragged sheepskin stands there and looks at me timidly, thought Pierre. And what good would this money do her? Would this money of mine add the value of a single hair to her happiness, to her peace of mind? Can anything on earth make her or me in the least degree less susceptible to evil and death? Death, which ends all, and which may come to-day or to-morrow. Everything becomes of equally little importance in comparison with eternity. And once more he tried to screw up the screw that would not hold, and the screw, as before, kept turning around in the self-same way. His servant brought him the half-cut volume of a romance in the form of letters by Madame de Souza. He began to read of the sufferings and virtuous resistance of the heroine, Amélie de Mansfeld. And why did she resist her seducer if she loved him? He asked himself. God could not have put into her soul a desire which was contrary to his will. My former wife made no struggle, and maybe she was right. Nothing has ever been discovered, nothing ever invented, said Pierre again to himself. The only thing that we can know is that we know nothing, and this is the highest flight of human wisdom. Everything within him and around him seemed confused, incoherent, loathsome. But, nevertheless, in this very loathing of everything, Pierre found a peculiar sense of exasperating delight. "May I venture to ask your illustriousness to make a little room for this gentleman here?" asked the station master, coming into the room and introducing another traveller, delayed also by the lack of horses. The newcomer was a thick-set, big-boned, little old man, yellow and wrinkled, with gray, beetling brows that shaded glittering eyes of indefinable grayish hue. Pierre took his feet from the table, got up and threw himself down on the bed that had been made ready for him, occasionally glancing at the stranger, who, with an air of moroseness and fatigue, without paying any heed to Pierre, allowed his servant to help him lay off his wraps. The old man sat down on the sofa. He had a well-worn, nankeen-lined sheepskin jacket, and felt boots on his thin bony legs. His head was large, and very broad in the temples, and his hair was closely cropped. Sitting thus and leaning back against the sofa, he glanced at Bezukhoi. The grave, intelligent, and penetrating expression of his glance struck Pierre. He felt an inclination to converse with the stranger, but when he had made up his mind to address him with some question about the state of the roads, the old man had already closed his eyes and was sitting motionless, with his wrinkled old hands folded, On one finger he wore a heavy cast-iron ring with a death's head for a seal, and was either dozing, or, as it seemed to Pierre, meditating calmly and profoundly. The stranger's servant was also a little old man, all covered with wrinkles, without mustache or beard, not because they had been shaven, but because they seemed never to have grown. This agile old servant opened up the travelling case, prepared the tea table, and brought in the boiling samovar. When all was ready, the stranger opened his eyes and drew up to the table, and after pouring himself out a glass of tea, filled another for his beardless servant, and handed it to him. Pierre began to feel uneasy. It seemed to him that it was unavoidable, and even inevitable, that he should enter into conversation with this traveller. The servant brought back his empty glass, turned bottom side up, and with the lump of sugar untasted, and asked his master if he needed anything. "Nothing. Hand me my book," said the stranger. The servant handed him a book which Pierre took to be a religious work, and the traveller buried himself in his reading. Pierre looked at him. Suddenly the stranger laid down his book, put a mark in it and closed it, and again shutting his eyes and leaning back against the sofa, assumed his former position. Pierre gazed at him, but he had no time to look away before the old man opened his eyes and fastened his firm, steady, stern gaze directly on Pierre's face. Pierre felt confused, and anxious to escape from the searching gaze, but those brilliant old eyes irresistibly attracted him to them. End of chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2, of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. "If I am not mistaken, I have the pleasure of addressing Count Bezukhoi," said the stranger, in a loud and deliberate voice. Pierre, without speaking, gave his neighbor an inquiring look over his spectacles. "I have heard of you," continued the traveller, "and of the misfortune that has befallen you, my dear sir." He seemed to lay special stress on the word misfortune, as much as to say, "Yes, misfortune, whatever you may call it, for I know what has happened to you in Moscow was a misfortune. I have great sympathy for you, my dear sir." Pierre flushed, and hastily putting down his legs from the bed, bent toward the old man, smiling with a timid and unnatural smile. "Not from mere curiosity do I remind you of this, my dear sir, but for a much more important reason." He paused, though his eyes were still fixed upon Pierre, and he moved along the sofa, signifying by this action that Pierre should sit down by his side. It was not particularly agreeable for Pierre to enter into conversation with this old man, but involuntarily submitting, he came and sat down by his side. "You are unhappy, my dear sir," pursued the stranger. "You are young, I am old. I should like, so far as within me lies, to help you." "Ah, yes," replied Pierre, with the same unnatural smile. "Thank you very much. Have you been travelling far?" The stranger's face was not genial; on the contrary, it was even cold and stern, but nevertheless his face and his speech had an irresistible attraction for Pierre. "Now, if for any reason it is disagreeable for you to talk with me," said the old man, "tell me frankly, my dear sir." And he suddenly smiled, an unexpected, paternally affectionate smile. "Ah, no, not at all. On the contrary, I am very happy to make your acquaintance," said Pierre, and glancing once more at his new acquaintance's hand, he looked more carefully at the ring. He perceived on it the death's head, the symbol of Masonry. "Allow me to ask," said he, "are you a Mason?" "Yes, I belong to the Brotherhood of the Freemasons," said the traveller, looking deeper and ever deeper into Pierre's eyes, "and on my own account and that of the craft, I offer you the hand of friendship." "I fear," said Pierre, smiling, and hesitating between the confidence inspired in him by the Freemason's personality and his slight estimation, which he shared with others, of the doctrines of the order, "I fear that I am very far from being able to express myself. I fear that my whole system of thought in regard to the world in general is so opposite to yours, that we should not understand each other." "I know your system of thought," replied the Freemason, "and this system which you mention, and which seems to you the product of your brain, is that common to most men. It is uniformly the fruit of pride, idleness, and ignorance. Excuse me, my dear sir. If I had not known this, I should not have addressed you.
Your system of thought is a grievous error." "In exactly the same way I can imagine that it is you who are in error," said Pierre, with a feeble smile. "I never venture to assert that I know the truth," said the Mason, more and more impressing Pierre by the precision and assurance of his discourse. "No one can alone attain to the truth. It must be stone upon stone, all lending their aid, millions of generations, from the first Adam even down to our day, building the temple which is destined to be the suitable abiding place for the Most High God," said the Mason, and he shut his eyes. "I must tell you, I do not believe in God," said Pierre, with an effort and a sense of regret, but feeling it indispensable to confess the whole truth. The Mason looked earnestly at Pierre and smiled, much as a rich man, who had millions in his hands, might smile upon a poor man who should tell him that he had nothing, and that 5 rubles would make him the happiest of men. "Yes, you do not know him, my dear sir," said the Mason. "You cannot know him. You cannot know him, therefore you are unhappy." "Yes, yes, I am unhappy," repeated Pierre. "But what am I to do?" "You do not know him, my dear sir, and therefore you are very unhappy. You do not know him, but he is here. He is in me, he is in my words, he is in thee, and even in these blasphemous words that thou hast just uttered," said the Mason in his stern, vibrating voice. He paused and sighed, evidently trying to master his emotion. "If he did not exist," said he, gently, "you and I would not be speaking about him, my dear sir. Of what? Of whom have we been speaking? Whom didst thou deny?" he suddenly asked, with a tone of enraptured sternness and power in his voice. "Who would have invented him, if he did not exist? How camest thou to have the hypothesis that such an incomprehensible being existed? How came you and all the world to suppose the existence of an incomprehensible being, a being omnipotent, eternal, and infinite in all his attributes?" He paused, and remained silent for some time. Pierre could not, and would not break in upon his silence. "He is, but it is hard to comprehend him," said the Mason at last, looking not into Pierre's face, but straight ahead, while his aged-looking hands, which he could not keep quiet, owing to his internal excitement, kept fumbling with the leaves of his book. "If it were a man whose existence thou disbelieved, I could bring this man to thee. I would take him by the hand and show him to thee. But how can I, an insignificant mortal, show all his omnipotence, all his infinity, all his goodness to him who is blind, or to him who shuts his eyes, in order not to see, not to comprehend him, and not to see and not to comprehend all his own vileness and depravity?" He paused again. "Who art thou? What art thou? Thou imaginest that thou art heroic because thou canst utter these blasphemous words," said he, with a saturnine and scornful laugh. "And thou art stupider and less intelligent than a little child, which, playing with the artistically constructed parts of a clock, should dare to say that because it did not understand the clock, it did not believe in the artificer who made it. To comprehend him is hard. For ages, since our first ancestor Adam even down to our own days, we have been striving to comprehend him, and we are still infinitely far from the attainment of our purpose. But while we cannot comprehend him, we see only our feebleness and his majesty." Pierre, with agitated heart and burning eyes, looked at the Mason, listening to his words, not interrupting him or asking him any questions, but with all his soul he believed in what this strange man told him. Whether it was that he was convinced by the reasonable arguments that the Mason employed, or was persuaded, as children are, by the conviction, by the sincerity expressed by the Mason's intonations, by the trembling voice that sometimes almost failed him, or by the brilliant eyes that had grown old in this conviction, or by that calmness, security, and belief in his own mission, which radiated from his whole being, and which expressly impressed him when he compared it with his own looseness of belief and hopelessness, he could not tell. At all events, he desired with all his soul to believe, and he did believe, and experienced a joyous sense of calmness, regeneration, and restoration to life. "It is not by the intellect that he is understood, but by life," said the Mason.
I do not understand," said Pierre, finding with dread his doubts arising in him again. He was afraid lest he might detect some weakness and lack of clearness in his new friend's arguments, and he was afraid not to believe him. "I do not understand," said he, "how the human mind can attain that knowledge of which you speak." The Mason smiled his sweet, paternal smile. "The highest wisdom and truth is like the purest ichor which we should wish to receive into our very selves," said he. "Can I, an unclean vessel, accept this pure ichor, and judge of its purity? Only through the cleansing of my inner nature can I, to a certain extent, receive this baptismal consecration." "Yes, yes, that is so," said Pierre joyfully. "The highest wisdom is established, not on reason alone, not on those worldly sciences, physics, history, chemistry, and the like, on which intellectual knowledge stumbles. The highest wisdom is one. The highest wisdom has one science, the science of the All, the universal science, which explains all creation, and the place which man occupies in it. In order to absorb this science, it is absolutely essential to purify and renovate the inner man, and therefore, before one can know it one must believe and accomplish perfection. And to attain this end our souls must be filled with that divine light which is called conscience." "Yes, yes!" cried Pierre. "Look with the eyes of your spirit at your inner man, and then ask yourself, if you are content with your life? What do you attain when you put yourself under the guidance of the intellect alone? What are you? You are young, you are intelligent, and educated, my dear sir. What have you been doing with all these blessings that have been put into your hands? Are you content with yourself and your life?" "No, I detest my life," exclaimed Pierre, with a scowl. "If you detest it, then change it. Undergo self-purification, and in accordance as you accomplish it, you will learn wisdom. Examine into your life, my dear sir. What sort of a life have you been leading? Wild revels and debauchery? Receiving everything from society and giving nothing in return. You have become the possessor of wealth. How have you been employing it? What have you been doing for your neighbor? Have you had a thought for your tens of thousands of slaves? Have you helped them physically or morally? No, you have taken advantage of their labor to lead a dissipated life. Then, my dear sir, you got married. You assumed responsibilities for the guidance of a young woman, and how have you carried them out? You have not aided her, my dear sir, to find the path of truth, but you have hurled her into the abyss of falsehood and wretchedness. A man insulted you and you fought with him, and you say that you do not know God and you detest your life. There is no wisdom in that, my dear sir." After saying these words the Mason, as though wearied by this long speech, again leaned back against the back of the sofa and closed his eyes. Pierre looked at the stern, impassive, almost deathly face of the old man and moved his lips without making any noise. He wanted to say, "Yes, my life is shameful, idle, dissipated," but he did not dare to break the silence. The Freemason coughed, a hoarse, decrepit cough, and summoned his servant. "How about the horses?" he asked, without looking at Pierre. "Those that were ordered have been brought," replied the servant. "Do you wish to rest?" "No, have them harnessed." "Can it be that he is going to leave me here alone, and not tell me all, and not promise me help?" wondered Pierre, getting up and beginning to pace up and down the room, with bowed head, though he occasionally glanced at the Mason. "Yes, I had never thought about it before. I lead a contemptible, depraved life, but I do not love it and I have no desire to continue it," thought Pierre. "And this man knows the truth, and if he had the desire he might enlighten me." Pierre wished, but did not have the courage to say this to the Mason. The traveller, gathering up his effects with his skilful aged hands, began to button up his sheepskin coat. Having accomplished these tasks, he turned to Bezukhoi, and said to him in a polite, indifferent tone, "Where are you going now, my dear sir?" "I? I am going to Petersburg," replied Pierre, in a childish, irresolute voice. "I am grateful to you. I agree with what you have said, but pray do not think that I am all bad. I wish with all my soul that I were what you wish that I was, but I have never found any help to become such. However, I am, above all, to blame for my faults. help me, teach me, and maybe I might." Pierre could not speak further. There was a strange sound in his nose, and he turned away. The Mason did not speak for some time, evidently lost in thought. "Help is given only from God," said he. "But that measure of help which it is within the power of our craft to give you, it will be glad to give, my dear sir. When you reach Petersburg, give this to Count Villarsky." He took out a pocket book, and on a large sheet of paper folded twice, he wrote a few words. "Allow me to give you one piece of advice. When you reach the capital, consecrate your first hours to solitude, to self-examination, and do not again enter into your former paths of life. And now I wish you a happy journey, my dear sir," said he, perceiving that his servant had entered the room, "and all success." The traveller was Osip Alekseyevitch Bezdayev, as Pierre discovered by the station master's record book. Bezdayev was one of the most distinguished Freemasons and Martionists since the time of Novikhof. Pierre, after his departure, without lying down to sleep or asking for horses, long paced up and down the room of the station house, thinking over his vicious way of living and, with the enthusiasm of regeneration, imagining to himself the blessed, irreproachable, and beneficent future which now seemed to him so easy. He was, so it seemed to him, wicked only because he had, as it were, forgotten how good it was to be a righteous man. Not a trace of his former doubts remained in his mind. He had a firm faith in the possibility of a brotherhood of men, united in one common aim of keeping each other in the path of righteousness, and such a brotherhood Masonry now seemed to him to be. End of chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. On reaching Petersburg, Pierre informed no one of his presence, went nowhere, and actually spent whole days in reading Thomas à Kempis, which some one, he knew not whom, had sent him. One thing, and only one thing, Pierre understood in reading that book. That was the hitherto unknown delight in believing in the possibility of attaining perfection, and in the possibility of active brotherly love among men, which Osip Alekseyevitch had revealed to him. Within a week after his return, the young Polish Count Villarsky, whom Pierre had known slightly in Petersburg society, came one evening into his room with the sort of official and solemn air with which Dolokhof's second had approached him. Closing the door behind him, and assuring himself that no one except Pierre was in the room, he thus addressed him: "I have come to you, Count, for the purpose of laying a proposition before you," said he, not sitting down. "An individual of very high degree in our brotherhood has interested himself in having you admitted out of due course, and has proposed that I should be your sponsor. I consider it as a sacred duty to fulfill this person's desires. Do you wish to join the brotherhood of Freemasons under my sponsorship?" Pierre was amazed at the cold and severe tone of this man, whom he had seen almost always at balls, with a gallant smile, in the society of the most brilliant ladies. "Yes," said Pierre, "I do wish it." Villarsky inclined his head. "Still one further question, Count," said he, "which I will beg of you to answer with all frankness, not as a future Mason, but as a man of honor, un galant homme. Have you renounced your former convictions? Do you believe in a God?" Pierre hesitated. Yes, I believe in a God," said he. "In that case," began Villarsky, but Pierre interrupted him. "Yes, I believe in a God," he said once more. "In that case, we may start, then," said Villarsky. "My carriage is at your service." Villarsky sat in silence all the way. To Pierre's questions as to what he had to do, and how he must answer, Villarsky contented himself with replying that brethren more suitable than himself would examine him, and that all it behooved Pierre to do was to speak the truth. Entering the courtyard of a large mansion where the lodge met, and passing up a dark staircase, they came into a small, brightly lighted ante room, where they removed their shubas without the aid of servants. Through an entry they passed into another room. Here a man in a strange garb made his appearance at the door. Villarsky, going forward to meet him, said something to him in French, in an undertone, and went into a small wardrobe, in which Pierre observed trappings such as he had never seen before. Taking from the wardrobe a handkerchief, Villarsky bound it around Pierre's eyes, and tied a knot behind in such a way that his hair was caught in it and hurt him. Then he drew him to himself, kissed him, and taking him by the hand, led him he knew not where. The hair caught in the knot hurt Pierre. He scowled with the pain, and smiled shamefacedly. His burly figure, with bandaged eyes, with swinging arms, with face both frowning and smiling, followed Villarsky with timid steps. After leading him half a score of paces, Villarsky paused. "Whatever happens to you," said he, "you must courageously endure it all, if you are firmly resolved to enter the brotherhood." Pierre nodded assent. "When you hear a rap on the door, you can take off the handkerchief," added Villarsky. "I wish you good courage and success." And pressing Pierre's hand, Villarsky went away. Left alone, Pierre continued to smile as before. Twice he shrugged his shoulders, raised his hand to the handkerchief as though inclined to remove it, and again let it fall. The 5 minutes which he spent with bandaged eyes seemed to him like an hour. His hands swelled, his legs trembled, it seemed to him as though he were tired. He experienced the most complex and varied sensations. What was going to happen to him seemed to him terrible, and he was still more afraid that he should show his fear. He was filled with curiosity to know what was going to take place, what was going to be revealed to him, but above all, it was delightful for him to think that the moment had come when he had definitely entered upon the path of regeneration, and of an active, beneficent life, of which he had dreamed ever since his meeting with Osip Alekseyevitch. Loud raps were heard at the door. Pierre took off the bandage and looked around him. It was intensely dark in the room. Only in one place burned a lampada, or shrine lamp, within some white object. Pierre went nearer and saw that the lampada stood on a table covered with a black cloth, on which lay a single opened book. The book was a copy of the Gospels. The white object, in which burned the lampada, was a human skull, with its eye sockets and teeth. Reading the first words of the Gospel, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God," Pierre went around the table and saw a large box filled with something and covered. This was a coffin with bones in it. He was not at all surprised at what he saw. In his hope of entering upon a wholly new life, absolutely removed from the old one, he expected all sorts of extraordinary things, indeed much more extraordinary than what he had already seen. The skull, the coffin, the Gospel. It seemed to him that all this was what he had expected. He expected something more. While trying to stimulate a sense of emotion, he looked around him. God, death, love, human fraternity, he said to himself, connecting with these words confused but pleasing conceptions. A door opened and some one entered. By the feeble light Pierre could just manage to make out that it was a short little man. Coming from light into darkness, this man paused a moment, then, with cautious steps, he approached the table and placed on it his small hands covered with leather gloves. The short man wore a white leathern apron reaching from his chest to his feet. Around his neck was something like a necklace, and above the necklace arose a high, white frill, serving as a sort of frame for his elongated face, lighted from below. "Why have you come hither?" asked the new man, coming towards Pierre, whose position was indicated by a slight noise. "Wherefore do you, who believe not in the truth of light, and have never seen the light, wherefore have you come hither? What do you desire of us? Wisdom? Virtue? Enlightenment?" The moment the door opened and the unknown man entered, Pierre experienced a sense of awe and reverence similar to that which he had felt in his childhood at confession. He felt that he was face to face with a man who, under all the conditions of ordinary life, was a stranger, but was near to him through the brotherhood of man. Pierre, with his heart beating so that he could hardly breathe, went toward the Rhetor, as the Masons call the brother whose duty it is to prepare the candidate for admission into the confraternity. Pierre, approaching, recognized the Rhetor as an acquaintance of his, named Smolyaninof. It was a disappointment to think that this man was an acquaintance. The newcomer was merely a brother and instructor in virtue. It was some time before Pierre could find a word to say, so that the Rhetor was obliged to repeat his question. "Yes, I seek regeneration," said Pierre, speaking with difficulty. "Very good," said Smolyaninof, and immediately proceeded. "Have you any idea of the means by which our holy fraternity can aid you to the attainment of your desires?" asked the Rhetor, calmly and rapidly. "I hope for guidance, for help,
toward regeneration," said Pierre, with a trembling voice, and finding a difficulty in speaking that arose from his emotion as well as from his lack of practice in speaking Russian on abstract themes. " What knowledge have you of Freemasonry ?"" I suppose that Freemasonry is a fraternite, and equality of all men with virtuous aims," said Pierre, with a feeling of shame overwhelming him at the unfitness of his words at so solemn a moment. " I suppose "—" Very good," said the Rhetor, in haste, evidently perfectly satisfied with this reply. " Have you found means in religion for the attainment of these ends ?"" No, I have considered religion opposed to truth, and I have spurned it," said Pierre, so low that the Rhetor did not hear him and asked him what he had said. " I have been an atheist," replied Pierre. " You seek after truth for the purpose of following her laws through life, and consequently you seek wisdom and virtue, do you ?" asked the Rhetor, after a moment's silence. "Yes, yes," insisted Pierre. The Rhetor coughed, folded his gloved hands on his chest, and began to discourse. " It is now my duty to unfold to you the chief object of our craft," said he, " and if this object coincides with yours, then you will find it an advantage to join our fraternity. The first and principal aim, and at the same time the foundation of our confraternity, on which it stands firm and which no human violence can shake, is the conservation and handing down to posterity of a certain important mystery, which has been handed down to us from the remotest antiquity, even from the first man, from which mystery perhaps depends the destiny of the human race. But as this mystery has the peculiarity that no one can know it and get advantage from it except through a long and assiduous course of self purification, therefore, not every one can hope speedily to discover it. Consequently, we have a secondary aim and object, which consists in preparing our fellow members, so far as in us lies, to correct their hearts, to purify and enlighten their reason by those means which have been handed down to us by tradition from those men who labored for the investigation of those mysteries, and thereby to teach them to be qualified for the reception of one. By purifying and rectifying our own members, we endeavor, in the third place, to correct also the whole human race, presenting in our own members an example of honor and virtue, and therefore we endeavor, by all means in our power, to counteract the evil that rules in the world. Think this over, and I will come to you again," said he, and he left the room. "To counteract the evil that rules in the world," repeated Pierre, and he imagined his future activity in this great field. He imagined such men as he himself had been a fortnight before, and his thoughts turned to the initiatory discourse that he had just heard. He called to mind the wicked and wretched men whom he should help by word or deed. He imagined the oppressors from whom he rescued their victims. From the three objects which the Rhetor enumerated, the last, the improvement of the human race, was the one that most appealed to Pierre. The important mystery of which the Rhetor spoke, although it aroused his curiosity, did not seem to him to be a reality. But the second, self^purification and regeneration, interested him very little, because at that moment he felt that he was already perfectly freed from his former vices, and ready only for what was right. Within half an hour the Rhetor returned to instruct the candidate in the 7 virtues, symbolized by the 7 steps of Solomon's temple, which every Mason must make his especial practice. These virtues were as follows: 1. Modesty, the observation of the secrets of the order. 2. Obedience to the higher degrees of the fraternity. 3. Virtuous living. 4. Love for mankind. 5. Courage. 6. Liberality. 7. Love of death. "Apply yourself to the 7th," said the Rhetor. "By frequent thoughts of death, bring yourself to feel that he is no more a terrible enemy, but a friend who frees the soul, wearied by works of beneficence, from the wretchedness of this life, and leads it to the place of rewards and rest." Yes, this ought to be so, thought Pierre, when the Rhetor, after delivering himself of this message again retired, leaving him to solitary reflection. "This ought to be so, but I am still so feeble as to love my life, the meaning of which has only just been, to some small degree, revealed to me." The other 5 virtues, however, which Pierre counted off on his fingers, he felt were already in his soul: courage and generosity, liberality and virtuous living, and love for mankind, and especially obedience, which last seemed less to him a virtue than a pleasure, So glad was he now to be freed from the exercise of his own will, and to subordinate it to those who knew the indubitable truth. The sixth virtue, Pierre had forgotten, he could not remember what it was at all. For the third time the Rhetor returned, this time more speedily than before, and asked Pierre if he were still firm in his convictions, and were resolved to undergo all that might be required of him. "I am ready for anything," said Pierre. "I must still further apprise you," said the Rhetor, "that our order does not instruct by words alone, but by other arguments, which have perhaps a more powerful effect upon the earnest seeker after wisdom and virtue than merely verbal ones. This chamber, with its ornamentation which you see, must have already made this plain to your heart, if it is sincere, more than any words could have done. You will see, probably, during your further advancement, similar modes of symbolism. Our order takes pattern after ancient societies, which concealed their teachings under the guise of hieroglyphics. A hieroglyphic," explained the Rhetor, "is an inanimate thing, symbolizing an abstract idea, and possessing in itself qualities similar to those possessed by the idea symbolized." Pierre knew very well what a hieroglyphic was, but he did not venture to speak. He silently listened to the Rhetor, being persuaded that some sort of test was immediately to begin. "If you are resolved, then it is my duty to proceed to the initiation," said the Rhetor, coming closer to Pierre. "As a sign of liberality, I shall ask you to give me everything of value that you have." "But I have nothing with me," said Pierre, supposing that he was to be required to make over all that he possessed. "Well, what have you on you? Your watch, money, rings?" Pierre hastily took out his pocket book, his watch, and struggled for some time to remove his wedding ring from his stout finger. When this was accomplished, the Mason said, "As a sign of obedience, I will ask you to strip." Pierre took off his coat, vest, and left boot, at the Rhetor's direction. The Mason opened the shirt over his left breast, and, bending over, lifted his trousers above the knee of his left leg. Pierre hastily began to take off his right boot also, and to tuck up his trousers so as to save this stranger the trouble, but the Mason assured him that this was unnecessary, and gave him a slipper for his left foot. With a childlike smile of shame, doubt, and derision at his own awkwardness, involuntarily crossing his face, Pierre stood up, dropping his arms and spreading his legs, and faced the Rhetor, waiting his next command. "And finally, as a sign of sincerity, I will ask you to reveal to me your chief predilection," said he. "My predilection? But I used to have so many of them!" exclaimed Pierre. "The predilection which more than all others has caused you to waver in the path of virtue," said the Mason. Pierre paused, trying to think. Wine, gluttony, slothfulness, impetuosity, anger, women. He passed his faults in review, mentally considering them, and not knowing which to give the preference. "Women," said he, in a voice so low that it was scarcely audible. The Mason did not move, and did not speak until long after this reply. At last he approached Pierre, took up the handkerchief that was lying on the table, and again blindfolded his eyes. "For the last time, I say to you, examine yourself with all attention. Put a bridle upon your feelings, and seek your happiness not in your possessions, but in your heart. The fountain head of happiness is not without, but within us." Pierre had already begun to feel in himself this refreshing fountain of happiness, which now filled his soul to overflowing with bliss and emotion. End of chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Shortly after this there came into the dark chamber, not the Rhetor, as before, but Pierre's sponsor, Villarsky, whom he recognized by his voice. In reply to new questions as to the firmness of his resolve, Pierre said, "Yes, yes, I consent." And with his brilliant, childlike smile, with his broad chest uncovered, awkwardly stepping along with one foot in a boot and the other in a slipper, he marched forward, with Villarsky holding a drawn sword across his bare breast. He was led from the darkened room along several corridors winding back and forth, and at last brought to the door of the lodge room. Villarsky coughed. He was answered by Masonic raps with mallets. The door opened before them. Some one's deep voice (Pierre's eyes were still blindfolded) asked him who he was, where and when he was born, and other questions. Then he was led somewhere else. the bandage not yet removed, and while he was on the way his attendants related to him allegories about the difficulties that beset the way, about the sacred fraternity, the eternal architect of the universe, and the courage with which he ought to endure labors and sufferings. During the time of this circumambulation, Pierre noticed that he was called first the seeker, the sufferer, and then the claimant, while the mallets and swords were struck each time in a different way. At one time, just as they brought him to some object or other, he noticed that there was confusion and perplexity among his attendants. He heard the men surrounding him whispering together, and one of them insisting that he was to be led across a certain carpet. After this they took his right hand and laid it upon something, while with his left hand he was directed to hold a pair of compasses to his left breast, and to repeat the words read aloud by one of the number, and which bound him to a faithful observance of the regulations of the order. Then the candles were extinguished, some alcohol was burned, as Pierre apprehended by the odor, and they told him that he could now see the lesser light. The bandage was removed from his eyes, and Pierre saw as in a dream, by the feeble light of the alcohol lamp, a number of men, who, all wearing aprons similar to that which the Rhetor had worn, stood in front of him holding swords pointed toward his chest. Among them stood a man with a white shirt stained with blood. Seeing this, Pierre bent his chest forward against the swords, wishing that they might pierce it, but the swords were withdrawn, and his eyes were immediately rebandaged. "Thou hast now seen the lesser light," said a voice. Then the candles were lighted again. He was told that he was to see the full light, and once more they removed the bandage, and more than a dozen voices suddenly cried, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Pierre began gradually to recover himself, and looked around the room in which he was, and at the men who were there. Around a long table covered with black sat a dozen men in the trappings which the others whom Pierre had seen wore. Some of them Pierre had known in Petersburg society. At the head of the table was a young man whom Pierre did not know. He had a peculiar badge about his neck. At his right hand sat the Italian abbate, whom Pierre had met 2 years before at Anna Pavlovna's. There was still another very important dignitary, and a Swiss, who had once been a tutor in the Kuragans. All preserved a solemn silence, and listened to the words spoken by the presiding officer, who held a mallet in his hand. Inserted in the wall was a blazing star. At one end of the table was a small cover with various allegorical symbols. On the other was something in the nature of an altar, with a copy of the Gospels and a skull. Around the table were 7 large candlesticks, such as they have in churches. 2 of the brethren drew Pierre to the altar, placed him at right angles and bade him lie down, declaring that he must prostrate himself at the gates of the temple. He ought to receive the trowel first, said one of the brethren in a whisper. Ugh, please hold your tongue, said another. Pierre, with his distracted, nearsighted eyes, looked around him without obeying, and suddenly doubts began to come over him. Where am I? What am I doing? Are they not making sport of me? Will not the time come when I shall be ashamed of all this flummery? But this last doubt lasted only for an instant. He looked around on the grave faces of the spectators, remembered all that he had already been through, and comprehended that he had gone too far now to withdraw. He was mortified at his doubt, and while endeavoring to regain his former feeling of emotion, he prostrated himself at the gates of the temple. And, in reality, the former feeling of emotion came over him even more powerfully than before. After he had been lying there for some little time, he was bidden to arise, and they put upon him the same kind of white leathern apron which the others wore, put a trowel into his hand, and gave him 3 pairs of gloves, and then the Grand Master addressed him. He told him that it behooved him to endeavor never to allow the whiteness of this apron to be sullied, it being an emblem of strength and purity. Of the mysterious trowel he said that he was to use it for eradicating the faults from his own heart, and courteously laying the foundations of virtue in the hearts of his neighbors. Then, as regarded the first pair of gloves, which were men's, he said that he was not to understand their significance, but must keep them. In regard to the second pair, which were also men's gloves, he said that he was to wear them at the lodge meetings. And finally, in regard to the third pair, which were women's gloves, he said as follows: "Dear brother, these gloves are also destined for you. Give them to the woman whom you will reverence above all others. By this gift you pledge the purity of your heart to her whom you will select as your worthy Masonic affinity." Then, after a brief pause, he went on: "But take care, dear brother, that these gloves are not worn by unworthy hands.
While the Grand Master was pronouncing these last words, it seemed to Pierre that he was embarrassed. Pierre himself was still more embarrassed, he flushed till the tears came, just as children flush ; he began to look around him uneasily, and an awkward silence ensued. This silence was broken by one of the brethren, who drew Pierre to the table cover and began to read to him from a copy book an explanation of all the symbolical figures worked upon it, the sun, moon, the hammer, the plumb line, the trowel, the untrimmed and foursquare foundation stone, the pillar, the three windows, and other things. Then Pierre was assigned his place. The signals of the lodge were explained to him, the password was told him, and he was at last permitted to sit down. The Grand Master began to read the regulations. They were very long, and Pierre, from his joy, excitement, and sense of shame, was not in a condition to understand what they were reading. He only heard the last words of the regulation, and they impressed themselves on his memory. In our temples, we recognize no other degrees, the Grand Master read, than those which separate virtue from wrongdoing. Take care not to make any distinction that may tend to destroy equality. Fly to the aid of a brother, no matter who it may be, reclaim the wandering, raise the fallen, and never cherish anger or enmity against a brother. Be gentle and courteous. Kindle in all hearts the fires of virtue. Do acts of kindness to thy neighbor, and never allow thyself to envy the happiness of another. Forgive thy enemy, and avenge not thyself upon him, except by doing him good. Having thus fulfilled the highest law, thou wilt discover traces of thy primal and lost goodness. He finished reading, and getting up, embraced Pierre and kissed him. Pierre, with tears of joy in his eyes, looked around him, not knowing what reply to make to the greetings and congratulations of the acquaintances who surrounded him. He made no distinction between old friends and new. In every one he saw only brethren, whom he burned with impatience to join in carrying out the work. The Grand Master rapped with his mallet. All sat down in their places, and some one read an address on the necessity of humility. The Grand Master then proposed to carry out the last obligation, and the important dignitary, who bore the appellation of Collector of Alms, began to approach each in turn. Pierre had the inclination to subscribe all the money he possessed, but was afraid that this would be construed as an exhibition of pride, and he put down only what each of the others did. The session was ended, and on his return home it seemed to Pierre as though he had come from some long journey after an absence of 10 years, and was entirely changed, with nothing left to him from the former objects and customs of his life. End of chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the day following his reception into the Masonic Lodge, Pierre was sitting at home, reading a book, and trying to penetrate the meaning of the square formed on one side by God, on the second by the moral world, on the third by the physical, and on the fourth by a mixture of the last two. Occasionally his attention wandered from his book and square, and in his imagination he began to formulate a new plan of life for himself. The evening before at the lodge, he had been told that the emperor had heard of his duel, and that it would be for his advantage to leave Petersburg for a time. Pierre proposed to go to his southern estates and look out for the welfare of his peasantry. He was joyfully thinking about this new life when Prince Vasili unexpectedly came into the room. " My dear, what have you been doing in Moscow ? Why, what made you quarrel with Leola, mon cher? You are in error," said the prince as he came in. I have known all about it, and I can tell you honestly that Ellen is as innocent towards you as Christ toward the Jews." Pierre started to reply, but Prince Vasili cut him short. " And why didn't you come right to me in all frankness, as to a friend ? I know how it was, I understand it," said he. " You behaved as a man who prizes his honor. Perhaps, too, you acted too hastily, but we won't discuss that now. Just think of this though, in what a position you have put her and me in the eyes of society, and especially of the court," he added, lowering his voice. " She is living in Moscow, you here. Remember, my dear," he made him sit down, " that this is a mere misunderstanding. You yourself will feel it so, I am sure. Now, join me in writing a letter, and she will come back. Everything will be explained. But if you don't, I will tell you, you may very easily repent of it, my dear." Prince Vasili gave Pierre a very suggestive look.
I have it from the very best sources that the Empress Dowager takes a lively interest in all this matter. You know that she is very favorably disposed to Ellen." Several times Pierre collected himself to speak, but on the one hand Prince Vasili did not let him have a chance, on the other, Pierre himself was afraid to take that tone of determined refusal with which he had definitely made up his mind to answer his father in law. Moreover, the words of the Masonic ritual, "Be courteous and genial," occurred to him. He scowled, flushed, got up and sat down again, struggling to perform the hardest task that had ever come to him in his life, to say something unpleasant to a man's face, to say exactly the opposite of what this man expected. He was so accustomed to give in to Prince Vasili's tone of easy going self confidence that even now he felt that he had not the force of mind necessary to oppose him, but he felt that what he was going to say now was to decide the whole destiny of his life. Was he to go back to the old path of the past, or to go on over that new one which had been placed before him in so attractive a light by the Masons, and on which he firmly believed that he should find regeneration? "Well, my dear," said Prince Vasili, in a jocose tone, "tell me yes, now, and I will write her the letter and we will kill the fatted calf." But Prince Vasili had not time to finish his joke before Pierre, not looking at Prince Vasili, and with a flash of rage which made him resemble his father, exclaimed in a whisper, "Prince, I did not invite you to come. Please go, go." He sprang up and flung the door open. "Go," he repeated, not believing in himself and rejoicing in the expression of confusion and terror on Prince Vasili's face. "What is the matter with you? Are you ill?" "Go!" he cried once more in a trembling voice, and Prince Vasili was obliged to go, without bringing about any explanation. In a week's time Pierre, bidding his new friends, the Masons, farewell, and leaving in their hands large sums for charities, departed for his estates. The Brotherhood gave him letters to the Masons of Kief and Odessa, and promised to write and guide him in his new activity. End of chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6, of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 6. The duel between Pierre and Dolokhof was hushed up, and, in spite of the Emperor's strictness in regard to dueling, neither the two principals nor their seconds were punished. But the story of the duel, confirmed by Pierre's rupture with his wife, was noised abroad in society. Pierre, who, when he was an illegitimate son, had been looked upon with patronizing condescension, who, when he was the best match in the Russian Empire, had been flattered and glorified, had lost much of his importance in the eyes of the world since his marriage, and young ladies and their mammas had nothing more to expect from him, the more from the fact that he could not and would not ingratiate himself into the favor of fashionable society. Now, he alone was blamed for this occurrence. It was said that he was a jealous blockhead, liable to exactly the same fits of ferocious temper as his father. And when, after Pierre's departure, Ellen returned to Petersburg, she was received by all her acquaintances, not only gladly, but even with a shade of respectable deference, due to her unhappiness. When her husband was mentioned in conversation, Ellen put on a dignified expression, which, without her realizing its significance, she managed by that consummate tact of hers to make peculiarly becoming. This expression signified that she had made up her mind to endure her unhappiness without complaining, and that her husband was a cross sent her from God. Prince Vasili expressed his feelings more openly. He would shrug his shoulders when the conversation turned on Pierre, and, pointing to his forehead, would say, "Un cerveau fêlé, je le disais toujours. I always said he was cracked." "I said so before you did," insisted Anna Pavlovna. "I said so first thing, and before anybody else." She always claimed priority for her predictions. That he was a silly young man, ruined by the perverse notions of the day. "I said so even when he had just returned from abroad, and when every one was enraptured by him, and you will remember that at one of my receptions he posed as a sort of Marat. How is it going to end? Even then I did not approve of his marriage, and predicted what would come of it." Anna Pavlovna, just as of yore, was giving receptions on her days at home, and such ones as she alone had the gift of arranging, receptions at which were collected in the first place la crème de la véritable bonne société, la fine fleur de l'essence intellectuelle de la société de Petersburg, as Anna Pavlovna herself expressed it. Over and above this discriminating selection of society, Anna Pavlovna's receptions, or evenings, were still more distinguished by the fact that at each one she managed to present to her company some new and interesting individual, and that nowhere else could be so accurately and assuredly gauged the political thermometer which reflected the disposition of the conservative court society in Petersburg. Toward the end of the year 1806, when the melancholy news of Napoleon's defeat of the Prussian army at Jena and Auerstadt, and the surrender of the majority of the Prussian fortresses had been received, when our armies had just crossed over into Prussia, and our second campaign with Napoleon was beginning, Anna Pavlovna gave a reception. The cream of genuine good society consisted of the charming and hapless Ellen, Montmartre, the bewitching Prince Hippolyte, just arrived from Vienna, 2 diplomats, the little old aunt, a young man who enjoyed the appellation simply of un homme de beaucoup de mérite, a newly promoted Freilina, or maid of honor, and a few individuals of more or less distinction. The person whom Anna Pavlovna served up this evening, as a choice first fruit for the edification of her guests, was Boris Drubetskoi, who had just arrived on a special mission from the army of Prussia, and was now enjoying the position of adjutant to a very great personage. The political thermometer that evening offered the following points for the study of society. Whatever all the rulers and commanders of Europe may do by way of indulging Bonaparte, at the expense of causing me, and us in general, annoyance and humiliation, our opinion in regard to Bonaparte remains unchanged and incapable of change. We shall not cease to express our views on this subject, and we can merely say to the King of Prussia, so much the worse for you. Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin. It's your choice. That's all we have to say about it. That was what the political thermometer indicated at Anna Pavlovna's. When Boris, who was to be offered up to the guests, entered the drawing-room, nearly all were already present, and the conversation, under Anna Pavlovna's lead, turned on our diplomatic relations with Austria, and on the hope of an alliance. Boris, in an elegant adjutant's uniform, fresh and ruddy, and grown to man's estate, came with easy assurance into the drawing-room, and was led up, according to custom, to salute the aunt, and then brought back to the general circle of the guests. Anna Pavlovna gave him her withered hand to kiss, introduced him to a number of the company with whom he was not acquainted, and of each she would say in a whisper, Le Prince Hippolyte Kuraganin, charmant jeune homme, Monsieur Krug, charge d'affaires de Copenhague, un esprit profond, or simply, Monsieur Sitov, un homme de beaucoup de mérite, giving each one whom she named a word of praise. Boris, since he had been in the service, had, thanks to Anna Mikhailovna's efforts and to his own taste and habit of self-control, succeeded in obtaining a very advantageous position. He had been appointed aide to a man of great eminence, he had been entrusted with very important errands to Prussia, and had only just returned from there as a special courier. He had thoroughly mastered that unwritten system of subordination which had pleased him so much at Olmütz, according to which the ensign may stand incomparably higher than a general, while for success in the service, exertions and services and gallantry are unnecessary, but all that is needed is tact in getting on with those who control the patronage of places. And he was often himself surprised at his rapid advances, and by the fact that his friends could not understand it. The consequence of this discovery was that his whole mode of life, and all his relations to former friends and acquaintances, and all his plans for the future, were entirely and absolutely changed. He was not rich, but he would spend his last kopeck so as to be better dressed than others. He preferred to deprive himself of many pleasures sooner than allow himself to ride in a shabby carriage, or appear in anything but an immaculate uniform in the streets of Petersburg. He frequented only the society of those who were above him and might be of advantage to him. He loved Petersburg and despised Moscow. His recollections of his home with the Rostofs and his boyish love for Natasha were unpleasant to him, and since his first departure for the army he had not once been to see the Rostofs. On reaching Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room, an invitation to which he considered equivalent to a rise in the service, he immediately understood what part he had to play,
and he allowed Anna Pavlovna to make the most of the interest which centered upon him, while he attentively studied each face, and took mental stock of what possibilities of getting advantage from each might present themselves. He sat down in the place assigned to him, next to the beautiful Ellen, and began to listen to the conversation that was going on. Vienna regards the basis of the proposed treaty as so entirely out of the question, that it would be impossible to bring it about, even by a series of the most brilliant successes, and she questions the means we have of gaining them. Such is the authentic report from Vienna, said the Danish charge d'affaires in French. The doubt is flattering, said the young man of the deep mind, with a shrewd smile. One should distinguish between the cabinet of Vienna and the Emperor of Austria, said Montmartre. The Austrian Emperor could never have thought such a thing. It could only have been the cabinet who said it. Ah, my dear Viscount, interrupted Anna Pavlovna, Europe. For some reason she called it Europe, as a special refinement of French, which she might make use of in speaking to a Frenchman. Et, mon cher Vicomte, l'Europe ne sera jamais notre alliance. And then Anna Pavlovna immediately led the conversation around to the bravery and resolution of the Prussian king, doing this for the sake of giving Boris a chance to take part. Boris was listening attentively to what was said, awaiting his turn, but, nevertheless, he had been able to look several times at his neighbor, the beautiful Ellen, who, with a smile, had more than once exchanged glances with the handsome young adjutant. Quite naturally, while speaking of the position of Prussia, Anna Pavlovna begged Boris to tell about his visit to Glogau, and the state in which he found the Prussian army. Boris, without undue haste, speaking in pure and elegant French, related very many interesting particulars about the army and about the court, but throughout his story he carefully avoided expressing any personal opinion in regard to the facts which he communicated. For some time Boris held the attention of all, and Anna Pavlovna was conscious that all her guests took great satisfaction in the treat that she had set before them. Ellen, more than any one else, gave her undivided attention to what Boris had to say. She several times asked him in regard to certain details of his journey, and was apparently greatly interested in the position of the Prussian army. As soon as he had finished, she turned to him with her usual smile, and said, "You must be sure to come and see me," she said, in a tone which seemed to imply that circumstances of which he could know nothing made it absolutely imperative. "Tuesday, between 8 o'clock and 9. You will give me great pleasure." Boris promised to comply with her wishes, and was about to engage her in further conversation, when Anna Pavlovna called him away, under the pretext that her old aunt wanted to speak with him. "You used to know her husband, didn't you?" asked Anna Pavlovna, closing her eyes, and making a melancholy gesture towards Ellen. "Ach, she was such an unhappy and charming woman. Don't speak to her about him. Please be careful about it. It's too hard for her." End of chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. When Boris and Anna Pavlovna returned to the general circle, Prince Ippolit had taken the lead in the conversation. Leaning forward in his chair, he had said, "Le roi de Prusse," and when he said it, he laughed. All turned to him. "Le roi de Prusse?" asked Ippolit again, laughing, and then, with a calm and serious expression, throwing himself back into the depths of his easy-chair. Anna Pavlovna waited a little for him, but as Ippolit apparently had firmly shut his mouth, not to say anything more, she started the conversation on the godless Bonaparte laying hands on the sword of Frederick the Great at Potsdam. "C'est l'épée de Frédéric, le grand courageux," she began to say, but Ippolit interrupted her with the words, "Le roi de Prusse," and again as before when all had turned toward him, he begged her pardon and remained silent. Anna Pavlovna frowned. Montmartre, Ippolit's friend, turned to him peremptorily. "What do you mean now by your roi de Prusse?" Ippolit laughed, as though he were ashamed of laughing. "No, it's nothing at all. I only meant—" He was trying to get off a joke which he had heard in Vienna, and which he had been anxious the whole evening long to spring upon the company. He said, "Je voulais dire seulement. I only meant that we were doing wrong to wage war pour le roi de Prusse." Boris smiled a guarded smile that might have been taken to signify a sneer or approbation of the joke, according as it was received by the company. All laughed. "Your pun is very naughty. It's witty, but it's unfair," said Anna Pavlovna, in French, threatening him with her finger. "We do not wage war pour le roi de Prusse, mais pour les bons principes." "Ah, les méchants, c'est Prince Hippolyte, this bad Prince Ippolit," said she. The conversation had not languished the whole evening, though it had turned principally upon political matters. Toward the end of the evening it grew particularly lively on the topic of the rewards bestowed by the Emperor. "Now last year N.N. received a snuff box with portrait," said the man of the profound mind. "Why should not S.S. receive the same reward?" "I beg your pardon. A snuff box with the Emperor's portrait is a reward, but not a distinction. Une récompense, mais point une distinction," said one of the diplomats. "Rather a gift." "There have been precedents. I will mention Schwarzenberg." "It's impossible," said the other. "I'll bet you. Le grand cordon, c'est différent." When all got up to leave, Ellen, who had spoken very little all the evening, addressed Boris again, and begged him with the most flattering and significant expression to come to see her the following Tuesday. "It will be a very great favor to me," she said, with a smile, glancing at Anna Pavlovna. And Anna Pavlovna, with that same melancholy expression which always accompanied her words when she spoke of her august protectress, corroborated Ellen's request. It seemed that from certain words spoken by Boris that evening concerning the Prussian army, Ellen had suddenly conceived a powerful determination to see him. She practically promised him that when he came on the following Tuesday she would tell him what it was that made her wish to see him. But when on the Tuesday evening Boris reached Ellen's salon, he received no explanation that made it plain why he was so anxiously desired to come. There were other guests. The countess talked very little with them, and only on his departure, just as he was kissing her hand, she unexpectedly whispered to him, without any smile, which was strange for her, "Venez de mon dîner, le sieur. Il faut que vous veniez. Venez." With this invitation to dinner, to which he was so imperiously bidden, began Boris's intimacy at the house of the Countess Bezukhaya. End of chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 8. The war was growing fiercer, and its theater was approaching the Russian frontiers. Everywhere were heard curses against Bonaparte, the enemy of all the human race. In all the villages of the empire, veterans and raw recruits were forming into companies, and from the theater of war came conflicting rumors, usually false, and consequently interpreted in various ways. The life of the old Prince Bolkonsky, Prince Andrei, and the Princess Mariya had changed in many respects since the year 1805. In 1806 the old prince was appointed one of the 8 commanders-in-chief for the militia, at that time recruiting all over Russia. The old prince, in spite of the weaknesses of age, which had become especially noticeable at the period when he supposed that his son was killed, felt that he had no right to refuse the duty to which he had been called by the sovereign in person, and this new activity into which he entered stimulated and strengthened him. He was constantly engaged in journeying about the 3 governments entrusted to him. He carried his regulations even to pedantry. He was stern and strict even to cruelty with his subordinates, and he himself looked into the smallest details of his work. The Princess Mariya had already ceased to recite her lessons in mathematics to her father, and only on mornings when he was at home did she go into his cabinet, accompanied by the wet nurse and the little Prince Nikolai, as his grandfather called him. The baby prince, with his wet nurse and the old nyanya, Savishna, lived in the apartments which had been occupied by the princess, her mother, and the young Princess Mariya spent a large portion of the day in the nursery, trying to the best of her ability to take the place of mother to her little nephew. Mademoiselle Bourienne also apparently felt a passionate love for the child, and the Princess Mariya often in a spite of sacrifice would allow her friend the pleasure of attending the little angel, as she called her nephew, and play with him.
Near the altar of the Luisogorsky church, a chapel had been built to the memory of the little princess, and in the chapel was placed a marble monument, brought from Italy, representing an angel with outstretched wings, as if about to mount to heaven. The angel's upper lip was lifted a little, as though it were going to smile. Once Prince Andrei and the Princess Mariya, as they came out of the chapel, agreed that the face of the angel reminded them strangely of the face of the departed. But what was still stranger, and this Prince Andrei did not remark to his sister, was that in this expression which the artist had accidentally given to the angel's face, Prince Andrei read those very words of sweet reproach which he had before read on the face of his dead wife. "Ach, what have they done to me?" Shortly after Prince Andrei's return, the old prince had made over to his son the large estate of Bogucharovo, situated about 40 versts from Luisa Gorui. Partly on account of the sad recollections associated with Luisa Gorui, partly because Prince Andrei always felt himself unable to endure his father's idiosyncrasies, and partly also because he felt the need of solitude, he took possession of Bogucharovo, established himself there, and there spent a large part of his time. Prince Andrei, after the battle of Austerlitz, had resolutely made up his mind never to go back into the military service again, and when the war began and all were obliged to enlist, he, in order to escape active service, accepted a position under his father's command in the recruiting of the militia. Since the campaign of 1805, the old prince and his son seemed to have exchanged parts. The father, excited by active life, expected all that was good from the campaign. Prince Andrei, on the contrary, not taking any active part in the war, and in the secret depths of his heart regretting it, saw only a dark prospect ahead. On the 10th of March, 1807, the old prince started on one of his circuits. Prince Andrei, as usual during his father's absences, stayed at Luisa Gorui. The dear little Nikolushka had not been quite well for several days. The coachman who had driven the old prince to the next town returned and brought documents and letters for Prince Andrei. The valet, carrying the mail, failing to find the prince in his study, went to the Princess Mariya's apartments, but he was not there either. The valet was informed that the prince had gone to the nursery. "If you please, your illustriousness, Petrusha has come with some documents," said one of the maids employed in the nursery, addressing Prince Andrei, who was sitting in a child's small chair, and, with knitted brows and trembling hands, was dropping medicine from a bottle into a tumbler half full of water. "What did you say?" said he, testily, and by an unguarded movement of his trembling hand he poured too many drops into the glass of water. He threw the medicine on the floor and asked for some more water. The maid handed it to him. In the room stood a child's cradle, 2 chests, 2 armchairs, a table, a child's table, and the little chair in which Prince Andrei was sitting. The windows were closely shaded, and on the table burned a single candle shaded by a bound volume of music, so that no light might fall on the cradle. "My dear," said the Princess Mariya, turning to her brother from the cradle by which she was standing, "you'd better wait until—" "Ugh! Please be kind enough! You're always talking nonsense, and you're always procrastinating, and see what it has led to now!" said Prince Andrei in an angry whisper, with the manifest intention of wounding his sister. "My dear, truly it would be better not to awaken him. He is asleep now," said the princess, in a supplicating voice. Prince Andrei got up and went over on tiptoes to the cradle with the glass in his hand. "Had we really better not wake him?" he said, irresolutely. "Just as you please. Truly, I think so. But just as you think best," said the Princess Mariya, evidently embarrassed and a little ashamed that her opinion was about to rule. She called her brother's attention to the maid who was speaking to him in a whisper. It was the second night that neither of them had got any sleep on account of watching over the baby, which was suffering from a sharp attack of fever. All this time, since they had felt very little confidence in their own domestic physician and were expecting one to be sent them from the city, they had disagreed about remedies, one preferring one thing, the other another. Suffering from sleeplessness and anxiety, they each blamed the other, and indulged in recriminations which accounted to actual quarrels. "Petrusha, with documents from your papenka," whispered the maid. Prince Andrei went out. "The devil take them!" he exclaimed, and after hearing the verbal messages from his father, and taking the envelopes and letters, he went back to the nursery. "How is he now?" asked Prince Andrei. "Just the same. We must await the mercy of God." "Karl Ivanuitch always declares that sleep is better than any medicine," whispered the Princess Mariya with a sigh. Prince Andrei went to the child and felt of him. He was very hot. "The mischief take you and your Karl Ivanuitch!" He took the glass with the medicine which he had dropped into it, and again approached the cradle. "Andrei, you ought not!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. But he scowled wrathfully at her, and at the same time with the look of a martyr, and bent over the baby with his glass. "I insist upon it," said he. "Well, then, you give it to him." The Princess Mariya shrugged her shoulders, but obediently took the glass, and calling the nurse to help, tried to give the child the medicine. The baby screamed and strangled. Prince Andrei, scowling, clasped his hands to his head, left the room, and sat down on a sofa in the next room. The letters were still in his hands. He mechanically opened them and began to read them. The old prince in his large scrawly hand, sometimes employing abbreviations and quaint archaic words, wrote on blue paper as follows: "I have just at this moment received very agreeable news, unless it's a canard. Bennigsen is said to have gained a complete victory over Bonaparte at Eylau. They are wild with delight at Petersburg, and endless rewards have been distributed in the army. Though he's a German, I congratulate him. I cannot imagine what that nachalnik, Hendrikhof, is doing at Korchevo. So far no reinforcements or provisions have come from him. Go there as quick as you can and tell him that I will take his head off if everything is not here within a week's time. I have received additional news about the battle of Eylau through a letter from Petenka. He took part. It's all true. When mischief makers do not meddle, then even a German can beat Bonaparte. They say he is retreating in great disorder. See that you go to Korchevo without delay and hurry things along." Prince Andrei sighed and tore open another envelope. This was a closely written letter from Bilibin, filling 2 sheets. He folded it up without reading it, and again perused the letter from his father, ending with the words, "Go to Korchevo without delay and hurry things along." "No, excuse me, I will not go now, when my baby is still sick," he said to himself, and stepping to the door he looked into the nursery. Princess Mariya still stood by the cradle, and was gently rocking the child. "Yes, what in the name of goodness was that other disagreeable thing that he wrote?" asked Prince Andrei, trying to recall his father's letter. "Oh, yes, our men have won a victory over Bonaparte, now that I am not there to take part. Yes, yes, he will have a good chance to make sport of me. Well, let him if he wants." And he began to read Bilibin's letter. He read without understanding half of it, read it simply for the sake of forgetting for the moment what had been painfully occupying his thoughts to the exclusion of everything else for quite too long. End of chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. Bilibin now found himself in the quality of a diplomatic chinovnik at the headquarters of the army, and though he wrote in French with French jests and phraseology, still he described the whole campaign with genuine Russian fearlessness, not sparing reproaches or sarcasms. He wrote that the discretion imposed upon him by the necessities of diplomacy annoyed him, and that he was glad to have in Prince Andrei an ingenious correspondent, to whom he was able to pour out all the spleen which had been accumulating in him at the sight of what was going on in the army. This letter was of somewhat ancient date, having been penned even before the battle of Preussisch Eylau. Bilibin wrote as follows: (Footnote: This letter is in French in the original.) Since our great success at Austerlitz, my dear Prince, I have been, as you may know, constantly at headquarters. I have conceived a decided taste for war, and so much the better for me. What I have witnessed these past 3 months is beyond belief. I will begin ab ovo, at the very beginning. The enemy of the human race, as you are well aware, has been attacking the Prussians. The Prussians are our faithful allies, who have only duped us 3 times within 3 years. Consequently, we take up their cause. But it proves that the enemy of the human race pays no attention to our fine speeches, and in accordance with his rough and untrained nature,
flings himself on the Prussians without allowing them to finish their parade, in short metre beats them all hollow, le roi pas couture, and makes himself at home in the palace at Potsdam. I have the most earnest desire, writes the King of Prussia to Bonaparte, that your Majesty should be received and treated in my palace as would be most agreeable to you, and I hasten to take all measures to this end that circumstances permit. I only hope that I have been successful. The Prussian generals make it a point of honor to be gracious toward the French and lay down their arms at the first summons. The principal officer of the garrison of Glogau, with 10,000 men, asks the King of Prussia what he should do if he is called upon to surrender. A fact. In short, while hoping to make a great impression solely by our military attitude, lo and behold, here we are in for a real war, and what is worse, for a war on our own frontiers, avec et pour le roi de Prusse. Everything is all ready. We lack only one trifling thing, that is, a general-in-chief. As it has been discovered that the successes of Austerlitz might have been more decided, if only the general-in-chief had been older, all the octogenarians have been brought forward, and between Prozorovsky and Kamensky, the preference has been given to the latter. The general comes to us in a kibitka, after the style of Suvaroff, and is received with acclamations of joy and triumph. On the 4th comes the first courier from Petersburg. The mail is brought into the marshal's study, as he likes to do everything personally. I am summoned to help sort the letters, and take those addressed to ourselves. The marshal looks on while we work, and waits for the packages addressed to him. We search them over, but there is not one. The marshal becomes impatient, and sets to work himself and finds letters from the Emperor for Count T., for Prince V., and others. Then, lo and behold, he goes off into one of his blue rages. He shoots fire and flames against everybody. He seizes the letters, breaks their seals, and reads those which the Emperor has written to others. So that's the way I am treated. They have no confidence in me. Ah, that's a fine notion, setting others to watch my actions. Away with you. And he writes his famous order of the day to General Bennigsen. I am wounded and cannot ride on horseback, and consequently cannot command the army. You have taken your defeated corps d'armée to Pultusk. There it is exposed, and lacks firewood and provender, and, as you yourself reported last evening to Count Buxhovden, you must devise measures for retiring beyond our frontier. See that this is done to-day. Owing to all my riding on horseback, he writes to the Emperor, I have become galled by the saddle, which, in addition to my former infirmities, entirely prevents me from riding on horseback and commanding such an extensive army, and therefore I have transferred the command to Count Buxhovden, who is next in seniority to myself, giving him the whole charge, and advising him, in case he cannot obtain bread, to move nearer to the interior of Prussia, since only enough bread is left for one day, and some of the regiments have none at all, according to the reports of the division commanders, Osterman and Sedmoretsky. And the peasants also have nothing left, and I myself shall remain in the hospital at Ostrolenko until I am well. In offering, most respectfully, this report, I would add that if this army remain another fortnight in its present bivouac, by spring there will not be a single soldier left. Permit an old man to retire to the country, since he is now so feeble that he finds it impossible to fulfill the great and glorious duty for which he was chosen. I shall await your all-gracious permission here in the hospital, so as not to play the rôle of a clerk instead of commander at the head of the army. Of men like myself there are thousands in Russia. The marshal is vexed with the Emperor, and punishes all of us for it. Isn't that logical? Thus ends the first act. In those that follow, the interest and absurdity increase in proper degree. After the marshal's departure, it is discovered that we are in sight of the enemy, and must fight. Buxhovden is commander-general-in-chief by order of seniority, but General Bennigsen is not of this opinion, all the more because it is he and his corps who are in sight of the enemy, and he is anxious to profit by the occasion to fight a battle on his own account, aus eigener Hand, as the Germans say. He does so. This is the battle of Pultusk, which is reported to be a great victory, but which, in my opinion, was no victory at all. We civilians, nous autres piquants, have, as you are well aware,
a very wretched habit of making up our own minds in regard to the gain or loss of a battle. The one who retires after the battle is the loser, so we say, and in this respect we lost the battle of Pultusk. In short, we retreated after the battle, but we send a courier to Petersburg to carry the news of the victory, and the general refuses to surrender the chief command to Buxhovden, hoping to receive from Petersburg the title General in Chief as a reward for his victory. During this interregnum, we begin an excessively interesting and original scheme of maneuvers. Our design consists not, as it should have been, in avoiding or attacking the enemy, but solely of avoiding General Buxhovden, who by right of seniority should be our chief. We pursue this plan with so much energy that even in crossing an unfordable river we burn our bridges to cut off the enemy, who for the nonce is not Bonaparte, but Buxhovden. General Buxhovden just misses being attacked and taken by overwhelming forces of the enemy, by reason of one of our pretty maneuvers which saves us from him. Buxhovden pursues us, we sneak away. As soon as he crosses to our side of the river, we cross back again. At last our enemy, Buxhovden, catches up with us and attacks us. The two generals have a quarrel. Buxhovden even goes so far as to send a challenge, and Bennigsen has an attack of epilepsy. But at the critical moment the courier who carried the news of our victory at Pultusk returns with our nomination as General in Chief, and our enemy number 1 is done for. We can think of number 2, Bonaparte. But what do you suppose? Just at this moment there rises before us a third enemy, the Pravoslavnoye, the Orthodox army, loudly clamoring for bread, for meat, for sukhari, for hay, and what not. The stores are empty, the roads impassable. The Pravoslavnoye set themselves to marauding, and in a way of which the last campaign would not give you the slightest notion. Half of the regiments form themselves into freebooters, scouring the country and putting everything to fire and sword. The natives are ruined, root and branch. The hospitals are overflowing with sick, and famine is everywhere. Twice the headquarters have been attacked by troops of marauders, and the general in chief has himself been obliged to ask for a battalion to drive them off. In one of these attacks my empty trunk and my dressing gown was carried off. The emperor has consented to grant all the division chiefs the right to shoot the marauders, but I very much fear that such a course would oblige one half of the army to shoot the other half. Prince Andrei at first read with his eyes alone, but gradually, in spite of himself, what he was reading, in spite of the fact that he was well aware of how far Biblin was to be trusted, began to absorb him more and more. Having read thus far he crumpled up the latter and threw it aside. It was not what he had read in the letter that moved his indignation, but rather the fact that the life there, so remote and foreign to him now, had still the power to stir him. He closed his eyes, rubbed his forehead with his hand, as though to drive away all recollection of what he had been reading, and listened to what was going on in the nursery. Suddenly it seemed to him that he heard a strange sound there. A great fear came over him. He was afraid that something might have happened to his baby while he was reading the letter. He went to the nursery door on his tiptoes and opened it. As he went in, he noticed that the nurse, with a frightened face, was hiding something from him, and the Princess Mariya was no longer by the cradle. "My dear," he heard behind him, in the frightened voice, as it seemed to him, of his sister. As often occurs after long wakefulness and keen emotion, a causeless panic came over him. He imagined that the child might be dying, or dead. All that he heard and saw now seemed to confirm this fear. "It is all over," he said to himself, and a cold sweat stood out on his brow. He went to the cradle in great apprehension, firmly convinced that he should find it empty, that the nurse girl was hiding his dead baby. He drew the curtains aside, and it was some time before his frightened, wandering eyes could find the child. At last he saw him. The little one, all rosy, lay sprawled out across the cradle, with his head lower than the pillow, and he was smacking his lips in his sleep and breathing regularly. Prince Andrei was perfectly delighted to see the child so, when he was already beginning to think that he had lost him. He bent over and, as his sister had instructed him, felt with his lips whether the baby's fever had gone. The sweet brow was moist. He passed his hand over the little head, and the soft hair was also moist. The baby was in such a perspiration. Not only was the baby not dead, but he was aware now that the crisis had passed, and that he was better. He felt strong inclination to snatch up this helpless little creature and press it to his heart, but he dared not do so. He stood over him looking at his head and his little arms and feet which had thrown off the coverings. He heard a rustling behind him, and thought he saw a shadow outlined on the curtain of the cradle. But he did not look around, but gazed into the baby's face, still listening to his regular breathing. The dark shadow was the Princess Mariya, who, with noiseless steps, came to the cradle, lifted the curtain, and dropped it after her. Prince Andrei, without looking around, recognized her, and stretched out his hand to her. She pressed his hand. " He is in a perspiration," said Prince Andrei. " I had gone out to tell you." The baby stirred a little in his sleep, smiled, and rubbed his forehead against the pillow. Prince Andrei looked at his sister. The Princess Mariya's lustrous eyes in the subdued twilight of the curtains gleamed more than usually bright with happy tears. She leaned over to her brother and kissed him, slightly catching her dress in the material of the curtain. Each made the other a warning gesture and stood quiet for a moment, under the faint light of the curtain, as though they wished still to remain in that world in which they were shut off from all the rest of the universe. Prince Andrei was the first to move away from the cradle, getting his head entangled in the muslin of the curtain as he did so. " Yes, that is all that is left for me now," said he, with a sigh. CHAPTER X. Part 2, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 10. Shortly after his reception into the Masonic Brotherhood, Pierre, with full instructions given him for his guidance in managing his estates, reached the government of Kiev, where the larger number of his serfs were to be found. When he reached Kiev, he summoned all his overseers and explained his intentions and desires. He told him that measures would be immediately taken for the unconditional emancipation from servitude of all his serfs, that till this was done the peasants must not be constrained to hard work, that the women and children must not be required to work at all, that assistance was to be freely rendered the peasantry, that corporal punishments were not to be employed, but reprimands, and that on each of his estates hospitals, asylums, and schools were to be established. Some of the overseers, and in the number were half-educated economes or stewards, listened with dismay, supposing that the young count's speech meant that he was dissatisfied with their management, or had discovered how they had been embezzling his funds. Others, after their first panic, found amusement in Pierre's thick, stumbling speech, and the new words which they had never heard before. A third set found simply a certain sense of satisfaction in hearing their baron talk. A fourth, and these were the sharpest, and at their head the chief overseer, perceived from this talk how it behooved them to manage with their baron, in order to subserve their own ends. The chief overseer expressed great sympathy in Pierre's proposed plans, but he remarked that over and above these reforms, it was indispensable to make a general investigation of his affairs, which were in a sufficiently unfortunate state. In spite of Count Bezukhoi's enormous wealth at the time when Pierre entered upon his inheritance, and it was said that he had an income of 500,000 rubles a year, he felt himself much poorer than when he received an allowance of 10,000 a year from his late father. He had a general dim idea that his expenses were somewhat as follows: interest to the Society, [Footnote: The famous bank supported by the state, that loaned money on land and personal property, including serfs.] about 80,000 rubles, on all his possessions. About 30,000 stood him for the maintenance of his house in Moscow, and his Podmoskovnaya, and the support of the three princesses. About 15,000 went to pensions, as much into various charitable institutions. 150,000 were put down for support of the countess. About 70,000 went in interest on his debts. The building of a church which he had begun a couple of years before cost him about 10,000 a year. The rest, not far from 100,000, was expended he himself knew not how, and almost every year he found himself obliged to borrow. Moreover, each year his chief overseer had written to him about fires, about bad harvests, about the necessity of building new factories and works. And thus Pierre was first thing confronted by what he had not the slightest taste or capacity for, the settlement of his affairs. Pierre each day spent some time with his chief overseer in this business, but he was conscious that his efforts did not advance his interests a single step. He was conscious that his efforts were wasted on this business,
that they did not have the slightest influence on his affairs, and were not calculated to help him on with his schemes. On the one hand, his head overseer pictured his affairs in the gloomiest colors, pointing out to Pierre the absolute necessity of paying his debts and undertaking new enterprises with the labor of his peasantry, a thing to which Pierre refused to listen. On the other hand, Pierre insisted on the project of emancipating his serfs, but to this the overseer opposed the imperious necessity of first paying off the mortgage held by the Operkunsky, or Orphans' Aid Society, and consequently the impossibility of accomplishing the business rapidly. The overseer did not say that this was absolutely impossible. He proposed for bringing this about, the selling of certain forests in the government of Kostroma, some river lands, and an estate in the Crimea. But all these operations proposed by the overseer entailed complicated legal proceedings, replevins, permits, licenses, and so forth, so that Pierre quite lost his wits and merely said, "Yes, yes, do so then." Pierre was not possessed of that practical bent for business which would have enabled him to grasp the whole matter immediately, and consequently he disliked it all and merely pretended to take an interest in it in the overseer's presence. The overseer, on his side, pretended to consider all these efforts advantageous for the proprietor and troublesome for himself. In the large city of Kiev, the capital of the province, Pierre had some acquaintances. Those whom he did not know made haste to pay their respects to him, and gladly welcomed the millionaire, the largest landowner of the whole government. The temptations that assailed Pierre in his principal weakness, as he had confessed at the time of his entrance into the lodge, were also so powerful that he could not resist them. Again, whole days, weeks, months of his life sped away, constantly occupied with parties, dinners, breakfasts, balls, just as it had been in Petersburg, so that he had no time whatsoever for serious thoughts. Instead of the new life which he had hoped to lead, he still went on with the same old routine, only in different surroundings. Of the three obligations of Freemasonry, Pierre acknowledged that he was not fulfilling the one that enjoined upon every Mason to be a model of moral living, and of the 7 precepts of virtue, 2 he had not taken to heart: virtuous living and love for death. He comforted himself with the thought that he was fulfilling one of the other obligations, the reformation of the human race, and that he possessed other virtues, love to his neighbor, and particularly liberality. In the spring of the year 1807, Pierre determined to return to Petersburg, making on his way a visit to all of his possessions, so as to assure himself as to what had been done towards carrying out his orders, and personally to learn in what condition lived the peasantry entrusted to him by God, and whom he was striving to benefit. His head overseer, who considered all of the young count's ideas as perfectly chimerical, disadvantageous for himself, for him, for the peasants themselves, had made some concessions. Though he still represented that the emancipation of the serfs was an impossibility, he had made arrangements for the extensive erection on all the estates of schools, hospitals, and asylums, against the coming of the baron. Everywhere he had arrangements for receptions, not, to be sure, on a sumptuous and magnificent scale which he knew would displease the young count, but rather semi-religious and thanksgiving processions, with sacred images and the traditional chleb sol, or bread and salt, the Russian symbol of hospitality. Such demonstrations, in fact, as he was certain from his knowledge of the baron's character, would deeply touch him and delude him. The southern spring, the comfortable, rapid journey in his Vienna calash, and the solitude in which he traveled, had made a most pleasant impression on Pierre. These estates, none of which he had ever seen before, were each more picturesque than the other. The peasantry everywhere appeared prosperous and touchingly grateful to him for the benefits which he was heaping upon them. Everywhere they met him with processions and receptions which, though they embarrassed him, filled his heart with a pleasant sensation. In one place, the peasants brought him the chleb sol and a holy picture of Peter and Paul, and besought his permission to add at their own expense, in honor of his name day, and as a sign of their love and gratitude to him for the benefits conferred upon them, a new chantry to the church. In another place he was met by women and children at the breast, who thanked him for freeing them from hard work. On a third estate he was met by a priest carrying a cross and surrounded by children, to whom, through the count's liberality, he was teaching reading and religion. On all his estates he saw with his own eyes the massive stone foundations of edifices for hospitals, schools, and almshouses, building or almost built, and ready to be opened in a short time. Everywhere, Pierre saw from the accounts of his overseers that enforced labor had been greatly reduced from what it had been, and he listened to the affecting expressions of gratitude from deputations of serfs in their blue kaftans. But Pierre had no knowledge of the fact that where he had been met with the bread and salt, and where they were building the chantry of Peter and Paul, it was a commercial village where a yarmarka, or annual bazaar, was held on St. Peter's Day, that the chantry had been begun long before by some well-to-do muzhiks of the village, the very ones in fact who came to meet him, while 9/10 of the peasants of this same village lived in the profoundest destitution. He did not know that in consequence of his order to cease employing nursing women at work in the fields, these very same women were forced to do vastly harder work on their own lots of communal land. He did not know that the priest who came to meet him with his cross oppressed the muzhiks with his exactions, and that the pupils who accompanied him were placed with him at a cost of tears, and were often ransomed back by their parents for large sums of money. He did not know that the edifices built, according to his plan, of stone were the work of his own laborers, and greatly increased the forced service of his serfs, which was really diminished only on paper. He did not know that where the overseers pointed out to him on the books the reduction of the serfs' obroks, or money payments, by 1/3, the consequence was that an amount corresponding was added to the forced labor of the peasantry. And so Pierre was in raptures over his tour among his estates, and he fell back fully into that philanthropical frame of mind in which he had left Petersburg, and he wrote enthusiastic letters to his preceptor brother, as he called the Grand Master. "How easy it is, how little strength it requires to do so much good," said Pierre to himself, "and how little we trouble ourselves about it." He was happy over the gratitude, but felt mortified to be the recipient of it. This gratitude made him think how very much more he might have easily done for these simple-hearted, kindly people. The chief overseer, a thoroughly obstinate and wily man, perfectly comprehending the intelligent but naive young count, and playing him as with a toy, when he saw the effect produced upon him by the receptions that he had himself so skillfully arranged, approached him all the more resolutely with arguments for the impossibility and, above all, the uselessness of emancipating the serfs, who were perfectly happy and contented as they were. Pierre in the depths of his soul agreed with the overseer that it would be hard to imagine people more happy and contented, and that God only knew what would happen to them if they had their freedom, but still, though against his better judgment, he insisted upon what he felt was only justice. The overseer promised to do all in his power to carry out the count's desires, clearly comprehending that the count would never be in a position to assure himself whether all his plans for the disposal of his forests and other lands for the sake of redeeming his mortgages to the society had been carried out, or would ever ask or know how his costly edifices would stand empty, and the peasants would continue to contribute their labor and money just the same as they did on other estates, that is, the utmost that they could give. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. On his return from his southern journey, in the happiest frame of mind, Pierre carried out his long-cherished purpose of going to make a visit to his old friend Bolkonsky, whom he had not seen for 2 years. Bogucharovo was situated in the midst of a flat and uninteresting region, diversified with fields and forests of birch and evergreens, cleared and uncleared. The Barsky Dvor, or proprietor's place, was situated at one end of the straggling village, which extended along both sides of the straight highway. In front was a pond, recently dug and filled with water, though the grass had not yet had a chance to grow on the banks around. The house stood in the midst of a young grove, some of the trees of which were pines and firs. The Barsky Dvor consisted of a granary and threshing floor, the house servants' quarters, the stable, a bath-house, and the wings of a great stone mansion, the semicircular facade of which was in process of erection. Around the house a young garden was planted. The fences were strong and the paths were new. Under a shed stood 2 fire engines and a barrel, painted a vivid green. The paths were straight, the bridges were well built and had railings,
Everything bore the impress of extreme care and good management. The house serfs who met Pierre, in answer to his question where the prince lived, pointed to a small building standing at the very edge of the pond. Prince Andrei's old body servant, Anton, helped Pierre down from the calash, told him that the prince was at home, and led him into a neat little anteroom. Pierre was struck by the modesty of this diminutive though scrupulously clean little house, after the brilliant conditions of existence in which he had last seen his friend in Petersburg. He hurriedly went into a small hall, smelling of pine and not even plastered, and was about to go further, but Anton preceded him on his tiptoes and knocked at the door. "Now who's there?" was the reply, in a harsh, forbidding voice. "A visitor," replied Anton. "Ask him to wait," and the noise of a chair pushed back was heard. Pierre went with swift steps to the door and met Prince Andrei face to face as he came out, frowning and looking older than his years. Pierre threw his arms around him, pushing up his spectacles, kissed him on the cheeks, and looked at him closely. "Well, this is a surprise. Very glad to see you," said Prince Andrei. Pierre said nothing. He was gazing at his friend in amazement, not taking his eyes from him. He was struck by the change that had taken place in Prince Andrei. His words were affectionate, there was a smile on his lips and face, but his eyes were dim and lifeless, in spite of his evident desire to make them seem to have a joyous and lively light. His friend was not so much disturbed that he had grown thinner and paler, but this expression of his eyes and the frown on his brow, the evidence of long-continued concentration on some one painful topic, amazed and estranged Pierre, who was not used to seeing him so. As usual on meeting after long separation, it took some time to get the conversation into running order. They asked and answered various questions briefly in regard to things which both knew they should have to talk about afterward at length. At last they began to settle down a little more on what they already touched upon, what had taken place in the past, and their plans for the future, about Pierre's journey, his undertakings, the war, and other topics. That concentration and lifelessness which Pierre had already remarked in Prince Andrei's eyes was now expressed still more noticeably in the smile with which he listened to Pierre, especially when he spoke with animation of the past or the future. It seemed as though Prince Andrei were trying, but without success, to feel an interest in what he said. Pierre was beginning to feel that it was in bad taste in Prince Andrei's presence to speak of his enthusiasms, dreams, hopes of happiness, and of doing good. He was ashamed to tell about his new notions concerning Freemasonry, which had been especially renewed and excited during the latter part of his journey. He restrained himself for fear of seeming naive. At the same time he had an irresistible desire to tell his friend, as soon as possible, that now he was an entirely different and much better man than he had been when he had known him in Petersburg. "I cannot tell you what I have lived through since then. I should not know myself." "Yes, yes, we have changed much since that time," said Prince Andrei. "Well, and you?" asked Pierre. "What are your plans?" "Plans," replied Prince Andrei, in an ironical tone. "My plans," he repeated again, as though he were astonished at such a word. "You can see for yourself, I am building. I intend next year to come here for good." Pierre said nothing, but still looked attentively at Prince Andrei's aged face. "No, I wanted to ask," said he, but Prince Andrei interrupted him. "But what is the use of talking about me? Tell me, oh yes, tell me about your journey, all about what you expect to accomplish on your estates." Pierre began to tell him what he had been doing for his peasantry, trying to conceal as far as possible his own part in the improvements made. Prince Andrei several times finished Pierre's description for him, as though all that Pierre had done were an old story, and he seemed to listen not only without interest, but even as though he felt ashamed at what Pierre told him. Pierre began to feel awkward and uncomfortable in his friend's society. He stopped talking. "Now see here, my dear fellow, dusha moya," said Prince Andrei, who evidently found it just as uncomfortable and irksome in his guest's society. "I'm only camping out here, as it were. Came over simply to see how things were going. I'm going back to-night to my sister's. If you will go back with me, I'll introduce you to her. Oh, but I think you know her," he added, evidently trying to think of something to amuse a guest with whom he felt he had nothing in common. "We will start right after dinner. But now, would you like to look around my premises?" They went out,
and returned to the house in time for dinner, talking of the political news, and of their common acquaintances, like men who cared very little for each other. Prince Andrei made a show of animation and interest only in regard to the new buildings and premises which he was engaged in constructing. But even here, in the midst of their conversation, and while they were on the scaffolding, and he was describing the projected arrangements of the house, he suddenly paused. However, there is nothing very interesting about this. Let us go to dinner and then start. At the dinner table the talk turned on Pierre's marriage. I was very much amazed when I heard about it, said Prince Andrei. Pierre flushed, as he usually did when it was mentioned, and said hurriedly, I will tell you all about it some time, tell you how it happened. But you know that it is all over and forever. Forever? Queried Prince Andrei. There's no such thing as forever. But you know, don't you, how it all ended? You heard about the duel. And so you had to go through that also. There is one thing that I thank God for, and that is that I did not kill the man, said Pierre. Why so? Asked Prince Andrei. To kill a mad dog is a very good thing. No, but to kill a man is not good. Not right. Why is it not right? Demanded Prince Andrei. It is not for men to judge what is right and wrong. Men have always been in error, and always will be in error, and in nothing more than in what they consider to be right and wrong. Wrong is whatever is harmful to our fellow men, said Pierre, feeling a sense of satisfaction that here for the first time since his arrival, Prince Andrei had really brightened up and begun to talk, and was on the way to disclosing what had made him so different from what he used to be. And who has ever told you what is harmful to our fellow men? Asked the other. Harmful! Harmful! Exclaimed Pierre. We all know what that means for ourselves. Yes, we know what is evil for ourselves, but that which is evil for myself may not be evil for another man, said Prince Andrei, growing more and more constantly animated. He added in French, I know of only two real evils in life, remorse and illness. There is nothing good except the absence of these evils. To live for myself, avoiding only these two evils, is at present all my philosophy. But how about love for your neighbor and self-sacrifice? Protested Pierre. No, I cannot agree with you. It is a very little thing to live merely so as not to do evil, merely to be free from remorse. I have lived in that way. I have lived for myself, and I have wasted my life. And now only that I am living, trying to live, for others, Pierre corrected himself out of modesty. Only now do I realize the full happiness of life. No, I cannot agree with you, and you yourself do not mean what you say. Prince Andrei looked silently at Pierre, and smiled satirically. Well, you are going to see my sister, the Princess Mariya. You and she will agree, said he. Maybe you are right as far as you are concerned, he went on to say, after a short silence. But everyone must work out his own life. You have lived for yourself, and declare that you have almost wasted your life by this course, and you have found happiness only when you began to live for others. But my experience has been exactly the opposite. I have lived for glory. And what is glory? Is it not love for others, the desire to do something for them, the yearning for their applause? And in that way I have lived for others, and have not almost, but wholly, wasted my life. But only since I have begun to live for myself alone have I begun to feel more satisfied. But how can you live for yourself alone? Asked Pierre, growing heated. There is your son, your sister, your father. Ah, yes, but they are the same as myself. They are not other people, explained Prince Andrei, but others, neighbors, les prochains, as you and the Princess Mariya express it. They are the chief fountainhead of error and evil. Les prochains, your neighbor, is, for instance, those Kiev muzhiks of yours, whom you are trying to load with benefits. And he looked at Pierre with a provokingly satirical expression. It evidently provoked Pierre. You are jesting, said Pierre, who was constantly growing more and more excited. How can there be error and evil in what I have desired? The accomplishment has been very trifling and wretched, but I mean in what I have desired, to do in the way of benefiting them, and have accomplished in some small measure. What possible evil can there be in poor men, like our muzhiks, men just like ourselves, who grow up and perish without any comprehension of God and right, beyond mere forms and meaningless prayers,
being taught the consoling belief in a future life, in rewards and compensations and joys to come. Pray what evil or error is there in my giving medicine and a hospital and a refuge for old age to men who are dying of maladies without succor, when it is so easy to help them materially? And is it not a palpable and unquestionable benefit that when the muzhiks, the nursing women, have no rest either day or night, and I give them leisure and recreation?" said Pierre, stammering in his efforts to talk fast and keep up with his thoughts. "And I have done this, stupidly enough, feebly enough, but at all events I have done something toward it, and you will fail to persuade me either that what I have done is not good, or that you yourself have any such notion. And above all," proceeded Pierre, "I know I am firmly persuaded that the pleasure of doing good in this way is the only true happiness that life affords." "Yes, if you propound the question in that way, you make an entirely different one out of it," said Prince Andrei. "I am building a house, I am laying out a garden, and you are erecting hospitals, and some one else might come along and argue that both were a waste of time. But the decision as to what is right and what is good, let us leave to Him who knows all things, and not try to decide it for ourselves. But I see that you want to argue the question," he added. "Give it to us, then." They had left the table, and were sitting on a flight of steps that took the place of a balcony. "Well, let us have the discussion then," said Prince Andrei. "You speak of schools," he went on to say, bending one finger, "and of education and so on, that is, you wish to take such a man as that," pointing toward a muzhik, who, as he passed by them, pulled off his hat, "and lift him from his animal existence and give him moral necessities. But it seems to me that his only possible happiness is his animal enjoyment, and that you want to deprive him of it. I envy you. You want to make him like me. You say another thing, you propose to free him from work, but in my opinion physical labor is for him as much a necessity, as much a condition of his existence, as intellectual labor is for you or me. You cannot help thinking. I go to bed at 3 o'clock, thoughts crowd in upon me and I keep turning and twisting, and it is morning before sleep comes. And the reason is because I am thinking and cannot help thinking, just as he cannot help plowing and mowing. If he did not, he would go to the tavern and make himself ill. Just as I could not endure his terrible physical labor, and should die within a week, so he could not endure my physical idleness, he would grow stout and die. In the third place, but what is your third point?" Prince Andrei began to double down his third finger. "Oh, yes, hospitals, medicines. Well, he has a stroke and dies, but you would bleed him and cure him, and he would drag out a crippled existence for 10 years more, a burden to every one. It is far easier and simpler for him to die. Others are born, and there are so many of them to take his place. If it were merely that you were sorry for the loss of a good workman, that would be a different thing, for that's the way I look at it. But you want to cure him out of mere love for him, and that is not necessary as far as he is concerned. And then, besides, what a delusion it is that medicine ever anywhere cured any one! You might rather call it murder," said he, frowning with disgust, and turning from Pierre. Prince Andrei expressed his thoughts with such clearness and precision that it was evident he had thought on these questions, and he spoke fluently and rapidly, like a man who has not had for a long time a chance to express his thoughts. His eyes kept growing more and more animated in proportion as his ideas became pessimistic. "Akh! This is horrible, horrible!" exclaimed Pierre. "What I cannot understand is how you can live, holding such opinions. Such moments of despair have come to me, but that was long, long ago at Moscow and abroad. But at such times I go down into the depths so that I cease to live. Everything is disgusting to me, myself above all. At such times I do not eat or wash myself. Well, is that the way with you?" "Why shouldn't I wash myself? It isn't cleanly," retorted Prince Andrei. "On the contrary, I have to struggle to make my life as agreeable as possible. I am alive. I am not to blame for that, and so it behooves me to make the best of it, not interfering with anybody else until death carries me off." "But what on earth induces you to live cherishing such notions? Do you really intend to sit down doing nothing, and without undertaking anything?" "Ah, but life refuses to let me be in peace.
I should be glad enough to be a do-nothing, but here, on the one hand, the nobility of the district have done me the honor of electing me their marshal, and it was as much as I could do to get out of it. They could not understand that I had not a single qualification for the office, not a bit of that peculiarly good-natured and commonplace indefatigability which is needed for it. And that is the explanation of this house which I felt called upon to build, so as to have my own little nook where I could be free and easy. And then again, there is the militia." "Why don't you serve in the army?" "After Austerlitz?" exclaimed Prince Andrei gloomily. "No, I thank you humbly, but I have taken a solemn vow that I would never again serve in the Russian army. I would not, even if Bonaparte were here at Smolensk, threatening Luisiya Gorui. No, not even then would I serve in the Russian army. There, now I have told you," proceeded Prince Andrei, growing calmer. "But there is the militia. My father is commander in chief of the 3rd District, and the only way that I could avoid joining the army again was to be with him." "So you are in the service after all?" "Yes, I am." He was silent for a little. "But why are you?" "This is why. My father is one of the most remarkable men of his age, but he has grown old, and while he is not exactly cruel, he has too restless a nature. He is so used to unlimited power that it makes him terrible, and now he has the power granted him by the Emperor as commander in chief of the militia. If I had been 2 hours late, a fortnight ago, he would have hanged a registry clerk at Yukhmovo," said Prince Andrei with a smile. "And so I serve because no one besides me has any influence over him. And I often save him from acts which he would be sorry for afterwards." "Ah, there now, you see!" "Yes, but it is not as you understand it," retorted Prince Andrei in French. "It was not that I wasted any sympathy on the rascal of a clerk who had been stealing boots from the militia. As far as I was concerned, I should have been glad enough if he had been hanged. But I should have felt sorry for my father, which is the same thing as for myself." Prince Andrei was growing more and more excited. His eyes sparkled with a feverish light as he tried to prove to Pierre that his action had nothing whatever of philanthropy in it. "Well, now look here, you want to free your serfs," he went on to say. "That is a very good thing, but not for you. For you never flogged any one or sent any one to Siberia, and still less advantageous for your peasants. If they are beaten and flogged and sent to Siberia, I imagine it does them no special harm. The peasant leads in Siberia that same cattle-like existence of his, and his scars heal over, and he is just as happy as he was before. But this would be a good thing for those who are morally perishing, who are preparing for themselves an old age of remorse, who try to stifle this remorse and become cruel and severe, for the reason that they have the power of punishing either justly or unjustly. That's why I pity anyone, and in such a case should desire the emancipation of the serfs. Perhaps you have never seen, but I have, how good men, educated in these traditions of unlimited power, as they grow old and irritable, grow cruel and harsh, and are aware of it, and cannot help themselves, and so become ever more and more unhappy." Prince Andrei said this with so much feeling that Pierre could not avoid conjecturing that these ideas of Prince Andrei's were suggested by his own father. He said nothing in reply. "And this is what I lament over: human dignity, peace of mind, and purity, and not men's backs and heads, which, however much they be flogged and shaved, will still remain nothing but backs and heads still." "No, no, 1,000 times no! I never should agree with you," cried Pierre. Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 12. In the afternoon, Prince Andrei and Pierre got into the calash and started for Luisiya Gorui. Prince Andrei occasionally glanced at Pierre, and broke the silence with remarks, showing that he was now in the very happiest frame of mind. Pointing to the fields, he told him about his agricultural improvements. Pierre preserved a moody silence, replied in monosyllables, and seemed to be immersed in his thoughts. Pierre felt that Prince Andrei was unhappy, that he was deluding himself, that he was ignorant of the true light, and that it was his duty to come to his aid, to enlighten him and lift him up. But as soon as Pierre tried to think what and how he should speak, he was seized with the consciousness that Prince Andrei by a single word, by a single argument, might destroy everything in his teaching, and he was afraid to begin. He was afraid of exposing to the possibility of ridicule the beloved ark of his convictions. "No, but why should you think so?" suddenly began Pierre, lowering his head, and taking the aspect of a bull about to charge. "What makes you think so? You have no right to think so." "To think how?" asked Prince Andrei in amazement. "About life, about man's destination. It cannot be. I used to think exactly the same way. And do you know what saved me? Freemasonry. No, don't smile. Freemasonry is not a religious, a ceremonial sect, as I once supposed, but it is something much better. It is the one expression of the best, of the eternal in humanity." And Pierre began to expound Freemasonry to Prince Andrei as he understood it. He declared that Freemasonry was the doctrine of Christianity freed from political and religious dogmatic bonds, the doctrine of equality, fraternity, and love. "Our sacred brotherhood only has a practical conception of life. Everything else is visionary," said Pierre. "You must comprehend, my dear fellow, that outside of this fraternity, everything is full of falsehood and deception, and I agree with you that for an intelligent and good man nothing is left except to live out his life as you do, merely striving not to interfere with any one. But once adopt our fundamental principles, join our confraternity, come with us heart and soul, allow yourself to be guided, and you will immediately perceive, just as I did, that you are part of a tremendous, invisible chain, the beginning of which is hidden in heaven," said Pierre. Prince Andrei, silently looking straight ahead, listened to Pierre's discourse. Several times when owing to the rumble of the carriage he failed to catch a word, he asked Pierre to repeat it. Pierre could see by the unusual gleam in Prince Andrei's eyes and by his silence that his words were not without effect, that Prince Andrei would not throw ridicule on what he said. They reached a river where there was a freshet and which had to be crossed by ferry. While they were arranging for the disposition of calash and horses, the two young men went down upon the ferry boat. Prince Andrei, leaning his elbows on the railing, looked in silence down along the brimming river, which gleamed under the rays of the setting sun. "Well, what do you think about it?" asked Pierre. "Why are you so silent?" "What do I think? I have been listening to what you said, that's all," said Prince Andrei. "You say, join our confraternity and we will teach you the purpose of life and the object of man's existence, and the laws that govern the world. But who are we? Simply men. How do you know all that? Why is it that I am the only one who fails to see what you are privileged to see? You see a kingdom of goodness and truth on earth, but that is what I do not see." Pierre interrupted him. "Do you believe in the future life?" he asked. "In the future life," repeated Prince Andrei, but Pierre gave him no time to reply, and took for granted that this very repetition of his words was a denial, the more so because he had known of old Prince Andrei's atheistical convictions. "You say you cannot see the kingdom of goodness and truth on earth, and I do not see it, and it is impossible to see it if we look upon our life here as the end of all things. On the earth, especially on this earth here," Pierre pointed toward a field, "there is no truth. It is all lies and evil. But in the universe, in the whole universe, is the kingdom of truth, and now we are the children of the earth. In eternity we are the children of the whole universe. Do I not feel in my own soul that I constitute a part of this mighty harmonious whole? Do I not have the consciousness that in this enormous, innumerable collection of beings in which Godhead is manifest, supreme force, if you prefer the term, that I constitute one link, one step between the lower orders of creation and the higher ones? If I see, clearly see, this ladder which rises from the plant to man, then why should I suppose that it stops at me, and does not lead higher and ever higher? I know that just as nothing is ever annihilated in the universe, so I can never perish, but shall always exist, and always have existed. I know that besides myself spirits must exist above me, and that truth is in this universe." "Yes, that is Herder's doctrine," said Prince Andrei. "But that is not enough to convince me, my dear. But life and death are what convince. You are convinced when you see a being who is dear to you, who is bound to you by sacred ties, toward whom you have done wrong, and have hoped to atone for the wrong. Prince Andrei's voice trembled, and he turned his head away. And suddenly this being suffers, is tormented, and ceases to be. Why is it? It cannot be that there is no answer, and I believe that there is one. That is what convinces a man. That is what has convinced me," said Prince Andrei. "Yes, yes," exclaimed Pierre. "And isn't that exactly what I said?" "No. I merely maintain that arguments do not convince one of the necessity of a future life. But this: when you go through life hand in hand with a companion, and suddenly that companion vanishes, there, into the nowhere, and you are left standing by this gulf and straining your eyes to look into it, and I have looked in. Well then, you know that there is a there, and that there is a some one. There is the future life. The some one is God." Prince Andrei made no reply. The horses had been long harnessed again into the calash, on the other bank, and the ferriage fees paid, and already the sun was half hidden and the evening frost was beginning to skim over the pools by the ferry with crystal stars. And still Pierre and Andrei, to the amazement of the servants, the drivers, and the ferry hands, stood on the ferry boat talking. If there is a God and a future life, then truth must exist, then virtue must exist, and man's highest happiness consists in striving to attain them. We must live, we must love, we must believe, Pierre was saying. Believe not that we exist for a to-day on this lump of earth, but that we have lived and shall live for ever yonder in the whole. He pointed to the sky. Prince Andrei was standing with his elbows resting on the railing of the ferry boat and listening to Pierre, and without turning away his eyes he gazed at the red disk of the sun reflecting in the brimming river. Pierre came to a pause. It was perfectly still. The boat had long been moored and only the ripples of the current glided by the bottom of the boat with a faint murmur. It seemed to Prince Andrei that this lapping of the waves corroborated Pierre's words and murmured, "It is true, have faith in it." Prince Andrei smiled, and with a radiant, childlike, tender expression looked into Pierre's flushed and enthusiastic face, which, nevertheless, showed that shyness peculiar to him in the presence of a friend of superior attainments. "Ah, yes, if it were only so," said he. "But let us be starting," added Prince Andrei, and as he stepped off the boat he glanced at the sky, to which Pierre called his attention, and for the first time since Austerlitz he saw those lofty, eternal heavens, which he had looked into as he lay on the battlefield, and something long dormant, something that was the better part of himself, suddenly awoke with new and joyful life in the soul. This feeling vanished as soon as Prince Andrei fell back again into the ordinary conditions of existence, but he knew that this feeling, though he was unable to develop it, still lived in him. His meeting with Pierre was for Prince Andrei an epoch with which to begin his new life, not indeed to outward sight, which remained unchanged, but in the inner world of his consciousness. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. It was already quite dark when Prince Andrei and Pierre drove up to the principal entrance of Luzogorsky mansion. Just as they reached there, Prince Andrei, with a smile, called Pierre's attention to the hubbub at the rear doorsteps. An old woman, bending under the weight of a birch bark sack, and a short man in black attire, with long hair, seeing the approach of the calash, started to run in through the back gates. Two women were hurrying after them, and all four, gazing in affright at the carriage, hurried up the back stairs. "Those are some of Masha's men of God," said Prince Andrei. "They took us for my father, and this is the only thing in which she dares think of going against his wishes. His orders are to drive these pilgrims out, but she likes to receive them." "But who are these pilgrims, men of God, as you call them?" Prince Andrei had no time to reply to him. Servants came out to meet them, and he began to ask where the old prince was, and how soon he was expected.
The old prince was still at Smolensk, but was expected at any time. Prince Andrei took Pierre to his own chambers, which were always kept in perfect order for his reception in his father's house, and he himself went to the nursery. " Let us go and find my sister," said Prince Andrei, rejoining Pierre. " I have not seen her yet. She is hidden away somewhere, talking with her men of God. It will make her very much confused, but you shall see her men of God. C'est curieux, ma parole." " But who are these men of God ?" asked Pierre again. " You shall see for yourself." It was a fact that the Princess Mariya was confused, and her face blushed in patches when they joined her. In her cosy chamber, with the tapers burning in front of the holy pictures, on the divan behind the samovar, by her side sat a young lad with a long nose and long hair, and dressed in a monastic cassock. In an armchair near by sat a wrinkled, lean old woman with a sweet expression on her childlike face. " Andrei, pourquoi ne pas m'avoir prévenu ? Why didn't you tell me ?" she said, with gentle reproach, standing up in front of her pilgrims like a hen trying to protect her chicks. " Charmed to see you. I am delighted to see you," said she to Pierre, still in French, as he stooped to kiss her hand. She had known him as a boy, and now his friendship for Andrei, his unhappiness with his wife, and above all his good, simple face quite won her heart. She looked at him from her lovely, lucid eyes, and her expression seemed to say, " I like you very much, but please do not make fun of my friends." After they had exchanged the first greetings they sat down. " Ah, and here is the young Ivanushka," said Prince Andrei, with a smile, indicating the pilgrim lad. " Andrei !" exclaimed the Princess Mariya, in a beseeching tone. " You must know that he is a woman," said Prince Andrei to Pierre. " Andrei ! Au nom de Dieu !" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. It was evident that Prince Andrei's jesting behavior toward the pilgrims, and the Princess Mariya's unprofitable defence of them were matters of long standing between them. "But, my dear girl," said Prince Andrei, "you ought on the contrary to be very grateful to me for explaining to Pierre your intimacy with this young man." " Vraiment ? Are you in earnest ?" asked Pierre, with some curiosity, and with perfect seriousness. And for this the princess was especially grateful to him, looking over his spectacles at Ivanushka's face, who, perceiving that the talk was concerning him, looked at all of them with cunning eyes. It was entirely useless for the Princess Mariya to be mortified on account of her friends. They were not in the least abashed. The old woman, dropping her eyes, though looking at the new comers sideways out of the corners of them, turned her cup bottom side up on the saucer, placed next it the half gnawed lump of sugar, and sat silent and motionless in her chair, waiting to be asked to have another cup. Ivanushka, drinking out of his saucer, gazed at the young men from under his sly, womanlike eyes. "Where have you been ? To Kief ?" asked Prince Andrei of the old woman. "Yes," replied the old woman, laconically. "On Christmas Day I was deemed worthy to partake of the holy sacrament with the saints. But just now I come from Kolyazin, father. A great blessing has been vouchsafed there." " Tell me, has Ivanushka been with you ?"" No, I have been all by myself alone, benefactor," said Ivanushka, striving to make his voice bass. " It was only at Yukhnova that Pelageyushka and I met." Pelageyushka interrupted her companion. She was evidently anxious to tell what she had seen. " In Kolyazin, father, a great blessing has been shown." " What was that ? New relics ?" asked Prince Andrei. " Come, that'll do, Andrei," said the Princess Mariya. " Don't you tell him, Pelageyushka." " Nie ! But why not, mother ? Why shouldn't I tell him ? I love him. He is good. He is one of God's elect. He gave me 10 rubles once. He is my benefactor. I remember it very well. When I was in Kief, Kiryusha the Foolish said to me, ' He's truly a man of God. He goes barefoot winter and summer. What makes you wander round out of your own place ?' says he to me. Says he, ' Go to Kolyazin. There is a wonder working ikon, the Holy Mother of God has manifested herself there.' So I said good by to the saints, and I went there." No one interrupted. The old woman alone in her monotonous voice spoke, occasionally stopping to get her breath. " I went there, my father, and the people there said to me, ' A great blessing has been vouchsafed to us. Holy oil has trickled down from the cheeks of the Holy Mother of God.' " Well,
That will do, that will do, you can tell the rest by and by," said the Princess Mariya, blushing. " Let me ask a question of her," broke in Pierre. " Did you see it with your own eyes ?" he asked. " Indeed, I did, father. I myself was deemed worthy. Such brightness in her face, like light from heaven, and from the Virgin's cheeks it trickled and trickled." " But see here, that was a fraud," was Pierre's naive comment after listening with all attention to her story. " Akh ! Father, what do you say ?" exclaimed Pelageyushka in a tone of horror, turning to the Princess Mariya for protection. " That's the way they deceive the people," he reiterated. " Oh, our Lord Jesus Christ !" exclaimed the old woman, crossing herself. " Akh ! Don't say such a thing, father. And that's the way a certain anaral (she meant to say general) was an unbeliever. He used to say, ' The priests deceive.' Yes, and he was took blind in consequence, and he dreamed that the matushka Petchorskaya came to him and says, ' Believe in me and I will cure you,' and so he began to beg them, ' Take me, oh, take me to her.' And I tell you this as gospel truth, I see it with my own eyes. They took him stone blind as he was, straight to her. He fell on his knees, and says to her, ' Heal me. I will give thee,' says he, ' what the Tsar gave me.' And father, I myself seen the star on her, just as he gave it to her. And so he got back his sight. It's a sin to speak so. God will punish you," said she admonishingly to Pierre. " How did the star look in the holy picture ?" asked Pierre. " And did they promote the Virgin to be a general ?" asked Prince Andrei, smiling. Pelageyushka, suddenly turning pale, clasped her hands. " Oh, father, father, what a sin ! And you with a son !" Her face flushed again. " Lord forgive him, matushka, what does this mean ?" she asked, turning to the Princess Mariya. She got up, and almost weeping, began to gather together her saddle bag. It was evident that it was both terrible and shameful for her to take advantage of benefactions in a house where such things could be said, and yet she regretted that it was now necessary for her to deprive herself of them. " Now what amusement can you find in this ?" asked the Princess Mariya. " Why did you come to my room ?"" No, Pelageyushka, I was only joking," said Pierre. " Princesse, ma parole. Je n'ai pas voulu l'offenser. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. It was only my way. Don't have such an idea. I was only joking," he repeated, smiling timidly, and anxious to smooth over his offence. " You see, I was only in fun, and he was, too." The old Pelageyusha paused in doubt, but Pierre's face showed such sincere repentance, and Prince Andrei looked now at her and now at Pierre with such a gentle expression, that she gradually recovered her peace of mind. CHAPTER XIV. Part II, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The pilgrim woman soon recovered confidence again, and returning to her favorite theme, gave a long account of Father Amphilokhi, who was such a holy man in his life that his dear little hands smelt of incense, and how her friends the monks during her last pilgrimage to Kief had given her the keys to the catacombs, and how she, taking only some little biscuits (sukhariki), had spent 48 hours in them with the saints. " I pray before one, I worship, and then I go to another. Then I take a nap, and go and kiss the other relics, and oh, matushka, such peace, such blessed comfort, never did I want to come up into God's world again." Pierre listened to her with an attentive and serious expression. Prince Andrei left the room, and the Princess Mariya, leaving her " God's people " to finish drinking their tea, invited Pierre into the drawing room. " You are very kind," said she. " Akh ! Truly I did not mean to offend her. I appreciate and prize so dearly such feelings." The Princess Mariya looked at him without speaking, and a gentle smile played over her lips. " I have known you a long time, and I feel as though you were my own brother," said she. " How do you find Andrei ?" she asked hastily, not giving him time to respond to her affectionate words. " I feel very solicitous about him. In the winter his health was better, but this spring his wound opened again, and the doctor said that he ought to go away and be treated.
I am very apprehensive about his mental condition. His nature is so different from us women, and he cannot ease his grief by a good fit of crying. He carries it in his heart. To day he is jolly and full of life, but that is caused by your visit. He is rarely so. If you could only persuade him to go abroad. He needs activity, and this quiet, monotonous life is killing him. Other people don't notice it, but I see it." At 10 o'clock the servants rushed to the doorsteps, hearing the harness bells of the old prince's carriage. Prince Andrei and Pierre also hastened to meet him. " Who is this ?" asked the old prince, as he got out of the carriage and caught sight of Pierre. " Akh ! I am very glad. Kiss me," he cried, as soon as he learned who the young stranger was. He was in excellent spirits, and treated Pierre in the most friendly way. Before supper Prince Andrei, returning to his father's cabinet, found him in a hot discussion with Pierre. Pierre argued that the time was coming when there would be no more war. The old prince in a bantering, but not angry tone, maintained the opposite. " Drain all the blood from men's veins, and pour in water instead, and then you will have an end of war. Old women's drivel, old women's drivel," he exclaimed, but still he affectionately tapped Pierre on the shoulder as he went over to the table where Prince Andrei had taken a seat, evidently not caring to enter the discussion, and was glancing over the papers which his father had brought from the city. The old prince went to him and began to talk with him about business. " Count Rostoi, the marshal, has not furnished half his quota, and when I got to town, he actually conceived the notion of asking me to dinner. I gave him an answer that settled him. But just look at this. Well, brother," said Nikolai Andreyitch, addressing his son, but patting Pierre on the shoulder, " your friend is a fine young man. I like him very much. He warms me up. Many another has clever things to say, but one doesn't care anything about hearing what he says. But this one succeeds in warming an old man like me all up. Well, go on, he added. Maybe I'll come and sit down to supper with you. I'd like another discussion. Make yourself agreeable to my little goose, the Princess Mariya," he shouted after Pierre through the door. During this visit to Luisiya Gorui, Pierre, for the first time appreciated the real strength and charm of his friendship with Prince Andrei. This charm was manifested not so much by his relations with Andrei himself, as it was with all his relatives and the inmates of the house. Pierre felt that he was received on the footing of an old friend, both by the stern old prince and the sweet, shy Princess Mariya, and yet neither of them had hitherto really known him. Both of them soon grew to be very fond of him. The Princess Mariya, whose heart was won by his genial treatment of her pilgrim friends, looked at him from her big, lucid eyes, and even the little yearling Prince Nikolai, as his grandfather called him, smiled at Pierre and liked to go to him. Mikhail Ivanuitch and Mademoiselle Bourienne looked at him and smiled pleasantly while he talked with the old prince. The old prince came down to supper. This was evidently on Pierre's account. During the 2 days of his visit at Luisiya Gorui, he treated him in the most flattering way, and often bade him to come to his own room. After Pierre had gone, and all the members of the family met, they began to express their opinions of him, as is always the case after the departure of a new acquaintance, but, as is rarely the case, they all agreed in saying pleasant things of him. Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 15. Rostov, on returning from his furlough, for the first time felt and realized how strong were the ties that bound him to Denisof and the rest of the regiment. When he went back to his regiment, he experienced a sensation analogous to that which came over him on his return to his home on the Pavarskaya. When he first saw the hussar of his regiment, with unbuttoned uniform, when he recognized the red-headed Dementiev, when he caught sight of the roan horses picketed, when Lavrushka joyfully shouted to his barin, " The count has come !" and the tattooed Denisof, who had been having a nap, came running out from his earth hut, and threw his arms around him, and the officers all came out to greet him, Rostov felt very much as he did when his mother and father and sister welcomed him home. Tears of joy filled his throat and choked his utterance. The regiment was also his home, and as sweet and dear to him as the home of his childhood.
after reporting to the regimental commander and being assigned to his old squadron, after taking his turn as officer of the day and forage purveyor, after getting into the current of all the small interests of the regiment, and coming to a realizing sense that he was now deprived of his freedom and was confined to a narrow and rigid routine, Rostof felt the same sense of restlessness, the same moral support, and the same consciousness of being at home, in his proper place, as he had felt while under the paternal roof tree. There was nothing more of that mad confusion of the outside world in which he found himself out of place and often engaged in questionable actions. There was no Sonya, with whom he ought or ought not to come to an explanation. There was no choice offered him of going somewhere or not going somewhere. There were no longer those 24 hours which had to be filled with so many varied occupations. There was an end to that innumerable throng of people whose presence or absence was a matter of indifference to him. There was an end to those obscure and indefinably pecuniary relations with his father, an end to his recollections of those terrible losses to Dolokhof. Here in the regiment all was open and simple. All the world was divided into two unequal divisions. One was our Pavlograd regiment, the other all the rest. And he had nothing whatever in common with this rest. In the regiment everything was known: who was lieutenant, who was captain, who was a good fellow, who was a rascal, and above all, who was his messmate. The sutlers sold on credit, the pay was given quarterly. There was no necessity for thought or decision, provided only that one did nothing that was considered dishonorable in the Pavlograd regiment. But fulfill your duty, do what is commanded you in clear, explicit, and unmistakable language, and all will be well. Coming back again to these explicit conditions of army life, Rostof felt a sense of comfort and satisfaction analogous to that experienced by a weary man when he lies down to rest. To Rostof his army life was all the more agreeable during this campaign from the fact that after his losses from his gambling with Dolokhof, an action which he could not forgive, in spite of the forgiveness of his relatives, he made up his mind to serve not as formerly, but in such a way as to atone for his fault, to be scrupulously faithful, to prove himself a thoroughly admirable comrade and officer, in other words, a fine man. This might seem quite too hard were he in the world, but it was quite possible in the regiment. He had also determined, ever since the time of his gambling episode, to pay back his debt to his parents within 5 years. They sent him 10,000 rubles a year. Now he resolved to take only 2, and to apply the remainder to the extinction of the debt. Our army, after repeated marches and countermarches, with skirmishes at Pultusk and at Preussisch Eylau, was concentrated in the vicinity of Bartenstein, where they were awaiting the arrival of the emperor and the beginning of a new campaign. The Pavlograd regiment, belonging to that division of the army which had taken part in the movements of the year 1805, had been recruited to its full quota in Russia, and had arrived too late for these first actions of the campaign. It had been neither at Pultusk nor at Preussisch Eylau, and now, at the beginning of the second part of the campaign, having united with the acting army, it was detailed to serve under Platoff. Platoff's division was acting independently of the army. Several times the Pavlogradsui had to take part in skirmishes with the enemy, captured prisoners, and once even took Marshal Oudinot's baggage. During the month of April, the Pavlogradsui were stationed for several weeks in the vicinity of an utterly dilapidated and deserted German village, without stirring from the spot. It was thawing and cold. The rivers were beginning to break up. The roads were impassable, owing to the mud. For many days no provisions had been brought for horses or men. As it seemed an impossibility for transport trains to arrive, the men scattered out among the pillaged and deserted villages in search of potatoes, but even these were scarce. Everything had been devoured, and all the inhabitants had fled. Those who were left were worse than poverty-stricken. There was indeed nothing to take from them, and even the usually pitiless soldiery oftentimes let them keep the little that they had, instead of appropriating it for themselves. The Pavlograd regiment had lost only 2 men, wounded in engagements, but they had lost almost half their numbers from sickness and starvation. Death was so certain if they went into the hospitals that the soldiers suffering from fevers and swellings, caused by bad food, preferred to keep in the ranks, dragging themselves by sheer strength of will to the front, rather than take their chances in the hospitals.
As spring opened, they began to find a plant just showing above the ground. It resembled asparagus, and for some reason they called it Mashka's sweetwort, though it was very bitter. They hunted for it all over the fields and meadows, digging it up with their sabres and devouring it, in spite of the injunction not to eat this injurious plant. Later a new disease broke out among the soldiers, a swelling of the arms, legs, and face, and the physicians attributed it to the use of this root. But notwithstanding the prohibition, the men of Denisof's squadron eagerly ate Mashka's sweetwort, because for a fortnight they had been trying to subsist on the few remaining biscuits, half-pound rations being dealt out to each man, while the last consignment of potatoes had proved to be rotten and sprouted. The horses also had been subsisting for a fortnight on thatching straw taken from the roofs, and had become shockingly emaciated, and even before the winter was over, covered with tufts of uneven hair. Yet, in spite of this terrible destitution, officers and men lived just the same as usual. Just as always, though with pale and swollen faces, and in ragged uniforms, the hussars attended to their duties, went after forage and other things, groomed their horses, cleaned their arms, tore the thatch from roofs to serve as fodder, and gathered around the kettles for their meals, from which they got up still hungry, while they joked over their wretched fare and hunger. And just as usual, during the hours when they were off duty, the soldiers built big fires, stripped and stood around them steaming themselves, smoked their pipes, sorted and baked their rotten, sprouting potatoes, and told stories about the campaigns of Potemkin and Suvorov, or legends of Alyosha the Cunning, or of Mikolka Popovitch the Journeyman. The officers also as usual lived in couples or in threes, in unroofed and half-ruined houses. The older ones looked after the procuring of straw and potatoes, and other means of victualling the men. The younger ones were occupied as usual, some with card-playing, money was plentiful if provisions were not, some with innocent games, sviaka, a kind of ring-toss, and quoits or skittles. Little was said about matters in general, partly because nothing positive was known, partly because there was a general impression that the war was going badly. Rostof lived just as before with Denisof, and the friendship that united them was closer than ever since their furlough. Denisof never spoke of Rostof's family, but by the affectionate friendship manifested by the commander for his subordinate officer, Rostof felt assured that the old hussar's unfortunate love for Natasha was an additional factor in the strength of his affection. Denisof evidently tried to send Rostof as rarely as possible on dangerous expeditions, and to shield him, and after a skirmish or anything of the sort, displayed intense delight to find him safe and sound. On one of his expeditions, Rostof found an old Pole and his daughter, with an infant at the breast, in a deserted, ruined village, where he had gone in search of provisions. They were almost naked and starving, and had no means of getting away. Rostof brought them to his lodgings, installed them in his own rooms, and kept them for several weeks, until the old man got well. One of Rostof's comrades, while talking about women, began to make sport of Rostof, declaring that he was the slyest of them all, and that it was no wonder that he did not care to introduce his comrades to the pretty little Pole whom he had rescued. Rostof took the jest as an insult, and losing his temper, said such disagreeable things to the officer that Denisof had great difficulty in preventing a duel. When the officer had gone, and Denisof, who knew nothing about what relationship Rostof bore toward the Pole, began to upbraid him for his temper, Rostof said, "Well, maybe you are right. She is like a sister to me, and I cannot describe how this thing offended me, because because." Denisof gave him a rap on the shoulder, and began swiftly to march up and down the room, not looking at his friend. This was a habit of his at moments of mental excitement. "What a deucedly fine weed all these Wostofs are!" he exclaimed, and Rostof noticed tears in his eyes. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 16. In the month of April, the troops were cheered by word that the sovereign was coming to the army. Rostov did not have the privilege of taking part in the review made by the emperor at Bartenstein, for it happened that the Pavlogradsui were stationed at the advanced posts, a considerable distance in front of Bartenstein. They were established in bivouacs. Denisof and Rostov lived in an earth hut excavated for them by their soldiers and covered with boughs and turf. This earth hut was constructed as follows.
according to a plan much in vogue at that time. A trench 3 feet and a half wide, a little less than 5 deep, and about 8 long was dug. At one end steps were constructed, and this formed the entry, the grand staircase. The trench itself constituted the abode, in which those who were fortunate, as for instance the squadron commander, had a board set on posts on the side opposite the entrance. This served as the table. On each side along the trench the earth was hollowed away to half its depth, making a bed and divan. The roof was so constructed that in the middle it was possible to stand erect under it, and one could sit up on the beds by leaning over toward the table. Denisof, who lived luxuriously, because the men of his squadron were fond of him, had an extra board on the pediment of the roof, and in this board was a pane of glass, broken to be sure, but mended with glue. When it was very cold, coals from the soldiers' fires were brought on a piece of bent sheet iron, and set on steps in the reception room, as Denisof called this part of the hovel, and this made it so warm that the officers, who used to come in great numbers to visit Denisof and Rostof, could sit there in their shirt sleeves. In April, Rostof happened to be on duty. One morning about 8 o'clock, returning home after a sleepless night, he ordered some coals to be brought, changed his linen, which had been wet through by the rain, went through his devotions, drank his tea, got thoroughly warmed, put his belongings into order in his own corner and on the table, and, with his face flushed by the wind and the fire, threw himself down on his back, in his shirt sleeves, with his arms for a pillow. He was indulging in pleasant anticipations of the promotion which was likely to follow his last reconnoitring expedition, and was waiting for the return of Denisof, who had gone off somewhere. Rostof was anxious to have a talk with him. Suddenly, behind the hut, he heard Denisof's high-pitched voice. He had evidently returned in a bad humor. Rostof went to the window to look out and see whom he was berating. He recognized the quartermaster, Topchayenko. "I have given you special orders not to let them eat that woot, mashka, what you call it," cried Denisof, "and here I've seen it with my own eyes. Laskerchuk was bwinging some in from the field." "I have given the order, your high nobility, but they won't listen to it," replied the quartermaster. Rostof again lay down on his bed, and said to himself with a feeling of content, "Let him kick up a row and make as much fuss as he pleases. I've done my work, and now I'll lie down. It's first class." He heard Lavrushka, Denisof's shrewd and rascally valet, join his voice to the conversation going on outside the hut. Lavrushka had something to tell about ox carts laden with biscuits, which he had seen as he was going after provisions. Denisof's sharp voice was again heard behind the hut, and his command, "Second platoon, to saddle." "What can be up?" wondered Rostof. 5 minutes later Denisof came into the hut, climbed up with his muddy boots on his bed, lighted his pipe in grim silence, tossed over all his belongings, got out his whip and sabre, and started from the hut. In reply to Rostof's question, "Whither away?" he gruffly and carelessly replied that he had something to attend to. "May God and the Sovereign be my judges," he exclaimed, as he went out, and then Rostof heard the hoofs of several horses splashing through the mud. Rostof did not take any pains to inquire where Denisof had gone. Warm and comfortable in his corner, he soon fell asleep, and it was late in the afternoon when he left the hut. Denisof had not yet returned. The weather had cleared up bright and beautiful. Near a neighboring hut 2 officers and a yunker were playing svieka, merrily laughing as they drove the redki, or mumble-pegs, into the loose, muddy ground. Rostof joined them. In the midst of the game the officers saw a train approaching them. 15 hussars on emaciated horses followed the wagons. The teams, conveyed by the hussars, approached the picketing station, and a throng of hussars gathered round them. "There now, Denisof has been mourning all the time," said Rostof, "and here are provisions after all." "See there!" cried the officers. "Won't the men be happy?" A short distance behind the hussars rode Denisof, accompanied by 2 infantry officers, with whom he was engaged in a heated discussion. Rostof started down to meet him. "I was ahead of you, captain," declared one of the officers, a lean little man, evidently beside himself with passion. "See here, I have told you that I would not return 'em," replied Denisof. "You shall answer for it, captain. This is violence, to rob an escort of their wagons. Our men have not had anything to eat for 2 days." "And mine have not had anything to eat for 2 weeks," replied Denisof. "This is highway robbery.
You'll answer for it, my dear sir," replied the infantry officer, raising his voice. " What are you bothering me for ? Hey ?" screamed Denisof, suddenly losing his temper. " I am the one who is responsible, and not you. What is the object of all your buzzing here ? Forward ! Marsch !" he cried to the officers. " Very good," screamed the little officer, not quailing and not budging. " If you insist on pillage, then I "— "Take yourself off to the devil ! Get out of here !" and Denisof rode his horse straight at the officer. " Very good, very good," reiterated the officer, with an oath, and turning his horse, he rode off at a gallop, bouncing in his saddle. " A dog on a fence, a weal dog on a fence !" shouted Denisof, as he rode away. This was the most insulting remark that a cavalryman could make to a mounted infantryman. Then, as he joined Rostof, he burst out in a loud laugh. " I wescued 'em from the infantwy. I carried off their transport by main force," said he. " What, do they think I would let my men pewish of starvation ?" The wagons which had been brought to the hussars were consigned to an infantry regiment, but Denisof, learning through Lavrushka that the " transport " was proceeding alone, had ridden off with his hussars and intercepted it. The soldiers had as many biscuits as they wished, and even enough to share with other squadrons. The next day the regimental commander summoned Denisof, and covering his eyes with his spread fingers, he said, —" This is the way I look at it. I know nothing about it, and I have nothing to do with it. But I advise you to go instanter to headquarters and report this affair to the commissary department, and if possible give a receipt for so many provisions received. Unless you do, the requisition will be put down to the infantry, the matter will be investigated, and may end badly." Denisof went straight from the regimental commander's to the headquarters, with the sincere intention of adopting his advice. In the evening he returned to his hut, in a condition such as Rostof had never seen his friend before. He could hardly speak or breathe. When Rostof asked him what the matter was, he only broke out in incoherent oaths and threats, in a weak and husky voice. Alarmed at Denisof's condition, Rostof advised him to undress, drink some cold water, and send for a physician. "They are going to twy me for wobbery. Och ! give me a drink of water. Let them twy me. I will beat the waskals every time. And I'll tell the empewor. Give me some ice," he added. The regimental surgeon came in, and said that it was absolutely necessary to take some blood from him. He filled a soup plate with dark blood from Denisof's hairy arm, and then only was he in a condition to tell all that had taken place. " I get there," said Denisof, telling his story. " Where is your head man here ? They show me. Can't you wait ? I have pwessing business. Come 30 versts, impossible to wait, let me see him. Very good. Out comes the wobbery in chief, and he, too, undertakes to lecture me. This is highway wobbery. A man, says I, is not a wobber who takes provisions to feed his soldiers, but one who fills his own pockets. Will you please keep quiet ? Very good. Sign a receipt at the commissionaire's, says he, and your affair will take its due course. I go to the commissionaire's. I go in, and there at the table, who do you suppose ? No. Guess. Who has been starving us ?" screamed Denisof, gesticulating his wounded arm, and pounding the table with his fist so violently that the board almost split and the glasses on it jumped up. " Telyanin ! So it's you, is it, who's been starving us ? Once before you had your snout slapped for you, and got off cheap at that. Ah, what a — and I began to give it to him. I enjoyed it, I can tell you," cried Denisof, angrily, and yet gleefully showing his white teeth under his black mustache. " I should have killed him if they had not separated us. Here, here, what are you shouting so for ? Calm yourself," said Rostof. " You've set your arm bleeding again. Wait, it must be bandaged." They bandaged Denisof's arm and got him off to bed. The following day he woke jolly and calm. But at noon the adjutant of the regiment, with a grave and regretful face, came into Rostof and Denisof's earth hut, and with real distress, served upon Major Denisof a formal document from the regimental commander, who had been called to account for the proceeding of the day before. The adjutant informed them that the affair was likely to assume a very serious aspect, that a court martial commission had been convened, and that on account of the severity with which just at that time rapine and lawlessness were treated, he might consider himself fortunate if the affair ended with a mere degradation. Those who felt themselves aggrieved, represented the affair as in somewhat this way, that after the pillage of the transport, Major Denisof, without any provocation and apparently drunk, had made his appearance before the commissary, called him a thief, threatened to thrash him, and when he was dragged away, he had rushed into the office, struck two chinovniks, and sprained the arm of one of them. Denisof, in reply to a fresh series of questions from Rostof, laughed, and said that he thought some one else had been there in that condition, but that all this story was rubbish, fiddle-faddle, that he was not afraid of any court-martials, and that if these villains dared to pick a quarrel with him, he would answer them in a way that they would not soon forget. Denisof spoke with affected indifference about all the affair, but Rostof knew him too well not to perceive that at heart, though he hid it from the rest, he was afraid of a court-martial, and was really troubled by this affair, which evidently might have sad consequences. Every day, inquiries, summonses, and other documents kept coming to him, and on the 1st of May he was required to turn over his command to his next in seniority, and appear at headquarters of the divisions to make his defense in the matter of pillaging the provision train. On the evening preceding the day of the trial, Platof made a reconnaissance of the enemy with 2 regiments of Cossacks and 2 squadrons of hussars. Denisof, as usual, went out beyond the lines in order to make an exhibition of his gallantry. A bullet sent from a French musket struck him in the fleshy upper portion of his leg. Most likely Denisof, in ordinary circumstances, would not have left the regiment for such a trifling wound, but now he profited by this occurrence, gave up his command of the division, and went to the hospital. End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 17. In the month of June occurred the battle of Friedland, in which the Pavlogradsui took no part, and this was followed immediately by an armistice. Rostof grievously missed his friend, and as he had not had any news of him since he left the regiment, and was doubly uneasy about his trial and the result of his wound, he took advantage of the armistice and went to the hospital to make inquiries about Denisof. The hospital was established in a small Prussian village which had twice been sacked by the Russian and French armies. For the very reason that it was summer, when everything in nature was beautiful, this village, with its ruined roof-trees and fences, and its filthy streets, its ragged inhabitants, and the invalid and drunken soldiers wandering about, presented an especially gloomy appearance. The hospital had been established in a stone mansion with many broken panes and window frames, and situated in a yard with the remains of a ruined fence. A number of pale-looking soldiers, bandaged and swollen, were walking up and down, or sitting in the sun, in the yard. As soon as Rostof entered the house, he was enveloped by the odor of putrefaction and disease. On the doorstep staircase he met the Russian military surgeon with a cigar in his mouth. The surgeon was followed by a Russian feldsher, or assistant. "I can't be everywhere at once," the doctor was saying. "Come this evening to Makar Alexeyevitch's. I'll be there." The feldsher asked him some question. Do as well as you know how. It doesn't make any difference, does it?" The doctor caught sight of Rostof mounting the stairs. "What are you doing here, your nobility?" asked the doctor. "What are you doing here? Because a bullet hasn't touched you, do you want to be carried off by typhus? This is the house of leprosy." "What do you mean?" asked Rostof. "Typhus, batyushka. It's death for whoever comes here. Makeyef," he pointed to his assistant, "Makeyef and I are the only 2 left to wriggle. 5 of our brother doctors have died already. When a new man comes, it's all up with him in a week," said the doctor, with apparent satisfaction. "The Prussian doctors were invited, but our allies did not like it at all." Rostof explained his anxiety to find Major Denisof of the hussars. "I don't know. I don't remember him. You can imagine. I have charge of 3 hospitals. 400 sick is too many. It's a very good thing for benevolent Prussian ladies to send us coffee and lint at the rate of £2 a month. If they didn't we should be utterly lost." He laughed. 400! And they send me all the new cases. There are 400, aren't there? Hey?" he asked of the feldsher. His assistant looked annoyed. It was evident that he was impatient for the too loquacious doctor to make haste and take his departure. "Major Denisof," repeated Rostof. "He was wounded at Mulliton." "I think he's dead. How is it, Makeyef?" asked the doctor in an indifferent tone to the feldsher. The assistant simply repeated the doctor's words. "Tell me, was he a tall, reddish man?" asked the doctor. Rostof described Denisof's appearance. "Yes, there was.
There certainly was such a person," exclaimed the doctor, seeming to show a gleam of satisfaction. " But that person, I'm sure, must have died. However, I'll make inquiries. I have the lists. You have them, Makeyef, haven't you ?"" The lists are at Makar Alekseyevitch's," replied the feldsher. " But you might inquire in the officers' ward. There you will find out for yourself," he added, turning to Rostof. " Ekh ! you'd better not go," said the surgeon. " You wouldn't like to be kept there." Rostof, however, took leave of the surgeon, and begged the feldsher to show him the way. " Don't you lay blame on me," shouted the doctor, up from the bottom of the stairs. Rostof and the feldsher went along the corridor. The hospital odor was so powerful in this dark corridor that Rostof took hold of his nose, and was obliged to pause to collect his strength before he could go farther. At the right, a door opened and a thin, sallow looking man on crutches, barefooted and in his shirt sleeves appeared. As he crossed the lintel he gazed with gleaming, envious eyes at the approaching man. Glancing through the door, Rostof saw that the sick and wounded were lying in the room over the floor, on straw and on their cloaks. " May I go in and look ?" he asked. " What is there to see ?" replied the officer. But for the very reason that the feldsher was evidently reluctant to have him go in, Rostof was determined to investigate the soldiers' ward. The effluvium, which he had already smelt in the corridor, was still stronger here. It had also changed somewhat in character. It was sharper, more penetrating. One could be certain that it was the very place where it originated. In a long room, brilliantly illuminated by the sun, which poured in through the high windows, lay the sick and wounded in two rows, with their heads to the walls, leaving a passageway between their feet. The most of them were asleep or unconscious, and paid no attention to the visitors. Those who had their senses, either lifted themselves up or raised their thin yellow faces, and all, without exception, gazed at Rostof with one and the same expression of hope that help had come, of reproach and envy at seeing another so strong and well. Rostof went into the middle of the ward, glanced through the half opened doors into the adjoining rooms, and on both sides saw the same spectacle. He paused and silently looked around him. He had never expected to see such a thing. In front of him, almost across the narrow passageway, lay, on the bare floor, a sick man, apparently a Cossack, as his hair was cropped, leaving a tuft. This Cossack lay on his back, with his huge legs and arms sprawled out. His face was livid purple. His eyes were rolled up so that only the whites could be seen, and the veins in his bare legs and arms, which were still red, stood out like cords. He was thumping his head on the floor and hoarsely muttering some word which he repeated over and over again. Rostof listened to what he was saying, and at last made out what the word was. This word was water, water, water. Rostof looked around in search of some one to put the man in his place and give him a drink. " Who looks after the sick here ?" he asked of the feldsher. Just at that moment a train soldier, detailed to act as nurse, came along, and, scraping, made a low bow before Rostof. " I wish you good morning, your high nobility," cried the soldier, rolling his eyes on Rostof, and evidently mistaking him for some important official. " Lift him up ! Give him water," said Rostof, pointing to the Cossack. " I will, your high nobility," said the soldier, with alacrity, rolling his eyes round still more attentively, and craning his neck, but still not stirring from the spot. " No, there's nothing I can do here," thought Rostof, dropping his eyes. He was about to go on, but felt the consciousness that an entreating glance was fixed upon him from the right, and he turned around to see. Almost in the very corner of the room, an old soldier was sitting on a cloak. He had a thin, stern face, as yellow as a skeleton, and a rough, gray beard. He looked entreatingly at Rostof. A neighbor of the old soldier on one side seemed to be whispering something to him, and pointed to Rostof. Rostof realized that the old man was determined to ask him some favor. He went nearer and perceived that one leg was affected with gangrene, and that the other had been amputated above the knee. Another neighbor of the old man's lay motionless at some little distance from him, with his head thrown back. This was a young soldier, whose snub-nosed face, still covered with freckles, was as white as wax, the eyes rolled up under his lids. Rostof looked at the snub-nosed soldier, and a cold chill ran down his back. " But this one, it seems to me, is "— he began turning to the feldsher. " We have already begged and prayed, your nobility," said the old soldier, with his lower jaw trembling. " It was all over this morning. Why, we are men and not dogs." " I will see to it immediately. He shall be removed. He shall be removed," hurriedly said the feldsher. I beg of you, your nobility." "Come on," replied Rostof, also hurriedly, and dropping his eyes, and shrinking altogether, trying to pass unobserved under the gauntlet of those reproachful and envious eyes fixed upon him, he left the room. CHAPTER 18. of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Passing along the corridor, the feldsher led Rostof into the officers' ward, which consisted of 3 rooms, communicating by opened doors. There were beds in these rooms. The sick and wounded officers were lying and sitting on them. Some in dressing gowns were pacing up and down the rooms. The first person whom Rostof met in the officers' ward was a little slim man, without an arm, and wearing a cap and dressing gown, who was walking up and down the first room with a pipe in his mouth. Rostof, on catching sight of him, racked his brains to remember where he had seen him. "What a place for God to bring us together again!" exclaimed the little man. "I am Tushin. Tushin, don't you remember? I brought you back safe at Schöngraben. Well, they've lopped off a little morsel. See here," said he, smiling and pointing to the empty sleeve of his khalat. "And you are hunting for Vasili Dmitrievitch Denisof. He's one of our chums," he said, on learning what Rostof wanted. "Here, here." And Tushin drew him into the second room, where several men were heard laughing loudly. "I declare, how can they think of living here, much less of laughing?" wondered Rostof, with the odor of the dead body which he had seen in the soldiers' ward still in his nostrils, and still seeing those envious glances fixed upon him and following him, and the face of that young soldier with the upturned eyes. Denisof, with his head buried under the bedclothes, was sound asleep on his bed, although it was noon. "What, Wostofl How are you? How are you?" he cried, in exactly the same voice as when he was with the regiment, but Rostof observed with pain that hidden under this show of ease and vivacity there was a shadow of a new and disagreeable asperity in Denisof's expression, and in his words and tones. His wound, in spite of its insignificance, was still unhealed, though 6 weeks had passed since the skirmish. His face also had the same pallor and look of puffiness which characterized all the inmates of the hospital. But it was not this that so especially struck Rostof. He was amazed by the fact that Denisof did not seem to be glad to see him, and smiled unnaturally. Denisof did not once inquire about the regiment or about the general course of affairs. When Rostof spoke of these things, Denisof did not even listen. Rostof noticed that it was even distasteful to Denisof to be reminded of the regiment, and in general of that larger and freer existence going on outside of the hospital. It seemed as though he were trying to forget his former life, and the only thing that interested him was his quarrel with the commissary chinovnik. In reply to Rostof's question how the affair was going, he immediately pulled out from under his pillow a document which he had received from the commission, and the rough draft of his own reply to it. He brightened up as he began to read his document, and he called Rostof's attention to the keen things which he said against his enemies in his reply. Denisof's acquaintances of the hospital, who had crowded around Rostof as a person from the outside world, gradually scattered as soon as Denisof began to read his paper. By their faces Rostof perceived that all these gentlemen had more than once heard the whole story and were heartily sick of it. Only one, his neighbor of the next bed, a stout Uhlan, still kept his seat on his hammock, frowning gloomily and smoking his pipe, and the little armless Tushin continued to listen, though he shook his head disapprovingly. In the midst of the reading, the Uhlan interrupted Denisof. "Now, it's my opinion," said he, turning to Rostof, "that the only thing to do is simply to petition the sovereign for pardon. They say now there are going to be great rewards, and a mere matter of a pardon." "I petition the Sovwen?" exclaimed Denisof, in a voice in which he tried hard to maintain his old-time energy and vehemence, but which sounded helplessly feeble. "What for? If I had been a highway wobber, I might petition for pardon. But here I am court-martialed because I carwy these wobbers through clean water, as the saying is. Let 'em twy me, I'm not afwaid of 'em. I have served my Tsar honorably and my countwy, and I have not been a thief, and they degwade me, and— See here, listen to what I wite 'em in a straightforward language. This is what I wite. If I had been an embezzler—
It's cleverly written, no question about that," said Tushin. " But that is not the point, Vasili Dmitritch." He turned also to Rostof. " He must give in, and this is what Vasili Dmitritch will not hear to doing. Now there, the auditor himself told you that it was a bad business." " Let it be a bad business, then," exclaimed Denisof. " And the auditor wrote a petition for you," continued Tushin, " and you had better sign it and give it to him. He "— meaning Rostof —" has influence at headquarters. You won't find a better chance." " Yes, but I haven't told you that I won't stop to twinge," interrupted Denisof, and once more he set out to finish his document. Rostof did not dare to argue with Denisof, although he felt instinctively that the course indicated by Tushin and the other officers was the one advisable, and although he should have counted himself happy to find a chance to render Denisof a service, he knew Denisof's unbending will and the righteousness of his wrath. When Denisof had finished reading his venomous diatribe, which had consumed more than an hour, Rostof had nothing to say, and he spent the rest of the day in the society of Denisof's companions, who had gathered around him again, talking. He told them all the news, and listened to the tales of the others. Denisof preserved a moody silence all the afternoon. Late in the afternoon Rostof got up to go, and asked Denisof if there was nothing that he could do for him. " Yes, wait," said Denisof, glancing at the officers, and, pulling some papers out from under his pillow, he went to the window, where stood an inkstand, and began to write. " You can't split an axe head with a whip," said he, as he came away from the window, and gave Rostof a large envelope. This was the petition to the emperor which the auditor had written for him. In it nothing was said whatever about the faults of the commissary department, but he simply craved pardon. " Hand it in. It's evident "— he did not finish his sentence, and smiled a painfully unnatural smile. CHAPTER XIX. CHAPTER XIX of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XIX. On his return to the regiment, and having made his report to the commander in regard to Denisof's condition, Rostof set out for Tilsit with the petition to the sovereign. On the 25th of June, the French and Russian emperors had met at Tilsit. Boris Drubetskoi begged the distinguished individual to whose staff he was attached for permission to be present at the conference which was to be held at Tilsit. " Je veux voir le grand homme — I want to see him with my own eyes," he said, speaking of Napoleon, whom he, like every one else, had always hitherto called Bonaparte. " You mean Bonaparte ?" asked the general, with a smile. Boris looked inquiringly at his general, and immediately perceived that the general was trying to quiz him. " Mon prince, je parle de l'Empereur Napoleon," he replied. The general, with a smile, tapped him on the shoulder. " You'll get on," said he, and he took him with him. Boris was one of the few who were there at Niemen on the day when the emperors met. He saw the rafts with the monograms ; he saw Napoleon ride down the bank past the French guards ; he saw the Emperor Alexander's thoughtful face as he sat in silence in the inn on the bank of the river, waiting for Napoleon to come. He saw the two emperors get into the boats, and Napoleon, who was the first to reach the raft, go forward with swift steps to meet Alexander, give him his hand, and then disappear with him under the pavilion. Ever since his entry into the highest circles, Boris had conceived the habit of carefully observing whatever was going on around him, and recording it. During the time of the interview at Tilsit, he inquired the names of the personages who came with Napoleon, remarked the uniforms which they had on, and listened with great attention to the words spoken by all the men of importance. At the moment that the emperors went into the pavilion, he looked at his watch, and he did not fail to look at it again at the moment when Alexander came forth from the pavilion. The interview lasted an hour and 53 minutes. This fact he wrote down that very same evening, together with many others which he felt had historical significance. Thus, the emperor's suite being very small, the fact of being present at Tilsit at the time of the interview was, for a man who prized success in the service, fraught with deep meaning. And Boris, who enjoyed this privilege, felt that his position was henceforth secured. He was not only known by name, but was looked upon as indispensable, and expected to be seen around. Twice he was sent on errands to the emperor himself, so that the sovereign came to know his face, and the inner circle not only ceased to shun him as a new person, as before,
but would have been surprised at his absence. Boris lodged with another adjutant, the Polish Count Zhilinsky. Zhilinsky, though a Polyak, had been educated in Paris, was rich, was passionately fond of the French, and almost every day, during the time of the interview at Tilsit, he and Boris used to have the officers of the Guards and members of the Imperial French staff to breakfast and dine with them. On the evening of the 6th of July, Count Zhilinsky, Boris's chum, was giving a dinner to some of his French acquaintances. At this dinner the guest of honor was one of Napoleon's aides. There were a number of the officers of the Imperial Guards, and a young lad belonging to an old aristocratic family who was Napoleon's page. That same day Rostov, profiting by the darkness to pass unrecognized, proceeded to Tilsit in civil dress, and went to the apartment occupied by Zhilinsky and Boris. Rostov, in common with the whole army from which he came, were as yet far from experiencing that change which had taken place at headquarters and in Boris in regard to Napoleon and the French, to look upon them as friends instead of foes. As yet, all connected with the army still continued to experience their former derisive feeling of ill will, scorn, and fear of Bonaparte and the French. Only a short time before, Rostov, in talking with a Cossack officer of Platov's division, had contended that if Napoleon had been taken prisoner, he would have been treated, not as a sovereign, but as a criminal. Even more recently, falling in with a French colonel, who had been wounded, Rostov had become heated in trying to prove that there could be no peace between a lawful sovereign and a criminal like Bonaparte. It struck Rostov strangely, therefore, to see in Boris's rooms French officers in the very same uniforms which he had been in the habit of viewing in an utterly different light across from the skirmishers' lines. The moment he saw a French officer looking out of the door, that feeling of war, of hostility, which he always experienced at the sight of the foe, suddenly took possession of him. He paused at the threshold and asked in Russian if Drubetskoi lived there. Boris heard the unwonted voice in the entry, and came out to meet him. At the first moment, on recognizing Rostov, a shade of annoyance crossed his face. " Ah, is it you ? Very glad to see you," said he, nevertheless, and coming towards him with a smile. But Rostov had noticed his first impression. " It seems I have come at the wrong time," said he. " I should not have come, but I had business," said he, coldly. " No, I was only surprised that you had got away from your regiment." " Dans un moment je suis à vous," he shouted, in reply to some one calling him from within. " I see that my visit is untimely," repeated Rostov. The expression of annoyance had entirely disappeared by this time from Boris's face. Apparently having considered and made up his mind what course to pursue, he seized his visitor by both hands, with remarkable ease of manner, and drew him into the adjoining room. Boris's eyes, fixed calmly and confidently on Rostov, were, as it were, shielded by something, as though there were a screen, the blue spectacles of high society, placed in front of them. So it seemed to Rostov. " Akh ! please say no more about being come inopportunely," said Boris. He drew him into the room where the table was set for dinner, introduced him to the guests, calling him by name, and explaining that he was not a civilian, but an officer in the hussars and an old friend of his. " Count Zhilinsky, le Comte N.N., le Capitaine S.S.," said he, naming the guests. Rostov scowled at the Frenchman, bowed stiffly, and said nothing. Zhilinsky was evidently displeased at the intrusion of this new Russian individual into his circle, and had nothing to say to Rostov. Boris, affecting not to notice the awkwardness produced by the introduction of the newcomer, and still displaying the same easy grace and impenetrable look in his eyes with which he had received Rostov, tried to enliven the conversation. One of the Frenchmen turned, with characteristic Gallic politeness, to the stubbornly silent Rostov, and remarked that he supposed he had come to Tilsit to see the emperor. " No, I came on business," replied Rostov, laconically. Rostov's ill humor had come on immediately at noticing the annoyance expressed in Boris's face, and, as usually happens with people who are out of sorts, he imagined that all were looking at him with unfriendly eyes, and that he was in their way. And, in truth, he was in their way, for he took no part in the conversation that was just beginning. " And why is he sitting there ?" the glances that were fixed on him seemed to say. He got up and went to Boris. " I know I am a constraint to you," he said, in a whisper. " Come, let me tell you about my business, and I will be going." " No, not in the least," replied Boris. " But if you are tired, let us go into my room, and you can lie down and rest."
Well, really." They went into Boris's little sleeping room. Rostof, without sitting down, began in a pettish tone, as though Boris were in some way to blame for the matter, to tell him about Denisof's affair, and ask him if he could and would send in the petition for Denisof, through the general on whose staff he was serving, and see to it that Denisof's letter reached the emperor. When the two were alone together, Rostof, for the first time, found it awkward to look into Boris's eyes. Boris, sitting with his legs crossed, and pressing the slender fingers of his right hand into his left, listened to Rostof in the same way as a general listens to a report from his subordinate. Sometimes he glanced around, and then again looked into Rostof's face with that peculiar veil of impenetrability over his eyes. Rostof felt awkward every time he did so, and he looked down. I have heard of things like that, and I know that the sovereign is very strict in such cases. I think it would be best not to bring it to His Majesty's attention. In my opinion it would be better to give the petition directly to the commander of the corps, and, as a general thing, I think "— "Then you don't care to do anything. Why not say it right out?" Rostof almost shouted, not looking at Boris's eyes. Boris smiled. " On the contrary, I will do all that is in my power, but I thought —" At this moment Zhilinsky's voice was heard, calling Boris back. " Well, go, go, go," said Rostof, excusing himself from the supper, and remaining alone in the little chamber. He paced for a long time up and down, and listened to the lively French conversation in the adjoining room. CHAPter 20 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20 No day could have been more unfavorable for presenting Denisof's petition to the emperor than that on which Rostof went to Tilsit. He himself could not appear in the presence of the general in charge, for the reason that he was in civilian's dress, and had come away without leave of absence, and Boris, even if he had the best will in the world, could not do this on the day that followed Rostof's arrival at Tilsit. On that day, the 9th of July, the preliminary articles of peace were signed, the emperors exchanged orders, Alexander received that of the Legion of Honor, and Napoleon that of St. Andrew of the first degree. And on that same day, a dinner was to be given to the Preobrazhensky battalion by the battalion of the French Guards. The emperors had both agreed to be present at this banquet. Rostof felt so ill at ease and so offended with Boris, that when, after the supper was over, Boris came back to talk with him, he pretended to be asleep, and on the next day he left the house early in the morning, taking especial pains not to see him. Nikolai, in his civilian's hat and cloak, wandered about the city, gazing at the French and their uniforms, studying the streets and residences where the French and Russian emperors were lodged. On the square he saw tables laid out, and men making preparations for the banquet. Along the streets he beheld draperies with the Russian and French colors entwined, and the letters A and N in monogram. In the windows of the houses there were also flags and monograms. "Boris isn't willing to help me, and I won't have anything more to do with him. That's a settled thing," thought Nikolai. "It's all over between us. But I won't leave town until I have done the best I can for Denisof, and at least handed his petition to the sovereign. To the sovereign? He is there," said Rostof to himself, involuntarily attracted back to the mansion occupied by Alexander. In front of the door stood saddle horses, and the suite were assembling, evidently for the purpose of escorting His Majesty on a ride. "At any moment I may see him," said Rostof to himself. "If I could only put the letter straight into his hands. But wouldn't they arrest me, on account of being out of uniform? Impossible! He would understand on whose side justice lay. He understands everything, he knows everything. Who could be more just and generous than he? Besides, if they were to arrest me for being here, what harm would it be?" he asked himself, catching sight of an officer going into the house where the emperor lived. "It seems people do go in. It's all nonsense. I will go and give the petition to the sovereign myself, so much the worse for Drubetskoi, who drives me to it." And suddenly, with a resolution which was unexpected even to himself, Rostof grasped the letter in his pocket and went straight to the residence occupied by the sovereign. "Now, this time I will not miss my chance, as I did at Austerlitz," he said to himself, expecting every moment to meet the emperor, and feeling the blood rush to his heart at the mere thought. "I will fall at his feet and beseech him. He will lift me, listen to me, and even thank me. I am glad of any opportunity of doing good, but to right wrongs is my greatest happiness," said Rostof, imagining the words which his sovereign would say to him. And, though he had to run the gauntlet of the inquisitive glances fastened upon him, he went up the front steps of the imperial residence. From the porch a broad staircase led straight upstairs. At the right was a half-open door. Below, at the foot of the staircase, was still another door, leading to the ground floor. " What do you wish ?" asked some one. " To give a letter, a petition to his majesty," said Rostof, in a trembling voice. " A petition ? It should go to the general in charge. Please pass this way." He indicated the door leading to the ground floor. " But he won't receive it." On hearing this voice, so cold and unconcerned, Rostof was panic stricken at his audacity. The thought that he might at any moment meet his majesty was so entrancing and, at the same time, so terrible to him, that he felt like running away. But the kammerfourrier, who came to meet him, opened the door into the general's office, and Rostof went in. A short, stout man, 30 years of age, in white trousers, Hessian boots, and a bastite shirt, apparently meant for summer only, was standing in this room. A valet was behind him, buttoning a pair of handsome new braces, embroidered in silk, as Rostof could not help noticing. The gentleman was talking with some one in the next room. " Bien fait, et la butte du diable — devilishly well made," this man was just saying, but when he caught sight of Rostof he stopped and frowned. " What is it you want ? A petition ?"" What is it ?" asked the individual in the next room. " Another petitioner," replied the man in the braces. " Tell him to come later. He's going out. We've got to go with him." " Come later. To morrow. To morrow. It's too late now." Rostof turned round and was about to go, when the man in the braces stopped him. " Who is it from ? Who are you ?"" It's from Major Denisof," replied Rostof. " And who are you ? An officer ?"" Yes, a lieutenant. Count Rostof." " What audacity ! Give it to your general, and begone with you. Begone !" And he put on the rest of the uniform handed him by his valet. Rostof went down into the entry again, and noticed that on the steps there were still many officers and generals in full parade uniform, and that he would have to pass by them all. Cursing his audacity, his heart sinking within him at the thought that at any moment he might meet the sovereign and be mortified, and even put under arrest in his presence, appreciating all the impropriety of his conduct, and regretting it, Rostof, with downcast eyes, was hastening away from the house, which was now surrounded by the glittering officers of the suite, when a well known voice called him by name, and some one's hand was laid on his shoulder. " Well, batiushka, what are you doing here without a uniform ?" demanded a deep bass voice. This was a general of cavalry, formerly commander of the division in which Rostof served. During the campaign he had won the signal favor of the sovereign. Rostof was startled, and began to justify himself, but when he saw the general's good natured, jocose face, he drew him to one side, and began, in a voice choked by emotion, to lay his whole case before him, and begged the general to take the part of Denisof, who was well known to him. The general listened to Rostof's story, and shook his head gravely. " Pity, pity. He's a brave fellow. Give me his letter." Rostof had only just handed him the petition and finished telling the whole story, when quick steps and jingling of spurs was heard on the staircase, and the general, leaving him, hurried to the steps. The gentlemen composing the sovereign's suite hastened down from the staircase and went to their horses. The equerry, Hain, the same one who had accompanied the sovereign at the battle of Austerlitz, brought up the emperor's steed, and then on the staircase was heard the slight squeak of steps, which Rostof instantly knew. Forgetting his apprehension of being recognized, Rostof went close to the doorsteps, with many other curious spectators from among the natives, and again, though 2 years had passed, he recognized those adored features, the same face, the same glance, the same gait, the same union of majesty and sweetness. And that feeling of enthusiasm and love for his sovereign rose in Rostof's soul with all its former force. The emperor wore the Preobrazhensky uniform, white chemise leather breeches, Hessian boots, with a star of an order which Rostof did not know. It was the Legion d'honneur. As he came out on the steps, he held his hat under his arm, and was putting on his gloves. He paused, glanced around, and his glance seemed to light up all about him. He said a few words to one of the generals. He also recognized the general who had been formerly commander of Rostof's division, gave him a smile, and beckoned to him. All the suite moved away from them, and Rostof noticed that this general held a rather long conversation with the sovereign. The emperor said a few words in reply, and took a step toward his horse. Again the crowd of the suite and the crowd of spectators, with Rostof in their number, followed after the emperor. Standing by his steed, with his arm thrown over the saddle, the sovereign turned to the cavalry general, and said in a loud voice, evidently intending that he should be heard by all, — "I cannot, general, and I cannot because the law is more powerful than I," said the emperor, and he put his foot in the stirrup. The general respectfully inclined his head. The emperor got into the saddle and rode at a gallop down the street. Rostof, forgetting himself in his enthusiasm, joined the crowd and ran after him. End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 21. On the square, where the emperor was going, the battalion of the Preobrazhentsui stood facing the street on the right. On the left stood the battalion of the French Guards, in their bearskin caps. Just as the sovereign rode up toward one flank of the battalion which presented arms, another throng of mounted men galloped up to the other flank, and Rostof recognized Napoleon at their head. It could have been no one else. He rode at a gallop, wearing his cocked hat, with the ribbon of St. Andrew across his breast, with his blue coat unbuttoned over his white waistcoat. Riding up to Alexander on his Arabian steed, gray, of extraordinarily good blood, with crimson housings embroidered in gold, he took off his hat, and, at this motion, Rostof, as a trained cavalryman, could not help noticing that Napoleon sat awkwardly and unsteadily on his horse. The battalion shouted "Hurrah!" and "Vive l'Empereur!" Napoleon said something to Alexander. Then the two emperors dismounted and shook hands. Napoleon's face wore a disagreeably artificial smile. Alexander, with a courteous expression, made some remark to him. Rostof, notwithstanding the trampling of the horses of the mounted gendarmes, constantly backing into the throng, followed every motion of the two emperors, not taking his eyes from them. It struck him as most extraordinary that Alexander treated Napoleon as an equal, and that Bonaparte bore himself toward the Russian Tsar also as an equal, as though this proximity to the sovereign were perfectly natural and usual with him. Alexander and Napoleon, with a long train following them, passed along, toward the right wing of the Preobrazhensky battalion, straight toward the throng that had collected there. By some chance the throng was allowed to press so near the emperors that Rostof, who found himself in the very front row, felt anxious lest he should be recognized. "Sire, I crave permission to grant that Legion of Honor to the bravest of your soldiers," said a shrill, precise voice, dwelling on each syllable. These words were spoken by the diminutive Bonaparte, looking straight up into Alexander's eyes. Alexander listened attentively to what he said, and inclined his head with a pleasant smile. "To the one who conducted himself most gallantly during this last war," added Napoleon, laying equal stress on each syllable, with an unconcern and self-confidence that aroused Rostof's indignation. At the same time Napoleon glanced round on the ranks of Russian soldiery drawn up before him, and still presenting arms and immovably looking into their sovereign's face. "Will your majesty permit me to consult with the colonel?" asked Alexander, and he made a few hasty steps towards Prince Kozlovsky, the commander of the battalion. Bonaparte began meantime to be drawing his glove from his small, white hand, and when it tore he threw it away. An aide, hastening forward, picked it up. "To whom shall it be given?" asked the Emperor Alexander, in a low tone, in Russian, of Kozlovsky. "Whom would you designate, your majesty?" The sovereign frowned with annoyance, and glancing round said, "Yes, but I must give him an answer." Kozlovsky, with a resolute look, glanced along the ranks, and his eyes rested on Rostof. "He couldn't by any possibility choose me," said Rostof to himself. "Lazaref," commanded the colonel, knitting his brows, and the first man in the front rank briskly stepped forward. This was Lazaref. "Where are you going? Stand there," whispered various voices to Lazaref, who did not know where to go. He stood in trepidation, looking askance at his colonel, and his face twitched, as is generally the case with soldiers summoned to the front. Napoleon bent his head back a little, and stretched his small plump hand behind him, as though wishing something to be handed him. The faces of his suite, who at that instant surmised what was going to take place, showed some perplexity. There was whispering, some object was handed from one to another, and a page, the very one whom Rostof had seen at Boris's the evening before, sprang forward, and respectfully bowing over the outstretched hand, and not causing it to remain a single instant, placed in it an order on a red ribbon. Napoleon, not looking at it, closed two fingers, and retained the badge between them. Then he went up to Lazaref, who, with staring eyes, continued to gaze steadfastly at his sovereign and no one else. Napoleon looked at the Emperor Alexander, signifying by this that what he was doing now he did out of consideration for his ally. The little white hand with the badge touched the button of the soldier Lazaref. Napoleon seemed to realize that all that was necessary to make this soldier forever fortunate, decorated and distinguished above every one else in the world was for this white hand of his merely to touch this soldier's breast. Napoleon simply suspended the cross on the soldier's chest, and dropping his hand, returned to where Alexander was standing, as though he knew that the cross must needs stick to the man's breast. And that the cross really did. Officious Russian and French hands instantly seized the cross and fastened it to the man's uniform. Lazaref had gazed moodily at the little man with white hands who had been doing something to him, and he continued to present arms, with his eyes again directed straight at Alexander's face, as though he were asking his sovereign whether it were his duty still to stand there, or whether he should go back, or whether there was anything else for him to do. But as no orders were given him, he stood in exactly the same motionless attitude for some time. The sovereigns mounted and rode away. The Preobrazhentsui, breaking ranks, began to mingle with the French guardsmen, and took their seats at the tables which had been prepared for them. Lazaref was assigned to the seat of honor. Russian and French officers pressed around him, congratulated him, and shook hands with him. A throng of officers and the public crowded around, merely to get a sight of the man. The hum of conversation in French and Russian, and bursts of hearty laughter began to be heard around the tables erected in the square. Two officers, with flushed faces, feeling gay and happy, passed by Rostof. " What a treat, brother ! All served on silver," said one. " Did you see Lazaref ?"" I did." " To morrow, they say, the Preobrazhentsui are going to give them a dinner." " Is that so ? What luck for Lazaref ! 1,200 francs pension for life." " How's that for a cap, children ?" cried a Preobrazhenets, putting on a Frenchman's shaggy bearskin. " Marvellously fine ! Very becoming !"" Have you heard the countersign ?" asked one guardsman of another. " Day before yesterday it was Napoleon, France, bravoure. Yesterday, Alexander, ruche, grandeur. One day our sovereign gives the watchword, and the next, Napoleon. To morrow the sovereign is going to confer the George upon the bravest of the Guards. He can't help it, he's got to keep up his end." Boris and his friend Zhilinsky also came out to witness the banquet to the Preobrazhentsui. As they returned, Boris noticed Rostof standing near the corner of the house. " Hullo, Rostof ! Good morning. We missed each other," said he, and he could not refrain from asking what had happened to him, so strangely dark and disturbed was Rostof's face. " Nothing, nothing," replied Rostof. " Will you join us ?"" Yes, by and by." Rostof stood for a long time by the house corner, gazing at the feasters. His mind was filled with painful reflections which he could never bring to a satisfactory conclusion. Strange doubts had arisen in his mind. Now he recalled Denisof, and the change that had come over him, and his obstinacy, and the whole hospital, with those amputated legs and arms, with all that filth and disease. It came up so vividly in his imagination, at that instant, he had such a lively sense of that fetid odor of putrefaction, and that dead body, that he glanced around to see what might be the cause of it. Then, in contrast, he recalled that self-conceited Bonaparte, with his little white hand. He was emperor now, the loved and valued friend of the Emperor Alexander. For what purpose, then, all these amputated legs and arms, and those men killed ? Then he remembered Lazaref rewarded, and Denisof punished, and unforgiven. He found himself indulging in such strange thoughts that he was frightened. The savor of the viands and the pangs of hunger drove him out of this mood. He had to get something to eat before going back. He went into an inn which he had seen that morning. He found so many people there, and so many officers who, like himself, had come in citizen's dress, that he had no difficulty in getting dinner. Two officers of the same division as his own joined him. The conversation naturally turned on the peace. These officers, Rostof's friends, like the majority of the army, were dissatisfied with the peace which had been concluded after Friedland. They maintained that if only they had held out a little longer, Napoleon would have laid down his arms, that he had no supplies or ammunition for his troops. Nikolai ate in silence, and drank more than he ate. He alone drank 2 bottles of wine. The inner conflict which had risen in his soul, instead of finding solution, tormented him more than ever. He was afraid to express his thoughts, and he could not get rid of them. Suddenly, at the remark of one of the officers that it was a humiliation to look at the French, Rostof began to declaim with a heat and violence wholly uncalled for, and therefore very amazing to the officers. " And how, pray, can you decide what would have been best ?" he shouted, his face flushing suddenly crimson. " Why do you judge the sovereign's actions ? What right have we to sit in judgment on him ? We cannot appreciate or understand the sovereign's actions." " But I haven't said a word about the sovereign," replied the officer, who could not explain Rostof's violence on any other ground than that he was drunk. But Rostof did not heed him. " We are not diplomatic chinovniks ; we are soldiers and nothing else," he went on to say. " We are commanded to die, and we die. And if we are punished, then of course we must be to blame. It isn't for us to criticize. It is sufficient for our sovereign, the emperor, to recognize Bonaparte as emperor, and to conclude a peace with him. Then, of course, it must be so. For if we once begin to criticize and sit in judgment, then there will be nothing sacred left. We shall be declaring that there is no God, no nothing," screamed Nikolai, pounding the table with his fist with quite unnecessary vehemence, as his friends felt. In reality it was demanded by his feelings. " It's our business to fulfil our duty, to fight and not to think, and that's the end of it," he said in conclusion. "And drink," said one of the officers, wishing to avoid a quarrel. " Yes, and drink," replied Nikolai. " Hey, there, another bottle," he cried. End of Chapter 21, and end of Part 2. Volume 2, Part 3, Chapter 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 1. In the year 1808, the emperor went to Erfurt for another interview with the Emperor Napoleon, and in the upper circles of Petersburg much was said about the magnificence of this solemn meeting. In 1809 the intimacy between these two arbiters of the world, as Napoleon and Alexander were called, reached such a point that when Napoleon that year declared war against Austria, the Russian troops crossed the frontier to support their former enemy, Bonaparte, against their former ally, the Emperor of Austria. And there was also talk in high life of a possible marriage between Napoleon and one of the Emperor Alexander's sisters. Then, besides these external political combinations, the attention of Russian society was at this time occupied with a special interest with the internal reforms which were inaugurating in all parts of the imperial dominion. In the meantime, life, the ordinary life of men, was busied with its own concerns of health and illness, labor and recreation, with its interest in philosophy, science, poetry, music, love, friendship, hatreds, sufferings, and went on as always, independent and outside of political alliance or enmity with Napoleon Bonaparte, and outside of all potential reforms. Prince Andrei had spent 2 years of continuous life in the country. All those enterprises on his estates, such as Pierre had devised on his, and which the latter had brought to no result, constantly changing as he did from one plan to another, all these projects had been accomplished by Prince Andrei without any display, and without noticeable exertion. He had to a marked degree that practical tenacity of purpose which Pierre lacked, and which gave impetus to any enterprise, without oscillation or undue effort on his own part. On one of his estates, 300 serfs were enrolled as free farmers. This was one of the first instances of the sort. On others, the forced husbandry service was commuted for obrok, or quit rent. At Bogucharovo, a babka, or midwife, was engaged at his expense to help in cases of childbirth, and a priest was employed at a salary to teach the children of the peasants and household servants. Half of his time Prince Andrei spent at Luisiya Gorui with his father and son, who was still in the care of nurses. The other half he spent at his Bogucharovsky monastery, as his father called his estate. Notwithstanding the indifference which he had affected in Pierre's presence to all the outside events of the world, he eagerly followed them. He read many books, and was often amazed to remark, when men came fresh from Petersburg, from the very vortex of life, to visit his father or himself, that, though he had not once left the country, these men were far behind him in their knowledge of what was going on in politics, at home and abroad. In addition to his projects on his estates, and his general occupations in reading the most varied books, Prince Andrei spent his spare time in composing a critical account of our last two unfortunate campaigns, and a project for a change in our military code and establishment. In the spring of 1809, Prince Andrei went to the neighborhood of Riazan, where his son, whose guardian he was, had estates. As he sat in his calash, he enjoyed the warmth of the spring sun, and looked at the young grass, the first foliage of the birches, and the first curling clouds of the spring flying over the clear blue sky. He simply did not think, but gazed on all sides, full of joy and free from care. He came to the ferry where he and Pierre had talked together the year before. He came to a filthy village, barns, a vegetable garden, and a slope with the remains of a snowdrift by the bridge, a hillside where the clay was hollowed into runnels, strips of stubble field and of shrubbery where the catkins were beginning to show, and finally reached a birch forest that extended along both sides of the road. It was almost sultry in the woods; there was not a breath of wind; the birches, all covered with young, green, sticky leafage, did not even rustle. Out from under the last year's leaves, lifting them up, came the first green bracken and the violets. Scattered here and there among the birches, small evergreens, with their somber hues, unpleasantly reminded one of winter. The horses snorted as they entered the woods, and their coats were streaked with sweat. The footman, Pyotr, said something to the coachman. The coachman replied in the affirmative, but it was evident that Pyotr got very little sympathy from the coachman. He turned round on the box toward his barin. "Your illustriousness, how nice it is," said he, with a deferential smile. "What?" "Nice, your illustriousness." "What was that he said?" wondered Prince Andrei. "Oh, yes, probably about the spring," he communed to himself, glancing all around. "And how green everything is already! So early! The birches and the wild cherries and the alders are already out. But I don't see any oaks. Oh, yes, there's one. There's an oak." By the roadside stood an oak. It was evidently 10 times as old as the birches of which the forest was mainly composed. It was 10 times as large round and twice as high as any of the birches. It was enormous, 2 spans around in girth, and with ancient scars where huge limbs evidently long ago lopped off had been, and with bark stripped away. With monstrous, disproportioned, unsymmetrically spreading, gnarled arms and branches, it stood like an ancient giant, stern and scornful, among the smiling birches. Only this oak and the slender evergreens scattered through the woods, with their hue symbolical of death, seemed unwilling to yield to the fascination of spring, and to spurn the sun and the spring. "The spring, and love, and happiness," this oak seemed to say, "and how can it be that ye still like to cheat yourselves with that stupid and senseless delusion? It's forever the same old story, and a mere delusion. There is no spring, no sun, no happiness. Look here at these mournful, lifeless evergreens, always unchanged. And here I, too, spread out my mutilated, excoriated branches from my back and my sides, where they grew, just as they grew. And here I stand, and I have no faith in your hope and illusions." Prince Andrei looked back several times at this oak, as he rode along the forest, as though it had some message to teach him. The flowers and grass were under the oak, but it stood among them as before, frowning and immovable, monstrous and inexorable. "Yes, that oak is right. He is 1,000 times right," said Prince Andrei to himself. "Let others, younger men, once more hug this delusion. But we know what life is. Our life is done." A whole new series of pessimistic ideas, agreeable from their very melancholy, arose in Prince Andrei's mind, suggested by the sight of the old oak. During all the rest of his journey he seemed once more to live his life over in thought, and he came back to his former comforting and at the same time hopeless conclusion that there was nothing more for him to undertake, that he must live out his life, refrain from working evil, and not worry, and not expect anything. End of chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. Prince Andrei was compelled by his obligations as trustee of the Ryazan property to call upon the district predvoditelь, or marshal of the nobility. The predvoditelь was Count Ilya Andreyitch Rostov. About the middle of May, Prince Andrei went to see him. By this time the weather had become very warm. The woods were now in full leaf. The dust was intolerable, and it was so hot that, as he drove by water, he had a powerful desire to take a bath. Prince Andrei, in anything but a happy frame of mind, and absorbed in thinking of the business which he had to transact with the predvoditelь, drove into the tree-shaded avenue that led up to the mansion of the Rostovs, at Otradnoye. At his right he heard behind the trees the gay sounds of women's voices, and saw a bevy of young girls running down as if to cut off his calash. In front of the others, and therefore nearest to him, ran a very slender, indeed a strangely slender, maiden, with dark hair and dark eyes, in a yellow chintz dress, with a white handkerchief around her head, the locks escaping from it in ringlets. The maiden shouted something as she approached the calash. Then, seeing that it was a stranger, she ran back again with a merry laugh, and not looking at him. Something akin to pain affected Prince Andrei at this incident. The day was so beautiful, the sun so bright, everything all around was so beautiful, but this slender, pretty young girl knew not, and had no wish to know aught of him, and was content and happy in her separate, most likely stupid, but still gay and careless existence. What was there for her to be merry about? What were her thoughts? Certainly not about the military code or about Ryazan quit-rents. What, then, was she thinking about? And why was she happy? Such questions involuntarily arose in Prince Andrei's mind. Count Ilya Andreyitch was spending the summer of 1809 at Otradnoye in the same way he had always done, that is, entertaining almost the whole government with hunting parties, theatricals, dinners, and music. He welcomed Prince Andrei most hospitably, as he did every new guest, and almost by main force compelled him to stay for the night. During the course of the wearisome day, monopolized by his elderly hosts and the most distinguished of the guests, who happened to be present in large numbers on account of the old count's approaching fete days, Bolkonsky many times was attracted to Natasha, who was among the merriest and most entertaining of the younger portion of the household, and kept asking himself, "What can she be thinking about? Why is she so gay?" At last, finding himself alone that night, in a new place, it was long before he could go to sleep. He read for a time, then put out his candle, then lighted it again. It was hot in the room with the shutters closed from within. He was annoyed at "that stupid old man," as he called Rostov, for having detained him by the excuse that the necessary papers had not yet come from the city, and he was vexed with himself for having stayed. Prince Andrei got up and went to the window to open it. As soon as he threw back the shutters, the moonlight, as though it had been on the watch at the window and long waiting the opportunity, came pouring into the room. He opened the window. The night was cool and calmly beautiful. In front of the window was a row of clipped trees, dark on one side and silver bright on the other. At the foot of the trees was some sort of succulent, rank vegetation, the leaves and stalks covered with silvery dew. Farther along, beyond the trees, was a roof glittering with dew. Farther to the right, a tall tree, with wide-spreading branches, showed a brilliant white bole and limbs, and directly above it the moon, almost at her full, shone in the bright, almost starless spring night. Prince Andrei leaned his elbows on the window-sill and fixed his eyes on that sky. Prince Andrei's room was on the second floor. The rooms overhead were also occupied, and by people who were not asleep. He overheard women's voices above him. Only just once more, said a voice which Prince Andrei instantly recognized. But when are you going to sleep? Replied a second voice. I will not, cannot sleep. How can I help it? Come, this is the last time. The two female voices broke out into a snatch of song, forming the final phrase of a duet. Ugh, how charming! Now, then, let's go to sleep. That's the end of it. You go to sleep, but I can't, replied the first voice, approaching the window. She evidently thrust her head quite out of the window, because the rustling of her dress was heard, and even her breathing. All was calm and stone still, the moon and her light, and the shadows. Prince Andrei feared to stir, lest he should betray his involuntary presence. Sonya! Sonya! Again spoke the first voice. Now, how can you go to sleep? Just see how lovely it is. Ugh, how lovely! Come, wake up, Sonya, she said again, with tears in her voice. Come, now! Such a lovely, lovely night was never seen. Sonya made some answer expressive of her disapproval. No, but do look. What a moon! Oh, how lovely! Do come here. Sweetheart! Darling, come here. There, now, do you see? If you would only squat down this way and rest yourself on your knees. A little closer. We must squeeze together more. There, if one tried, one might fly away. Yes, that's the way. Look out, you'll fall. A little scuffle was heard, and then Sonya's discontented voice saying, See, it's 2:00. Ugh, you only spoil it all for me. Now go away, go away. Again all became still, but Prince Andrei knew that she was still there. He could hear from time to time a little rustling, from time to time her sighs. Ugh, dear me, dear me. It is too bad. To bed, then, if I must. And the window was closed. And my existence is nothing to her, thought Prince Andrei, while he was listening to their talk, somehow or other hoping and fearing that she would say something about him. It's the same old story, and done on purpose, he thought. And suddenly there arose in his soul such an unexpected throng of youthful thoughts and hopes, opposed to the whole current of his life, that he felt himself too weak to analyze his condition, and so he went to sleep immediately. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. The next day, taking leave only of the Count, and not waiting for the ladies to come down, Prince Andrei went home. It was already the 1st of June, and on his way home Prince Andrei once more drove through the birch wood, where the gnarled old oak had so strangely and memorably attracted his attention. The little bells on the horses sounded with still less resonance now through the forest than they did the fortnight before. All the spaces were full of thick leaves and shrubbery, and the young fir trees scattered through the woods were no longer an exception to the general beauty, and but partook of the universal characteristics of the season, and showed a soft green at the ends of their succulent young sprays. The whole day had been hot. Now and again there had been threats of thunder showers, but only handfuls of clouds had scattered a few drops over the dusty highway and the sunny leaves. The forest on the left was dark, in shadow; that on the right, with branches glistening with diamond drops and gently swaying in the breeze, was full of sunlight. Everything was covered with flowers. The nightingales broke out in gushing melody, and answered each other from far and near. Yes, it was in this forest here that the old oak stood whose mood seemed to agree with mine, said Prince Andrei to himself. Yes, there he is, he thought, as he looked along at the left, and found himself, without knowing or realizing it, admiring the old oak of which he was in search. The old oak, as though transfigured, spread out a mighty tabernacle of dark, sunny green, and seemed to swoon and sway in the rays of the afternoon sun. Nothing could be seen of the gnarled branches, or of the scars, or of the old unbelief and grief. through the rough, century-old bark had pierced the smooth, succulent young foliage. It was incredible that this patriarch should have produced them. "Yes, this is the very same oak," said Prince Andrei to himself, and suddenly there came over him an unreasonable but joyous feeling of delight and renovation. All the most sacred moments of his life came back to him at one sweep: Austerlitz, with that unfathomable sky, and the dead, reproachable face of his little wife, and Pierre on the ferry boat, and the maiden enjoying the beauty of the night, and that night itself, and the moon. Everything suddenly crowded back into his mind. "No, life is not ended at 31," suddenly said Prince Andrei with resolute, unalterable decision. "It is a small thing that I myself know what is in me. All others must know it also. Pierre, and that girl who wanted to fly up into the sky, all of them must learn to know me, so that my life may not be spent for myself alone, in order that they may not live so independently of my life, that it may send its reflection over all other lives, and that they may all live in union with me." On his return from his journey Prince Andrei made up his mind to go to Petersburg in the autumn, and he excogitated various reasons in support of this decision. A whole series of convincing and logical arguments in favor of this new departure, and even in favor of re-entering the army, were all the time coming to his aid. It even now passed his comprehension that he ever could have doubted the necessity of going back to active life, just the same as a short month before he could not comprehend how the idea ever occurred to him to leave the country. It now seemed clear to him that all his experiments of life would surely be wasted, and without reason, unless he were to put them into effect and once more take an active part in life. He now could not understand how, on the strength of such wretched arguments, he had convinced himself that it would be humiliating himself, after all his lessons in life, to believe in the possibility of getting profit, and the possibility of happiness and love. Now his reason showed him the exact contrary. After this journey of his, Prince Andrei began to feel tired of the country. His former occupations no longer interested him, and ofttimes, as he sat alone in his cabinet, he would get up, go to the mirror, and look long at his own face. Then he would turn away, and gaze at the portrait of his late wife, Liza, who, with her little curls à la Grecque, looked down upon him, with an affectionate and radiantly happy expression, from the golden frame. She seemed no longer to say to her husband those terrible words; she simply gazed at him with a merry and quizzical look. And Prince Andrei, clasping his hands behind his back, would walk long up and down the room, sometimes scowling, sometimes smiling, thinking over the preposterous, inexpressible, mysterious, almost criminal ideas aroused by the thought of Pierre, of glory, of the maiden at the window, of the old oak, of the beauty of women, and love, which were changing his whole life. And at such moments, when any one came to see him, he was generally dry, stern, and short, and disagreeably logical. "Mon cher," the Princess Mariya once said, happening to find him in such a state, "Nikolushka can't go out to-day, it is very chilly." "If it were warm," Prince Andrei replied to his sister, "then he might go out in nothing but his shirt, but since it is cold, you will have to put some warm clothes on him, as might have occurred to you. Now, there is no sense in keeping the child indoors because it is cold, when he needs the fresh air." He would say such things with all the logic in the world, as though he were punishing some one else for all this illogical reasoning that was secretly working in his mind. Under such circumstances, it was not strange that the Princess Mariya said to herself, "How this intellectual work dries up the heart." End of chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Prince Andrei reached Petersburg in August, 1809. This was the time when the young Speransky was at the apogee of his glory and zeal for the reforms which he had undertaken. This same month of August, the emperor, while out riding in his calash, was upset and hurt his leg, and during the 3 weeks that he was confined to Peterhof he would see no one but Speransky. It was during this time that two ukazes, or rescripts, of extreme importance and almost alarming to society, were prepared. The one was in regard to the doing away of court chin, or rank, and the other, in regard to the passing of examinations for the rank of collegiate assessor and councillor of state. The scheme also provided for a complete imperial constitution, destined to revolutionize the existing departments of justice, administration, and finance, from the Council of State even down to the tribunals of the volosts and cantons throughout the empire. Now began to materialize and take shape those vague liberal dreams with which the Emperor Alexander had mounted the throne, and which he had vainly endeavored to bring about with the aid of his assistants, Czartoryski, Novosiltskov, Kochubey, and Stroganoff, whom he in jest called Le Comité de Salut Public, the Committee of Public Safety. At this time Speransky was the general representative for civil affairs, and Arakcheyef for all things connected with the military. Prince Andrei, immediately after his arrival, appeared at court and at His Majesty's levee in his capacity as chamberlain. The sovereign twice, on meeting him, did not vouchsafe him a single word. Prince Andrei had always before felt that the sovereign did not approve of him, that his face and general appearance did not please His Majesty. By the cold look of disfavor which the sovereign gave him, Prince Andrei was still more confirmed in his former supposition. The courtiers explained to Prince Andrei that the emperor's neglect of him was due to His Majesty's displeasure at Bolkonsky leaving the service in 1805. "I know very well how little control we have over our likes and dislikes," said Prince Andrei to himself, "and, therefore, there is no use in thinking of personally presenting to His Majesty, the Emperor, my memorandum on the military code. But I must let its merits speak for themselves." He mentioned his work to an old field marshal, a friend of his father's. The field marshal gave him an appointment, received him more than courteously, and promised to lay the matter before the sovereign. Several days later Prince Andrei was notified to present himself before the Minister of War, Count Arakcheyef. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the day set, Prince Andrei went to Count Arakcheyef's. Prince Andrei did not know the Minister of War personally, and had never seen him, but from all that he had ever heard of him he was disposed to hold this man in very slight esteem. "He is Minister of War, the confidant of His Majesty the Emperor. No one need concern himself with his personal characteristics. It is his business to examine my memorandum. Moreover, he is the only person who can put it into execution," said Prince Andrei to himself, as he sat with a number of other visitors of more or less note waiting in Count Arakcheyef's reception room. Prince Andrei, during the period of his military service, which most of the time had been in the quality of adjutant, had seen many receptions given by notabilities, and he had always been interested in studying the various characteristics of those who were present. At Count Arakcheyef's, the character of the reception was entirely different from anything that he had ever seen. The faces of the less notable individuals who were waiting their turn for an audience with Count Arakcheyef wore an expression of shame and humility. Those of higher rank gave a general impression of awkwardness vainly hidden under a mask of ease and ironical derision of themselves, their position, and those who were likewise waiting. Some walked pensively back and forth, some whispered and laughed together, and Prince Andrei overheard the sobriquet, Sile Andreyitch, Andreyitch the Strong, and the expression, Dayadya Zadast, Uncle Push, applied to the count. One general, a man of note, was evidently annoyed because he was kept waiting, and sat with his legs crossed, smiling sarcastically at himself. But whenever the door opened, all faces expressed one and the same sentiment — fear. Prince Andrei for a second time asked the officer on duty to take in his name, but he received a scornful, impertinent stare, and was told that he would be summoned when it was his turn. After several individuals had been escorted in and out of the war minister's cabinet, an officer, whose frightened and humiliated face had already struck Prince Andrei, was admitted into the dreaded audience chamber. This officer's audience lasted a long time. Suddenly the bellowing of a disagreeable voice was heard on the other side of the door, and the officer, as pale as a sheet, and with trembling lips, came out, and clasping his head with his hands, hastened through the reception room. Immediately after this, Prince Andrei was ushered into the audience chamber, and the officer on duty whispered, "To the right, next the window." Prince Andrei went in the meanly furnished cabinet and saw, sitting by a table, a man of 40 years of age, with a long waist and a peculiarly long head. The hair was closely cropped, the face was covered with deep wrinkles, the brows were contracted over grayish-green, heavy-looking eyes and a drooping nose. Arakcheyef turned his eyes toward the newcomer without looking at him. "What was it you wanted?" asked the count. "I have nothing to ask for, your illustriousness," replied Prince Andrei gently. Arakcheyef's eyes fastened on him. "Sit down," said Arakcheyef. "Prince Bolkonsky." "I have nothing to ask for, but His Majesty the Emperor deigned to put into your hands my memorandum, your illustriousness." "Please give me your attention, my dear sir. I have read your memorandum," interrupted Arakcheyef, speaking the first words with a certain courtesy. Then again, staring into his face and assuming more and more of a querulous and scornful tone, he went on, "You propose new regulations for the army? Plenty of regulations now. No one fulfills the old ones. Nowadays everybody's writing new regulations. It's easier to write 'em than to carry them out." "I have come at His Majesty the Emperor's request, to learn what you propose to do with my memorandum?" asked Prince Andrei respectfully. "I have endorsed my decision upon your memorandum, and sent it to the committee. I do not approve of it," said Arakcheyef, getting up and getting a slip of paper from his writing table. "Here." He handed it to Prince Andrei. Across the paper these words were written in pencil without capitals or punctuation marks, and ill spelt. Without basis in common sense, as it is only an imitation of the French military code, and no need of changing our own articles of war. "To what committee has my memorandum been given?" inquired Prince Andrei. "To the Committee on the Revision of the Military Code, and I have added your nobility to the list, but without salary." Prince Andrei smiled. "I should wish no salary." "An honorary member, without salary," reiterated Arakcheyef. "I have the honor of— Hey there! Come in! Who's next?" he shouted, bowing to Prince Andrei. End of chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 5. While waiting for the formal notification of his appointment as a member of the committee, Prince Andrei took pains to renew former acquaintances, especially with individuals who, as he knew, were in power and might be of assistance to him. He now experienced in Petersburg a feeling analogous to that which he had experienced on the eve of a battle, when a restlessness and sense of curiosity had invincibly attracted him toward those lofty spheres, the laboratory of the future, on which depended the fate of millions. By observing the angry criticisms of the older men, the curiosity of the uninitiated, the reserve of those who knew, the eagerness and activity of all, the portentous increase in committees and commissions, new ones being, as he knew, appointed every day, he felt certain that there and then, in the year 1809, in Petersburg, some mighty civil conflict was in preparation, and that the presiding genius of it was to be a personage as yet unknown to him, endowed in his fancy with mysterious qualities, and a man with whom he was prepared to sympathize, Mikhail Speransky. And this indefinitely realized sense of an impending reform, and Speransky, its leader, began to interest him so intensely that the matter of the military code was very soon relegated to a secondary place in his mind. Prince Andrei found himself in the most advantageous position for being well received in the most varied and lofty circles of the Petersburg society of that day. The party pledged to reform welcomed him cordially and did their best to win him to their side. In the first place, because he had a reputation for intelligence and great learning; in the second place, because he of his own free will had emancipated his serfs, and thereby gained himself the reputation of being a liberal. The party of the old men, the discontents, naturally turned to him for sympathy in their criticisms of reform, as being the son of his father. The generality of women, the world, gladly welcomed him because he was a rich man and illustrious, and yet practically a novelty, with that aureole of romance with which he was crowned, on account of his supposed death and the tragic end of his wife. Moreover, all those who knew him in days gone by confessed with one accord that he had greatly changed for the better during the last 5 years, that time had softened down his asperities, that he had lost all that old pretense, pride, and sarcastic manner, and had now acquired the serenity which comes only with years. He was talked about, people were interested in him, and all were anxious to see him. On the day after his interview with Count Arakcheyef, Prince Andrei was at a reception at Count Kotchubey's. He had been telling the count about his reception by Sila Andreyitch. That was the nickname by which Kotchubey called Arakcheyef, with the same expression of masked contempt as Prince Andrei had noticed in the others who spoke of him at the Minister of War's reception room. "Mon cher, even in this affair of yours, you can't get along without Mikhail Mikhailovitch. C'est le grand faiseur. He can do everything. I will tell him. He promised to come this evening." "But what has Speransky to do with military matters?" demanded Prince Andrei. Kotchubey, with a smile, shook his head, as though amazed at Bolkonsky's naivete. "He and I were speaking of you only a day or two ago," continued Kotchubey, "and about your free laborers." "Ah? And so you have been emancipating your muzhiks?" asked an old man of Catherine's time, turning scornfully upon Bolkonsky. "It was a very small estate which brought in a very meagre income," replied Bolkonsky, trying to palliate his action in his presence, so as not to irritate the old man to no purpose. "You seem to be in a great hurry," said the old man, glancing at Kotchubey. "There's one thing I do not understand," continued the old man. "Who is going to plow the land if they are emancipated? It's easy to make laws, but hard to execute them. If it is all the same to you, count, I will ask you who is going to be the deciding judge when all have to pass examinations?" "Those who succeed in passing them, I suppose," replied Kotchubey, shifting from one leg to another, and glancing around. "Now there is Pryanitchnikof, an excellent man, true as gold, but he is 60 years old. Will he pass an examination?" "Yes, that is where the difficulty lies, since certainly education is not at all widespread, but—" Count Kotchubey did not finish this sentence. He got up, and, taking Prince Andrei by the arm, led him forward to meet a tall, bald man of 40 years, with white hands, with a broad, open forehead, and an extraordinarily strange pallor on his long face. The newcomer wore a blue coat, the ribbon of an order around his neck, and a star over his heart. This was Speransky. Prince Andrei instantly surmised who it was, and a peculiar feeling stirred his heart, as usually happens at significant moments in life. Whether it were caused by respect, envy, expectation, he could not tell. Speransky's whole figure was of a peculiar type, so that it was impossible for a moment ever to mistake him. Never had Prince Andrei seen any one in the spheres where he had moved, who was so remarkable for the calmness and self-assurance of his motions, though they were awkward and ungainly, or any one who had such a steady, and at the same time gentle, gaze, from his half-closed and rather moist eyes, or any one with such determined expression in a smile that meant so much, or with such a delicate, gentle, monotonous voice, and, above all, such an ethereal pallor of face, shared also by the hands, which were rather broad, but extraordinarily plump, soft, and white. Such white, ethereal delicacy of complexion Prince Andrei had never seen, except in the case of soldiers who had been long at the hospital. This, then, was Speransky, the emperor's secretary, the sovereign's factotum, and his companion at Erfurt, where more than once he had met and talked with Napoleon. Speransky did not glance around from one person to another, as men usually do, in spite of themselves, on first entering a large company, and he did not hurry about speaking. He spoke quietly, assured that he would be listened to, and he looked only at the man with whom he was speaking. Prince Andrei followed Speransky's every word and motion with the keenest attention. As usually happens to people, especially to those who are inclined to judge their fellows severely, Prince Andrei, on meeting a new personage, like Speransky, for instance, whom he knew by reputation, naturally expected to find in him the full complement of human perfections. Speransky told Kotchubey that he was sorry at not being able to come earlier, but that he had been detained at the palace. He did not say that it was the sovereign who had detained him, and Prince Andrei remarked this affectation of modesty. When Kotchubey presented Prince Andrei, Speransky slowly turned his eyes upon Bolkonsky, without altering his smile, and continued to gaze at him in silence. "I am very happy to make your acquaintance. I have heard of you, as has every one else," said he. Kotchubey gave a brief account of Bolkonsky's reception by Arakcheyef. Speransky's smile grew more accented. "The chairman of the Commission for Revising the Military Statutes, Mr. Magnitsky, is an excellent friend of mine," said he, carefully dwelling on each syllable and each word. "And if you would like, I can give you a personal interview with him." Here he came to a full stop. "I hope that you will find him sympathetic, and willing to further all that is reasonable." A little circle had immediately gathered around Speransky, and the same old man who had spoken of his chinovnik, Pryanitchnikof, turned to the minister with the same question. Prince Andrei did not take part in the conversation, but contented himself with observing all the motions of Speransky, that man who but a short time since had been an obscure seminarist, and now had in his hands, those white, plump hands, the control of Russia's fortunes. He was struck by the extraordinary contemptuous calmness with which Speransky answered the old man. It seemed as though he stooped down from an immeasurable height to grant him a condescending word. When the old man began to speak louder than the occasion justified, Speransky smiled, and said that he could not judge of the utility or futility of what the sovereign deigned to approve. After conversing for some time with the group generally, Speransky got up, and, crossing over to Prince Andrei, drew him aside to another corner of the room. It was plain that he considered it necessary to patronize Bolkonsky. "I haven't had a chance to talk with you yet, Prince, owing to the lively discussion into which I was drawn by that worthy old gentleman," said he, with his blandly contemptuous smile, seeming to imply by this smile that he and Prince Andrei appreciated the insignificance of the people with whom he had just been talking. This treatment was very flattering to Prince Andrei. "I have known of you for a long time. In the first place, through your treatment of your serfs, the first example of the sort, I believe, and one which I should like to see generally followed; and in the second place, because you are the only one of the chamberlains who has not considered himself abused by the new ukaz concerning the court ranks, which has produced so much talk and criticism." "Yes," replied Prince Andrei. "My father did not wish me to take advantage of this prerogative. I began with the lowest step in the service." "Your father is a man of a bygone generation. He evidently stands far above the men of our day, who are so severe in their judgments upon this measure, and yet it aims simply to re-establish genuine justice." "I am inclined to think, however, that there is some ground for these criticisms," said Prince Andrei, striving to free himself from Speransky's influence, of which he was beginning to feel conscious. It was distasteful for him to agree with the man at every point. He felt a strong desire to contradict him. Prince Andrei, who generally spoke fluently and well, now found some difficulty in expressing himself while talking with Speransky. He was too much occupied with his study of the personality of this distinguished man. "The ground of personal vanity, maybe," quietly suggested Speransky. "Partly, and also for the sake of the government," replied Prince Andrei. "What makes you think so?" asked Speransky, slightly dropping his eyes. "I am a disciple of Montesquieu," said Prince Andrei, "and his maxim, that le principe de monarchie et l'honneur me paraît incontestable. Certain rights and privileges of the nobility seem to me to be the means of maintaining this sentiment." The smile faded from Speransky's pallid face, and his expression gained greatly by the change. Evidently, Prince Andrei's thought seemed to him worthy of consideration. "Si vous envisagez les questions sans dépend de vous," he began, finding it evidently rather difficult to express himself in French, and speaking still more deliberately than in Russian, and yet with absolute self-possession. "Montesquieu says that honor, l'honneur, cannot be maintained by prerogatives that are injurious to the service; that honor, l'honneur, is either the negative concept of refraining from reprehensible actions, or it is the true fountainhead of impulse for the winning of approbation, and the rewards that are the fruit thereof." His arguments were succinct, simple, and clear. An institution that maintains this honor, this source of emulation, an institution like the Légion d'honneur of the great Emperor Napoleon, is not prejudicial, but advantageous to the success of the service, but that is not true of social or court prerogatives. I do not quarrel with that, but it is impossible to deny that court privileges have always tended toward the same end," said Prince Andrei. " Every courtier should consider himself bound to fulfil his duties worthily." " But you have not cared to take advantage of them, prince," retorted Speransky, his smile showing that having worsted his opponent in the argument, he was now ready to cut short this special mark of his favor. " If you will do me the honor of calling upon me Wednesday," he added, " then I shall have a talk with Magnitsky, and may be able to tell you something of interest ; and, moreover, I shall have the pleasure of a more circumstantial conversation with you." Then, closing his eyes, he made him a low bow, and slipped from the room a la Frangaise, without taking leave, so as not to attract attention. CHAPTER VI Part 3, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 During the first part of his stay in Petersburg, Prince Andrei was conscious that the whole system of thought which he had elaborated during his solitary life in the country was entirely obscured by the petty occupations with which he was now engaged in the city. Every evening when he returned to his lodgings, he jotted down in his note book 4 or 5 indispensable visits or appointments for the next day. The mechanisms of his life, the arrangement of the 24 hours, so as to allow him to be always punctual, was at the cost of a goodly portion of his mental energy. He accomplished nothing. He neither thought nor had time to think, and whatever he said in conversation, and it must be confessed that he talked well, was merely the fruit of his solitary meditation in the country. He occasionally remarked with dissatisfaction that on appearing at different gatherings on one and the same day, he found himself repeating himself. But he was so absorbed all day long that he had no time to think out anything new. He went to Speransky's house on Wednesday and had a long and confidential talk with him. The impression that had been produced on him by Speransky, at his first meeting with him at Kochubi's, was repeated and intensified. Prince Andrei looked upon so many men as contemptible and beneath contempt, he had such a powerful desire to discover in another living the ideal of perfection toward which he was striving, that it was easy for him to believe that he had discovered in Speransky his ideal of a perfectly reasonable and virtuous man. If Speransky had sprung from the same class in society to which Prince Andrei belonged, and if he had had a similar education and mental processes, Bolkonsky would have soon discovered his weaknesses, his human instead of his heroic side. But now this strangely logical bent of mind aroused his esteem from the very fact that he did not fully understand him. Moreover, Speransky, either because he prized Prince Andrei's talents, or because he felt that it was necessary to attract him to himself, displayed before Prince Andrei his cool, easy wit, and flattered Prince Andrei with that delicate flattery which appeals to a man's self-conceit, by tacitly taking for granted that he is the only other man capable of comprehending the full depth of stupidity of all the rest of the world, and the reasonableness and depth of their own ideas. During the time of that long conversation of theirs on Wednesday evening, Speransky more than once said, "With us there is a chance to look upon everything that rises above the common level of the commonplace routine," or, with a smile, "But our idea is that the wolves should be fed well, and yet the sheep kept whole," or, "They cannot comprehend this." And all the time his expression seemed to imply, "We, that is, you and I, understand who they are and who we are." This long conversation with Speransky merely served to confirm the feeling produced in him at his first interview with him. He saw in him an intelligent, severely logical man of immense talent, energy, and tenacity of purpose, who desired to obtain power which he would wield solely for the good of Russia. Speransky was, in Prince Andrei's eyes, the man most able to explain by his intellect alone all the phenomena of life, accepting as of any importance only what appealed to his reason, and, in all circumstances, capable of applying the rules of logic in a way that he had always longed to be able to do. Everything was placed before his mind so lucidly through Speransky's exposition that he found himself agreeing with him on every point, in spite of himself. If he raised objections and entered into discussions with him, it was simply because he was anxious to be independent,
and not a mere echo of Speransky's opinions. Everything was just as it should be. Everything about him was good, but there were one or two things that struck Prince Andrei unpleasantly. Such were Speransky's cold, mirror-like, inscrutable eyes, and his white, plump hand. Prince Andrei could not help looking at them, just as one is always drawn to look at the hands of those men who are in the possession of power. Those mirror-like eyes and that soft hand somehow irritated Prince Andrei. He was also offended by the overweening contempt for men which he had remarked in Speransky, and at various shifts in his arguments which he used for the buttressing of his ideas. He made use of all possible weapons of thought, especially affecting metaphors, and it seemed to Prince Andrei that he leaped from one to another with too great audacity. Sometimes he set himself up as a practical worker and flouted visionaries, then as a satirist and made ironical sport of his antagonists. Then he would become severely logical, then suddenly he would rise into the domain of pure philosophy. This last weapon of proof he was especially fond of employing. He would take questions to the heights of metaphysics, indulge in definitions of space, time, and thought, and, finding counter-arguments in them, he would come back to fresh discussions. On the whole, the chief trait of Speransky's intellect, and one that amazed Prince Andrei, was his unswerving, unquestioning faith in the power and validity of the intellect. It was evident that Speransky never dreamed of harboring such thoughts as were habitual with Prince Andrei, as to the impossibility of expressing all that came into his mind, or that he ever doubted whether all that he thought and all that he believed were not vanity. And it was this very characteristic of Speransky's intellect that especially attracted Prince Andrei toward him. During the first period of his acquaintance with Speransky, Prince Andrei conceived a passionate admiration for him, analogous to that which he had whilom experienced for Bonaparte. The circumstance that Speransky was the son of a priest, which many looked upon as derogatory, scorning a man as Kutunek, a priestling, or Popovitch, the son of a pope, undoubtedly made Prince Andrei particularly cautious in indulging this feeling toward Speransky, and unconsciously led him to keep it to himself. On that first evening that Bolkonsky spent with him, they got to talking about the committee for revision of the laws, and Speransky told Prince Andrei, with a touch of irony, how this committee had existed 150 years, had cost millions, and yet had not accomplished anything; that Rosenkampf had merely stuck labels on all the articles of comparative legislation. "And that is all the result that the government has received from those millions," said he. "We want to give new judicial powers to the Senate, and we have no laws. Therefore, it is a sin for such men as you, Prince, not to serve at the present time." Prince Andrei replied that for this it needed a legal training, which he did not possess. "But there is no one who has, so what are you going to do about it? This is a circulus viciosus, and we must break away from it by main force." Before a week was over, Prince Andrei was appointed a member of the Committee on Revising the Military Code, and much to his surprise, Nachalnik, or president, of one section of the Special Commission on the Revision of the Laws. At Speransky's special request, he took up the study of the Revised Civil Code with the aid of the Code of Napoleon and the Institutes of Justinian, to set to work on the section entitled The Rights of Individuals. End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. 2 years before this, Pierre, on his return to Petersburg from his tour among his estates, found himself involuntarily at the head of the Petersburg Freemasons. He established dining lodges and burial lodges. He gained over new members, labored for the union of various lodges and for the acquisition of original documents. He gave his money freely toward the building of a Masonic temple, and, so far as it lay in his power, pushed forward the collections for charity, in regard to which the majority of the members were penurious or unpunctual. He supported almost unaided the almshouse established by the order in Petersburg. His life, in the meantime, went on the same as before, with the same inclinations and dissipations. He liked the pleasures of the table, good eating and wines, and although he looked upon it as immoral and degrading, he could not keep himself from the gaieties of his bachelor friends with whom he mingled. Amid the fog of all his various occupations and enterprises, Pierre, however, before a year was over, began to be conscious that the Masonic ground on which he stood was giving way faster and faster under his feet, the more he tried to maintain himself upon it. At the same time, he felt that the more the ground on which he stood yielded under him, the more inextricably he was committed to it. When he first entered Freemasonry, he experienced the sensations of a man who unquestioningly sets his foot on the smooth surface of a bog. On bearing his weight upon it, he begins to sink. In order fully to persuade himself of the solidity of the ground whereon he stands, he sets down another foot, and slumps in more deeply than before, and, being caught in it, he, in spite of himself, wades in it up to the knee. Osip, or rather Iosip Alexievitch, was no longer in Petersburg. Of late, he had done with the Petersburg lodges, and lived exclusively at Moscow. All the brethren, the members of the lodges, were Pierre's acquaintances in everyday life, and it was hard for him to see them as merely brothers, according to Freemasonry, and not as Prince B, and not as Ivan Vasilievitch D, whom he knew in society, for the most part, as weak and insignificant men. Under their Masonic aprons and insignia, he could not help seeing their uniforms and the decorations which they had obtained in the world. Ofttimes, when collecting the contributions and counting the 20 or 30 rubles received, for the most part in promises, from a dozen men, half of whom were able to pay as he himself was, Pierre remembered the Masonic oath, whereby each brother bound himself to give all his possessions to his fellow men, and then doubts would arise, though he would strive not to dwell upon them. He divided all the brethren whom he knew into 4 categories. In the first he placed those who took no interest in the transactions of the lodges, or in human affairs in general, but were exclusively absorbed in the mysterious doctrines of the order, absorbed in questions as to the threefold nature of God, or the 3 primordial elements of matter, sulfur, mercury, and salt, or as to the significance of the cube, and all the symbolism of Solomon's temple. Pierre reverenced this class of Masons, to which belonged principally the older members of the Brotherhood, and Iosif Alexievitch, in Pierre's opinion, but he could not share in their pursuits. His heart was not attracted by the mysterious side of Masonry. In the second category he reckoned himself and those like him, seekers, inclined to waver, not yet successful in walking the straight and intelligible way of Masonry, but all the time striving to walk in it. In the third category he placed the brethren, and they formed the majority, who saw in Freemasonry nothing but superficial formalities and ceremonies, and who insisted upon the strenuous fulfillment of these external forms, caring nothing for their real essence and significance. Such were Villarsky, and even the Grand Master of the Supreme Lodge. In the fourth category, finally, were reckoned also the great mass of the brethren, and especially those who had been admitted since he had. These were men who, according to Pierre's observation, believed nothing, desired nothing, and entered the Brotherhood simply for the sake of bringing themselves into intimate relations with the rich young men endowed with influential connections who abounded in the lodges. Pierre began to feel dissatisfied with his activity. Masonry, at least Masonry such as he knew it in Russia, it sometimes seemed to him, was founded on mere formalities. He did not dream of doubting Masonry itself, but he was persuaded that Russian Freemasonry was on the wrong track, and had turned aside from its first principles. And therefore toward the end of that year Pierre went abroad to become initiated into the highest mysteries of the order. In the summer of 1809, Pierre returned to Petersburg. Through correspondence carried on between our Masons and those abroad, it became known that Bezukhoi had succeeded in winning the confidence of many individuals standing in the very highest ranks of the order, had been initiated into the deepest secrets, had been raised to the very highest degrees, and was bringing back to Russia notions of the greatest advantage for the confraternity. The Petersburg Masons all flocked around him, trying to get into his good graces, and it was intimated to all that he had something weighty in store, which he was getting ready for them. A solemn meeting was called of the Lodge of the Second Degree, and Pierre promised to communicate the message with which he was charged by the supreme directors of the order. The session was crowded. After the ordinary business was concluded, Pierre got up and began his speech. Beloved brethren, he began, flushing and hesitating, and holding in his hand his address already written, it is not enough to keep our secrets in the privacy of the lodge room. It is necessary to act. To act. We have fallen into a state of torpor, and we must act. Here Pierre paused, and took to his manuscript. For the propagation of pure truth, and for securing the triumph of virtue, he read, we must purge men of their prejudices, and spread abroad regulations consonant with the spirit of the time. We must undertake the education of the young, and make ourselves one by indissoluble bonds with men of intellect. We must boldly, and at the same time prudently, contend with superstition, infidelity, and folly. We must organize among men devoted to our cause bands of workers united together by singleness of aim and possessed of power and strength. For the furtherance of these ends, we must weight the scale so that virtue and not vice will tip the beam. We must strive to make it possible for the virtuous man, even in this world, to receive the eternal rewards for his good deeds. But these mighty undertakings find a tremendous obstacle in existing political institutions. What, then, are we to do in such a state of affairs? Shall we use revolutionary methods? Shall we overturn all things? Oppose force with force? No, we are very far from advising that. All violent reforms deserve censure, because they can never do away with evil so long as men are what they are, and therefore it is the part of wisdom not to employ violence. The whole aim of our fraternity should consist in making men consistent, virtuous, joined together in the unity of a conviction that it is their duty everywhere and with all their might to oppose vice and folly and the wasting of their talents and virtues, to raise worthy men from the dust and unite them into one brotherhood. Only then our fraternity will secure the power of insensibly binding the hands of those who work disorder, and so direct them that they will not be aware of it. In a word, it is necessary to found a dominant form of government which shall propagate itself over the whole world without destroying social ties or preventing other forms of government from still continuing to maintain their own special rights, and do everything except stand in the way of the mighty objects of our fraternity, which is to make virtue triumph over vice. This was the aim proposed by Christianity itself. It taught men to be wise and good, and, for their own advantage, to follow the example and precepts of the best and wisest men. At a time when all were immersed in darkness, it was sufficient, of course, to have preaching alone. The novelty of the truth constituted its particular strength, but at the present day we are obliged to make use of far more powerful means. It is necessary now that a man, guided by his senses, should find in virtue a genuine charm. It is impossible to eradicate the passions. One must, therefore, strive to guide them to salutary ends, and, accordingly, it is requisite that every man should satisfy them within the limits of virtue, and our fraternity should furnish the means for this end. As soon as we have enrolled a considerable number of worthy men in every land, each one of them will bring around him 2 others, and all will be straitly united together. And then all things will be possible for our fraternity, which has already been able to do much, though working secretly, for the advantage of humanity. This discourse produced not only a profound impression, but even a genuine excitement. The majority of the brethren affected to see in it the dangerous doctrines of the Illuminati, and Pierre was amazed at the coldness with which it was received. Footnote: The Illuminati was a famous society of mystics founded by Professor Adam Weishaupt of Germany in 1776, and numbering 2,000 members, many of whom were Freemasons, prohibited by the Bavarian government in 1784. End footnote. The Grand Master began to raise objections to Pierre's theories. Pierre, with growing heat, tried to defend them. It was a long time since they had had such a stormy session. The members were divided into parties. Some accused Pierre and criticized him for preaching the mystical doctrines of the Illuminati. Others defended him. Pierre, for the first time, at this meeting, was struck by the endless variety of human minds, the result of which is that no truth presents itself alike to any 2 men. Even those who seemed to be on his side accepted him in their own way, with mental reservations and changes, with which he could not agree, since his chief desire was nothing else than to transfer his thoughts to others, exactly as he himself understood it. Toward the end of the meeting, the Grand Master, with some ill feeling, ironically called Bezukhoi's attention to his heat, and remarked that it was not so much love toward humanity as it was the impulse of quarrelsomeness that had dragged him into the discussion. Pierre made no reply, and asked bluntly whether his scheme would be accepted. When he was told no, Pierre, without waiting for the usual formalities, left the lodge and went home. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne. Chapter 8. Pierre now found himself again the victim of the old melancholy which he dreaded so much. He spent the 3 days that followed the reading of his discourse at the lodge, at home on the sofa, seeing no one, and not once stirring out of doors. At this time he received a letter from his wife, who begged him to grant her an interview, described her sorrow at what had happened, and her desire to devote her whole life to him. At the end of the letter she informed him that she was about to return to Petersburg from abroad. Shortly after the receipt of this letter, one of the Masonic brethren, whom he respected less than the others, broke in upon his solitude, and, leading the conversation to Pierre's domestic grievances, took it upon himself to say to him, in the way of brotherly advice, that his severity towards his wife was unjust, and that Pierre had swerved from the first rules of the brotherhood, which called for forgiveness of the penitent. At the same time also his mother-in-law, the wife of Prince Vasili, sent for him, begging him to call upon her, if only for a few minutes, in regard to a matter of supreme importance. Pierre saw that he was destined to be over-persuaded, that they were bound to have him reconciled to his wife, and indeed this was not wholly disagreeable to him in the state of mind in which he found himself. It was all the same to him. He now felt that nothing in life was of great importance, and under the influence of the low spirits which had ruled him, he prized neither his own freedom nor his obstinate determination to punish his wife. No one is right, no one is to blame, and of course she was not to blame, he said to himself. If Pierre did not immediately agree to a reconciliation with his wife, it was simply because in this condition of melancholy in which he found himself, he had not the energy to take the first step in the matter. If his wife had come to him, he would simply not have driven her away. In comparison with what now occupied him, was it not a matter of supreme indifference to him whether he lived or did not live with his wife? Vouchsafing no reply either to his wife or her mother, Pierre, late one evening, started off and went to Moscow, in order to have a consultation with Bazdiev. This is what Pierre wrote in his diary. Moscow, November 29. I have only just come from the benefactor's, and I make haste to transcribe all my experiences with him. Iosif Alexievitch lives in extreme poverty, and has been suffering for 2 years past with a painful affection of the bladder. No one has ever heard him utter a groan or a word of complaint. From morning till late at night he spends all his time, except while at his most simple meals, devoting himself to scientific work. He received me courteously, and I sat down on the bed where he was lying. I gave him the grip of the Knights of the East and of Jerusalem. He replied with the same, and with a benignant smile asked me what I had learned and experienced in the Prussian and Scottish lodges. I told him everything that I knew. Then I related to him the proposal which I had made before our Petersburg lodge, and described the unfriendly reception which it had received and the rupture which had arisen between me and the brethren. Iosif Alexievitch said nothing for some little time, and was lost in thought. Then he expounded his views in regard to the whole matter, so that all the past was made plain to me as well as the way which lay stretched out before my feet. He surprised me by asking if I remembered the threefold object of the fraternity: 1. The conservation and study of the mysteries; 2. Self-purification and regeneration, so as to be able to receive them; and 3. The regeneration of the human race through striving after such purification. What is the first and chief of these aims? Of course it must be self-purification and regeneration. Only thereby can we strive to make our way onward, independent of all circumstances. But at the same time this very aim constrains us to the most arduous labors, and often, being deceived by our pride, we lose sight of this aim, and strive either to penetrate the mystery which we are incapable of accepting on account of its purity, or else we make an effort toward improving humanity when we merely show in ourselves an example of turpitude and depravity. Illuminism is not pure doctrine, precisely for the reason that it has been carried away by the charms of social activity and has become puffed up with pride. From this standpoint, Iosif Alexievitch criticized my discourse and all my activity. I agreed with him in the depths of my soul. During the course of our conversation we touched on my domestic troubles, and he said to me, "The chief obligation of a true Mason, as I told you once before, consists in the perfecting of self. But ofttimes we imagine that if we were freed from all the hardships of life, we should soon attain this end. On the contrary, my dear sir," said he, "only in the tumults of life can we attain the three chief ends: 1. Self-knowledge, for a man can learn to know himself only through comparison; 2. Perfection, which is attained only by battling; and 3. The chief virtue, love of death. Only the vicissitudes of life can teach us its falsity and stimulate our innate love of death, which is, in other words, our new birth into another and better life." These words were all the more impressive from the fact that Iosif Alexievitch, in spite of his severe physical sufferings, had never felt the burdens of this life, and yet he loves death, though in spite of all the purity and loftiness of his nature, he never feels that he is yet sufficiently prepared for it. Then the benefactor fully explained to me the grand square of creation and demonstrated that the numbers 3 and 7 were the foundation of all other things. He counseled me to avoid a breach with the Petersburg Brethren, to take upon myself only the obligations of the second degree, and while winning the brethren away from the dominion of pride, to strive to keep them on the straight road toward self-knowledge and perfection. Moreover, he advised me, above all things, to keep a strict watch over myself, and for this purpose he gave me this note-book, in which I am now writing, in which I am henceforth to keep account of all my actions. Petersburg, December 5. Again I am living with my wife. My mother-in-law, with tears in her eyes, came to me and said that Ellen was back, and that she begged me to hear her, that she was innocent, that she was unhappy at my putting her away, and many such things. I was well aware that if I once allowed myself to see her, I should not have the force to repulse her request. In my perplexity I did not know whose help and advice to seek. If the benefactor had been here, he would have told me. I shut myself up alone in my room, read over Iosif Alexievitch's letters, recalled my conversations with him, and, taking all things together, I came to the conclusion that I had no right to refuse her request, and that if it was my duty to offer the hand of help to every one, all the more was it to a person so closely united to me, and that I was in duty bound to bear my cross. But if I pardoned her for the sake of right doing, then my reunion with her must have merely a spiritual end and aim. And thus I made up my mind, and thus I wrote to Iosif Alexievitch. I told my wife that I would beg her to forget all the past, that I would beg her to pardon me for anything in which I had been blameworthy toward her, and that I had nothing to forgive. It was a pleasure for me to tell her that. No one need for her to know how trying it was for me to see her again. I have taken up my abode in the upper rooms of the great mansion, and I rejoice in a pleasant sense of regeneration. End of chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. In those days, as has always been the case, high society, which met at court and at the fashionable balls, was divided into a number of inner circles, each having its own distinctive peculiarities. The most extensive of these cliques was the French circle, based on the Napoleonic alliance, and led by Count Rumyantsev and Caulaincourt. Ellen immediately took a most prominent position in this clique, as soon as she and her husband resumed their residence together at Petersburg. Her salon was frequented by the gentlemen of the French legation, and by the great collection of people distinguished for their amiability and wit, who were in that swim. Ellen had been at Erfurt at the time of the notable meeting between the emperors, and had there made acquaintance of all the Napoleonic celebrities of Europe. She had enjoyed a most brilliant success. Napoleon himself remarked her presence at the theatre, and said of her, "C'est un superbe animal." Pierre was not surprised at her success, as far as beauty and elegance were concerned, because, as time went on, she grew more beautiful than ever. But he was amazed that his wife, in the course of 2 short years, should have succeeded in acquiring the reputation of being Une femme charmante, aussi spirituelle que belle. The distinguished Prince de Lange wrote her 8-page letters. Bilibin treasured up his witticisms so as to get them off for the first time at the Countess Bezukhaya's. To be received at her salon was regarded as equivalent to a diploma of wit and intelligence. Young men read books previous to making their appearance there so as to have some special subject to talk about, and the secretaries of legation, and even the ambassadors, confided diplomatic secrets to her, so that Ellen was a power in a certain way. Pierre, who knew how stupid she really was, had a strange feeling of perplexity and fear when he appeared, as he sometimes did, at her receptions and dinner parties, where the conversation ran on politics, poetry, and philosophy. On such occasions he experienced a feeling such as a juggler must have, who is all the time afraid lest somehow or other his deception should be found out. But either because stupidity is the one thing needful in the management of such a salon, or because those who are deceived find a certain amount of satisfaction in the deception itself, the secret was not betrayed, and Elena Vasilyevna Bezukhaya's reputation of being une femme charmante et spirituelle was so firmly established that she could say the most astonishing trivialities and nonsense, and all professed themselves charmed with every word that fell from her lips, and discovered in them a depth of thought which she herself did not begin to suspect. Pierre was precisely the kind of husband which such a brilliant woman of the world ought by good rights to have. He was a queer, absent-minded fellow, a grand seigneur of a husband, interfering with no one, and not only not spoiling the lofty tone proper to such a drawing-room, but serving as an admirable background against which to display his wife's elegance and tact. Pierre, during these 2 years, in consequence of perpetually concentrating his mind on transcendental interests, and of his genuine contempt for all things else, assumed in the, to him uninteresting, society which his wife gathered around her, that tone of abstraction and absent-mindedness, combined with affability toward all, which cannot be acquired by art, and which somehow commanded involuntary respect. He walked into his wife's drawing-room as though it were the theatre, and he knew every one; toward all he was equally cordial and equally reserved. Sometimes he joined in the conversation, if it interested him, and then he blurted out his opinions with that thick utterance of his, regardless of the inappropriateness of his ideas, or the presence of le Monsieur de l'Ambassade. But it was a foregone conclusion in regard to that queer husband, de la femme la plus distinguée de Pétersbourg, that no one should take his idiosyncrasies seriously. Among the young men who daily frequented Ellen's society after her return from Erfurt, Boris Drubetskoi, who was now on the highest road to success in the service, was the most assiduous in his visitations to the Bezukhois. Ellen called him mon page, and treated him as though he were a boy. The smiles that she gave him were just like those that she showered upon every one else, but occasionally Pierre had an unpleasant feeling at the sight of it. Boris treated Pierre with a peculiar and rather grave deference that was perfectly proper. This shade of deference also disquieted Pierre. He had suffered so keenly 3 years before from the affront that his wife had put upon him, that he now saved himself from the possibility of a repetition of it, in the first place, by renouncing the idea of being his wife's husband, and in the second place, by not allowing a suspicion of her to enter his head. No, now that she has become a bas bleu, a blue stocking, she will never be troubled again with such temptations, he would say to himself. There is no example of a bas bleu having love affairs, he would assure himself, as though it were an axiom in which he had no question, though he could not have told where he had obtained it. But, strangely enough, Boris's presence in his wife's drawing-room, and he was there almost constantly, affected him physically. It seemed to paralyze all of his limbs, to waken all his self-consciousness, and take away his freedom of motion. Such a strange antipathy, thought Pierre, and yet he used to please me very much. In the eyes of the world Pierre was a great baron, the somewhat blinded and ridiculous husband of a distinguished wife, a queer genius, who accomplished nothing, did no one any harm, and who was on the whole a very fine and good young man. But in the depths of Pierre's soul, during all this time, there was going on the complicated and arduous labor of internal development, which brought him into the knowledge of many secrets, and made him pass through many joys and many doubts. End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne. Chapter 10. He continued his diary, and here are some extracts from what he wrote at that time. December 6. Rose at 8 o'clock, read in the Gospels, then went to a committee meeting. Pierre, by his benefactor's advice, had entered the service as a member of one of the committees. Came back to dinner, dined alone. The Countess had many guests, who were disagreeable to me. Ate and drank moderately, and after dinner copied some documents for the brethren. In the afternoon I went down to the drawing-room and related a ludicrous story about B, and only when it was too late and everybody laughing heartily did I remember that I should not have done so. Went to bed in a happy and contented frame of mind. Almighty Lord, help me to walk in thy paths. 1. To conquer angry passions by gentleness and moderation. 2. Carnal desires by self-restraint and aversion. 3. To shun vanity, but not to shut myself off from a. The conditions of service of the state, b. From family affairs, c. From dealings with friends, and d. From domestic economy. December 7. Arose late, and after I woke up lay for a long time indulging in slothfulness. My God, help me and strengthen me so that I may walk in thy ways. Read the Holy Gospels, but without the proper feeling. Brother Urasov came. We talked about the vanities of the world. Told about the Emperor's new plans. I began to criticize them, but remembered our regulations and the words of the benefactor in regard to the obligations of a genuine Mason, to be a zealous worker in the government when his services are required, and a calm observer of what he cannot approve. My tongue is my enemy. Brothers G. V. and O. came to see me. It was a meeting preparatory to the initiation of a new brother. They insisted upon clothing me with the office of Rhetor. I feel myself weak and incompetent. Then the conversation turned on the significance of the 7 pillars and 7 steps of the temple. 7 sciences, 7 virtues, 7 sins, 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Brother O. was very eloquent. The initiation took place in the evening. The new arrangement of the lodge-room made a magnificent spectacle. Boris Drubetskoy was the adept. I was his sponsor, and I was also Rhetor. A strange feeling agitated me while I was with him in the dark room. I detected in myself a feeling of hatred toward him, which I vainly strove to overcome, and I should wish really to save him from evil and win him over to the side of truth, but hard thoughts about him arose in my mind. It seemed to me that his sole aim in joining the fraternity was that he might get into closer relations with certain men, creep into favor with those who belonged to our lodge. Besides the fact that he has several times asked me whether N or S belonged to our lodge, which I could not answer him, beside the fact that, from my observation of him, he is not qualified to feel proper reverence for our holy order, and is too much occupied and content with the external man to desire the improvement of the spiritual. I had no grounds to base my objections upon, but he seemed to me insincere, and all the time that I was alone with him in the dark chamber it seemed to me that he was scornfully smiling at my words, and I had a strong temptation really to pierce him with the sword which I held at his bared breast. I could not speak with any fluency, and I could not frankly confess my doubts to the brethren and the Grand Master. May the great Architect of the universe aid me to find the true way which leads for the labyrinth of lies. After that there was a gap of 3 pages in the diary, and then came what follows. Had an instructive and long talk today with Brother V., who advised me to hold fast by Brother A. Many things were revealed to me, though I am so unworthy. Adonai is the name of the Creator of the world. Elohim is the name of the one who directs the universe. The third name, the unspeakable name, means the All. These talks with Brother V. strengthen me, enlighten me, and confirm my feet in the path of virtue. In his presence there is no chance for doubt. How clear to my mind is the distinction between the wretched knowledge of the general sciences and our sacred, all-embracing science. Human science constantly subdivides, so as to grasp, constantly destroys, so as to scrutinize. In the holy science of our brotherhood, everything is coordinated, everything is recognized by its unity and its life. The Trinity is the 3 primordial elements of all things, sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur has an unctuous and fiery quality. Taken in conjunction with salt, its fiery nature arouses a longing in it, by means of which mercury is attracted, seizes it, and thereby arise various bodies. Mercury is the living and volatile spiritual being. Christ, the Holy Spirit, He. December 15. Awoke late, read the Holy Gospels, but without being stirred. Afterward I went out and walked up and down the hall. Tried to think, but instead my imagination brought up an occurrence that happened 4 years ago. After our duel, Mr. Dolokhof and I met in Moscow, and he said that he hoped that I was now enjoying complete peace of mind, in spite of the absence of my wife. At that time I made him no answer. Now I recalled all the circumstances in my heart of hearts, reviling him with the most angry words and the most cutting sarcasms. I came to my senses and banished this thought only when I found myself stirred up to wrath, but I have sufficiently repented of this. After this, Boris Drubetskoi came in and begged to relate his various adventures. From the first instant I was annoyed at his visit, and contradicted him. He retorted. I grew angry, and said a great many disagreeable and even hateful things. He said no more, and I recollected myself only when it was too late. My God, I cannot tell at all how to treat him. The cause of this is my self-conceit. I regard myself as superior to him, and consequently I behave 1,000 times worse than he does, since he condones my rude behavior, while I feel nothing but contempt for him. My God, enable me in his presence better to realize my own shortcomings, and so to order my life that he too may find advantage in it. After dinner I had a nap, and while I was going to sleep I distinctly heard a voice saying in my left ear, "Thine is the day." It seemed to me in my dream that I was walking in darkness, and suddenly I was surrounded by dogs, but I proceeded without fear. Suddenly one small one seized me by the left thigh and did not let go. I tried to throttle him. I had just succeeded in getting rid of him when another, still larger, began to snap at me. I tried to lift him up, and the higher I lifted him, the larger and heavier he grew. And suddenly Brother A came along, and taking me by the arm, drew me with him and brought me to an edifice, to enter which it was necessary to cross a narrow plank. I stepped upon it, and the plank tipped and fell, and I tried to climb the fence, the top of which I could hardly reach by stretching up my arms. At last, after excessive efforts, I climbed up in such a way that my legs were on one side and my body on the other. I managed to look around and saw that Brother A was standing on the fence and directing my attention to a great alley and garden, and within the garden was a large and beautiful edifice. Then I woke up. Lord, mighty architect of nature, help me to defend myself from the dogs, my passions, and from the last of them, who united in himself the strength of all the others, and aid me to enter that temple of virtue, the sight of which I attained in my vision. December 17. In a vision, it seemed to me that Iosip Alexievitch was sitting in my house, and I felt very glad and was anxious to entertain him. It seemed to me that I went on chatting irreverently, and suddenly remembered that this would not be pleasing to him, and I felt anxious to approach him and embrace him. But as soon as I came close to him, I saw that his face was transfigured. He appeared youthful, and in a low tone repeated something from the teachings of the order, so low, in fact, that I could not understand what he said. Then we seemed all to leave the room, and a marvelous thing occurred. We were sitting or lying on the floor. The benefactor said something to me, and I seemed to be anxious to manifest my tenderness towards him, and without listening to his discourse I tried to realize the condition of my inner man and the mercy of God, which had overshadowed me. And the tears stood in my eyes, and I was glad that he noticed it. But he glanced at me with a look of annoyance and sprang up, breaking off his discourse. I was crestfallen and asked if what he had said applied especially to me, but he made no reply, and then he turned a benignant face upon me, and immediately we seemed to be in my sleeping room, and he asked me, "Tell me honestly what is your strongest temptation? Haven't you ever told me? It seems to me that you have." I was mortified at his question, and replied that sloth was my chief sin. He shook his head incredulously, and I seemed to be still more confused, and replied that though I lived with my wife, as he had advised, still I did not love her. To this he replied that a man ought not to deprive his wife of the affection which was her due, and gave me to feel that this was an obligation. But I replied that I was ashamed to begin now, and suddenly everything vanished. When I awoke I found myself repeating the text of Holy Writ. And the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Iosif Alexievitch's voice was youthful and bright.
On that very same day I received a letter from the benefactor, in which he wrote of the obligations of the married state. December 21. I had a dream from which I awoke with a throbbing heart. I seemed to be in my own mansion in Moscow, in the great divan room, and Iosif Alekseyevitch seemed to me to be coming out of the dining room, and I immediately saw that a strange change had taken place in him, and I hastened to meet him. And it seemed to me that I kissed his cheek and his hand, and he said, "Have you noticed that my face looks different?" I gazed at him while still holding him in my embrace, and it seemed to me that his face was youthful, but there was no hair on his head, and his features were greatly altered. And it seemed to me that I replied, "I should have known you had I met you anywhere." And at the same time I ask myself, "Am I telling the strict truth?" And suddenly I see that he has fallen like a corpse. Then he gradually came to his senses and went with me into the great library, holding a great parchment book in manuscript, and he seemed to say, "This I have written." And he gave it to me with a low bow. I opened the book, and on all the pages of this book were exquisite illustrations, and it seemed to me that I recognized that these pictures represented the adventures of the soul with her beloved. And among them I seemed to see one representing a beautiful damsel flying through the clouds in diaphanous raiment, and with a transparent body. And I seemed to be aware that this damsel illustrated the Song of Songs. And as I looked at these pictures it seemed to me that I was doing wrong, and yet I could not tear myself away. Lord, aid me. My God, if this, thy abandonment of me, is thy work, then thy will be done. But if I myself am to blame, then teach me what I must do. I must perish in my own corruption if thou wholly abandonest me. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. The Rostovs' financial affairs had not improved in the course of the 2 years while they had been living wholly in the country. Although Nikolai had persistently kept to his resolve, and continued to serve in an obscure regiment, where he had no chance of advancement, and therefore spent comparatively little money, still, the scale of life at Otradnoye was so large, and, above all, Mitenka's management was so bad, that the debts rolled up more and more each year. The old count evidently saw but one means of relief. That was a government employment, and he went to Petersburg to get a situation, and at the same time, as he expressed it, to give the girls one last season's amusement. Shortly after the Rostovs reached Petersburg, Berg had proposed for Vera, and his proposal had been accepted. In spite of the fact that in Moscow the Rostovs moved in the highest society, without thinking or inquiring what the society was to which they belonged, they found in Petersburg that their position was somewhat irregular and unsettled. In Petersburg they were regarded as rather ridiculous provincials, and many people who had accepted their hospitality at Moscow without question, now did not deign to notice them. The Rostovs entertained as freely at Petersburg as they had done at Moscow, and their dinners were shared by a most heterogeneous conglomeration of individuals. For example, some of their neighbors at Otradnoye, landed proprietors of good standing but not rich, and their daughters, and a Frailina Peronskaya, Pierre Bezukhoi, and the son of their district postmaster, who had a government appointment at Petersburg. Among the men who were on a footing of familiarity at the Rostovs were Boris, Pierre, whom the old count had met on the street one day and brought home with him, and Berg, who spent whole days at the Rostovs and showed the Countess Vera those attentions which every young man is expected to show on the eve of a proposal. It was not without effect that Berg had shown every one the arm wounded at Austerlitz, and affected to hold his wholly unnecessary sword in his left hand. He described the occurrence so persistently, and made it a matter of such grave importance, that all came to believe in the genuineness and merit of his action, and Berg received 2 rewards after Austerlitz. In the campaign in Finland he had also succeeded in distinguishing himself. He picked up a fragment of shell which had just killed one of the general-in-chief's aides, and carried this fragment to the chief. And in exactly the same way as after Austerlitz, he persisted in giving everyone such detailed accounts of his behavior, that all finally came to believe with him that this must have taken place also. And again, after the war in Finland, he received 2 rewards. In 1809 he was already captain of the guard, and held a most advantageous place in Petersburg.
Though there were some skeptics who smiled significantly when Berg's merits were spoken of in their presence, it was impossible not to admit that Berg was a strict, brave officer, of excellent standing at headquarters, and a highly moral young man, with a brilliant career before him, and already enjoying an exceptional position in society. 4 years before, Berg, happening to fall in with a comrade, also a German, in the parterre of one of the Moscow theaters, had called his attention to Vera Rostova, and said in German, "Das soll meine Weib werden," she is to be my wife. And from that moment he had laid his plans to marry her. Now that they were in Petersburg together, he compared his own position with the Rostofs', and came to the conclusion that his time had come, and he proposed. Berg's proposal was received at first with a surprise that was anything but flattering to him. It seemed at first thought strange that the son of an obscure country nobleman should offer himself to a Countess Rostova. But one of Berg's most characteristic traits was such a naive and good-natured egoism, that the Rostovs soon came involuntarily to feel it must be an excellent thing if he himself were so anxious about it, and it kept presenting itself before them in a more and more favorable light. Moreover, the Rostovs' affairs were in a greatly shattered condition, so that there was little attraction for wooers, and worse than all, Vera was already 24, and although she had been everywhere and was undoubtedly a pretty and attractive girl, she had never before received an offer. So the consent was granted. "Now you see," said Berg to a comrade whom he called his friend, simply because he knew that it was fashionable for men to have friends, "you see I have weighed it all carefully, and I should not think of marrying if I had not arranged everything, or if it interfered with anyone. But now, on the contrary, my Papenka and Mamenka are secure. I have got them that usufruct estate on the Baltic frontier, and I can live in Petersburg on my salary, together with what comes from her estate, for I am careful and economical. We can live very well. I don't marry her for money. I don't call that sort of thing honorable, but it's no more than fair for the wife to contribute her portion and the husband his. I have my appointment, she her connections and her little property. That's something in these days, isn't it? But best of all, she is a jewel of a girl, and she loves me." Berg reddened, and added with a smile, "And I love her because her character is well balanced, very admirable. Now there's her sister, the same family, but a very different person, a most disagreeable character, and no sense at all, and that kind of thing, you know, disagreeable. But my affianced, well, you'll have a chance to see her," continued Berg. He had it in his mind to say, "You will dine with us some day," but he saved himself and said, "You will take tea with us," and doubling up his tongue he deftly sent forth a little ring of tobacco smoke, absolutely typical of his dreams of happiness. After the first feeling of dissatisfaction which Vera's parents felt at Berg's proposal, the festivity and happiness usual in such circumstances were redoubled, but the joy was not genuine, it was artificial. The relatives confessed to mixed feelings of perplexity and shame. There was an undercurrent of regret that they had never been quite fond of Vera, and that they were now only too glad to get her off their hands. The old count, most of all, was perplexed. He probably would not have been able to tell what caused him this perplexity, but the real cause of it was his finances. He really did not know how he stood or how much he owed, and what he should be able to give as Vera's dowry. When the daughters were born each had received a portion, about 300 souls, but one of those estates had already been sold and the other was mortgaged, and the payments were so behindhand that it was bound to be foreclosed and therefore could not be granted as a dower, nor was there any money to spare. Berg had already been the accepted bridegroom for more than a month, and only a week remained before the wedding, and still the count had not been able to face the dreaded question of the dowry, and had not broached the subject to his wife. At one time the count thought of giving Vera his Raisin property, at another of selling a forest, then of raising money on a note. One morning a few days before the wedding, Berg came early to the count's private room, and with a pleasant smile respectfully asked his future father-in-law what he was going to give as the Countess Vera's marriage portion. The count was so confused at this long-anticipated question that he answered at haphazard whatever first came into his head. "I like it in you that you are careful, I like it. You shall be satisfied." And patting Berg on his shoulder, he got up, thinking to put an end to the matter. But Berg, still smiling pleasantly, explained that unless he could know definitely what would be Vera's dowry, and unless a portion of it at least were paid over beforehand, he should be under the necessity of withdrawing from the offer. You will certainly agree with me, Count, that if I should permit myself to enter the marriage relation without having a definite knowledge of what means I shall have for the maintenance of my wife, I should be acting a bombe." The conversation ended by the count, who wished to appear generous, and also to avoid future demands, saying that he would give him a note for 80,000 rubles. Berg, sweetly smiling, kissed him on the shoulder, and declared that he was very grateful, but that he could never make himself ready for his new life unless he had 30,000 in ready cash. "Or only 20,000 would do, Count," he added. "In that case the note would be for only 60,000. "Well, very good," said the count hastily. "Only you will allow me, my dear fellow, to give you the 20,000 and the note for 80,000 beside. That's the way we'll do it. Kiss me." End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne. Chapter 12. Natasha was now 16, and the year, 1809, was the very one to which she had counted up on her fingers 4 years before, at the time when she and Boris had exchanged kisses. Since that time she had not once seen Boris. Before Sonya, and always with her mother, when Boris was mentioned, she had freely declared that all that had gone on before was childish nonsense, as though it were a settled matter, of which there was no use talking, and long ago forgotten. But in the deepest depths of her heart she was tormented by the question whether the promise that bound her to Boris was to be considered in jest or in earnest. From the very time when Boris had first gone to join the army he had not seen any of the Rostofs. He had been at Moscow several times, and had passed not very far from Otradnoye, but not once had he been to see his old friends. Natasha had several times wondered why he had never been near them, and her surmises had been strengthened by the melancholy tone in which her elders spoke of him. "In these degenerate days, old friends are easily forgotten," said the countess, more than once, when Boris had been mentioned. Anna Mikhailovna had also been more rarely of late at the Rostovs. She seemed to hold herself especially on her dignity, and always spoke enthusiastically and boastfully of her son's merits, and the glittering career which he was now pursuing. When the Rostovs came to Petersburg, Boris came to call upon them. The thought of meeting with them was not without emotion. His romance with Natasha was the most poetical recollection that he had of his youth, but at the same time he went there with a firm determination to give both her and her parents clearly to understand that those youthful relations between him and Natasha could not be considered binding upon either of them. He had a brilliant position in society, thanks to his intimacy with the Countess Bezukhaya, a brilliant position in the service, thanks to the patronage of an eminent individual, whose confidence he fully enjoyed, and he had now fully elaborated plans for making a marriage with one of the wealthiest heiresses in Petersburg, which, indeed, he might very easily do. When Boris reached the Rostovs, Natasha was in her room. When she was informed of his presence, she went to the drawing-room almost on a run, blushing and beaming with a more than gracious smile. Boris remembered Natasha as a little girl, who wore a short dress, and had dark, flashing eyes under her bangs, and with a wild, merry laugh. That was just as he had last seen her, 4 years before, and consequently, when an entirely different Natasha came into the room, he was taken aback, and his face expressed solemn amazement. This expression on his face was a triumph for Natasha. "Well, would you have known your mischievous little playmate?" asked the countess. Boris kissed Natasha's hand, and said that he noticed a great change in her. "How handsome you have grown!" "Why shouldn't I?" replied Natasha's laughing eyes. "Don't you think that papa seems much older?" she asked. Natasha sat there, listening to the conversation between Boris and the countess, and silently studying the husband of her childhood's ideal, even to the minutest particulars. Boris was conscious of her steady and affectionate gaze fixed upon him, and occasionally he stole a glance at her. His uniform, his spurs, his cravat, the cut of his hair, all were most fashionable and comme il faut. Natasha instantly noticed this. He sat somewhat toward the edge of the easy-chair, nearest the countess, with his right hand smoothing the immaculate, neat-fitting glove that he wore on his left, and he spoke, with a peculiarly delicate compression of the lips, about the gaieties of Petersburg high life, and he treated the old times in Moscow and his Moscow acquaintances with a gentle irony. It was not without design, Natasha felt sure, he mentioned the names of the highest aristocracy, whom he had met at the ball of the ambassadors, or his invitations to the N.N.'s and the S.S.'s. Natasha sat silent all the time, looking askance at him. This glance of hers confused and troubled Boris more and more. He kept turning frequently toward her, and stumbling in the midst of his stories. He did not stay more than 10 minutes, and then got up to take his leave. All the time those keen eyes, full of mockery, looked at him with a peculiar challenging expression. After this first visit of his, Boris confessed to himself that Natasha was just as fascinating as ever, but that it was his duty to renounce this feeling, because to marry her, an almost dowerless maiden, would be the ruin of his career, and the renewal of their former friendship without intention of marrying her would be an ungrateful trick. Boris resolved in his own mind to avoid meeting Natasha, but, notwithstanding this resolution, he went again in a few days, and kept going more and more frequently, and at last spent whole days at the Rostofs'. He kept trying to persuade himself that he would soon have a chance to come to an explanation with Natasha, and tell her that what was past must be forgotten, that, in spite of everything, she could not be his wife, that he had no property, and their friends would never consent to their union. But he kept putting it off, and finding it more and more awkward to bring about this explanation. Each day he became more and more perplexed. Natasha, so far as her mother and Sonya could judge, was in love with Boris just as much as ever she had been. She sang for him all her favorite pieces, showed him her album, begged him to write in it, and while she never cared to talk about the past, she always made him feel how charming the present was. Each day Boris was more and more involved in the fog of uncertainty, never saying what he had resolved to say, absolutely at sea as to what he should do, or why he went there, and how it would all end. He even ceased to frequent Ellen's, though he daily received reproachful notes from her, but still he spent most of his spare time at the Rostovs'. End of chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. One evening, when the old countess, in nightcap and dressing-sack, with her false curls removed, and with one thin strand of white hair escaping from under her white calico cap, was performing the low obeisances of her evening devotions on a rug, sighing and groaning, the door of her room creaked on its hinges, and Natasha came running in, with her bare feet in slippers, and also in a dressing-jacket and curl-papers. The countess glanced around, and a frown passed over her face. She went on repeating her last prayer. If this couch become my tomb. Her devotional frame of mind was destroyed, however. Natasha, with rosy cheeks, and full of animation, when she saw that her mother was saying her prayers, suddenly paused, made a curtsy, and involuntarily poked out her tongue to express her annoyance at her carelessness. Then, perceiving that her mother still went on with her devotions, she ran to the bed on her tiptoes, kicked off her slippers, by rubbing one dainty little foot against the other, and sprang into that couch which the countess was so afraid would be her tomb. This couch was a lofty feather bed, with 5 pillows, each smaller than the other. Natasha jumped into the middle, sinking deep into the feather mattress, rolled over next to the wall, and began to creep under the bedclothes, snuggling down, tucking her knees up to her chin, then giving animated little kicks, and laughing almost aloud, now and again uncovering her head and looking at her mother. The countess finished her prayers, and with a stern face came to the bed, but seeing that Natasha's head was hidden under the bedclothes, she smiled her good, amiable smile. "Nu, nu, nu," said the mother. "Can we talk now? Say yes," cried Natasha. "There now, one kiss in thy neck, just one more, and that will satisfy me." And she threw her arms around her mother and kissed her under the chin. In her treatment of her mother, Natasha seemed to be very rough in her manner, but she was so dexterous and graceful that whenever she seized her mother in her arms, she always did it in such a way as not to hurt her or disturb her at all. "Well, what have you to tell me to-night?" asked the countess, settling back upon the pillows, and waiting until Natasha, rolling over and over, should cuddle down close to her, drop her hands, and become serious. These visits from Natasha, which took place every night before the count came from his club, were a great delight to both mother and daughter. "What is there to tell to-night? I want to speak to you about—" Natasha stopped her mother's mouth with her hand. "About Boris? I know," said she gravely. "That's what made me come. No, but you tell me," she took away her hand. "Go on, mamma. He's nice, isn't he?"
Natasha, you are 16. At your age I was already married. You say that Boris is nice. He is very nice, and I love him like a son. But what do you wish? You have entirely turned his head, that's evident." As she said this, the countess looked at her daughter. Natasha lay looking fixedly at one of the carved mahogany sphinxes which ornamented the bedposts. The countess could only see her daughter's profile. It seemed to her that the sweet face had a particularly grave and thoughtful expression. Natasha was listening and pondering. "Well, what is it?" "You have entirely turned his head. What made you do so? What do you want of him? You know that you cannot marry him." "Why not?" asked Natasha, without altering her expression. "Because he is very young, because he is poor, because he is a relative, because you yourself are not in love with him." "How do you know I'm not in love with him?" "I know. Now, this is not proper, darling." "But if I am determined on it," began Natasha. "Do cease talking nonsense," said the countess. "Yes, but suppose my mind is made up." "Natasha, I am in earnest." Natasha did not allow her to finish. She seized the countess's plump hand and kissed it on the back, and then on the palm, then turned it over again and began to kiss it on the knuckle joint of each finger in succession, then on the middle joints, then again on the knuckles, repeating in a whisper, "January, February, March, April, May. Tell me, mamma, why don't you go on? Speak," said she, looking at her mother, who with affectionate eyes gazed at her daughter, becoming so engrossed in this contemplation that she forgot what she was going to say. "It isn't proper, dusha moya. People won't remember anything about your affection as children, but if he is seen to be so intimate with you now, it might injure you in the eyes of other young men who come to the house. And worst of all, it is torturing him all for nothing. Perhaps he might, by this time, have found some rich girl to marry, but now he is quite beside himself." "Beside himself?" repeated Natasha. "I will tell you my own experience. I once had a cousin." "I know, Kirill Matveyevitch, but he is an old man, isn't he?" "He hasn't always been old. But see here, Natasha, I am going to talk with Boris. He must not come here so much." "Why mustn't he, if he likes to?" "Because I know that this cannot come to any good end." "How do you know? No, mamma, you must not speak to him. What nonsense!" exclaimed Natasha, in a tone of one who is about to be deprived of a possession. "Well, I won't marry him, but do let him come, for he enjoys it, and so do I." Natasha looked at her mother with a smile. "Not with any intentions, but this way," she repeated. "What do you mean by this way, my dear?" "Yes, this way. It is perfectly understood that he is not to marry. Well, this way." "Yes, this way," repeated the countess, and she went into an unexpected fit of good-natured laughter, her whole body shaking, as old people will. "Come, mamma, stop laughing at me," cried Natasha. "You make the whole bed shake. You're awfully like me. You laugh just as easily as I do. Do stop." She seized the countess's 2 hands, kissed the joint of the little finger of one of them for June, and went on kissing July and August on the other hand. "Mamma, but he's so very much in love. You think so, do you? Was anyone ever much in love with you? And he's very nice, very, very nice, isn't he? Only, he's not quite to my taste. He's so narrow, just like the dining-room clock. You know what I mean, don't you? Narrow, you know, grayish and serene." "What nonsense you do talk!" exclaimed the countess. Natasha pursued. "Don't you understand what I mean? Nikolenka would understand me. There's Bezukhoi. He's blue, dark blue and red, and he is 4 square." "And are you coquetting with him too?" asked the countess, laughing again. "No, he's a Freemason. I found it out. He is splendid, dark blue and red. How can I make you see it?" "Grafenyushka, little countess, aren't you asleep yet?" cried the count at this moment at the door. Natasha jumped out of bed, seized her slippers in her hand, and escaped barefooted to her own room. It was long before she could go to sleep. She kept thinking how strange it was that no one could ever understand things as she understood them, or read what was in her mind. "Sonya?" she thought, gazing at the young girl who, with her tremendous long pigtail, lay asleep curled up like a little kitten. "No, not even she. She is virtue itself. She is in love with Nikolenka, and that's all she cares about, and mamma can't understand, either. That is so strange, how intelligent she is, and how— She's pretty," Natasha went on, speaking of herself in the third person, and imagining that some very intelligent, extraordinarily intelligent and most handsome man was saying this about her. She has everything, everything, this man of her imagination was saying. She is unusually intelligent, lovable, and pretty, besides, extraordinarily pretty and graceful. She can swim, she can ride horseback splendidly, and what a voice! One might say a marvelous voice. She sang her favorite snatch from a Cherubini opera, then threw herself into bed, smiling at the happy thought that she should be asleep in a moment, called to Dunyasha to put out the light, and even before Dunyasha had left the room, she had already passed across into that other, still happier world of dreams, where all things were just as bright and beautiful as in reality, but still more fascinating because so different. On the next day the countess, calling Boris to her, had a talk with him, and from that time forth he ceased to be a frequent visitor at the Rostofs'. End of chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 14. On the 31st of December, O.S., on the very eve of the new year, 1910, Le Réveillon, a ball was given by a grandee of Catherine's time. The diplomatic corps and the emperor had promised to be present. The grandee's splendid mansion on the English quay was illuminated with countless windows all ablaze. At the brilliantly lighted, red-carpeted entrance stood a guard of police, comprising not alone gendarmes, but even the chief of police and half a score of officers. Carriages drove away, and new ones kept taking their places, with red-liveried lackeys, and lackeys with plumes in their hats. From the carriages descended men in uniforms, and men adorned with stars and laces, and as the steps were let down with a bang, ladies in satins and ermine cloaks hastily and noiselessly picked their way over the carpeted entrance. Almost every time when a new equipage drove up, a flurry of excitement ran through the crowd, and hats were removed. The sovereign? No, a minister, Prince So-and-so, an ambassador. But did you see his plume? Such were the remarks heard in the crowd. There was one man better dressed than the rest, and he seemed to know who everybody was, and called by name the famous grandees of the time. Already a third of the guests had arrived, but at the Rostofs', who were also invited, hasty preparations were still in progress. Many had been the rumors and anticipations in the Rostov family about this ball, many the apprehensions lest they should not get their invitation, lest their dresses should not be ready, and everything ordered as it should be. Marya Ignatyevna Peronskaya, an old friend and relative of the countess, was to accompany the Rostovs to the ball. She was a lean and sallow Freilina, who belonged to the Empress Dowager's court, and took charge of her country cousins, the Rostovs, in their entry into Petersburg high life. They were to call for her at 10 o'clock in the evening at her residence on the Turbid Gardens, and now it only lacked 5 minutes of 10, and still the ladies were not dressed. This was the first great ball to which Natasha had ever been in her life. She had got up at 8 o'clock that morning, and had been all day long in a state of the wildest excitement and bustle. All her energies, from earliest morning, had been expended in the effort to have all of them, herself, Sonya, and her mamma, dressed to perfection. Sonya and the countess trusted themselves entirely into her hands. The countess was to wear a dark red or masaka dress of velvet. The two girls, gowns with pink silk overskirts and roses in their corsages, while their hair was to be coiffed à la grecque. The most important part had been already done. Their feet, hands, arms, necks, and ears had been washed, perfumed, and powdered with extraordinary care. On their feet they wore open-work silk stockings, and white satin slippers with bows. Their toilettes were almost finished. Sonya had her dress on, and so had the countess, but Natasha, who had been helping the others, was behindhand. She was still sitting in front of the mirror in a peignoir that covered her slender shoulders. Sonya, already dressed, was standing in the middle of the room, fastening on a last bow with a pin that hurt her dainty fingers as she tried to press it, squeaking, through the ribbon. "Not that way, not that way, Sonya!" cried Natasha, turning her head suddenly and putting her hands up into her hair, which the maid, who was dressing it, did not have time to let go of. Don't pull the bow that way. Come here." Sonya sat down in front of her. Natasha pinned the bow in a different position. "If you please, Baruishnya, I can't arrange your hair this way," exclaimed the maid, still holding her dark locks. "Oh, good gracious! Wait then. There, that's the way, Sonya." "Are you almost ready?" asked the countess. "It's 10 o'clock already." "In a minute, in a minute." "And are you all ready, mamma?" "Only have my headdress to put on." "Don't you do it without me," cried Natasha. "You won't get it right." "Yes, but it's 10 o'clock." It had been agreed upon that they should reach the ballroom at 10:30, and Natasha still had to get on her dress, and they had to drive to the Turbid gardens. As soon as her hair was done, Natasha, in her short petticoat, which showed her ball slippers, and wearing her mother's dressing jacket, ran to Sonya and examined her critically. Then she hurried to her mother. Bending her head down, she put on it her headdress, and, giving her gray hair a hasty kiss, she scurried back to the maids, who were putting the last touches to her skirt. The delay had been caused by Natasha's skirt, which was too long. 2 maids were at work on it, hastily biting off the ends of the thread. A third, with her mouth full of pins, was hastening from the countess to Sonya, and a fourth was holding up high in the air the completed crape gown. "Mavrushka, hurry up, you old dove! Give me the thimble, Baruishnya." "Are you almost ready?" asked the count, coming to the door. "Here is some perfume for you. Peronskaya will be on a fume." "There, it is done!" cried the maid, lifting up with 2 fingers the completed crape dress, and giving it a puff and a shake, by this motion expressing her sense of the airiness and purity of which she held. Natasha began to put the garment on. "In a minute, in a minute! Don't come, papa!" she cried to her father, who was just opening the door. Her head at that very moment was disappearing under the cloud of crape. Sonya closed the door. But in a moment the count was admitted. He wore a blue dress coat, short clothes, and buckled shoes, and was scented and pomaded. "Akh, papa, how handsome you look! Charming!" cried Natasha, as she stood in the middle of the chamber, and adjusted the folds of her skirt. "Excuse me, Baruishnya, excuse me," said one of the maids, who was on her knees, pulling the skirts, and she shifted the pins from one side of her mouth to the other, with a deft motion of her tongue. "It's too bad!" cried Sonya, with despair in her voice, scrutinizing Natasha's dress. "It's too bad! It's over long now." Natasha made a few steps so as to look into the pier glass. The skirt was indeed too long. "Good gracious, Tsarevna, it isn't too long at all," said Mavrusha, crawling along the floor after her young lady. "Well, if it's too long, let us tack it up. We can do it in a second," said Dunyusha, in a decisive tone, taking a needle from the bosom of her dress, and again squatting down on the floor to baste up the bottom of the skirt. At this instant the countess in her headdress and velvet robe came timidly into the room with noiseless steps. "Oh, oh, my beauty!" cried the count. "You are the best of them all." He tried to give her a hug and a kiss, but she blushed and pushed him away so as not to rumple her dress. "Mamma, your headdress wants to be more to one side," cried Natasha. "I will pin it on," and she sprang forward so quickly that the maids who were at work on the skirt did not have time to let go, and a piece of the crape was torn. "Good gracious! What have you done? Truly it was not my fault." "No matter, it won't be seen," said Dunyasha. "Oh, my beauty, a real queen!" cried the old nyanya, looking in at the door. "And Sonyushka, too! Well, they are beauties." By 10:15, finally all were seated in the carriage and on their way, but they had still to stop at the Turbid gardens. Peronskaya was all ready and waiting for them. Notwithstanding her advanced age, and her lack of charms, almost exactly the same thing had taken place in her case as with the Rostofs, though, of course, with no haste and flurry, for this was an old story with her. But her scraggly old form had been washed and scented and powdered in just the same way, and she had been just as scrupulous in washing behind her ears, and just as at the Rostofs, her ancient maid had enthusiastically contemplated the adornment of her mistress, when dressed in her yellow robe with the imperial monogram she had come down into the drawing-room. Peronskaya could not find words enough to praise the Rostofs' toilet. The Rostofs also extolled her taste and her toilet, and at last, at 11 o'clock, carefully safeguarding their hair and their dresses, they stowed themselves away in the carriage and drove off. End of chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 15. Natasha, since that morning, had not had a moment to herself, and not once had she taken time to think of what was before her. In the raw, chill atmosphere, in the narrow, dimly lighted, swaying carriage, she, for the first time, clearly saw in her imagination what was waiting for her there, at the ball, in the lighted halls: the music, the flowers, the dances, the sovereign, all the gilded youth of the city. Fancy pictured it in such attractive colors that she could hardly believe that it was going to be realized. It was all in such vivid contrast with the impressions of the chill, the narrowness, and the darkness of the carriage. She realized all that was awaiting her only at the moment when, having passed along the red-carpeted entrance, she went into the vestibule and took off her furs, and, together with Sonya, preceded her mother up the grand staircase lined with flowering plants. Then only it came over her with what propriety she must behave at a ball, and she tried to assume that dignified manner which she felt to be the proper thing for girls on such an occasion. But, fortunately, she was conscious that her eyes were wandering. She could not distinguish anything clearly. Her heart was beating 100 a minute. Her pulses throbbed almost painfully. It was impossible for her to assume any such manner, and it would have been ridiculous in her. And so she passed along, dying with excitement, and trying with all her might to hide it, and this was the very manner which was, most of all, becoming to her. Behind them, and in front of them, other guests were mounting the stairs, also talking in low tones, and dressed in ball costumes. Great mirrors on the landings reflected visions of ladies in white, blue, and pink gowns, with diamonds and pearls on their bare arms and bosoms. Natasha glanced into the mirrors, but she could not distinguish herself from among the others. All were commingled and confused in one glittering procession. As they reached the door leading into the first drawing-room, a continuous roar of voices, footsteps, and greetings deafened Natasha. The lights and brilliant toilets still more dazzled her. The host and hostess, who had already for hours been standing near the entrance and repeating over the same words of welcome, Charme de vous voir, met the Rostofs and Peronskaya in the same way. The two young girls, in their white dresses, each with a single rose in her dark locks, went in and curtsied exactly alike. But involuntarily the hostess let her glance rest longer on the gentle little Natasha. She gazed at her with a smile, the expression of which had something in it quite different from the set smile of the hostess. As she looked at her she perhaps remembered the golden days of her girlhood, which would never more return, and her own first ball. The host also followed Natasha with his glance, and asked the count which of the two was his daughter. "Charmante," said he, kissing his fingertips. In the great ballroom the guests were crowded together near the entrance, awaiting the coming of the sovereign. The countess took her place in the front row of this group. Natasha had had her ears open, and she was conscious that several had asked who she was, and found it pleasant to look at her. She realized that she was making a pleasant impression on those whose eyes followed her, and this fact somewhat calmed her agitation. There are some just like ourselves, some not as good, she thought. Peronskaya was pointing out to the countess the most notable people in the ballroom. "There, that's the Dutch ambassador," said Peronskaya, directing the countess's attention to a gentleman with crisp silver-white hair, closely trimmed. He was surrounded by ladies whom he had just set to laughing by some story or other. "Ah, and there is the Staritsa of Petersburg, the Countess Bezukhaya," she exclaimed, indicating Ellen, who had just entered. "How handsome she is! She does not stand second even to Marya Antonovna. Just see how young and old stare after her. She is both handsome and intelligent. They say Prince has quite lost his heart to her. And see those two, there, they are not pretty at all, but what a following they have!" She indicated a lady and her extremely plain daughter, who were just crossing the ballroom. "That girl is the daughter of a millionaire," said Peronskaya, "and there are her suitors. That's the Countess Bezukhaya's brother, Anatol Kuragin," said she, referring to a handsome young cavalryman who was just then passing them, holding his head very high and not deigning to give the ladies a look. "How handsome he is, isn't he? They say he's going to marry this heiress. And your cousin, Drubetskoi, is also after her. They say she has millions." "Who? That man there? That is the French ambassador himself," she replied to the countess, who had asked who Caulaincourt was. "Just see, he is like some tsar. And yet they are all so charming, these French, all very nice. Ah, there she is. No, after all, there is no one who can be compared to our Marya Antonovna. How simply she is dressed! Charming! And that stout man yonder, in spectacles, is the universal Freemason," said she, pointing out Bezukhoi. "Compare him with his wife! What a ridiculous creature!" Pierre walked along, his stout form swaying and pushing through the throng, bowing to right and left, carelessly and good naturedly, as though he were making his way through the swarms of a market place. He passed along, evidently in search of some one. Natasha was glad to see Pierre's well-known face, even if he was a ridiculous creature, to use the words of Peronskaya, and she knew that it was her party, and herself in particular, of whom Pierre was in search. Pierre had promised that he would attend the ball and find partners for her. But before he reached where they stood, Pierre stopped near a short and very handsome dark-featured cavalryman in a white uniform, who was standing by the window and conversing with a tall individual with stars and a ribbon. Natasha instantly recognized the shorter of the two men. It was Bolkonsky, who seemed to her to have grown younger, gayer, and handsomer. "There's another of our acquaintance, Bolkonsky. Do you see him, mamma?" asked Natasha, pointing to Prince Andrei. "Do you remember, he spent a night with us at Otradnoye." "Ah, indeed! So you know him, then?" asked Peronskaya. "I cannot endure him. Il fait approcher le péril et le beau temps. There's no end to his pride. He's exactly like his papenka. And now he's hand in glove with Speransky. They are concocting all sorts of schemes. See how he treats the ladies. One just spoke to him, and he turns his back on her. I'd give him a lesson if he treated me as he did those ladies." End of chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 16. Suddenly there was a general stir. A whisper ran through the throng, which pressed forward and then divided again, making two rows, between which came the sovereign, to the strains of the band which just then struck up. He was followed by the host and hostess. The sovereign passed along quickly, bowing to the right and left, as though anxious to have done as soon as possible with these first formalities. The musicians played a polonaise then famous, on account of the words which had been set to it. These words began, "Alexander, Yelizaveta, you enrapture us." The sovereign entered the drawing-room. The throng pushed toward the doors. Several personages, with anxious faces, in great haste, rushed hither and thither. The throng again closed around the drawing-room door, where the sovereign made his appearance, engaged in conversation with the hostess. A young man, with an expression of annoyance on his face, came along and begged the ladies to step back. Several ladies, with eager faces showing absolute disregard of all the conventional rules of good breeding, pushed forward, to the imminent risk of their toilets. The gentlemen began to select partners and get into position for the polonaise. Space was cleared, and the sovereign, with a smile, stepping out of time, passed into the ballroom, leading the lady of the house by the hand. They were followed by the host, with Marya Antonovna Narishkina, then the ambassadors and ministers and various generals, whom Peronskaya indefatigably called by name. More than half of the ladies had partners, and were already dancing or beginning to dance the polonaise. Natasha felt that she and Sonya, as well as her mother, were left in the lurch, with that minority of ladies who lined the walls, and were not invited to take part in the polonaise. She stood with her slender arms hanging by her sides, with her maidenly bosom, as yet scarcely defined, regularly rising and falling with long inspirations, and she looked straight ahead with brilliant eyes full of alarm, indicating that she was ready for utter enjoyment or desperate disappointment. She was not interested now in the sovereign, or in any of those distinguished personages whom Peronskaya was calling to their attention. She had only one thought: "Isn't anyone coming to invite me? Can it be that I am not going to have a single dance? Won't any of those men notice me? Of those men who now do not seem to see me, or if they see me, look at me as much as if to say, 'Oh, she's nothing to look at.' No, it cannot be," she said to herself. "They must know how much I am longing to dance, and how splendidly I dance, and how much they would enjoy it, if they danced with me."
The strains of the polonaise, which had now lasted some little time, began to have a melancholy cadence in Natasha's ears, as though connected with sad memories. She felt like having a good cry. Peronskaya had left them. The count was at the other end of the ballroom. She and Sonya and the countess were as much alone in this throng of strangers as though they were in the woods. No one took any interest in them or looked out for them. Prince Andrei passed them with a lady on his arm, and evidently did not recollect them. The handsome Anatol, smiling, said something to the lady with whom he was promenading, and looked into Natasha's face as one looks at a wall. Twice Boris passed them, and each time turned his head away. Berg and his wife, who were not dancing, joined them. Natasha felt mortified to death at this family gathering, there, at the ball, as though they had no other place for family confidences than in a ballroom. She did not look at Vera, or listen to what she had to say about her emerald green dress. At last the sovereign sat down near his last partner. He had danced with 3, and the music ceased. The officious adjutant bustled up to the Rostofs, begging them to move back a little more, and this although they almost touched the wall. And then from the gallery was heard the clear-cut rhythm of the smooth and enticing valse. The sovereign, with a smile, glanced down the ballroom. A moment passed, and no one had as yet begun. The adjutant, who acted as master of ceremonies, approached the Countess Bezukhaya and asked her to dance. She accepted with a smile, and then, without looking at him, laid her hand on his shoulder. The adjutant, who knew what he was about, calmly, deliberately, and with all the self-confidence in the world, placing his arm firmly around her waist, at first started off with her in the glissade around the edge of the circle. Then, when they reached the end of the ballroom, he took her right hand with his left, turned her around, and, while the sounds of the valse grew more and more rapid, the clicking of the adjutant's spurs could be heard as his agile and skillful feet beat the time of the rhythm. While on the third beat, at every turn, his partner's velvet dress floated out and seemed to fly. Natasha gazed at them, and was ready to weep that it was not she herself who was leading this first valse. Prince Andrei, in the white uniform of a colonel of cavalry, in silk stockings and shoe buckles, stood, full of life and radiant with happiness, in the front row of the circle, not far from the Rostofs. Baron Firhoff was talking to him about the first meeting of the Imperial Council, which had been appointed for the next day. Prince Andrei, as an intimate friend of Speransky, and one who had shared in the labors of the Legislative Committee, would be very likely to be able to give authentic information in regard to the approaching session, concerning which there were many conflicting rumors. But Prince Andrei was not giving heed to what Firhoff was saying, and looked now at the sovereign, and now at the various gentlemen, who were all ready to dance, but had not the necessary courage to take the floor. Prince Andrei was observing these gentlemen who showed such timidity in the presence of their sovereign, and the ladies whose hearts were sinking within them with desire of being invited. Pierre came up to Prince Andrei and took him by the arm. "You are always ready for a dance. My protégée, the little Rostova, is here. Do invite her," said he. "Where?" asked Bolkonsky. "I beg your pardon," he added, turning to the baron. "We will finish this conversation at another time. But at balls it is our duty to dance." He went in the direction indicated by Pierre. Natasha's despairing, melancholy face attracted Prince Andrei's attention. He recognized her and divined her feeling, and realizing that she was just coming out, and remembering her conversation, he went with a beaming countenance up to the Countess Rostova. "Allow me to make you acquainted with my daughter," said the countess with a blush. "I have had the pleasure of meeting her before, but perhaps the countess does not remember me," said Prince Andrei, with a low and respectful bow, entirely belying Peronskaya's spiteful observation about his rudeness. Approaching Natasha, he started to put his arm around her waist, even before he had actually invited her to dance with him. Then he proposed that they should take a turn of the valse. Natasha's face, with its melancholy expression ready to sink to despair or become radiant, was suddenly lighted up with a happy, childlike smile of gratitude. "I have been waiting long for you," this timid and radiant young maiden seemed to say, by this smile flashing out from under the tears that had been almost ready to start as she put her hand on Prince Andrei's shoulder. They were the second couple that ventured out upon the floor. Prince Andrei was one of the best dancers of his time. Natasha danced exquisitely. Her dainty little feet, shod in her satin slippers, performed their duty with perfect ease and agility, as though they had wings, and her face was beaming with triumphant delight. Her neck was angular, and her arms were thin and far from pretty, compared with Ellen's charms. Her shoulders were slim, her figure undeveloped, her arms slender. But Ellen seemed to be already covered with an enamel left by the thousand glances that had glided over her form, while Natasha seemed like a maiden who for the first time appeared in a dress décolleté, and who would feel very much ashamed if she were not assured that it was the proper thing. Prince Andrei liked to dance, and as he was anxious to escape from the political and philosophical talk into which people insisted in dragging him, and anxious to break up, as soon as possible, that tiresome circle of people, abashed by the presence of the sovereign, he was ready to dance, and he chose Natasha because Pierre had suggested her, and because she happened to be the first among all the pretty women upon whom his eyes fell. But as soon as he held this slender, supple form in his arms, and she started away so close to him, and smiled up into his face, the effect of her charm mounted into his head like wine. When they stopped to get breath, and he released her, and they began to look at the dancers, he felt as though he had been inspired with new energy and fresh life. End of chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 17. Following Prince Andrei's example, Boris came and invited Natasha to dance with him. Also, the master of ceremonies who had opened the ball, and several other young men, and Natasha, turning her superfluity of partners over to Sonya, flushed and beamed with delight, and did not miss a single dance throughout the rest of the evening. She did not notice, and she did not heed the incidents that attracted the attention of everybody else at the ball. She did not once remark how the emperor had a long conversation with the French ambassador, or how he showed signal favor to a certain lady who was present, or how the European prince so and so said and did this, that, and the other, or how Ellen enjoyed a brilliant success and attracted the special attention of such and such a person. She did not even see the sovereign, and only once noticed that he had withdrawn by the fact that after his departure the ball became livelier than ever. Just before supper Prince Andrei danced one of the jolliest of cotillions with Natasha. He took occasion to remind her of their first meeting, on the Otradnoye driveway, and how she could not go to sleep that moonlight night, and how he had involuntarily overheard what she said. Natasha blushed at this reminiscence, and tried to excuse herself, as though it were something of which she ought to be ashamed, that Prince Andrei had accidentally overheard her. Prince Andrei, like all men who have grown up in society, liked to meet any one who was free from the stereotyped imprint of fashionable high life, and such a person was Natasha, with her naive astonishment, her enjoyment, and her modesty, and even her mistakes in speaking French. He treated her and spoke to her with a peculiar delicacy and affectionate courtesy. As he sat next to her, talking upon the simplest and most insignificant topics, Prince Andrei admired the radiant gleam in her eyes, and her smile, answering not what was said to her so much as to her inward happiness. If, by chance, Natasha were invited to dance, and got up with a smile and went flying across the room, Prince Andrei found especial delight in watching her fawn-like grace. In the midst of the cotillion, Natasha, having just danced out one figure, came back to her place with a long sigh, all out of breath. A new cavalier again invited her out. She stood up panting, and was apparently on the point of refusing, but instantly placed her hand on the cavalier's shoulder, and gave Prince Andrei a smile. "I should very much like to get my breath and sit with you. I am tired, but you see how I am in demand, and that pleases me, and I am happy, and I love you all, and you and I understand it all." This, and much more besides, this smile of hers seemed to say. When her partner brought her back, Natasha chasséed across the room to choose two ladies for the figure. "If she speaks to her cousin first, and then to the other lady, she shall be my wife," said Prince Andrei, unexpectedly even to himself, as he followed her. She went to her cousin first. What nonsense sometimes enters one's head, thought Prince Andrei. But it is quite evident that this maiden is so sweet and so unlike anybody else that she won't be kept dancing here for a month. She'll be engaged or married. There's no one like her here, he thought, as Natasha, smoothing out the petals of a rose in her corsage that had been crushed, came back and resumed her place next to him. At the end of the cotillion, the old count, in his blue coat, came up to the dancers. He invited Prince Andrei to call and see them, and he asked his daughter if she had been having a good time. Natasha at first did not reply, except by a smile which had a sort of reproach in it, as much as to say, "How can you ask such a question?" "The jolliest time I ever had in my life," said she, and Prince Andrei noticed how she made a quick motion to raise her slender arms, as if to embrace her father, and instantly dropped them again. Natasha was happier than she had ever been in her life before. She had reached that lofty height of bliss when a person becomes perfectly good and lovely, and cannot believe in the existence or possibility of wickedness, unhappiness, and sorrow. Pierre, at this ball, for the first time had a realizing sense of the false position in which he was placed by the status occupied by his wife in court society. He was morose and in despair. A deep frown furrowed his brow, and as he stood by the window, he glared through his spectacles and yet saw nothing. Natasha, as she went down to supper, passed by him. His gloomy, unhappy face struck her. She paused in front of him. She felt a desire to help him, to share with him the superfluity of her own happiness. "How jolly is it, Count?" said she. "Isn't it?" Pierre gave her a distracted smile, evidently not understanding what she said. "Yes, I am very glad," he replied. "How can any one be dissatisfied with anything?" wondered Natasha, "especially such a good fellow as that Bezukhoi?" In Natasha's eyes, all who were at the ball were alike good, sweet, lovely men, full of affection toward each other. Hatred was out of the question, and therefore all ought to be happy. End of chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 18. On the next day Prince Andrei remembered the ball of the evening before, but it soon passed out of his mind. Yes, it was a very brilliant ball, and besides, yes, the little Rostov girl was very captivating. There's something peculiarly fresh about her, very original and un-Petersburg-like. That was the extent of the thought that he gave to the ball, and, after he had drunk his tea, he sat down to his labors. But either because of his weariness or his sleepless night, the day was unpropitious for work, and he could not accomplish anything, and what he did was unsatisfactory, as was often the case with him, and he was glad when word was brought that someone had come to visit him. The visitor was Bitsky, who had served on various committees and frequented all the different cliques of Petersburg society. He was a zealous supporter of the new ideas and of Speransky, and was known about town as an indefatigable gossip-monger, one of those men who follow the fashion in their opinions as in their clothes, and who, accordingly, are regarded as the most eager partisans of the latest doctrines. Scarcely giving himself time to remove his hat, he rushed eagerly into Prince Andrei's room, and, on the instant, rattled off into a stream of talk. He had only just learned the details of the session of the Imperial Council that had taken place that morning, opened by the sovereign, and he began to tell about it with all enthusiasm. The sovereign's speech had been extraordinary. The sort of speech as only a constitutional monarch could have given. The emperor said in so many words that the court and the Senate were now the members of the government, and declared that the administration should have its basis not in arbitrary will, but on firm principles. The sovereign declared that the finances should be reorganized, and the budgets made public, said Bitsky, laying a special emphasis on the important words, and opening his eyes significantly. Yes, the event of today marks an era, a magnificent era, in our history, he said in conclusion. Prince Andrei listened to the story of the opening of the Imperial Council, which he had been looking forward to with much impatience, and to which he attributed so much importance, and he was amazed that this event, now that it was really accomplished, not only did not stir him, but seemed to him worse than idle. He listened to Bitsky's enthusiastic account with quiet irony. The most obvious thought that came into his head was, what concern is it to me or to Bitsky, indeed what concern is it of ours, that the sovereign deigned to say something in the council? Can it make me any happier, or any better? And this obvious criticism suddenly destroyed for Prince Andrei all the interest that he had formerly taken in the reforms. Prince Andrei had been invited to dine that day at Speransky's en petit comité, as he himself expressed it, when he gave him the invitation. The idea of this dinner, in the intimate and home circle of a man for whom he felt such an admiration, had before this been exceedingly attractive to Prince Andrei, the more from the fact that hitherto he had never seen Speransky in his family life, but now he lost all desire to go. At the hour set for the dinner, however, Prince Andrei reached Speransky's own small house, near the Turbid gardens. Prince Andrei was a little late when he was shown into the parquetry-floored dining-room of the modest little residence, distinguished for its extraordinary, its rather monastic, primness, where all the gentlemen constituting Speransky's petit comité, being his most intimate friends, had promptly assembled at 5 o'clock. There were no ladies present except Speransky's young daughter and her governess. As Prince Andrei was in the vestibule, he heard a clear, precise ha ha ha, a laugh that afterward reminded him of actors on the stage. Someone, whose voice sounded like Speransky's, rang out distinctly, ha ha ha. Prince Andrei had never heard Speransky laugh heartily, and the clear, ringing laugh of the great statesman struck him strangely. Prince Andrei went into the dining-room. All the company were gathered around a lunch-table, standing between two windows, and spread with zakuska. Speransky, in a gray coat, with a star and wearing the same immaculate white waistcoat and high white stock in which he had appeared at the memorable meeting of the Imperial Council, stood at the table, his face beaming with pleasure. The gentlemen formed a circle around him. Magnitsky, addressing Mikhail Mikhailovitch, was relating an anecdote. Speransky listened and began to laugh even before Magnitsky reached the point of his story. At the moment Prince Andrei entered the room, Magnitsky's words were drowned in another roar of merriment. Stolupin's deep voice rang out, as he bit up a morsel of bread and cheese. Zervaeus bubbled over with tinkling laughter, and above all rang out Speransky's loud, deliberate ha ha ha. Speransky, still laughing, gave his soft white hand to Prince Andrei. "Very glad to see you, Prince," said he. "1 minute," said he, turning to Magnitsky, and interrupting the story he was telling. "We have made an agreement this time. Dinner is for recreation, and not a word about business." And again he turned to the narrator, and again broke out into laughter. Prince Andrei, with amazement and sorrowful disenchantment, listened to this guffawing, and gazed at the hilarious Speransky. It seemed to Prince Andrei that this was not Speransky, but another man. All the mystery and charm which he had hitherto discovered in Speransky suddenly seemed commonplace and repulsive. The conversation at the table did not flag for a moment, and seemed to consist of little more than a string of ludicrous stories. Magnitsky had scarcely time to cap the climax of his story when some one else manifested his readiness to tell something that was even funnier. The anecdotes were for the most part, if not exactly confined to the world of officialdom, at least related to individuals in the service. It seemed as though, in this gathering, the insignificance of such characters was so thoroughly taken for granted that the only way in which it was worth while to speak of them was to cover them with good-natured ridicule. Speransky related how, at the council meeting that morning, one of the statesmen, who happened to be deaf, on being asked his opinion, replied that he was entirely agreeable. Gervais related a long incident in connection with the census, wherein remarkable stupidity had been shown by all persons concerned. Stolupin, who had an impediment in his speech, joined the conversation, and began eagerly to speak of the abuses of the former order of things, but, as this threatened to give too serious a character to the talk, Magnitsky chaffed him on his earnestness. Gervais perpetrated a pun, and again the talk assumed its former hilarious character. Evidently Speransky, after his labors, liked recreation and amusement in a jolly circle of friends, and all his guests, knowing this characteristic of his, did their best to make him enjoy himself, and at the same time to enjoy themselves. But this gaiety seemed to Prince Andrei forced, and the opposite of gay. The ringing tones of Speransky's voice impressed him unpleasantly, and his incessant laughter had a false ring to it that strangely wounded his sensibilities. Prince Andrei could not laugh, and he was afraid that he should appear like a killjoy in the company. But no one noticed that he did not participate in the general merriment. It seemed to him that all were extremely gay. He tried several times to put in his word, but each time it was tossed back, as it were, like a cork tossed out of the water, and he had no success in jesting like the others. There was nothing wrong or ill-judged in what they said. There was wit and sense displayed, and it ought to have been really worth laughing at, but something, whatever it is, that constitutes the salt of gaiety, was lacking, but, worse than all, they did not seem to realize that it was. After dinner, Speransky's little daughter, with her governatka, withdrew. Speransky caressed the little girl with his white hand and kissed her, and even this action seemed to Prince Andrei full of affectation. The gentlemen, after the English fashion, remained sitting at the table over their port wine. The conversation had turned on Napoleon's management of affairs in Spain, and as all agreed in approving of it, Prince Andrei took it upon him to disagree with them. Speransky smiled, and, evidently wishing to change the subject, told a story which was totally irrelevant. Then silence ensued for several moments. Before they left the table, Speransky recorked a bottle in which a little wine was left, and saying, "Good wine is expensive these days," handed it to the servant and pushed back his chair. All arose and, talking noisily, passed into the drawing-room. Speransky was handed 2 envelopes brought by a courier. He took them and went into his private room. As soon as he had left, the general gaiety subsided, and the guests began to talk together in subdued tones on matters of real interest. "Well, then, now for recitation!" exclaimed Speransky, coming back from his private room. "Wonderful talent!" said he, addressing Prince Andrei. Magnitsky immediately assumed an attitude, and began to recite some satirical verses, which he had written in French, upon certain well-known personages in Petersburg, and several times he was interrupted by applause. At the end of this recitation, Prince Andrei went to Speransky to take leave. "Where must you be going so early?" asked Speransky. "I promised to spend the evening." All were silent. Prince Andrei looked into Speransky's mirror-like and impenetrable eyes, and it seemed to him ridiculous that he had ever expected anything great from this Speransky, or of the work which he had undertaken to perform, or how he could ever have attributed any importance to what Speransky was doing. It was long before that dry, measured laugh of his ceased to ring in his ears, even after he had taken his leave of Speransky. On his return home, Prince Andrei began to live over his life in Petersburg during the 4 months past, as though it were something new. He recalled his labors, his rounds of solicitation, the history of his project of the military code, which had been brought to notice and then quietly laid on the table, for the sole reason that another one of very wretched character had already been compiled and placed before the sovereign. He recalled the meetings of his committee, of which Berg was a member. He recalled how strenuously and at what length everything that touched upon the outside forms and proceedings of their meetings had been discussed, and how careful they had been to avoid everything that reached the essence of the matter. He recalled his judicial labors, and what pains he had taken to translate articles on the Roman and French course of procedure into Russian, and he grew ashamed of himself. Then his imagination vividly brought up before his mind his estate in Bogucharovo, his projects in the country, his journey to Ryazan. He recalled his musics and their head man, and he applied to them his theory of the individual rights which he had so carefully elaborated into paragraphs, and he was amazed at himself that he could have wasted so much time in such idle work. End of chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 19. On the following day, Prince Andrei went to make calls upon several families where he had not been as yet, and in the number upon the Rostovs, whose acquaintance he had renewed at the last ball. Not only was he required by the laws of politeness to call at the Rostovs, but he also had a strong desire to see in her own home this original and lively young girl, of whom he had such pleasant recollections. Natasha happened to be the first who came down to see him. She wore a simple blue morning dress, and it seemed to Prince Andrei that it was even more becoming to her than the one she had worn at the ball. She and the rest of the family received Prince Andrei simply and hospitably, as an old friend. The whole family, which he had at first been inclined to criticize severely, now seemed to him charming, simple-hearted, cordial people. The old count showed such genuine and unbounded hospitality, and his good nature was so contagious, especially there in Petersburg, that Prince Andrei could not with good grace refuse his invitation to dinner. Yes, They are excellent people," said Bolkonsky to himself. " Of course they cannot appreciate what a treasure they possess in Natasha ; but they are good, kindly people, and they make a most admirable background against which to bring out all the charm of this wonderfully poetical young girl, so overflowing with vivacity." Prince Andrei felt that in Natasha existed a peculiar and unknown world, full of unrealized delights, that unknown world of which he had caught the first glimpse as he drove through the Otradnoye avenue, and then again at the window that moonlit night, when he had been so stirred by it. Now this world no longer excited his curiosity, no longer was it a strange world, but, as he entered into it, he realized that new delight was awaiting him. After dinner, Natasha, at the count's request, went to the harpsichord and began to sing. Prince Andrei took up his position by the window and listened, while occasionally exchanging words with the other ladies. When she reached the middle of a long cadenza, Prince Andrei stopped talking, and, to his amazement, found that he was choked with tears, a thing which he would not have believed possible for him. He looked at Natasha as she sang, and a new and joyous feeling arose in his heart. He was happy, and at the same time rather melancholy. He was ready to burst into tears, and yet he could not really have told why he felt like weeping. For what? His former love? For the little princess? For his disappointed illusions? For his hopes of the future? Yes and no. The chief reason that he felt like weeping was the sudden awakening to that strange and vivid contradiction between the boundlessly immense and infinite that existed in him and the narrow and limited world to which he felt that he himself, and even she, belonged. This contrast tormented and at the same time overjoyed him while she was singing. As soon as Natasha finished her song, she went to him and asked him frankly how he liked her voice. She asked the question, and was overwhelmed with confusion the moment she had spoken, realizing, when it was too late, that she ought not to have asked it. He smiled as he looked at her, and replied that he liked her singing just as he liked everything else that she did. It was late that evening before Prince Andrei left the Rostofs. He went to bed as usual, but soon found that he had a sleepless night before him. Now he would relight his candle and sit up in bed. Then he would get up. Then he would lie down again. Still he was not in the least oppressed by this sleeplessness. His soul was so full of new and joyful sensations that it seemed to him as if he had just emerged from a sultry chamber into God's free world. Nor did it once occur to him that he was in love with the young Countess Rostova. He did not think of her, he only imagined her himself, and the consequence of this was that all his whole life presented itself to him in a new light. Why am I struggling, why am I toiling and moiling in this narrow, petty environment, when life, all of life, with all its pleasures is open before me, he asked himself. And for the first time for long months, he began to devise cheerful plans for the future. He decided that it was his duty to undertake personally the education of his son, to find him an instructor, and put him into his hands. Then he would quit the service and travel abroad, and see England, Switzerland, and Italy. I must make the most of my freedom, since I feel myself so overflowing with strength and energy, he said to himself. Pierre was right in saying that one ought to believe in the possibility of happiness, and now I believe it is so. Let the dead bury their dead. But, while we are alive, let us live, he thought. End of chapter 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 20. One morning, Colonel Adolph Berg, with whom Pierre was acquainted, just as he was acquainted with everyone in Petersburg and Moscow, came to see him. He was dressed in an immaculate and brand new uniform, with little love locks curling round over his temples, and pomaded there, just as the sovereign wore them. I have just come from calling upon the countess, your wife, and I was so unfortunate in not being able to have my request granted. I hope, Count, that I shall be more successful with you, he said with a smile. What would you like, Colonel? I am at your service. I am now quite completely settled into my new rooms, Count, pursued Berg, evidently convinced in his own mind that this communication could not fail to be an agreeable piece of news. And, consequently, I wanted to have a little reception for my friends, and my wife's. He smiled more effusively than ever.
I wanted to ask the countess and yourself to do me the honor to come and take tea with us, and have supper." Only the Countess Elena Vasilyevna, who considered the society of such people as the Bergs beneath her, could have had the heart to refuse such an invitation. Berg explained so clearly why he desired to gather round him a small and select company, and why it would be pleasant, and why he grudged money spent on cards and other disreputable occupations, but was willing to go to large outlay in entertaining good company, that Pierre could not think of refusing, and agreed to be present. "Only don't come late, count, if I may be so bold as to beg of you. At 8:10, I beg of you. We will have some whist. Our general will come. He is very good to me. We will have a good supper, count. So please do me the favor." Contrary to his usual habit of being late, Pierre that evening reached the Bergs at 7:45, 5 minutes before the appointed time. The Bergs, having made every provision for the reception, were all ready and waiting for their guests to come. Berg and his wife were sitting together in their library, all new and bright, and well provided with statuary and paintings and new furniture. Berg, in a nice new uniform, tightly buttoned up, was sitting near his wife, explaining to her that it was always possible and proper to have acquaintances among people of high station, that being the only real advantage in having friends. You can always find something to imitate, and can ask any sort of advice. You see, that's the way I have done ever since I was first promoted. Berg did not reckon his life according to his years, but according to the various steps of promotion. My comrades have amounted to nothing, but at the first vacancy I shall be made regimental commander, and then I have the happiness of being your husband." He got up and kissed Vera's hand, but before he did so, he straightened out the corner of a rug that was turned up. "And how have I accomplished all this? Principally by exercising a choice in my acquaintances. Of course, though, one has to be straightforward and punctual." Berg smiled with the consciousness of his superiority over a weak woman, and relapsed into silence, saying to himself that his wife, lovely as she was, nevertheless, a feeble woman, unable to appreciate the full significance of the dignity of being a man, ein Mann zu sein. Vera, at the same time, smiled with a similar consciousness of her superiority over her good, worthy spouse, who nevertheless, like the rest of his sex, was quite mistaken, she thought, in his understanding of the meaning of life. Berg, judging by his wife, considered that all women were weak and unintellectual. Vera, judging by her husband alone, and making wider generalizations, supposed that all men considered no one but themselves wise, and, at the same time, had no real understanding, and were haughty and egotistical. Berg got up, and embracing his wife carefully, so as not to rumple her lace pelerine, for which he had paid a high price, kissed her on the center of the lips. "There is one thing: we must not begin to have children too soon," said he, by an unconscious correlation of ideas. "Yes," replied Vera, "that's exactly what I want. We must live for society." "The Princess Yusupovaya has one exactly like this," said Berg, laying his finger on the lace pelerine, with his honest, happy smile. At this time, Count Bezukhoi was announced. The young couple exchanged congratulatory glances, each arrogating the credit of this visit. "This is what comes of understanding how to form acquaintances," said Berg. "This comes of having tact." "Now, I beg you, don't interrupt me when I am talking with guests," said Vera, "because I know how to receive each one, and what to talk to them about." Berg also smiled. "Of course, but sometimes, among men, there must be conversation for men," said he. Pierre was shown into the new drawing-room, where one could not possibly take a seat without destroying the symmetry, neatness, and order that reigned there, and consequently, it was perfectly comprehensible, and not to be wondered at, that it required much magnanimity of Berg to allow this symmetry of chair or sofa to be disturbed for his beloved guest, or that, by reason of finding himself in a state of painful irresolution in regard to it, he should have allowed his guest to solve the problem in his own way. Pierre, accordingly, broke into the symmetry by pushing out a chair, and immediately after, Berg and Vera came in and began to talk, each interrupting the other, and trying to entertain their guest. Vera, deciding in her own mind that Pierre would naturally be interested in the French embassy, immediately began to talk about it. Berg, deciding that a more virile subject must be chosen, broke into his wife's discourse by raising a question in regard to the war with Austria, and found himself involuntarily digressing from the abstract topic to various concrete proposals which had been laid before him in regard to taking part in the Austrian campaign, and the reasons which had led him to decline them. Although the conversation was desultory, and Viera was indignant that this masculine element should have been introduced, both husband and wife had a feeling of satisfaction that, though as yet there was only one guest, still the evening had begun auspiciously, and that their reception was going to be like every other reception, with talk, tea, and brightly lighted candles, as like, in fact, as two drops of water. Shortly after this Boris appeared, he having been Berg's former comrade. He treated Berg and Viera with a shade of superiority and condescension. Boris was followed by a colonel and his lady, then Berg's own general, then the Rostofs, and the reception by this time, without a shadow of a doubt, began to resemble all other receptions. Berg and Viera could not refrain from a blissful smile at the sight of this stir in the drawing-room, at the clatter of disconnected snatches of conversation, at the rustle of silken dresses and the greetings. Everything was just as it would be everywhere else, especially so was the general, who could not find enough to say in praise of Berg's apartments, and patted him on the shoulder, and with fatherly authority arranged the disposition of the tables for Boston. The general then sat down next Count Ilya Andreyitch, as being, next to himself, the guest of the greatest importance. The old people gathered in groups by themselves, the young people by themselves. The hostess took her place at the tea table, which was laid out with exactly the same kind of macaroons, in a silver cake basket, as the Panins had had at their reception. In fact, everything was the same as at all receptions. End of chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 21 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 21. Pierre, as one of the most distinguished guests of the evening, naturally had to play Boston in the set with Count Ilya Andreyitch, the general and the colonel. It happened that his place at the table brought him opposite Natasha, and he could not help being struck by the strange change that had come over her since the evening of the ball. She spoke scarcely a word, and was not so pretty as she had been at the ball. Indeed, she would have looked plain, if it had not been for her sweet expression of resignation. What is the matter with her? Pierre wondered, as he looked at her. She was sitting next to her sister at the tea table, and with an air of utter indifference, and without even looking at him, answered some remark that Boris had made to her. Having played out a whole suit, and taken 5 tricks, greatly to his partner's satisfaction, Pierre, as he gathered up his cards, was again led to look at her, by hearing complimentary greetings, and then the steps of someone entering into the room. What has happened to her? He asked himself, with even more wonder than before. Prince Andrei, with an expression of protecting affection, was now standing in front of her, and saying something to her. She had lifted her head, and was gazing at him with flushed cheeks, and apparently striving to restrain her rapid breathing. And the brilliant light of a strange inner fire, till then suppressed, again flashed up in her. She was wholly transfigured. Instead of being plain, she was as radiantly beautiful as she had been at the ball. Prince Andrei came towards Pierre, and Pierre noticed new and youthful expression in his friend's face. Pierre changed his seat several times during the game, sometimes being before Natasha and sometimes behind, but during all the time of the 6 rubbers he kept watching her and his friend. There is something very serious going on between them, said Pierre to himself, and a feeling of mingled joy and sadness stirred him, and made him forget his own grief. After the 6th rubber, the general got up, declaring that it was an impossibility to play in such a way, and Pierre was released. Natasha, on one side, was talking with Sonya and Boris. Viera, with a slight smile on her face, was talking to Prince Andrei about something or other. Pierre joined his friend, and, asking what secret they were discussing together, took a seat near them. Viera, having noticed Prince Andrei's attention to Natasha, had decided that that very evening, it was an unavoidable necessity for her to drop some shrewd insinuations in regard to the feelings. And so she took advantage of a moment when Prince Andrei was alone, to begin a talk about the sensibilities in general, and about her sister in particular. With such a clever man as she knew Prince Andrei to be, she was obliged to practice her most refined diplomacy. When Pierre joined them, he noticed that Viera was talking with great eloquence and self-satisfaction, while Prince Andrei seemed rather confused, which was a rare thing with him. "What is your opinion?" asked Vera, with her slight smile. "You have such keen insight, Prince, and are so quick to read people's characters. What do you think of Nathalie? Would she be very likely to be constant in her attachments? Would she be like other women," Vera had herself in mind, "and love a man once, and remain forever faithful to him? That is what I call genuine love. What do you think, Prince?" "I have too slight an acquaintance with your sister," replied Prince Andrei, with a satirical smile, under which he tried to hide his confusion, "to decide upon such a delicate question. And then I have noticed that the less attractive a woman is, the more likely she is to be constant," he added, and looked at Pierre, who had just at that instant joined them. "Yes, that is true, Prince, in our days," pursued Vera, speaking of "our days" in the way affected by people of limited intelligence, who suppose that they are the only ones who discover and appreciate peculiarities of their times, and that the natures of people change with changing years. Young girls have so much freedom that the pleasure of being wooed, le plaisir d'être courtisé, often stifles their true feelings. Et Natalia, il faut l'avouer, y est très sensible. Yes, she is very susceptible to it." This reference to Natasha again caused Prince Andrei to scowl disagreeably. He was about to rise, but Vera proceeded with a still more subtle smile. "I think no one has ever been more courtisée than she has," said Vera. "But no one has ever really seriously succeeded in pleasing her until very recently. You must know, Count," said she, addressing Pierre, "even our dear cousin Boris has been entre nous, and has been very, very far gone, dans le pays du tendre." Prince Andrei scowled still more ominously, but said nothing. "You and Boris are friends, are you not?" asked Vera. "Yes, I know him." "I suppose he has told you about his boyish love for Natasha?" "Ah, so it was boyish love, was it?" suddenly asked Prince Andrei, unexpectedly reddening. "Yes. You know, sometimes this intimacy between cousins leads to love. Cousinhood is a risky neighborhood. That's true, isn't it?" "Oh yes, without doubt," said Prince Andrei, and suddenly becoming unnaturally excited, he began to rally Pierre on his duty to be on his guard against any intimacy with his 50-year-old cousins in Moscow, and then, right in the midst of this jesting talk, he got up, and taking Pierre by the arm, drew him aside. "Well, what is it?" asked Pierre, amazed at his friend's strange excitement, and remarking the look which, as he got up, he threw in Natasha's direction. "I must really have a talk with you," said Prince Andrei. "You know our gloves," he referred to the Masonic gloves, which a newly initiated brother was to present to the lady of his love. But no, I will talk with you about it by and by." And with a strange light in his eyes and a restlessness in his motions, Prince Andrei crossed over to Natasha and sat down. Pierre saw how he asked her some question and how she blushed as she answered him. But just at that moment Berg came up to Pierre and urged him to take part in a discussion between the general and the colonel on Spanish affairs. Berg was satisfied and happy. That blissful smile of his did not once fade from his face. The evening had been a success, and exactly like other receptions which he had attended. The parallelism was complete. The nice little gossipy chats between the ladies, the cards, and the general raising his voice over the game, the samovar and the macaroons. One thing only was lacking, which he had always seen at receptions and which he wished to imitate. That was a loud conversation between the men, and a discussion over some grave and momentous question. The general had begun this conversation, and now Berg carried Pierre off to take part in it. Chapter 22. Part 3, Chapter 22 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 22. The next day, Prince Andrei went to the Rostovs to dinner, in accordance with Count Ilya Andreyitch's invitation, and spent the whole evening there. All in the house had an inkling of the reason of Prince Andrei's visits, and he made no secret of it, but spent what time he could in Natasha's company. Not only was Natasha, in her heart of hearts, frightened and yet blissful, and full of enthusiasm, but all the household also felt a sort of awe in the anticipation of a great and solemn event. The countess, with melancholy and gravely wistful eyes, gazed at Prince Andrei as he talked with Natasha, and, with a sort of timidity, tried to introduce some indifferent topic as soon as he turned to her. Sonya was afraid to leave Natasha, and equally afraid that she was in their way when she was with her. Natasha grew pale with fear and expectation, if by chance she were left alone with him for a moment. Prince Andrei's timidity amazed her. She felt certain that he had something to say to her, but had not the courage to speak his mind. In the evening, when Prince Andrei had taken his departure, the countess went to Natasha. "Well?" said she in a whisper. "Mamma, for pity's sake, don't ask me any questions now. It is impossible to tell." Nevertheless, that night, Natasha, at one moment full of excitement, at the next full of trepidation, lay for a long time in her mother's bed, with eyes fixed on space. Now she would tell her mother how he praised her, and how he said he was going abroad, and how he asked her where they were going to spend the summer, and how he had asked her about Boris. "Well, it's so strange, so strange! I never knew anything like it before," said she. "But I have such a feeling of terror when he is here. I always feel afraid when I am with him. What does it mean? Does it mean that it is really and truly? Mamma, are you asleep?" "No, my dear, dusha moya, I confess to the same feeling of terror," replied the mother. "Go, now." "I shan't go to sleep all the same. How silly it would be to go to sleep. Mamasha, mamasha, nothing like it has ever happened to me before," said she, in amazement and awe at the feeling which she was now experiencing. "How could we possibly have imagined such a thing?" It seemed to Natasha that even as long ago as when Prince Andrei had come to Otradnoye, she had fallen in love with him at first sight. She was terror-stricken, as it were, at that strange, unexpected happiness in meeting again with the very man whom she had, as she persuaded herself, chosen for her husband then, and feeling that he was not indifferent to her. And it had to be that he should come to Petersburg just at the time when we were here, and it had to be that we should meet at the ball. It is evident that all this brought us together. Even when I saw him first, I felt something peculiar." "What is it he has said to you? What were those verses? Repeat them to me," said the countess, trying to recall some verses which Prince Andrei had written in Natasha's album. "Mamma, it's nothing to be ashamed of because he is a widower, is it?" "Don't talk nonsense, Natasha. Pray to God. Le mariage se fait dans les cieux." "Sweetheart, mamasha, how I love you, how good you are!" cried Natasha, shedding tears of bliss and emotion, and hugging her mother. At that same time, Prince Andrei was at Pierre's, telling him about his love for Natasha, and his firm intention of marrying her. That same evening, the Countess Elena Vasilyevna had given a rout. The French ambassador had been there, the foreign prince, who for some time had been a frequent visitor at the countess's, had been present, as well as a throng of brilliant ladies and gentlemen. Pierre had come down and wandered through the rooms, attracting general notice among the guests by his concentrated, distracted, and gloomy looks. Pierre, ever since the time of the ball, had been conscious that attacks of his old enemy, hypochondria, were imminent, and, with the energy of despair, had struggled to get the better of them. Since this prince had become the countess's acknowledged admirer, Pierre had unexpectedly been appointed one of the emperor's chamberlains, and from that time forth he began to feel a great burden and loathing in grand society, and more often his former gloomy, pessimistic thoughts about the falsity of all things human began to come back to him. At this particular time, this tendency to gloominess was accented by the discovery of the sympathy existing between his little protégée Natasha and Prince Andrei, and by the contrast between his own position and his friend's. He vainly struggled to banish the thought about his wife, and about Natasha and Prince Andrei, but everything began once more to seem insignificant in comparison with eternity, and again the question arose, to what end? Night and day he compelled himself to toil over his monastic labors, hoping to exorcise the demon that hovered near him. At midnight Pierre came from the countess's apartments to his own low-studded room, which smelled of stale tobacco, and had just sat down at the table in his soiled dressing-gown, and started to finish copying certain original documents from Scotland, when some one came into the room.
It was Prince Andrei. "Oh, it's you, is it?" said Pierre, in an abstracted and not over cordial manner. "I was hard at work, you see," said he, pointing to his copy book, where he had been working for dear life, just as wretched people, in their efforts to save themselves from the wretchedness of their lives, take up any occupation that comes to hand. Prince Andrei, his face radiant with joy and kindled with new life, came and stood in front of Pierre, and, not perceiving how wretched his friend was, smiled down on him with the egotism of happiness. "Well, my dear," said he, "last evening I wanted to tell you something, and now I have come to unbosom myself. It is something wholly unprecedented in my experience. I am in love, my dear fellow." Pierre suddenly drew a deep sigh, and stretched his clumsy form out on the sofa near Prince Andrei. "With Natasha Rostova? Yes?" said he. "Yes, yes, who else could it be? I should never have believed it, but this feeling is stronger than I. Last evening I was tortured, I was miserable; but this torture I would not exchange for anything in the world. I have never lived till now. Only now do I live, and I cannot live without her. But can she love me? I am too old for her. What should you say?" "I? I? What could I say?" suddenly exclaimed Pierre, springing up and beginning to pace the room. "I have always thought — this girl is such a treasure, such a — she is a rare maiden, my dear fellow. I beseech you, don't reason about it, don't let doubts arise, but marry her. Marry her. Yes, marry her, and I am convinced that you will be the happiest man alive." "But how about her?" "She loves you. Don't talk nonsense," said Prince Andrei with a smile, and looking straight into Pierre's eyes. "She loves you, I know she does," cried Pierre, bluntly. "Now listen," said Prince Andrei, holding him by his arm. "Do you know what position I am in? I must tell some one all about it." "Well, well, go on, I am very glad," said Pierre, and in reality his face had changed, the frown had smoothed itself out, and he listened to Prince Andrei with joyous sympathy. Prince Andrei seemed, and really was, another and wholly new man. Where had vanished his melancholy, his contempt of life, all his disillusion? Pierre was the only man in whose presence he could speak with absolute frankness, and hence he poured out before him the fullness of his heart. Then he fluently and boldly made plans for the future, declaring that he could not think of sacrificing his happiness to his father's caprices, and expressing his hope that his father would consent to their marriage, and would come to love Natasha. Then he expressed his amazement at the strange and uncontrollable feeling which dominated him. "If any one had predicted the possibility of my being so deeply in love, I should not have believed it," said Prince Andrei. "It is an entirely different sentiment from the one that I had formerly. The whole world is divided for me into two portions. The one is where she is, and there all happiness and hope and light are found. The other is where she is not, and there everything is gloom and darkness." "Darkness and gloom," repeated Pierre. "Yes, yes, and how I appreciate that." "I cannot help loving light, and I am not to blame for it. And I am very happy. Do you understand me? I know that you sympathize with my joy." "Yes, indeed, I do," said Pierre earnestly, gazing at his friend with tender, melancholy eyes. Prince Andrei's fate seemed to him all the brighter from the vivid contrast with the darkness of his own. End of chapter 22. Part 3, Chapter 23 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 23. Prince Andrei required his father's sanction for his marriage, and the next day he set out for his home. The old prince received his son's communication with external unconcern, but with wrath in his heart. As his own life was nearing its close, he could not understand how any one could wish to make such a change in his life, to introduce into it such a new and unknown element. "If only they would let me live out my life in my own way, then, when I am gone, they can do as they please," said the old man to himself. With his son, however, he made use of that diplomacy which he employed in matters of serious import. Assuming a tranquil tone, he summed the whole matter up. In the first place, the match was not brilliant, as to the birth,
fortune, or distinction of the bride's family. In the second place, Prince Andrei was not as young as he had once been, and his health was feeble. The old prince laid especial stress on this. And she was very young. In the third place, he had a son, whom it would be a shame to give over to the mercy of a young stepmother. In the fourth place, finally, said the father, giving his son an ironical look, I beg of you to postpone the affair for a year. Go abroad, go through a course of treatment, find a good German tutor for Prince Nikolai, and then, if your love, passion, stubbornness, whatever you call it, is as strong as ever, why, marry her. And this is my last word, remember, absolutely my last word," concluded the old prince, in a tone that signified that nothing could ever change his mind. Prince Andrei clearly saw that the old prince hoped that either his sentiments or his prospective bride's might not withstand the test of a year, or else that he himself, since he was an old man, might die meantime. He, accordingly, determined to obey his father's wishes, to offer himself, and then postpone the wedding for a year. 3 weeks after his last call at the Rostovs', Prince Andrei returned to Petersburg. The day following her confidential talk with her mother, Natasha waited anxiously for Bolkonsky, but he did not come. The second day, and the third day, it was precisely the same. Pierre also failed to come, and Natasha, not knowing that the prince had gone to see his father, could not explain his absence. Thus elapsed 3 weeks. Natasha had no desire to go anywhere, and she wandered like a languid and mournful shadow through the rooms. Evenings, she hid herself away from the others, and wept, and no longer came to her mother's bedchamber. She frequently flushed, and her temper grew peevish. She had an impression that everybody knew about her disappointment, and was laughing at her, and pitying her. This grief, born of pride, added to her misery, all the more from the fact that it was hidden grief. One time, she went to the countess, and tried to say something, but suddenly burst into tears. Her tears were like those of a child, who had been unjustly punished, and who knows not why. The countess tried to calm her, but the young girl, though she at first began to listen, suddenly interrupted her. "Do stop, mamma. I do not even think of him. He came, and then he stopped coming. He stopped coming, that's all." Her voice faltered, she almost wept, but she controlled herself, and went on. "I haven't any desire at all to be married, and I have been afraid of him all the time. I'm perfectly content now, perfectly content." On the day following this conversation, Natasha put on an old dress for which she had an especially tender feeling, owing to the gay times which she had enjoyed when wearing it in days past, and from that morning she once more resumed the occupations that she had dropped since the time of the ball. After she had drunk her tea, she went into the ballroom, which she liked on account of its powerful resonance, and began to practice her solfeggi and other exercises. After she had finished her lesson, she stood in the middle of the room and repeated a single musical phrase which pleased her more than others. She joyfully listened to the charming and apparently unexpected way in which those notes reverberated through the empty spaces of the ballroom, and slowly died away. And suddenly her heart grew lighter. "What is the use of thinking so much about it all? It is good as it is," she said to herself, and she began to pace up and down the room, not content with simply walking along the echoing inlaid floor, but at every step (she wore her favorite new slippers) setting her little heels down first, and then her toes, and finding no more enjoyment in the sounds of her voice than in the regular clapping of the heel and the creaking of the toe. As she passed the mirror, she glanced into it. "What a girl I am!" The expression of her face, as she caught sight of the reflection in the glass, seemed to say. "It's all good. I need no one." A lackey was on the point of coming in to make some arrangements in the ballroom, but she sent him away, closing the door after him, and then continued her walk. Now again, this morning, she resumed her former favorite habit of loving and admiring her own sweet self. "How charming this Natasha is!" she was saying, as though the words were spoken by some third person, the man of her imagination. "Pretty, a good voice, young, and she does not interfere with any one, only leave her in peace." But even if she had been left in peace, she could not have been calm, and of this she was immediately made aware. The front door into the vestibule was opened, and some one asked, "Are they at home?" and then a man's steps were heard.
Natasha was gazing into the mirror, but she did not see herself. She heard voices in the vestibule. When her face again cleared itself before her eyes, she was pale. It was he. She was sure of it, though she could barely distinguish the voices through the closed doors. Pale and frightened, Natasha ran into the drawing-room. "Mamma, Bolkonsky has come!" she cried. "Mamma, this is dreadful! This is unendurable! I will not be tortured so! What shall I do?" The countess had not time to answer a word when Prince Andrei, with a grave and anxious face, was shown in. As soon as he caught sight of Natasha, a flash of joy lighted it. He kissed the countess's hand, and Natasha's, and took a seat near the sofa. "It is a long time since we have had the pleasure," the countess began to say, but Prince Andrei interrupted her. He answered her implied question, and was evidently anxious to speak what was on his mind as soon as possible. "I have not been to see you all this time, for the reason that I went to confer with my father. I only returned yesterday evening," he said, glancing at Natasha. "I should like to have a little conversation with you, countess," he added, after a moment's silence. The countess, drawing a long sigh, dropped her eyes. "I am at your service," she murmured. Natasha knew that it was her duty to leave the room, but she found it impossible to stir. Something choked her, and she stared at Prince Andrei, almost rudely, with wide eyes. "What? So soon? This very moment? No, it cannot be," she said to herself. He again looked at her, and this glance told her that beyond a peradventure she was not deceived. Yes, her fate was to be decided instantly, that moment, then and there. "Go, Natasha, I will send for you," whispered the countess. Natasha, with startled, pleading eyes, looked at her mother and at Prince Andrei, and left the room. "I have come, countess, to ask your daughter's hand," said Prince Andrei. The countess's face flushed, but she said nothing. "Your proposal," began the countess gravely. Prince Andrei waited, and looked into her eyes. "Your proposal," she grew confused, "is very pleasing to us, and I accept your proposal with pleasure, and my husband, I hope, but it will depend upon herself." "I will ask her as soon as I receive your permission. Will you grant it?" said Prince Andrei. "Yes," said the countess, and she offered him her hand, and, with a mixed feeling of alienation and affection, touched his brow with her lips as he bent over her hand. She was ready to love him as a son, but she was conscious that he held her at a distance and filled her with a sort of terror. "I am sure that my husband will give his consent," said the countess. "But your batyushka?" "My father, to whom I have confided my plans, has consented, on the express stipulation that the wedding should not take place within a year, and this was the very thing that I wished to tell you," said Prince Andrei. "It is true that Natasha is still young, but a year is a long time." "There is no alternative," said Prince Andrei, with a sigh. "I will send her to you," said the countess, and she left the room. "Lord, have mercy upon us," she repeated, over and over, as she went in search of her daughter. Sonya said that Natasha was in her chamber. She found her sitting on her bed, pale, with dry eyes, gazing at the holy pictures, and swiftly crossing herself and whispering unintelligible words. When she saw her mother, she jumped up and rushed to her. "What? Mamma, what is it?" "Go to him. He has proposed for your hand," said the countess coldly. So it seemed to Natasha. "Go, go," reiterated the mother, drawing a long sigh, and looking with melancholy, reproachful eyes after her daughter as she flew out of the room. Natasha could not have told, for the life of her, how she found herself in the drawing-room, but as she went into the room, and caught sight of him, she stopped short. "Can it be that this stranger is now all in all to me?" she asked herself, and the reply came like a flash. "Yes, he alone is dearer to me than all in the world." Prince Andrei went to her with downcast eyes. "I have loved you from the first moment that I saw you. May I dare to hope?" He looked at her, and the grave passion expressed in his face filled her with wonder. Her eyes replied, "Why should you ask? Why should you doubt what you must surely know? Why should you speak, when it is impossible, with words, to express what you feel?" She drew near to him and paused. He took her hand and kissed it. "Do you love me?" "Yes, yes," exclaimed Natasha, with something that seemed almost like vexation, and catching her breath more and more frequently, she began to sob. "What is it? What is the matter?" "Ah, I am so happy," she replied, smiling through her tears and coming closer to him. She hesitated for a moment, as though asking if it were permissible, and then kissed him. Prince Andrei held her hand and gazed into her eyes, and failed to find in his heart his former love for her. A sudden transformation seemed to have taken place in his soul. There was none of that former poetical and mysterious charm of longing, but there was a feeling akin to pity for her weakness, as a woman, as a child. There was a shade of fear in presence of her utter self-renunciation and her fearless honesty, a solemn and, at the same time, blissful consciousness of the obligation which forever bound him to her. The present feeling, though it was not so bright and poetical as the former, was more deep and powerful. "Has your maman told you that our marriage cannot be until a year has passed?" asked Prince Andrei, continuing to gaze into her eyes. "Can it be that this is the little silly chit of a girl, as they all say of me?" mused Natasha. "Can it be that from this time forth I am the wife, the equal of this stranger, this gentle, learned man, whom even my father regards with admiration? Can it be true that now, henceforth, life has become serious? That now I am grown up? That now I shall be responsible for every word and deed? Yes, but what was that he asked me?" "No," she said aloud, but she did not know what he had asked her. "Forgive me," said Prince Andrei, "but you are so young, and I have already had such long experience of life. I tremble for you. You do not know yourself." Natasha, with concentrated attention, listened to what he said, and did her best to take in the full meaning of his words, but it was impossible. "How hard this year will be for me, deferring my happiness," pursued Prince Andrei. "But during that time you will have to make sure of your own heart. At the end of the year I shall ask you to make me happy. But you are free. Our betrothal shall remain a secret, and if you should discover that you do not love me, if you should love," said Prince Andrei, with a forced and unnatural smile. "Why do you say that?" asked Natasha, interrupting him. "You know that from the very first day that you came to Otradnoye I loved you," she said, firmly convinced that she was telling the truth. "In a year you will have learned to know yourself." "A whole year!" suddenly exclaimed Natasha, it now suddenly for the first time dawning upon her that the wedding was to be postponed. "And why a year? Why a year?" Prince Andrei began to explain the reasons for this postponement. Natasha refused to listen to him. "And is there no other way of doing?" she asked. Prince Andrei made no answer, but the expression of his face told her how unalterable his decision was. "This is terrible! No, this is terrible! Terrible!" suddenly exclaimed Natasha, and again she began to sob. "I shall die if I have to wait a year. It cannot be! It is dreadful!" She looked into her lover's face, and saw that it was full of sympathy and perplexity. "No, no, I will do everything you wish," she said, suddenly ceasing to sob. "I am so happy." Her father and mother came into the room, and congratulated the affianced pair. From that day forth, Prince Andrei began to visit the Rostovs as Natasha's accepted husband. End of chapter 23. Part 3, Chapter 24 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 24. There was no formal betrothal, and Bolkonsky's engagement to Natasha was not made public. Prince Andrei insisted on this point. He said that as he was the cause of the postponement, he ought to bear the whole burden of it. He declared that he considered himself forever bound by his word, but he felt that he ought not to hold Natasha, and he granted her perfect freedom. If, within half a year, she should discover that she did not love him, she should have perfect right to break the engagement. Of course, neither the parents nor Natasha would hear to this, but Prince Andrei pressed the matter.
Prince Andrei was at the Rostofs every day, but he did not treat Natasha with the familiarity of the zhenich, or bridegroom. He always addressed her by the formal vous, you, and only kissed her hand. Between Prince Andrei and Natasha, after the day of their engagement, there seemed to be an entirely different relationship from before, one closer and more simple. It seemed as though they hitherto had never known each other. Both of them liked to recall how they had seemed at the time when they were nothing to each other. Now they felt that they were entirely different beings. Then everything was pretense, now it was simple and true. At first the family felt a certain awkwardness in their relations toward Prince Andrei. He seemed like a man from another world, and it took Natasha a long time to train the others to feel used to him, and she felt a pride in assuring them all that it was only in appearance that Prince Andrei was so different, and that he was really like everyone else, and that she was not afraid of him, and that no one had any reason to fear him. After some days the family got wonted to him, and felt no awkwardness in going on with the ordinary routine of life in his presence, and he also had a share in it. He could talk with the count about farming, about wearing apparel with the countess and Natasha, and about albums and embroidery with Sonya. Sometimes the family, when by themselves, and even in Prince Andrei's presence, marveled that such an event had taken place, that the prognostics of it had been so apparent. Thus, Prince Andrei's visit to Otradnoye, and their coming to Petersburg, and the resemblance between Natasha and Prince Andrei, which an old nurse had remarked when he first came to Otradnoye, and many other portents of what had happened were recalled by the family. That poetical infestivity and silence, which always mark the presence of an engaged couple, reigned in the house. Oftentimes, when all were together, not a soul would say a word. Sometimes the rest would get up and leave the room, and even then the two young people, though by themselves, would sit in perfect silence as before. They rarely spoke about their future. Prince Andrei avoided it, from dread, as well as from conscientious motives. Natasha shared his feelings, as, indeed, she shared all his feelings, which she was always quick to read. Once, Natasha began to ask him about his little boy. Prince Andrei flushed, as he was apt to do at that time, and Natasha particularly liked it in him, and replied that his son would not live with them. "Why not?" asked Natasha. "I could not take him away from his grandfather, and, besides—" "How I should love him!" exclaimed Natasha, instantly divining his thought. "But I understand. You are anxious to avoid any excuse for misunderstandings between us." The old count sometimes came to Prince Andrei, kissed him, and asked him his advice in regard to Petya's education, or Nikolai's advancement in the army. The old countess would sigh as she looked at them. Sonya was always afraid that she was in the way, and tried to invent excuses for leaving them alone, even when they did not care to be. When Prince Andrei talked, and he was very admirable in conversation, Natasha would listen to him with pride. When she herself spoke, she noticed with fear and joy that he listened to her with attention, and scrutinized her keenly. She would ask herself in perplexity, "What is he searching for in me? What are his eyes trying to discover? Supposing he were not to find in me what he seeks to find?" Occasionally she was attacked by one of those absurd fits of mirth, peculiar to her, and then it was a delight for her to see and hear him laugh. He rarely laughed aloud, but when he did indulge in merriment, he gave himself up entirely to it, and always, after such an experience, she felt that she had grown nearer to him. Natasha would have been perfectly happy if the thought of their parting, which was now near at hand, had not filled her with vague alarm, so much so that she grew pale and chill at the mere thought of it. On the evening before his departure from Petersburg, Prince Andrei brought Pierre, who had not once called at the Rostofs since the evening of the ball. Pierre seemed confused and out of spirits. He devoted all his attention to the countess. Natasha was sitting with Sonya, playing checkers, and this was in itself an invitation for Prince Andrei to join them. He did so. "You have known Bezukhoi for a long time, have you not?" he asked. "Do you like him?" "Yes, he is a splendid man, but very absurd." And, as was usually the case when speaking of Pierre, she began to relate anecdotes of his heedlessness, anecdotes, many of which were wholly imaginary as far as he was concerned. "You know, I have told him our secret," said Prince Andrei. "I have known him since we were boys. His heart is true gold. I beg of you, Nathalie," said he, growing suddenly grave. "I am going away. God knows what may happen. You may cease to—well, I know that I ought not to speak of this. One thing, though, in case anything should happen after I am gone." " What could happen ?"" If there should be any misfortune," pursued Prince Andrei, " I beg you. Mademoiselle Sophie, if anything should happen, go to him for help and counsel. He may be a most heedless and absurd man, but his heart is the truest gold. Not Natasha's father, or mother, or Sonya, or Prince Andrei himself could have foreseen what an effect parting from her lover would have upon Natasha. Flushed and excited, with burning eyes, she wandered all day long up and down the house, busying herself with the most insignificant things, as though she had no idea of what was going to happen. She did not shed a tear, even at the moment when he kissed her hand for the last time and bade her farewell. " Don't leave me," was all that she said ; but these words were spoken in a voice that caused him to pause and consider whether it was really necessary for him to go away, and which he remembered long afterward. Even after he had gone, she did not weep, but she stayed in her room for many days, not shedding a tear ; and she took no interest in anything, and only said from time to time, " Akh ! why did he go ?" But a fortnight after his departure, most unexpectedly to the household, she woke up out of this moral illness, and began to seem the same as formerly, except that her whole moral nature was changed, just as the faces of children change during protracted illness. CHAPTER 25. Of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 25. Prince Nikolai Andreyitch Bolkonsky's health and disposition had grown much worse during the year that followed his son's absence. He became still more irritable than formerly, and all the explosions of his unreasonable anger were launched upon the Princess Mariya. It seemed as though he tried to search out all the tender spots of her nature, so as to torture her as atrociously as possible. The Princess Mariya had two passions, and, therefore, two joys : her little nephew, Nikolushka, and religion ; and both were favorite themes for the old prince's slurs and ridicule. Whatever subject of conversation he arose, he managed to bring in some reference to old maids' superstitions, or to the spoiling and over indulging of children. " Do you wish to make him," — he referred to Nikolushka, —" an old maid, like yourself ? It's all nonsense. Prince Andrei wants a son, not a girl," said he. Or, turning to Mademoiselle Bourienne, he would ask her, in the princess's presence, how she liked our Russian popes and images, and again indulge in his bitter jests. He seized every opportunity of wounding the Princess Mariya in the most cruel way, but the poor girl found no trouble in forgiving him. He was her father, and she knew that he loved her, in spite of everything. How, then, could he be to blame toward her ? How could he be unjust to her ? Yes, and what was justice ? That word, justice, a concept, born of nothing but pride, had never occurred to her thoughts. All the complicated laws of men, for her, were summed up in the one clear and simple rule of love and self denial, imposed upon us by Him, who, though He was God, so loved the world as to suffer for it. What mattered to her, then, the justice or injustice of men ? It was necessary for her to suffer, and to love, and this she did. During the winter, Prince Andrei had come to Luisiya Gorui, and was more cheerful, gentle, and affectionate than the Princess Mariya had seen him for a long time. She had a presentiment that something unusual had happened to him, but he said nothing to her about his love. Before he went away, he was closeted for a long time with his father, and the Princess Mariya noticed that each was displeased with the other. Shortly after Prince Andrei's departure, the Princess Mariya wrote to her friend, Julie Karagina, who was at that time in Petersburg, and in mourning for her brother, who had been killed in Turkey. Like all young girls, the Princess Mariya had her dreams, and one of hers was, that Julie would yet become her brother's wife. Affliction, my dear and affectionate friend Julie, is evident in the common lot of all of us. Your loss is so awful that I can only explain it as being a special providence of God, who, in His love for you, has seen fit to try you and your excellent mother. Ah, my dear friend, religion, and religion alone, can — I will not say console us — but save us from despair. Religion alone can make plain to us what, without her aid, it is impossible for man to comprehend. Why, for what purpose, should beings who are good and noble, and best made to find happiness in life, who have not only never injured a living thing, but rather have sought only the happiness of others, why should they be recalled to God, while the base and the vicious, or those who are only a burden to themselves and others, are left to live? The first death which I ever witnessed, and I shall never forget it, was that of my dear sister-in-law, and it produced upon me a wonderful impression. Just as you are now asking Fate why your charming brother had to die, so did I ask why this angelic Liza should be taken away, when she had never done the slightest wrong to any one, and never had anything but the purest thoughts in her soul. And since then, my dear friend, 5 years have passed away, and, even with my humble intelligence, I begin to see clearly why she had to die, and how her death may be regarded as merely the expression of the Creator's infinite goodness, all of whose works, though for the most part beyond our comprehension, are but the manifestation of His boundless love to His creatures. I often think that perhaps her purity was too angelic to be compatible with the force necessary to carry all the obligations of motherhood. As a young wife she was beyond reproach. Possibly she might have failed as a mother. Now, although she has left us, and Prince Andrei in particular, the purest regret, the sweetest memories, I am sure that she herself is in the enjoyment of that place which I dare not hope for myself to attain. But, not to speak of her exclusively, this premature and terrible death has had a most salutary effect, notwithstanding all the sorrowfulness of it, upon my brother and myself. These thoughts at that time would have been impossible. At that time I should have repelled them with horror. But now this is plain, and beyond a peradventure. I write this to you, my friend, simply hoping that it may persuade you of the gospel truth, which I have taken as the rule of my whole life, that not one hair from our head shall fall without His will, and His will is conditioned only by infinite love toward us, and, therefore, all that happens to us is for good. You ask if we are going to spend next winter in Moscow? In spite of all my desire to see you, I think it most improbable, and, indeed, I cannot think that it is for the best. And you will be amazed when I tell you that the reason of that is Bonaparte. And this is why. My father's health has been failing of late. He cannot endure any contradiction, and has grown irritable. This irritability, as you may know, is especially excited by political affairs. He cannot endure the thought that Bonaparte has so managed as to put himself on an equality with all the sovereigns of Europe, and especially with ours, the grandson of the great Catherine. As you know, I am perfectly indifferent to politics, but from words spoken by my father, and from his discussions with Mikhail Ivanovitch, I know all that is going on in the world, and particularly about all the honors attained by Bonaparte, who, I should think, is considered a great man, and not the least of the French emperors, over all the world, except at Louis Jaguire. And this is what my father will not admit. It seems to me that my father, precisely on account of his views of political affairs, and foreseeing the collisions which would infallibly take place, in consequence of his character, taking no account of any one when he expresses his opinions, feels unwilling to go to Moscow. All the gain that he would get, he would more than undo by the quarrels which would be sure to follow in regard to Bonaparte. At all events, the question is soon to be decided. Our home life goes on in the old routine, except that my brother Andrei is away. As I have already written to you, he has been very much changed of late. This year, for the first time since his affliction, he has begun to lead a perfectly normal life. He has become what he was when he was a child, as I remember him, kind, affectionate, and with a truly golden heart, the like of which I never knew. He has learned, so it seems to me, that his life, after all, is not yet ended. But together with this moral change, his physical health has deteriorated. He is far worse than before, more nervous. I am troubled about him, and I am glad that he has decided to take the trip abroad which the doctor long ago prescribed for him. I hope that it will effect a complete cure. You write me that he is spoken of in Petersburg as one of the most industrious, cultivated, and intelligent young men of the day. Forgive a sister's pride, but I have never doubted it. It is impossible to estimate the good which he has accomplished here, beginning with his own peasantry, and including the nobility of the district. In going to Petersburg he has received only what was due him. I am amazed that rumors should have come from Petersburg to Moscow, and especially such false rumors as what you wrote me in regard to the supposed marriage of my brother to the little Rostova. I do not believe that my brother will ever marry again, and certainly he will not marry her. And this is my reason for thinking so. In the first place, I know that though he rarely mentions his late wife, yet he was too deeply afflicted by her loss to ever think of letting another fill her place in his heart, or giving a stepmother to our little angel. In the second place, to the best of my knowledge, this young girl is not the sort of woman who would be likely to please Prince Andrei. I feel certain that he would not choose her for his wife, and I will frankly confess that I do not desire it. But I have prattled too long, already. Here I am, finishing my second sheet. Good-bye, my dear friend. May God shield you under his holy and almighty wing. My dear companion, Mademoiselle Bourienne, sends her love. Marie. End of chapter 25. Part 3, Chapter 26 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 26. In the middle of the summer, the Princess Mariya received a letter from her brother, from Switzerland, in which he confided the strange and surprising news of his engagement to Natasha. His whole letter breathed enthusiastic devotion for his bride and affectionate and trusting love for his sister. He wrote that he had never loved as he loved now, and that now only did he realize and understand the meaning of life. He besought his sister to pardon him for not having said anything to her about this at his visit at Luisiya Gorui, although he had confided his intention to his father. He had not told her because the Princess Mariya would have endeavored to persuade their father to grant his request, and if she had failed it would have irritated him and the whole weight of his displeasure would have come upon her. Moreover, he wrote, the matter is not so definitely settled as it is now. Then, my father had set a term of probation, a year, and now already 6 months have slipped away, half of the designated term, and I remain firmer than ever fixed in my determination. If the doctors had not detained me here at the Springs, I should have been back in Russia ere this, but now I must postpone my return for 3 months longer. You know me, and how I am situated in regard to my father. I really need nothing from him. I have been, and shall be always, independent of him, but to act contrary to his wishes, to incur his anger, when, perhaps, he has so short a time to remain among us, would destroy half of my happiness. I have just been writing him a letter in regard to this, and I beg of you, if you can find a favorable moment, give him this letter, and inform me how he receives it, and whether there is any hope that he will consent to shorten the term by 3 months. After a long period of indecision, doubting, and prayer, the princess handed the letter to her father. The day following, the old prince said to her, without any show of excitement, "Write to your brother to wait till I'm dead. It won't be long. He'll soon be free." The princess tried to make some reply, but her father would not hear it, and his voice began to rise higher and higher. "Mary, Mary, my little dove! Fine family, clever people, ha! Rich, ha! Yes, a fine stepmother for the little Nikolushka she'll make. Write him that he may marry her to-morrow if he wishes. She'll make a fine stepmother for Nikolushka, and I'll marry Burenka. Ha, ha, ha! So that he may have a stepmother as well. There's one thing, though. There's no room for any more women here. Let him marry and go and live by himself. Perhaps you'd like to go and live with him," said he, turning to the Princess Mariya. "Go, then, in God's name, through ice and snow. Ice and snow! Ice and snow!" After this explosion the old prince said nothing more on that score, but his restrained vexation at his son's weakness was expressed in his treatment of his daughter. And now he had new themes for his sarcasm, in addition to his old ones, namely, stepmothers, and his admiration for Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Why should I not marry her?" he asked his daughter. "She would make a splendid princess." And the Princess Mariya began to notice, with perplexity and amazement, that her father more and more tried to have the Frenchwoman about him as much as possible. The Princess Mariya wrote Prince Andrei how their father had received his letter, but she tried to comfort her brother, giving him to hope that her father might be dissuaded from this notion. Nikolushka and his education, Andrei and religion, were the Princess Mariya's consolation and delight, but, As every human being must cherish some individual aspiration, so also the Princess Mariya had, in the deepest depths of her soul, secret dreams and hopes which constituted a higher consolation even than the others. This consoling dream and hope was represented to her mind by the men of God, the pilgrims and fanatics, who came to see her without the old prince's knowledge. The longer the Princess Mariya lived, and the more experience she got out of life by carefully observing it, the more she marveled at the short-sightedness of men who seek here on earth all their enjoyment and delight, who toil and moil, and battle and struggle, and do evil to one another, in order to follow these impossible, shameful phantoms of happiness. Prince Andrei loved his wife. She died. He was all ready to find his happiness in another woman. His father objected to this, because he desired for his son a more distinguished and wealthy alliance. And thus all men struggled, and suffered, and tortured themselves, and risked the loss of their souls, their immortal souls, for the sake of attaining joys which were merely transitory. Not only do we know this ourselves, but Christ, the Son of God, came down to earth and taught us that this life is fleeting, a short probation, and yet we cling to it always, and expect to find happiness in it. How is it that no one comprehends this? Asked the Princess Mariya. None except those despised men of God, who come to me with wallets on their shoulders, climbing the back stairs for fear lest they should meet the prince, not to avoid suffering, but for the sake of preventing him from committing a sin, to forsake family and fatherland, and forswear all endeavor to get earthly good, to form no ties, and to wander under an assumed name, in hempen rags, from place to place, doing no harm to anyone, and praying for people, praying for those who persecute you, as well as for those who give you protection. There is no truth, and no life, higher than that. There was one pilgrim woman, Fedosyushka, a little, gentle, pockmarked woman, 50 years old, who had been for 30 years wandering about the world barefooted and wearing penitential chains. The Princess Mariya was especially fond of her. Once in the solitude of her chamber, feebly illumined only by the lampadka, or shrine lamp, when Fedosyushka had been telling her about her experiences, the thought that the pilgrim woman had found the only true path of life suddenly came over her with such appealing force that she herself resolved to go on a pilgrimage. After Fedosyushka had retired to rest, the Princess Mariya long pondered the matter in her own mind, and at last resolved, no matter how unusual it was, that it was her duty to make this pilgrimage. She confided her resolve only to the monk, who was her confessor, and the confessor gave the plan his approval. Under the pretext that she was going to help some pilgrim, the Princess Mariya sent and purchased a pilgrim's complete outfit: shirt, lapti, or bast shoes, a kaftan, and a black kerchief. Frequently she would go to the curtained commode, where she kept them, and stand irresolute, wondering whether the time had not yet come for her to carry out her vow. Oftentimes when she heard the stories told by the pilgrims, she would be stirred by their simple narratives, which to her were full of profound meaning, though so mechanically repeated by them, till, oftentimes, she was ready to renounce everything and flee from her home. In her imagination she already saw herself and Fedosyushka in filthy rags, tramping along with staff and birch-bark wallet, over the dusty highway, rambling about from one saint's shrine to another, without envy, without the love of her fellows, without desires, and, at the end of all, journeying thither where there is no regret and no tears, but eternal joy and felicity. I shall go to a place where there is a saint. I shall pray there, but before I get attached to the place, or love anyone, I shall pass on, and I shall keep wandering on until my limbs fail under me, and then I shall lie down and die anywhere, and then, at last, I shall reach that eternal haven of peace, where there is no regret and no sorrow," said the Princess Mariya to herself. But later, when she saw her father, and especially the little Coco, her resolve lost its force. She shed a few quiet tears, and had the consciousness that she was a sinner. She loved her father and her nephew more than God. End of chapter 26. And this is the end of Volume 2, Part 3. Volume 2, Part 4, Chapter 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 1. The biblical tradition tells us that absence of work, idleness, constituted the first man's happiness before the fall. A love for idleness remains just the same, even in fallen man. But the curse still hangs over mankind, and it is impossible for us to be slothful and easygoing, not alone because we are required to earn our bread in the sweat of our brow, but by the very conditions of our moral nature. A secret voice warns us that to be idle is for us a sin. If it were possible for a man to find a situation where he could feel that he was of use in the world, and fulfilling his duty while still remaining idle, he would have found one of the conditions of primeval bliss. And such a condition of obligatory and irreproachable idleness is enjoyed by a whole class of society, the military. And this state of obligatory and irreproachable idleness has always been and will be the chief attraction of military service. Nikolai Rostov had been enjoying this felicity to the full, having continued since 1807 to serve in the Pavlograd regiment. He was now commander of the squadron of which Denisov had been deprived. Rostov had grown into a rather rough but kindly young fellow, whom his Moscow acquaintances would have found sufficiently mauvais genre, but who was loved and respected by his comrades, his subordinates as well as his superiors, and he was well satisfied with his existence. Latterly, in 1809, in letters from home, he had found more and more frequent complaints from his mother that their pecuniary affairs were going from bad to worse, and that it would be seasonable for him to come home and give his old parents some joy and consolation. In reading over these letters, Nikolai felt a sensation of alarm at the thought of being torn from the condition of life where he found himself so quiet and tranquil, far removed from the busy turmoil of society. He had a presentiment that, sooner or later, he should be dragged again into that whirlpool of life, with its wasteful expenditure and rearrangement of affairs, with its accounts to verify, with its quarrels, intrigues, obligations, with the demands of society, and with Sonia's love, and the necessity of an explanation. All this was terribly difficult and confused, and he answered his mother's letters with cold formality, beginning Ma chère maman, and concluding with Votre obéissant fils, and studiously refrained from setting any time for his return home. In 1810 he received a letter from his parents who informed him of the engagement between Natasha and Bolkonsky, and that the wedding was put off for a year, on account of the old prince refusing his sanction. This news grieved and disgusted Nikolai. In the first place, he was pained at the thought of losing Natasha from the household, for he was fonder of her than the other members of the family. In the second place, he was annoyed, from his point of view as a hussar, that he had not been on hand to make this Bolkonsky understand that this alliance was not a very great honor, and that if he loved Natasha he might have married her, even without his scatter-brained father's consent. For a moment he almost made up his mind to ask for leave of absence, so as to see Natasha before she was married. But just then came the army maneuvers. He remembered Sonia and the various entanglements, and once more he postponed it. But in the spring of that same year he received a letter from his mother, who wrote without the count's knowledge, and this letter prompted him to go. She wrote that if he did not come, and did not assume the management of their affairs, their whole property would have to be sold by auction, and they would all be thrown upon the world. The count was so weak, he had so much confidence in Mitenka, he was so good-natured and so easily cheated by every one, that everything was going from bad to worse. For God's sake, I beg of you, come immediately, unless you wish to make me and all the family unhappy, wrote the countess. This letter had its effect upon Nikolai. He was possessed of the sound common sense of mediocrity, and it told him that this was his duty. Now, it was requisite that he should go on leave of absence if not upon the retired list. He could not have explained why he had to go, but, after his siesta, he commanded his roan stallion Mars to be saddled. He had not been out for a long time, and was at any time a terribly fiery steed. And when he brought him home, all in a lather, he explained to Lavrushka (Denisov's man had stayed on with Rostov), and to his comrades who dropped in that afternoon, that he had obtained leave of absence, and was going home. How hard it was for him to realize that he was going to absent himself from army life, the only thing that especially interested him, and fail to find whether he had been promoted or granted the Anna for the last maneuvers. How strange it was to think that he was going away before he had sold that troika, or three-span, of roans, to the Polish Count Holuchowski, which they had been negotiating about,
and which Rostov had wagered would bring 2,000 rubles. How impossible to realize that he should miss the ball which the hussars were going to give to the Pani Pazdziecka, in order to pique the Uhlans, who had given a ball to their Pani Borzhowska. He knew that he must leave, go away from all this bright, pleasant existence, and go where everything was trouble and turmoil. At the end of a week he was granted his leave of absence. His comrades of the hussars, not only those of his regiment, but the whole brigade, gave him a dinner which cost them 15 rubles a head. They had 2 bands to play, and 2 choruses to sing for them. Rostov danced the trebaka with Major Basov. The tipsy officers tossed him, embraced him, and deposited him on the ground again. The soldiers of the 3rd Squadron once more tossed him, and cried hurrah. Then they carried him to his sledge, and escorted him as far as the first station. As is usually the case, Rostov's thoughts during the first half of his journey, from Kremenchug to Kiev, were retrospective of matters connected with his squadron. But after he had passed the half-way, he began to forget about the troika of roans, his quartermaster, Dozheviak, and anxious questions began to arise in his mind as to what he should find at Otradnoye. The nearer he came to his home, the more powerfully he was affected by his forebodings, as though this mental state were based upon the same law as that of the swiftness of falling bodies being according to the square of the distance. At Otradnoye station he gave the driver 3 rubles for vodka, and, all out of breath, rushed up the steps of the old home like a schoolboy. After the first enthusiastic greetings, and after that strange sense of vague disappointment at the reality falling short of expectation, everything is just the same. Why, then, have I hastened so? Nikolai began to become wonted to the old home life again. His father and mother were the same, except that they had grown a trifle older. He detected a peculiar restlessness about them, and sometimes a slight coldness between them, which was a new thing, and which Nikolai, as soon as he discovered it, attributed to the unfortunate condition of their affairs. Sonya was now about 20 years old. She had reached the zenith of her beauty, and gave no promise that she would ever surpass what she already was. Even thus, she was pretty enough. She simply breathed happiness and love from the moment that Nikolai came home, and this maiden's faithful, unfaltering love for him had a delightful effect upon him. Nikolai was more than all surprised at Petya and Natasha. Petya had grown into a tall, handsome, frolicsome, but still intelligent lad of 13, whose voice was already beginning to break. It was long before Nikolai could get over his amazement at Natasha, and he said, laughing, as he gazed at her, "You're not at all the same person." "What? Have I changed for the worse?" "Quite the contrary. But what dignity, princess!" said he in a whisper. The point of this lies in his calling her Knyaginya, the title of a married princess, as Knyazhna is that of an unmarried one. "Yes, yes, yes," exclaimed Natasha gleefully. Natasha told him her romance with Prince Andrei, and about his visit to Otradnoye, and showed him her last letter from him. "Tell me, are you not glad for me?" she asked. "I am so calm, so happy now." "Yes, very glad," replied Nikolai. "He is a splendid man. And are you very much in love with him?" "How can I tell you?" replied Natasha. "I was in love with Boris, and with my teacher, and with Denisof, and But this is not at all the same. My mind is serene and decided. I know that there is not a better man to be found, and so I feel perfectly calm and happy. It is entirely different from what it used to be before." Nikolai expressed to Natasha his dissatisfaction that the wedding was to be postponed a year, but Natasha, with some show of exasperation, contending that it could not have been otherwise, that it would have been disgraceful to force her way into a family against his father's will, and that she herself had insisted upon it. "You don't in the least, understand the necessities of the case," said she. Nikolai said no more, and acquiesced. He often marvelled as he looked at her. She was absolutely unlike a girl deeply in love and separated from her betrothed. Her temper was calm and even, and she was as merry as in days gone by. This was a surprise to Nikolai, and even made him look with some incredulity at her engagement with Bolkonsky. He could not make up his mind that her fate was as yet fully decided,
the more from the fact that he had not seen Prince Andrei with her. It seemed to him all the time that there was something that was not as it should be in this proposed marriage. Why this postponement? Why are they not formally betrothed? He asked himself. Once, when speaking with his mother about his sister, he found to his surprise, and to a certain degree his satisfaction, that his mother also did not in the depths of her heart feel any great confidence in the engagement. "This is what he writes," said she, showing her son a letter which she had received from Prince Andrei, with that secret feeling of discontent which a mother always has toward her daughter's future married happiness. "He writes that he will not be back before December. What do you suppose can detain him so? It must be he is ill. His health is very delicate. Do not say anything to Natasha. Don't be surprised that she is happy. These are the last days of her girlhood, and I know how it affects her whenever we get a letter from him. However, it is all in God's hands, and all will be well," she concluded, adding as usual, "He is a splendid man." End of chapter 1. Part 4, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. The first days after Nikolai's return, he was grave and even depressed. He was tormented by the present necessity of making an investigation into the stupid details of the household economy for which his mother had begged him to come home. On the third day after his return, in order to get this burden from his shoulders as soon as possible, he went, with contracted brows, sternly, and not giving himself time to decide what he was going to do, to the wing where Mitenka lived, and demanded of him the accounts of everything. What he meant by the accounts of everything he had even less of an idea than Mitenka, who, nevertheless, was thrown into alarm and perplexity. Mitenka's explanations about his accounts were soon finished. The starosta of the estate and the starosta of the commune, who were waiting in the anteroom, listened with terror and satisfaction at first, as the young count's voice began to grow fiercer and louder, while they could distinguish terrible words of abuse following one upon the other. "You brigand! You ungrateful wretch! I'll whip you like a dog! You're not dealing with my Papenka this time!" and words of the like import. Then these men, with no less satisfaction and terror, saw the young count, all flushed and with bloodshot eyes, dragging Mitenka by the collar, and reinforcing his efforts with very dexterous applications of his knees and feet whenever the pauses between the words gave him a convenient chance, while he cried at the top of his voice, "Get out of here, you villain! Don't you ever show your face here again!" Mitenka flew down the 6 steps head first, and landed in a bed of shrubbery. This shrubbery was a famous place of refuge for delinquents at Otranoye. Mitenka himself, when he returned tipsy from town, was wont to hide in it, and many of the inhabitants of Otranoye, trying to get out of Mitenka's way, knew the advantages of this place as a refuge. Mitenka's wife and her sister, with terror-stricken faces, peered out of the door of the room, where the polished samovar was bubbling, and where the high-post bedstead affected by overseers could be seen, covered with a patchwork quilt. The young count, all out of breath, and giving them no attention, strode by them with resolute steps, and went into the house. The countess, who had heard from the maids all that had taken place in the wing, was, in one sense, delighted at the direction which their affairs were now evidently going to take, and in another she was disquieted at the way in which her son had taken hold of the matter. She went several times on tiptoe to his door, and listened as he smoked one pipe after another. The next day, the old count called Nikolai to one side, and with a timid smile said, "But do you know, my dear, you wasted your fire. Mitenka has told me all about it." "I knew," thought Nikolai, "that I should never accomplish anything here, in this idiotic world." "You were angry with him because he did not reckon in those 700 rubles, but, do you know, they were carried over and you did not look on the other page." "Papenka, he is a scoundrel and a thief. I know he is. And what I have done, I have done. But if you don't wish it, I won't say anything more to him about it." "No, my dear." The count was also confused. He was conscious that he himself had been a bad administrator of his wife's estate, and that he was guilty toward their children, but he did not know how to set things right. "No, I beg of you, Take charge of our affairs. I am old, No, papenka, forgive me if I have done anything disagreeable to you. I am less able to attend to it than you are. The devil take these muzhiks and accounts and carryings over," he said to himself. "I used to know well enough what quarter stakes on a six at faro meant, but this carrying over to the next page, I don't know anything about it at all," said he to himself. And from that time forth he gave no more attention to their pecuniary affairs. Once, however, the countess called her son to her, and told him that she had a note of hand given her by Anna Mikhailovna for 2,000 rubles, and she asked Nikolai's advice as to what ought to be done about it. "This is what I think," replied Nikolai. "You have told me that I was to decide the question. Well, I don't like Anna Mikhailovna, and I don't like Boris, but they have been friends of ours, and are poor. This is what we will do, then." And he took the note and tore it in two, and this action made the old countess actually sob with delight. After this, the young Rostov entirely forswore interference with their business matters, and entered with passionate enthusiasm into the delights of hunting with the hounds, for which the old count set him an example on a large scale. End of chapter 2. Part 4, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. Already the wintry frosts had begun, each morning, to chain up the soil, soaked by the autumnal rains. Already there was green only in patches, and these made a vivid contrast against the strips of brownish stubble fields, trodden down by the cattle, and the patches of winter and spring wheat, or the russet lines of the buckwheat fields. The forest tree-tops, which even as early as the end of August had been green islands amid the black fields of winter wheat and the corn stubble, were now gold and crimson islands amid the fields of bright green wheat. The gray hare had already more than half changed his coat. The foxes were beginning to quit their holes, and young wolves were larger than dogs. It was the very height of the hunting season. The hounds belonging to that eager young huntsman, Rostov, were now in excellent training for their work, but they had been taken out so assiduously that, by the general advice of the whippers in, it had been decided to give them 3 days' rest, and to set upon the 28th of September for the hunt, at which time they would begin with a certain dense forest where there was a litter of young wolves. Such was the state of affairs on the 26th of September. All that day the hunting train was at home. It had been bitter cold, but toward evening it grew warmer and began to thaw. On the morning of the 27th, when young Rostov went in his dressing gown to his window, he looked out upon a morning which could not have been better for hunting. The very sky seemed to be melting and flooding out over the earth. There was no sign of a breeze. The only motion in the air was that faint stir of microscopic drops of mist or fog falling from above. On the bare limbs of the park trees, transparent drops hung and fell on the leaves that carpeted the ground. The garden soil had a peculiar black and glistening appearance, like poppy, and within a short distance lost itself under the dim and moist curtain of fog. Nikolai stepped out upon the wet doorsteps, all covered with mud. There was an odor of dying forest vegetation and of dogs. Milka, the black-spotted bitch, with broad hindquarters and big black goggle eyes, got up when she saw her master, stretched herself back, and lay down like a hare, then unexpectedly leaped up and licked his face and ears. Another dog, a greyhound, seeing his master, came bounding up the garden path, arching his back, and impetuously raising his helm, that is, his tail, began to rub around Nikolai's legs. "Oh hoi!" rang out at this moment that inimitable huntsman's call, which comprises in itself the deepest bass and the clearest tenor, and around the corner appeared the whipper-in and hunter Danilo, a grizzled, wrinkled man, with his hair cropped, leaving a knob after the fashion of the Ukraina, and carrying a long whip, with curling lash. He had that independent expression and scorn for all the world, so characteristic of huntsmen. He took off his Circassian cap in his baron's presence, and looked at him scornfully. This expression of scorn was not meant to be insulting to the baron. Nikolai knew that, scornful and superior as this Danilo seemed to be, he was, nevertheless, his devoted servant and huntsman. "Danila," said Nikolai, with a timid consciousness that in this perfect hunting weather, with these dogs and this huntsman, he was seized by that indefinable passion for hunting which makes a man forget all his former good resolutions like a fond lover in the presence of his mistress. "What do you please to require, your illustriousness?" asked a deep, antiphonal bass, hoarse with shouting at the hounds, and two bright, black eyes gazed out from under the brows at the silent baron. "Well, and can't you resist?" these two eyes seemed to be asking. "A fine day, isn't it? A chase and a race, eh?" asked Nikolai, pulling Milka's ears. Danilo said nothing and winked his eyes. "I sent Uvarka out at sunrise this morning to listen," said his deep bass, after a minute's pause. "He says she's drawn into the Otranesky zakaz, and they're howling there." He meant that a she-wolf, which they both knew about, had gone with her whelps into the Otranesky forest preserves, which was a small detached property about 2 versts from the house. "Well, we must go after them, mustn't we?" said Nikolai. "Come with Uvarka, will you?" "Just as you order." "See they are fed then. All right." In 5 minutes, Danila and Uvarka were standing in Nikolai's great library. Though Danilo was not very tall, the sight of him in the room irresistibly made one think of a horse, or a bear, surrounded by furniture, and the conditions of civilized life. Danilo was himself conscious of this, and, according to his habit, stood as near the door as possible, striving to talk in an unnaturally low tone, and to keep from moving, lest he should break something, and saying what he had to say as rapidly as possible, so as to get out into the open air, under the sky, instead of the ceiling. Having asked the requisite number of questions, and elicited from Danilo, who was fully as anxious himself to go, the information that it would not hurt the dogs any, Nikolai ordered the horses to be saddled. But just as Danilo was on the point of leaving the room, Natasha came hurrying in with swift steps, and not having stopped to do up her hair, or finished dressing, but wearing her nurse's shawl. Petya came running in with her. "Are you going?" asked Natasha. "I thought so. Sonya declared that you were not going. I knew that today was such a perfect day that you would have to go." "Yes, we're going," curtly replied Nikolai, who, as he intended to make a serious business of hunting that day, had no wish to take Natasha and Petya. "We are going, but after wolves only. It won't amuse you." "You know that is just what I like best of anything," said Natasha. "It's too bad to be going yourself, and have the horses saddled, and never say a word to us." "Vain are obstacles to Russians. Come on!" cried Petya. "Yes, but you can't go. Mamenka told you that was out of the question," said Nikolai, turning to Natasha. "Yes, I am going. I certainly am going," insisted Natasha firmly. "Danila, have the saddles put on for us, and have Mikhaila bring around my leash," said she, addressing the whipper-in. It had been trying and uncomfortable for Danilo to be in the confinement of the room, but to receive an order from the young lady seemed incredible. He cast down his eyes and made haste to go, pretending that it did not concern him, and striving not to strike against her in any way. End of chapter 3. Part 4, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. The old count, who had always kept up an immense hunting establishment, had turned it over to his son's management, but on this day, the 27th of September, feeling particularly cheerful, he determined to be of the party. In 2 hours the whole hunt was gathered at the front doorsteps. Nikolai, with a grave and solemn face, which made it evident that he could not be distracted by trifles, walked right by Natasha and Petya, without heeding what they said to him. He personally inspected everything, sent forward the pack with the huntsman, mounted his sorrel Donets, and whistling to the dogs of his own leash, he started off through the threshing floor into the field that stretched out toward the Otranesky preserves. The old count's steed, a dun-colored gelding named Viflyanka, was in charge of the count's groom. He himself was to ride in his drozhsky straight to the muset which he had designated. The whole number of hounds brought together was 54, together with 6 whippers-in and feeders. Beside the gentlemen, there were also 8 greyhound grooms, followed by more than 20 greyhounds, so that with the master's dogs in leash, they were, all told, about 130 dogs and 20 mounted huntsmen. Each dog knew who his master was and answered to his call. Each man knew his duty, his place, and his work. As soon as they had ridden beyond the hedge, all, without unnecessary noise or talking, galloped smoothly and evenly along the road and then struck into the fields that led to the Otradnensky preserves. As soon as the horses were out of the beaten track, they made their way across the field, as though it were a carpet of yielding grass, occasionally splashing through pools of water. The misty sky continued the same, and the moisture fell monotonously to the ground. The air was calm, mild, unresonant. Occasionally were heard a huntsman's whistle, the snorting of a horse, the crack of the long lash, and the whine of a dog crouching down in his place. After they had ridden about a verst, suddenly out of the fog loomed 5 more riders with dogs, coming to meet the Rostovs. In front of them rode a hale and hearty old man with the heavy gray mustachios. "Good morning, little uncle," cried Nikolai, as the old man rode up to him. "Here's a howdy-do! I was sure of it," said the old man. He was a neighbor and distant relative of the Rostovs, a landed proprietor of small means. "I knew it. You could not resist it, and it's good you've come. Here's a howdy-do." This was a favorite phrase of the old man's. "Look out for the cover, double quick, for my Girchik reports that the Iligins and all their train are at Korniki, and they might—here's a howdy-do! Might snatch the litter away from under our very noses." "That's where I am going. Say, shall we join packs?" asked Nikolai. They united all the hounds into one large pack, and the old man, whom Nikolai called "little uncle," rode along by his side. Natasha, muffled up in shawls, out of which peered her eager face, with bright, glistening eyes, galloped up to them, followed by Petya and Mikhailo, the huntsmen, who were her inseparable companions, and by a groom, who was delighted to attend her. Petya was full of glee, and kept whipping up and hauling in his horse. Natasha sat firmly and gracefully on her raven black Arabchik, and reined him in with a practiced hand, though without force. The "little uncle" looked disapprovingly at Petya and Natasha. He did not believe in combining frivolities with the serious business of hunting. "Good morning, little uncle. We are going too," shouted Petya. "Good morning to you. Good morning. Don't ride the dogs down," cried the old man severely. "Nikolenka, what a splendid dog Trunila is! He knew me," said Natasha, pointing to her favorite greyhound. "Trunila, in the first place, is not a dog, but a hound," mused Nikolai, and gave his sister a stern glance, trying to make her realize the immense distance that separated them at that moment. Natasha realized it. "Don't you imagine, little uncle, that we shall be in any one's way," said Natasha. "We will stay in our own places and not stir." "An excellent idea, little countess," said the "little uncle." "But mind you don't fall off your horse," he added, "for you see—here's a howdy-do! You've nothing to hold on by." The island of the Otradnensky preserve was now in sight, 200 or 300 yards distant, and the cavalcade rode up toward it. Rostov and the "little uncle," having definitely decided where they should set in the hounds, and shown Natasha her post, a place where there was not the slightest chance of anything ever passing, crossed through the ravine into the woods. "Well, little nephew, stand on solid ground," said the "little uncle." "Take care not to let her get by." "That depends," replied Rostov. "Put! Karai!" he cried, by this call answering the old man's words. Karai was an aged, deformed, ugly‐faced hound, famous for having once tackled, by himself, a she‐wolf. All got to their posts. The old count, knowing his son's passionate zeal for hunting, had made good time, so as not to be behindhand, and the cavalcade had scarcely reached the preserve, when Ilya Andreyevitch, cheerful and ruddy, with shaking cheeks, came jolting across the fields behind his 3 black horses, and was set down at the muset which he had selected. Smoothing out his fur shuba, and getting his hunting equipment, he mounted his glossy Viflyanka, fat, kind, and steady, and gray as himself. The horses and the drozhsky were sent home. Count Ilya Andreyitch, although not a keen huntsman at heart, nevertheless was well acquainted with the rules of venery, and he rode off to the edge of the forest, gathered up his reins, settled himself in the saddle, and, feeling conscious that he was all ready, glanced around with a smile. Near him stood his valet, an old-fashioned but heavy rider, Semyon Chekmar. Chekmar held in leash 3 fierce-looking wolf-hounds, not less fat and sleek than master and horse. 2 dogs, old and intelligent enough to be out of leash, stretched themselves out on the ground. 100 paces farther along the edge of the forest was stationed the count's second whipper-in, Mitka, a splendid rider and passionate huntsman. The count, in accordance with time-honored custom, before the hunt began, drank a silver cup full of root brandy, took a snack of lunch, and then drank a half-bottle of his favorite Bordeaux. Ilya Andreyitch was a trifle flushed from the wine and the ride. His eyes grew moist, and had a peculiar gleam, and as he sat in his saddle, muffled in his shuba, he had the aspect of a child who has been got ready for a ride. The lean Chekmar, with sunken cheeks, having got things settled to his satisfaction, looked up at his barin, whose inseparable companion he had been for upwards of 30 years, and perceiving that he was in good humor, waited for some pleasant talk. Just then a third person rode up cautiously, evidently the result of careful training, and, coming out from behind the woods, paused not far from the count. This individual was an old man, with a gray beard, in a woman's capote and high collar. This was the buffoon who wore the woman's name, Natasha Ivanovna. "Well, Natasha Ivanovna," said the old count to him in a whisper, and giving him a wink, "if you should dare to scare away the brute, Danilo will give it to you." "I can defend myself," said Natasha Ivanovna. "Sh sh sh sh!" hissed the count, and, turning to Semyon, he asked, "Have you seen Natalia Ilyinichna? Where is she?" "She and Peter Ilyitch were stationed in the high grass, near Zharovo," replied Semyon, with a smile. "She's a lady, but she's going to have a great hunt, all the same." "And aren't you surprised, Semyon, to see how she rides, eh?" asked the count. "She rides as well as a man." "Of course I'm surprised. Such daring, such skill." "And where is Nikolasha? On Lyadovo hill, I suppose?" asked the count, in a whisper. "That's where he is. He knows well enough where the best places are. And he rides so cleverly too. Danila and I were thunderstruck at him the other day," replied Semyon, knowing what would please the count. "He rides well, does he? Eh? Fine fellow on a horse, is he? Eh?" "Like a picture. How he run that fox t'other day out of the steppe at Zavozino! How he did gallop out of the woods! 'Twas a caution. Horse worth 1,000, but the rider beyond price. 'Twould be a hard job to find such another young fellow." "It would indeed," interposed the count, regretting that Semyon did not spin his story out longer. "'Twould be a hard job, would it?" turning back the flap of his shubka, and searching for his snuff-box. "Then the other day, coming out of mass, in all his regalia, when Mikhail Sidoruitch—" But Semyon did not conclude his sentence, having distinctly heard, owing to the stillness of the atmosphere, the howling of a hound or two, signifying that the hunt was on. He bent down his head and listened, and gave a warning gesture to his barin. "They are after the whelps," he whispered. "They are making straight for Ladovskaya." The count, with the smile still lingering on his lips, gazed into the distance, along the dike, and held the snuff-box in his hand, forgetting to take a pinch. Instantly following the baying of the hounds came the signal that the wolf was found, sounded on Danilo's heavy horn. Then the pack united their voices with those of the first 3 hounds, and then they could hear the hounds breaking in, across the ravine, with that peculiar howl which is the sign to the huntsman that they have discovered the wolf. The riders had not yet begun to egg on the dogs, but were uttering the ululu, and louder than all rang out Danilo's voice, now in bass, now in piercing shrill notes. It seemed as though his voice filled the whole forest, and burst out beyond the forest bounds, and rang far over the fields. After listening for a number of seconds in silence, the count and his groom were convinced that the hunt had divided into 2 packs. The larger half, vehemently giving tongue, were driving farther afield. The other pack were rushing along the forest past the count, while behind them was heard Danilo's ululu. The sounds mingled and melted together, but seemed to be growing fainter in the distance. Semyon sighed, and stooped down to disentangle his leash, a young puppy having got the cords mixed up. The count also sighed, and noticing that he had his snuff box still in his hand, opened it and took out a pinch of snuff. "Back!" cried Semyon to the young hound, who was trying to make for the woods. The count was startled, and dropped his snuff box. Natasha Ivanovna dismounted, and was just on the point of picking it up. The count and Semyon were looking at him. Suddenly, as often happens, the sounds of the hunt came nearer, and it seemed as though the baying mouths of the dogs and Danilo's "Ulu" were directly upon them. The count looked round, and at his right saw Mitka, who with starting eyes was staring at him, and, lifting his cap, directed his attention in front of him to the other side. "Look out!" he shouted, in such a voice that it was evident that this word had been for some time painfully struggling to escape. And, letting loose his leash, he dashed in the count's direction. The count and Semyon sprang out from the cover, and saw at their left a wolf swinging easily along, with a noiseless lope, making for the very cover where they had been in hiding. The ferocious dogs yelped, and tearing themselves free from the leash, flung themselves after the wolf, almost under the legs of the horses. The wolf paused in his course, awkwardly, like one suffering with the quinsy, turned his head, with its wide forehead, in the direction of the dogs, and then again, with the same easy, waddling gait, gave one spring, and then another, and shaking his stump tail, disappeared in the cover. At the same instant, with a roar that rather resembled a whine, from the opposite edge of the forest, appeared first one, then a second, then a third hound, and then the whole pack came pouring out into the field in the very track by which the wolf had sneaked away and escaped. On the heels of the hounds appeared Danilo's horse, all black with sweat, breaking through the hazel bushes. Over his long back, bending forward and doubled up like a ball, sat Danilo, hatless, with his gray hair disheveled and falling around his sweaty face. "Uliuliuliu, uliuliu," he was shouting. When he saw the count, his eyes flashed fire. "You he began, menacing the count with his upraised whip handle. "You've lost that wolf! What hunters!" And as though scorning to have further conversation with the confused and startled count, he gave the wet flank of his chestnut stallion the wrathful blow which had been directed against the count, and dashed after the hounds. The count, like one who had been chastened, remained motionless, and looking around with a scared smile, was going to try to gather sympathy for his situation from Semyon. But Semyon had disappeared. He was riding in and out of the bushes, trying to start up the wolf from the thicket. The masters of the greyhounds were also beating up the brute from all sides. But the wolf had made his way into the bushes, and not a single hunter got sight of him. End of chapter 4. Part 4, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 5. Nikolai Rostov, meantime, had not left his post, and was anxiously expecting the brute. By the nearer and more distant sounds of the hunt, by the baying of the hounds, whose voices he could distinguish, by the shouts of the whippers-in, advancing and retreating, he had an idea of what was going on in the island. He knew that the island sheltered growing and full-grown wolves, that is, old wolves and their whelps. He knew that the hounds had divided into two packs, that in one place they were on the right scent, and that elsewhere they had met with bad luck. He expected each second to see the beast making in his direction. He made 1,000 different conjectures as to which side the brute would come out, and how he should attack him. His heart was filled with mingled hope and despair. Several times he offered up a prayer to God that the wolf might come in his way. He prayed with that sense of passionate anxiety with which men are wont to pray under the influence of some powerful excitement, even though it may be due to the most trivial cause. "Now what would it be to thee," he said in his prayer, "to do this for me? I know that thou art mighty, and that it is a sin to ask thee for such a thing. But for God's sake, let an old full-grown wolf come my way, and let Karai get a death-clutch on her throat, in sight of the little uncle, who keeps glancing over in this direction." 1,000 times during that half-hour Rostov swept his eyes eagerly, restlessly, and with stubborn purpose, around that thicket of forest, where two mighty oaks looked down upon the aspen underbrush, and at the ravine with its gullied banks, and at the "little uncle's" cap just visible underneath the bushes on the right. "No, I shan't have this luck," thought Rostof. "But how jolly it would be! No hope. Always the same bad luck with me at cards, and in war, and everywhere." Austerlitz and Dolokhov, in vivid but swift alternation, flashed through his mind. "If I could only just once in my life run down a full-grown wolf, that is all that I would ask for," he said to himself, straining his ears and his eyes as his gaze swept the thicket from right to left, and as he tried to distinguish the slightest variation in the noise of the hunt. Then again he glanced to the right and beheld something swiftly moving across the open field in his direction. "No, it is impossible," thought Rostof with a heavy sigh, as a man sighs when what he has been long looking forward to is practically accomplished. And here the greatest piece of good fortune was accomplishing so simple, so noiselessly, so undemonstratively, without a sign. Rostof could not believe his eyes. And this incredulity lasted more than a second. The wolf came running forward, and leaped clumsily over the ravine that lay across his path. It was an aged brute, with a gray back and a clearly marked russet belly. He ran along at no great speed, evidently convinced that no one could see him. Rostof, not daring to breathe, glanced at his dogs. They were lying down or standing up all around, but had not yet discovered the wolf, or realized what was going on. Old Karai, bending his head back, and showing his yellow teeth, occasionally snapping them together, was making a spiteful search for a flea on his haunch. "Uliu, liu, liu," whispered Rostof, thrusting out his lips. The dogs, shaking their chains and pricking up their ears, sprang to their feet. Karai ceased his flea hunting and got up, cocking his ears, and slightly wagging his tail, on which still hung a few shreds of hair. "Shall I let him loose yet, or not?" queried Rostof, while the wolf was making in his direction, and steadily increasing his distance from the woods. Suddenly the wolf's whole appearance underwent a change. A thrill ran over him at the sight of what he had never probably experienced before, a pair of human eyes fixed upon him, and, slightly raising his head toward the huntsman, he paused. "Back or forward? Eh? It's all the same. Forward. We'll see," he seemed to say to himself, and without looking around he dashed ahead, with occasional leaps, easy and long, but decided. "Uliu liu!" cried Nikolai, in a voice that sounded not his own. His good steed, of her own accord, bore him forward down the slope, leaping the ravine, to cut off the wolf, and still swifter, entirely outstripping her, rushed the hounds. Nikolai did not hear his own shout, was not conscious of the pace at which he was riding, saw neither the dogs nor the ground over which he was carried, saw only the wolf, which, quickening his speed, bounded on, without swerving, in the direction of the ravine. The black-spotted, wide-haunched Milka was the first to get close to the wild beast. Nearer, nearer, she seemed to press. There, she leaps upon him. But the wolf swerved a trifle toward her, and instead of attacking, as was usually the case with her, Milka suddenly raising her tail, came to a point. "Uliu, liu, liu, liu!" cried Nikolai. The red Luibim leaped beyond Milka, impetuously flung himself on the wolf, and gripped him by the haunch, but, at the same instant, overcome by panic, he sprang to one side. The wolf crouched down, clapping his teeth together, then sprang up again and bounded forward, followed at an arshin's distance by all the hounds, though they avoided getting closer. "He'll escape! No, that's impossible," mused Nikolai, continuing to shout in a hoarse voice. "Karai! Uliu liu!" he screamed, trying to make out where the old wolf-hound was. He now was his only reliance. Karai, with all the strength left him by his advanced age, bounding forward, looking at the wolf from the corner of his eyes, was running heavily side by side with the brute, trying to get in front of him. But, owing to the swiftness of the wolf, and the comparative slowness of the hound, it was evident that Karai's calculation was to be mistaken. Nikolai now began to see the forest in front of him, which, if the wolf succeeded in reaching it, would probably prove his safety. Just then, in front of them, a pack of dogs and a huntsman came in sight,
dashing almost directly toward him. Here again was a hope. A dark brown young dog, with a long body, belonging to a kennel unknown to Rostof, was flying eagerly forward, directly toward the wolf, and quite upset him. The wolf swiftly and most unexpectedly sprang up and threw himself upon the dark brown hound, chattered his teeth, and the hound, covered with blood, from a great gash in his side, with a pitiful howl, beat his head on the ground. "Kariushka! Oh, heavens!" mourned Nikolai. The old hound, with the tufts of hair flying out from his haunches, had taken advantage of the pause that had been made to block the wolf's path, and was now within 5 paces of him. The wolf, apparently conscious of the peril, looked out of the corner of his eye at Karai, put his stump of a tail as far as possible under his legs, and went off at a mighty bound. But at this instant, Nikolai simply saw that something extraordinary happened to the dog. Karai, quick as a flash, was on the wolf's back, and the two were rolling heels over head down into the ravine in front of them. The moment that Nikolai caught sight of the dog and the wolf rolling at the bottom of the ravine, in one indiscriminate mass, out of which could be resolved the wolf's gray hide, his hind legs stretched out, and his face scarred and panting, with laid-back ears, Karai still held him by the gorge. The minute that Nikolai saw this was the happiest moment of his whole life. He was just grasping the saddle-bow to dismount and give the wolf his finishing stroke, when suddenly, from out of that mass of dogs, the brute's head was extended, then his forepaws were laid on the edge of the ravine. The wolf chattered his teeth. Karai had now let go of his gullet, gave a mighty leap with his hind legs, and, flirting his tail, again got his distance from the dogs, and was off at full speed. Karai, with bristling hair, apparently either bruised or wounded, crawled painfully out of the ravine. "My God, what does it mean?" cried Nikolai, in despair. The "little uncle's" whipper-in started from the other side to cut off the wolf's course, and his dogs again brought the wolf to bay. Again they gathered round him. Nikolai, his whipper-in, the "little uncle," and his huntsman circled around the wolf, crying their uliu liu, and screaming to the dogs, at each minute, whenever the wolf sat up on his haunches, expecting to dismount, and each time dashing forward whenever the wolf shook himself free and tried to dash toward the thicket, which was his only salvation. At the very beginning of this wolf-baiting scene, Danilo, hearing the hunters' uliu liu, came galloping along the edge of the forest. He got there in time to see Karai grapple with the wolf, and he pulled in his horse expecting to see that the game was finished. But when the huntsman did not dismount, and the wolf shook himself and made off, Danilo spurred on his chestnut, not indeed at the wolf, but in a straight line toward the thicket, in the same way as Karai had done, so as to intercept the beast. Danilo galloped forward silently, holding an unsheathed dagger in his left hand, and like a flail fell the strokes of his whip on his chestnut's laboring sides. Nikolai had not seen or heard Danilo until his heavy panting steed dashed by, and then he heard the sound of a falling body, and saw that Danilo had flung himself into the midst of the dogs, back of the wolf, and was trying to clutch him by the ears. It was manifest now for the dogs, and for the huntsman, and for the wolf, even, that all was over. The wild beast, timidly laying back his ears, was struggling to gather himself up once more, but the dogs formed a ring round him. Danilo, reaching forward, made a staggering step, and with all his weight threw himself upon the wolf, as though he were lying down to rest, and seized him by the ears. Nikolai was going to stab him, but Danilo muttered, "Don't do it, we'll gag him," and changing his position, he placed his foot on the wolf's neck. Then they put a stake into the wolf's jaws, fastened him as though they were getting him into a leash, tied his legs, and Danilo twice rolled the brute over and over. With weary but happy faces, they lifted the live, full-grown wolf on the shying and whinnying horse, and accompanied by the dogs, all yelping at him, they took him to the place of general rendezvous. All came together and began to examine the wolf, which, with his great broad-browed head hanging down with the stake in his chops, glared from his great glassy eyes at all the throng of dogs and men surrounding him. When he was touched, he would draw together his helpless paws, and glare fiercely, and at the same time steadily, at them all. Count Ilya Andreyitch also came riding up, and had a look at the wolf. "Oh, rather an old one," said he. "Full grown, eh?" he asked Danilo, who stood near him.
Indeed he is, your illustriousness," replied Danilo, respectfully taking off his cap. The count remembered the wolf which had got past him, and his encounter with Danilo. "Still, my boy, you were in a bad temper," said the count. Danilo made no reply, and merely smiled, with embarrassment, a childishly sweet and pleasant smile. Chapter 6. of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The old count rode off. Natasha and Petya promised to follow immediately. The hunt went farther as it was still early in the day. Toward noon they sent the hounds into a dell, grown up with a dense young forest. Nikolai, taking his position on the hillside, could overlook all his huntsmen. On the other side from Nikolai were fields, and there his whipper-in had taken his post alone, in a pit behind a hazel copse. As soon as the dogs were slipped, Nikolai heard the sharp yelp of one of his favorite dogs, Volthorn. The other hounds also gave tongue, now ceasing, and then again taking up the cry. In a minute, from the forest, the cry to fox was heard, and the whole pack rushed off pell-mell towards the open, in the direction of the field, and away from Nikolai. He saw the dog-feeders, in their red caps, dashing off along the edge of the overgrown dell. He saw, also, the dogs, and every instant he expected the fox to show himself in that direction on the field. The huntsman stationed in the pit gave a start, and let loose the dogs, and then Nikolai saw a strange-looking red fox crouching down, and hurriedly making across the field with rumpled brush. The dogs began to close in on her. Then, as soon as they came close to her, lo, the fox began to dodge about among them, in circular wise, making the circles ever shorter and shorter, and sweeping her furry brush, which the hunters call turba, a trumpet, around her. And then, lo, a white dog, flies at her, and this one is followed by a black dog, and then all is mingled in confusion, and the dogs, as they stand, scarcely swerving, make a sort of star, all their tails pointed outwards. A couple of huntsmen gallop up toward the dogs, one in a red cap, the other, a stranger, in a green kaftan. "What can that mean?" queried Nikolai. "Where did the huntsman come from? It's not one of little uncle's." The men dispatched the fox, and stood for a long time, without mounting or tying her to the straps. Near by, with projecting saddles, stood their horses, which they held by the bridle, and the dogs threw themselves down. The huntsmen were gesticulating and disputing over the fox. Then there rang out the sound of a bugle, the conventional signal of a dispute. "That's one of Ilagin's hunters, and he's quarreling with our Ivan about something," said Nikolai's whipper-in. Nikolai sent the man to fetch his sister and Petya, and they rode slowly at a foot-pace to the place where the dog-feeders had collected the hounds. Several huntsmen were galloping up to the scene of the dispute. Nikolai dismounted and stood near the hounds with Natasha and Petya, who had now come up, and waited till word should be brought as to the issue of the dispute. From out behind the skirt of the forest came the quarrelsome huntsman, with the fox at his saddle-straps, and galloped up to his young baron. While still at a distance, he took off his cap and tried to speak respectfully, but he was pale and out of breath, and his face was distorted with rage. One of his eyes was blacked, but he was apparently unconscious of the fact. "What was the matter with you there?" asked Nikolai. "What do you suppose? He would be after snatching it away from among our hounds. And it was my mouse-colored bitch, too, that had grabbed her. Come now, decide. He tried to get away our fox. Now I'll have a whack at his foxes. Here she is, on the saddle-straps. Or would you like a taste of this?" pointing to his dagger, and evidently imagining that he was still talking with his enemy. Nikolai, not stopping to discuss the matter with the huntsman, told his sister and Petya to wait for him, and rode off to the place where the rival hunt of the Ilagins was collected. The victorious huntsman joined the throng of whippers-in, and there, surrounded by his sympathetic admirers, he related his exploit. The truth of the matter was that Ilagin, with whom the Rostofs had, in days gone by, had some disputes, as well as lawsuits, was hunting in places usually preempted by the Rostofs, and, on this occasion, He had apparently given special orders to go to the island where the Rostofs were hunting, and allowed his whippers in to snatch the game from his rival's dog. Nikolai had never seen Ilagin, but, as was always the case, knowing no halfway in his judgments and feelings, and believing certain reports of the violence and arbitrary conduct of this proprietor, he hated him with all his heart, and considered him his worst enemy. He now rode up to him, full of angry emotions, and firmly grasping his long whip, ready for the most decisive and risky proceedings against his enemy. He had just ridden up to a jut of the forest, when he saw riding in his direction a portly gentleman, in a beaver cap, on a handsome raven-black steed, and accompanied by 2 huntsmen. Instead of an enemy, Nikolai found Ilagin a well-bred representative baron, who manifested a special desire to make the young count's acquaintance. Riding up to Rostov, Ilagin raised his beaver cap, and declared that he was very sorry for what had taken place, that he had commanded the huntsman who had permitted himself to trespass on another's preserve to be punished. He craved the count's acquiescence, and invited him to hunt on his grounds. Natasha, apprehensive lest her brother might do something terrible, came up with great anxiety, and drew up at a little distance behind him. When she saw that the rivals were greeting each other with friendly courtesy, she joined them. Ilagin lifted his beaver cap still higher as he saw Natasha, and with a pleasant smile said that the countess resembled Diana, both by her passion for hunting and by her beauty, of which he had heard many reports. Ilagin, in order to smooth over his huntsman's indiscretion, pressingly urged Rostov to go to a steep hillside of his, about a verst away, which he kept for his own private use, and which, on his word, was swarming with hares. Nikolai consented, and the hunting party, doubled in numbers, swept on their way. In order to reach Ilagin's preserve, they had to strike across country. The huntsmen made common cause. The gentlemen rode together. The little uncle, Rostov, Ilagin, each stealthily examined the dogs of the other, striving not to let the others remark it, and anxiously searched for possible rivals among the dogs of the others. Rostov was especially struck by the beauty of a small, thoroughbred young slut, spotted with red, and rather slender, with muscles like steel, with a delicate little muzzle, and with prominent black eyes. She belonged to Ilagin's pack. He had heard of the rarity of Ilagin's dogs, and in this pretty little dog he recognized a rival to his Milka. In the midst of a sedate conversation about the crops of the current year, which Ilagin had started, Nikolai called his attention to this little spotted slut. "That's a lovely little slut you have," he said in a careless tone. "Full of mettle?" "That one? Yes, that's one good dog. She's a hunter," replied Ilagin, speaking with affected indifference of his red-spotted Yorza, for which he had paid a neighbor, the year before, 3 families of household serfs. "You didn't have much of a yield of grain either, did you?" he asked, resuming the conversation that he had begun. And then, considering it no more than fair to mollify the young count, in the same way Ilagin looked at his dogs, and picking out Milka, whose breadth of beam first attracted his attention, he asked, "That black-spotted slut of yours is a handsome one too, well worth having," said he. "Yes, pretty good, full of go," replied Nikolai. "If only an old gray hare would start across that field, I would show you what kind of a dog she is," he thought, and, turning to one of his huntsmen, he said he would give a ruble if he would find a hare, on his form, that is, hiding in his nest. "I cannot understand," pursued Ilagin, "how it is that other sportsmen can be jealous of other men's game and dogs. I will tell you how it is with me, Count. I enjoy going out to hunt. You see, you are apt to fall in with pleasant company, like this. For what could be better?" He took off his beaver cap again to Natasha. "But as for merely counting the pelts, that's a matter of indifference to me." "That's a fact." "Or why should it trouble me that some other dog, and not mine, got on the scent first? I get just as much sport from looking on at the course. Don't you, Count? So I judge." Just at this time was heard the long halloo, "A tout y avoir," from one of the greyhound keepers, who had been set on the watch. He was standing halfway down the slope, on a hillock, with his whip upraised, and again he uttered the long-drawn "A tout y voir." This halloo, and the upraised whipstock, signaled that he had caught sight of a crouching hare. "On the scent, I imagine," said Ilagin carelessly. "What say you, Count? Shall we give him a run?" "Yes, We must be after him, certainly. All together, shall we not?" replied Nikolai, glancing at Yorza and the "little uncle's" red Rugai, the two rivals against which he had never as yet had a chance to pit his own dogs. "Now what if they get my Milka by the ears?" he thought to himself as, side by side with the "little uncle" and Ilagin, he galloped off toward the hare. "A full grown fellow, isn't he?" asked Ilagin, as they came up to the hunter, who had discovered him, and not without anxiety, whistling to his Yorza. "And you, Mikhail Nikanoruitch?" he asked, turning to the "little uncle." The "little uncle" came up with a frown. "Why should I meddle? It's your game. Here's a howdy do! Why, your dogs cost a whole village, 1,000-ruble dogs. You two match yours, and I will look on. Rugai? Na, na!" he cried. "Rugayushka!" he added, involuntarily expressing by this endearing diminutive the hope that he placed upon his red hound. Natasha could see and feel the excitement which these two old men and her brother tried vainly to conceal, and she herself was even more excited. The hunter on the hillock still stood with upraised whipstock. The gentleman approached him at a foot-pace. The harriers, coming up to the same horizon, dashed off in the direction of the hare. The hunters, but not the gentleman, also hastened after them. The whole movement was made slowly and in due form. "Which way is he heading?" asked Nikolai, coming within 100 paces of the hunter who had discovered him. But the beater had no time to reply, ere the gray hare, scenting the frost of the morning to come, was up and out. The harriers, still in leash, dashed with a howl down the slope after the hare. From all sides, the greyhounds, unleashed, dashed after the harriers and the hare. All these slowly stirring hunting attendants shouted "Stoi!" (stay), to keep the dogs on the right scent, and the greyhound keepers crying "Atu!" to urge them on, swept across the field. Ilagin, with perfect coolness, Nikolai, Natasha, and the "little uncle" flew along, not heeding how or whither they were going, with only the dogs and the hare in their eyes, and fearing only lest they should for a single instant lose the course of the hunt from sight. The hare proved to be full grown and full of game. After springing out, he did not on the instant dash away, but cocked up his ears, listening to the shouts of the men and the trampling of the horses, suddenly closing in upon him from all sides. He made a dozen springs, in no great haste, letting the hounds come quite close to him, and then, finally, having chosen his course and realized his danger, he laid back his ears and was off like the wind. His form had been in the stubble, but the course he took was toward the meadowlands, where it was marshy. Two dogs, answering to the hunter who had discovered him, were the first to see the hare, and lay for him, but they were still a considerable distance behind when Ilagin's red-spotted Yorza outstripped them, came within a dog's length of him, sprang upon him with frightful violence, snapped at the hare's tail, and, supposing that she had him, rolled over and over. The hare, arching his back, darted off at a sharper pace than ever. Then the black-spotted Milka, broad of beam, dashed in front of Yorza, and began swiftly to gain on the hare. "Malushka! Matushka! Little mother!" rang out Nikolai's encouraging shout. It seemed as though Milka were just going to overtake and nip the hare, but she went too far and went beyond. The hare had stopped short. Again the pretty Yorza came to the fore, and seemed to hang over the hare's very tail, as though she were measuring the distance, so as not to be deceived again, before she should seize him by the hind leg. "Yorzenka! Sweet little sister!" rang out Ilagin's voice unnaturally, as though choked with tears. Yorza heeded not his prayer. At the very instant that she might have expected to seize her game, he swerved off, and bowled away along the ridge between the meadow and the stubble. Again Yorza and Milka, like two little pole horses, dashed off neck and neck after the game, but this middle ground was better running for the hare, and the dogs did not gain on him so rapidly. "Rugai! Rugayushka! Here's a howdy do!" cried still a third voice, at this instant, and Rugai, the "little uncle's" red, crook-backed hound, stretching out and doubling up his back, was seen catching up with the two other hounds, dashing beyond them, and falling, with terrible effort of self-denial, on the hare itself. He flung him from the middle ground into the meadow, leaped upon him even more fiercely a second time in the muddy marsh, into which he sank up to his knees, and then all that could be seen was that he rolled over and over with the hare, the mud staining his back. The star of dogs clustered round them. In a minute the party gathered in a circle around the clustering dogs. The little uncle, radiantly happy, alone dismounted and cut off the hare's hind foot. Shaking the hare, so that the blood would drip off, he looked around excitedly, with wandering eyes, unable to keep his feet and hands quiet, and spoke not knowing what he said or whom he addressed. "That's the kind of a howdy-do! That's a dog for you! Worth all your 1,000-ruble hounds! Here's a howdy-do!" he said, all out of breath, and fiercely glancing around, as though he were berating someone, as though all of them were his foes, and all had insulted him, and now at last he had come to his chance for getting even with them. "Look at your 1,000-ruble dogs! Here, Rugai, here's the foot!" he cried, flinging him the hare's paw, with the mud still clinging to it. "You've earned it! Here's a howdy-do!" "She'd run herself all out, she'd cornered him thrice all by herself," said Nikolai, likewise not heeding anyone, and not minding whether anyone listened to him or not. "That was a great way, he seized him by the back!" exclaimed Ilagin's groom. "Yes, when she's run him out, of course any house dog could grip him," said Ilagin at the same instant. He was flushed, and what with the mad gallop and the excitement could scarcely draw his breath. Natasha, so great was her excitement and enthusiasm, also was screaming at the top of her lungs, and so shrilly that it made one's ears tingle. With these shrieks of delight she expressed what all the other sportsmen were expressing by their simultaneous exclamations. And these shrieks were so odd that she would have been constrained to feel ashamed of herself, and all the others would have been amazed at it, if it had been at another time. The little uncle himself doubled up the hare cleverly, and boldly laid him over the crupper of his horse, as though by this action he were defying them all, and mounted his fallow bay, and rode away, acting as though he had no wish to speak to anyone. All the rest, melancholy and disconsolate, separated, and it was only after some time had elapsed that they had recovered their former state of affected indifference. For some time still they gazed after the red, humped-backed Rugai, who, all splattered with mud, rattling his chain, trotted after the little uncle's horse, with the supercilious aspect of a victor. "You see, I am like all the rest of you, as long as there's no game to be after. Yes, and you had better keep aloof," was what the aspect of this dog seemed to Nikolai to say. When, after some time, the little uncle rode back to Nikolai and began to talk with him, Nikolai felt flattered that, after what had taken place, the little uncle was condescending enough to talk with him. End of chapter 6. Part 4, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. When, late in the afternoon, Ilagin courteously took his departure, Nikolai found that they were so far from home that he was glad to accept the little uncle's proposition that their hunting party should spend the night at his little estate of Mikhailovko. "Now if you should come to my place, here's a howdy-do," said the little uncle. "It would be the best thing you could desire. You see the weather is wet," added the little uncle. "You could get rested, and the little countess could be driven home in a drozhsky." The proposition was accepted. A huntsman was sent to Otradnoye after the drozhsky, while Nikolai, Natasha, and Petya went to the little uncle's. 5 men, big and little, the little uncle's house serfs, rushed out upon the front doorstep to welcome their baron home. A dozen women, of every age and size, thrust their heads out of the back porch to stare at the approaching cavalcade. The appearance of Natasha, a woman, a barunya, on the horseback aroused their curiosity to such a pitch that several of them, undeterred by her presence, approached her, made a close examination of everything about her, and made their observations freely in her presence, as though she were some curiosity on exhibition, and not a human being, who could hear and understand what they said. "Arinka? Just ye look, she sits sidewise. Yes, sidewise, and her skirt dangles, and see her horn. Holy saints preserve us, and a knife too. She's a real Tartar. How is it you don't get thrown off?" asked the most audacious of them, turning directly to Natasha. The little uncle dismounted from his horse at the doorsteps of his small country residence, which was built in the midst of an overgrown garden, and,
Glancing round on his domestics, he gave an imperative order for the supernumeraries to clear out, and for everything to be done necessary for the reception of his guests and the hunting train. There was a general scattering. The "little uncle" helped Natasha to dismount, and, giving her his hand, led her up the precarious deal steps. The house, which was not plastered, and showed the rough timbers of the walls, was not remarkable for its cleanliness. It was plain to see that the inmates did not consider it the first duty of life to remove every trace of a spot, but there was no noticeable neglect. The entry was filled with the odor of fresh apples, and hung with the skins of wolves and foxes. The "little uncle" conducted his guests through the antechamber into a small music room, with a folding table and red painted chairs, thence into the drawing room, where there was a round pine table and a sofa, and finally into the library, where there were a ragged divan, a well-worn carpet, and portraits of Suvarof, of the proprietor's father and mother, and of himself in military uniform. The library smelt strong of tobacco and dogs. Here the "little uncle" begged his guests to be seated and make themselves quite at home, and he left them. Rugai, his back still covered with mud, came into the room, lay down on the divan, and began to clean himself with tongue and teeth. From the library led a corridor, in which could be seen a screen with its hangings full of rents. Beyond the screen were heard the laughing and chatter of women. Natasha, Nikolai, and Petya threw off their wraps and sat down on the divan. Petya rested his head on his arm and was instantly asleep. Natasha and Nikolai sat in silence. Their faces were flushed. They were very hungry and in very good spirits. They exchanged glances. After the hunting was over, and they were in the house, Nikolai no longer considered it necessary to display his masculine superiority over his sister. Natasha winked at her brother, and both, after trying to restrain themselves for a moment, burst forth in a short and hearty peal of laughter, without even taking time to think what they were laughing at. After a short absence, the "little uncle" came in, dressed in a Cossack coat, blue trousers, and short boots. And Natasha felt that this costume, which, to her amusement and amazement, she had seen the "little uncle" wear at Otranoye, was a perfectly proper costume, in no respect worse than frock coat or swallow tail. The "little uncle" was also in the best of spirits. He was not only not offended by the brother and sister's merriment, it never entered into his head that they were laughing at his mode of life, but even he joined in with their apparent causeless laughter. "Well, the little countess is so young! Here's a howdy-do! Never saw another like her!" he exclaimed, giving Rostof a long-stemmed pipe, and waving another which he had chosen for himself, with a carved short stem, between his 3 fingers. "All day riding, just like a man, and as though it were quite the ordinary thing." Shortly after the "little uncle" rejoined them, the door was opened by a young girl, apparently barefooted, to judge by the noiselessness of her tread, and in came a portly, ruddy-faced, handsome woman of 40, with double chin and full red lips, bearing in her hands a huge tray set out with dishes. With overpowering hospitality, dignity, and politeness beaming from her eyes, and expressed in her every motion, she contemplated the guests, and, with a flattering smile, made them a most respectful curtsy. In spite of a rather unusual portliness, which made bosom and abdomen unduly prominent, and caused her to hold her head very high, this woman, who was the "little uncle's" ekonomka, or housekeeper, moved about with amazing agility. She walked up to the table, set down the tray, and skillfully, with her white, plump hands, removed and arranged on the table the bottles and various dishes, comprising the zukaska, or lunch. Having done this, she started away and stood by the door, with a smile on her face. "That is the kind of woman I am. Now, do you understand the 'little uncle'?" her attitude seemed to Rostof to imply. How could he fail to understand? Not only Rostof, but even Natasha understood the "little uncle," and the meaning of his furrowed brows, and the happy, self-satisfied smile which slightly curved his lips as Anisya Feodorovna entered the room. On the tray were travnik, or herb brandy, liqueurs, mushrooms, wheat flour cakes with buttermilk, fresh honeycomb, mulled wine, and sparkling mead, apples, raw nuts, roasted nuts, and nuts cooked in honey. Then Anisya Feodorovna brought fruits preserved in honey and sugar, and a ham and a roast fowl, just from the fire. All this was of Anisya Feodorovna's own preparation, and selecting and setting forth.
All this was redolent of Anisya Feodorovna, and had the mark of her genius and taste. All was in character with her scrupulous neatness, and cleanness, and whiteness, and her pleasant smile. " Have a bite of something to eat, little countess," she insisted, handing Natasha first one thing and then another. Natasha partook of everything, and it seemed to her that she had never seen and never tasted such buttermilk cakes, or mulled wine with such a flavor, or nuts cooked so deliciously in honey, or such a fowl. Anisya Feodorovna went out. Rostof and the "little uncle," while sipping their glasses of cherry liqueur, talked about hunting, past and to come, about Rugai, and Ilagin's dogs. Natasha, with shining eyes, sat up erect on the divan, and listened to them. Several times she tried to rouse Petya, to have something to eat, but he muttered incoherent words and was evidently too sound asleep. Natasha felt so happy, she so keenly enjoyed the novel surroundings, that her only fear was that the drozhsky would come for her too soon. After one of those fortuitous silences, that are almost inevitable with people who for the first time entertain their friends at home, the "little uncle," responding to a thought that must have occurred to his guests, remarked, — "And this is the way I shall live out my days. You die — here's a howdy-do — and nothing's left. So what's the sin?" The "little uncle's" face had grown very grave, and even handsome, as he made this remark. Rostof could not help thinking of the pleasant things his father and the neighbors had said of the old man. The "little uncle," throughout the whole government, had the reputation of being as noble‐hearted and disinterested as he was eccentric. He was often called upon to act as arbiter in family disputes. He was chosen executor of wills. He was made the repository of secrets. He was elected judge, and called upon to fill other offices, but he stubbornly refused to enter active service. Autumn and spring he rode about the country on his fallow bay stallion. In the winter he stayed at home. In the summer he lounged in his overgrown garden. "Why don't you enter the service, little uncle?" "I have served, and I've given it up. It's no use. Here's a howdy-do. I can't make anything out of it. It's well enough for you youngsters, but my wits could never grasp it. But hunting — that's quite another thing. That's the howdy-do. Open that door, there," he cried. "What did you shut it for?" The door at the end of the corridor, which the "little uncle" called "kollidor," led into a single room occupied by the hunting train. The bare feet swiftly slithered along, and an invisible hand pushed the door open into the hunters' room, as this was called. The sounds of the balaika, or Ukrainian guitar, were clearly heard through the corridor. Some one who was a master hand at playing it evidently had a hold of the instrument. It had been a long time since Natasha had listened to these sounds, and now she ran out into the corridor to hear more distinctly. "That is my Mitka, the coachman. I bought a beautiful balaika for him. I'm fond of it," said the "little uncle." After coming back from his courses, the "little uncle" was in the habit of summoning Mitka into the hunters' room to play for him. The "little uncle" liked that kind of music. "How good it is! It's excellent," said Nikolai, with a slight trace of involuntary scorn, as though he were ashamed of himself for confessing that he extremely enjoyed such sounds. "Excellent!" repeated Natasha reproachfully. She was conscious of the tone in which her brother spoke. "Excellent does not express it. It's charming, that's what it is." Just as the "little uncles" picked mushrooms, the hydromel and the liqueur seemed to her the best in the world, so also did that tune on the balaika seem to her, at that moment, the very acme of all musical charm. "Again, please, again!" cried Natasha at the door, as soon as the sounds of the balaika had ceased. Mitka tuned the instrument, and once more began bravely to thrum out the barinya, or the high-born maid, with a clanging of strings and grappling of chords. The "little uncle" sat and listened, inclining his head to one side with an almost imperceptible smile. The theme of the barinya was repeated 100 times. Several times the balaika had to be tuned, and then once more the same sounds trembled forth, and yet the listeners were not wearied, and wanted to hear this tune over and over again. Anisya Feodorovna came in, and leaned her portly frame against the door–lintel. "Be kind enough to listen to him," said she to Natasha, with a smile strikingly like the "little uncle's." "He plays for us gloriously," she said. "That part is not done right," suddenly exclaimed the "little uncle," with an energetic gesture. "It needs to be faster, there! Here's a howdy-do. Let it out." And do you know how to play?" asked Natasha. The little uncle smiled, but made no reply. "Just you look, Anisyushya, if the strings are all on my guitar. I have not had it in my hands for some time. Here's a how-de-do." Anisya Feodorovna gladly went to fulfill her lord and master's command, and soon brought the guitar. The little uncle, not looking at any one, blew off the dust, rapped with his bony fingers on the sounding board of the guitar, tuned the strings, and straightened himself on his chair. He grasped the guitar above the finger-board with a somewhat theatrical air, pushing back his left elbow, and with a wink toward Anisya Feodorovna, he struck up, not the Baruinya, but a prelude of one clear ringing chord, after which he began in a steady and precise, but still regularly accented tempo, to improvise variations on the well-known song on the pavement of the street. At once the theme of the song began to sing itself rhythmically in the hearts of both Nikolai and Natasha, with that peculiar sedate cheerfulness which Anisya Feodorovna's whole being exhaled. Anisya Feodorovna blushed, and, hiding her face in her handkerchief, she left the room with a laugh. The little uncle went on improvising on the song clearly, carefully, and with energetic steadiness, his glance, full of varying inspiration, fixed on the spot where Anisya Feodorovna had been standing. There was a barely perceptible something, betokening amusement, at one corner of his mouth, under his gray mustache, and this look intensified as the song went on, or as the accent grew more pronounced, and in such places as the strings almost snapped under his twanging fingers. "Charming, charming, little uncle! Some more!" cried Natasha, as soon as he came to a pause. Then, springing up from her seat, she threw her arms around the little uncle and kissed him. "Nikolenka! Nikolenka!" he cried, glancing at her brother, and, as it were, asking him if he appreciated it all. Nikolai was also greatly delighted with the performance. The little uncle once more struck a tune. Anisya Feodorovna's smiling face again appeared in the doorway, and behind her were grouped still other faces. "At the crystal-flowing fountain cries a voice, O maiden, wait," was the tune which the little uncle played. Then he made one more skillful change of key, broke off, and shrugged his shoulders. "There, there, little uncle, you old darling," murmured Natasha, in such a tone of entreaty that one might have thought her life were dependent on its gratification. The "little uncle" stood up, and as though there were two men, the one smiling a grave smile at the merry one, while the merry one performed a naive and dignified antic in anticipation of the plyaska, or native dance. "Now then, my dear niece," cried the little uncle, waving his hand toward Natasha, after striking a chord. Natasha threw off the shawl which she had wrapped around her, glided out in front of the little uncle, and putting her arms akimbo, made a motion with her shoulders, and waited. Where, how, when had this little countess, educated as she had been by a French émigré, imbibed the Russian spirit from the very atmosphere which she had breathed? Where had she learned all those characteristic motions which the pas de châle might long ago have supposed entirely to efface? But the spirit and the motions were the very ones, inimitable, untaught, intuitive, thoroughly Russian, which the little uncle expected of her. The moment she got to her feet with an enthusiastic, proud, and shrewdly gay smile, the first tremor of fear which seized Nikolai and all the other spectators, the fear that she might not be able to perform it correctly, passed away, and gave place to sheer admiration. Her performance was so absolutely perfect, and so entirely what was expected of her, that Anisya Feodorovna, who had immediately handed to her the handkerchief that played such an indispensable part in the dance, wept and laughed at once, as she gazed at that slender, graceful countess, from another world, as it were, educated in silks and velvets, who could understand all that was in herself, Anisya, in Anisya's father, Fyodor, and in her aunt, and in her mother, and in the whole Russian people. "Well, little countess, here's a how-de-do!" exclaimed the little uncle, with a radiant smile, when the plyaska was finished. "Well done, niece! Now all we have to do is pick you out a fine young husband. Here's a how-de-do!" "Already picked out," said Nikolai, smiling. "Oh ho!" exclaimed the little uncle, in surprise, with a questioning look at Natasha. Natasha, with a smile of pleasure, nodded her head in assent. "And he's such a fine one," said she. But the moment these words had escaped her lips, a new train of thoughts and feelings arose in her mind. What signified Nikolai's smile when he said, " Already picked out "? Is he glad or sorry? Possibly he thinks that my Bolkonsky would not approve, would not understand, this gayety of ours. No, he certainly would not understand it all. Where is he now, I wonder ?" said Natasha to herself, and her face grew suddenly grave ; but it lasted only a single second. " You must not think about it, you must not dare to think about it," she said to herself, and with her face wreathed in smiles, she again sat down beside the "little uncle," and urged him to play something more. The "little uncle" played still another song and valse ; then, after a short silence, he cleared his throat and struck up his favorite hunting song, — "As the evening sun sank low, Fell the white and beauteous snow." The "little uncle" sang as the peasant, as the people, sings, with that full and naive conviction that the whole meaning is to be found exclusively in the words, that the tune will go of itself, and that there is no special air, or that the air is merely for harmony's sake. The result was that this singing of the "little uncle's," so completely free from self consciousness, like the songs of the birds, was particularly charming. Natasha was in raptures over his singing. She determined that she would not take any more lessons on the harp, but would henceforth play only on the guitar. She asked the "little uncle" to let her take the instrument, and immediately began to pick out chords for singing. About 10 o'clock, a lineika, or long, low carriage, and a drozhsky came for Natasha and Petya, and 3 mounted men, who had been sent to find them. The count and countess did not know what had become of them, and, as the messenger reported, were in a great state of agitation. Petya was picked up and deposited in the lineika, like a dead body. Natasha and Nikolai took their places in the drozhsky. The "little uncle" muffled Natasha all up, and bade her farewell with a new and peculiar touch of affection. He accompanied them on foot as far as the bridge, which they had to abandon for the ford, and he commanded his hunters to precede them with lanterns. " Good by, Prushkai, my dear niece," rang his voice from out of the darkness. Not the one which Natasha had known hitherto, but the one that had sung, "As the evening sun sank low." The windows in the village, through which they passed, gleamed with ruddy lights, and there was a cheerful odor of smoke. " How charming the 'little uncle' is !" exclaimed Natasha, as they bowled along the highway. "Yes," said Nikolai. "You're not cold, are you?" "No, I'm comfortable, perfectly comfortable. Oh, I'm so happy," replied Natasha, with a sense of perplexity. They rode for a long time in silence. The night was dark and damp. They could not even see the horses ; they could only hear them splashing through the unseen mud puddles. What was going on in that child's impressionable mind, which was so quick to catch and retain the most varied experiences of life? How was it possible to stow them all away in it? But she was very happy. As they drew near the house, she suddenly struck up the song, "As the evening sun sank low," the tune of which she had been trying all the way to catch, and at last succeeded in remembering. "You've caught it, have you?" said Nikolai. "What were you thinking about just now, Nikolenka?" asked Natasha. They were fond of asking each other this question. "I?" exclaimed Nikolai, trying to recollect. "Let me see. At first, I was thinking that Rugai, the red hound, was like the 'little uncle,' and that, if he had been a man, he would have kept the 'little uncle' about him all the time, if not for hunting, at least for his music. At all events, I would have kept him. What a musician the 'little uncle' is, isn't he? Well, and what were your thoughts?" "Mine? Wait. At first I was thinking how we were riding here, and that we supposed we were on our way home, whereas in reality it is so dark that God only knows where we are going, and we might suddenly discover that we were not at Otradnoye at all, but in some fairy realm. And then I was thinking — no, there was nothing else." "I know, you certainly were thinking about him," said Nikolai, smiling, as Natasha knew by the tone of his voice. "No," replied Natasha, though in reality she had been thinking about Prince Andrei, and wondering how he would have liked the "little uncle." "And there's one thing I have been repeating and repeating all the way," said Natasha, "and that is, how superbly Anisyushka marched about." And Nikolai heard her clear, merry laugh, so easily excited by trifles. "But do you know," she suddenly added, I am certain that I shall never, never again be so happy, so free from care as I am now." " What rubbish, nonsense, trumpery talk !" exclaimed Nikolai, and he thought in his own mind, " How charming this Natasha of mine is ! I shall never find another friend like her. Why should she think of getting married ? We might travel all over the world together." " How charming this dear Nikolai is !" thought Natasha. " Ah, there's a light in the drawing room still," said she, pointing to the windows of the mansion, cheerfully shining out into the moist, velvety darkness of the night. CHAPTER VIII. CHAPTER VIII of War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. Is in the public domain. CHAPTER VIII. Count Ilya Andreyevitch had resigned his position as predvoditelj, or marshal of the district nobility, because this office entailed too great expenses. But still his finances showed no improvement. Often Natasha and Nikolai found their parents engaged in secret, anxious consultation, and they heard rumors about the sale of the magnificent ancestral home of the Rostofs and their Pod Moskovnaya estate. Now that he was relieved from this office, it was not necessary for them to entertain so extensively, and life at Otradnoye went on more quietly than in former years. But the huge mansion and the wings were just as full of servants as ever, and more than 20 persons habitually sat down at table. And all these were the regular household, who lived there, practically members of the family, or those who were obliged, for some reason or other, to live at the count's expense. Such, for instance, were Dimmler, the music master, and his wife; Fogel, the dancing master, and his whole family; and then an elderly lady of quality, named Bilova, who had her home there, and many others of the same sort: Petya's tutors and governors, the young lady's former guvernatka, and men and women who simply found it better, or more to their advantage, to live at the count's than at home. They had not quite so much company as formerly, but the scale of living was practically the same, for the count and the countess found it impossible to accommodate themselves to any other. The hunting establishment was the same; nay, it had even been increased by Nikolai. There were still 50 horses and 15 coachmen in the stables. Rich gifts on name days were still given, and formal dinners, at which all the neighborhood were invited. The count still had his whist and boston parties, at which, as he held his cards spread out so that every one could see them, his neighbors were enabled to go away enriched to the extent of several hundred rubles every day, having come to regard it as an especial prerogative of theirs to make up a table at which Count Ilya Andreyitch should serve as their chief source of income. The count marched along through the monstrous tangle of his affairs, striving not to believe that he was so involved, and at every step involving himself more and more, and feeling conscious that he had not the strength to rend the bonds that beset his feet, or the zeal and patience required to unravel them. The countess, with her loving heart, was conscious that their fortunes were going to rack and ruin, but she felt that the count was blameless, that he could not help being what he was, that he himself was suffering, though he tried to conceal it, from the consciousness of the ruin that faced himself and his family, and was striving to devise means of rescue. From her woman's point of view, the only means that presented itself was to get Nikolai married to a wealthy heiress. She felt that this was their last hope, and that if Nikolai refused a certain match which she proposed to arrange for him, it would be necessary to bid a final farewell to every hope of restoring their fortunes. This match was with Julie Karagina, the daughter of a most worthy and virtuous father and mother, a girl whom the Rostofs had known since she was a child, and who had lately come into a large fortune by the fortuitous death of the last of her brothers. The countess had written directly to Madame Karagina in Moscow, proposing a marriage between daughter and son, and she had received a most favorable response. Karagina replied that she, for her part, was agreed, but that everything depended on her daughter's inclinations. Karagina invited Nikolai to come to Moscow. Several times the countess, with tears in her eyes, told her son that now, since both of her daughters were provided for, her sole desire was to see him married. She declared that she would go to her grave contented, if this might be. Then she said that she happened to know of a very lovely girl, and she wanted to know his ideas upon the subject. On other occasions she openly praised Julie, and advised Nikolai to go to Moscow and have a good time during the Christmas holidays. Nikolai was sharp enough to understand, his mother's covert hints, and during one of their talks he managed to draw her out completely. She told him that their whole hope of bringing their affairs into order was in seeing him married to the Karagina. "But what if I loved a girl who was poor, maman? Would you insist upon my sacrificing my feelings and honor for money?" he asked, not realizing the harshness of his question, and simply desiring to show his noble feelings. "No, you don't understand me," said his mother, not knowing how to set herself straight. "You misunderstand me entirely, Nikolinka. All I desire is your happiness," she added. And she had the consciousness that she had not spoken the truth, that she was getting beyond her depth. She burst into tears. "Mamenka, don't cry. Simply tell me that this is your real wish, and you know that I would give my whole life, everything that I have, to make you happy," said Nikolai. "I would sacrifice everything for you, even my dearest wishes." But the countess had no desire to offer the dilemma. She had no wish to demand a sacrifice from her son. She would have preferred herself to be the one who should make the sacrifice. "No, no, you have not understood me. We won't say anything more about it," said she, wiping away her tears. "Yes, perhaps it is true that I am in love with a penniless girl," said Nikolai to himself. "Why should I sacrifice my sentiments and my honor for the sake of wealth? I am amazed that mamenka should say such a thing to me. Is there any reason, because Sonya is poor, that I should not love her?" he asked himself. "Can I return her true, generous love? And, most certainly, I should be much happier with her than with such a doll as Julie. I can always sacrifice my feelings for my parents' good," he said to himself, "but to command my feeling is beyond my power. If I love Sonya, then my feeling is more powerful and rules everything for me." Nikolai did not go to Moscow. The countess did not again revert to her conversation with him about his marriage, but it was with pain, and even with indignation, that she saw the signs of a constantly growing intimacy between her son and the dowerless Sonya. She reproached herself, but she found it impossible to resist heaping worriments upon Sonya, and finding fault with her, oftentimes stopping her short, and addressing her with the formal "vous," "you," and "moya milia," instead of both the usual tender epithets. What annoyed the worthy countess most of all was that this poor, dark-eyed niece of hers was so sweet, so gentle, so humbly grateful for all her kindnesses, and so genuinely, unchangeably, and self-sacrificingly in love with Nikolai, that it was impossible to find anything really to blame her for. Nikolai stayed at home, waiting till his leave of absence should expire. A letter was received about that time from Natasha's lover, Prince Andrei, dating at Rome. It was his fourth. In it, he wrote that he should long ere that have been on his way home to Russia, had it not been that the warmth of the climate had unexpectedly caused his wound to reopen, which obliged him to postpone his journey till the beginning of the next year. Natasha was deeply in love with her bridegroom. Her character had been greatly modified by this love. At the same time, her nature was thoroughly open to all the joys of life, but toward the end of the 4th month of their separation, she began to suffer from attacks of melancholy, which she found it impossible to resist. She was sick to death of herself. She grieved because all this time was slipping away so uselessly, while she felt that she was only too ready to love and to be loved. It was far from cheerful at the Rostofs'. End of chapter 8. Part 4, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. The Christmas holidays had come, and except for the high mass, except for the formal and perfunctory congratulations of the neighbors and the household servants, except for the new dresses that everybody had on, there was nothing that especially signalized the season. Though the perfectly still atmosphere, with the thermometer at 20 degrees below zero, the sun shining dazzlingly all day long, and at night the wintry sky glittering with myriads of stars, seemed to imply that nature at least gave special distinction to the Christmastide. After dinner, on the 3rd day of the Christmas holidays, all the household had scattered to their respective rooms. It was the most tedious time of day. Nikolai, who had been out in the morning, making calls on the neighbors, was asleep in the divan room. The old count was resting in his library. Sonya was sitting at the center table in the drawing-room copying some designs. The countess was laying out her game of patience. Nastasya Ivanovna, the buffoon with the woebegone countenance, was sitting at the window with two old ladies. Natasha came into the room, and went directly up to Sonya, looked at what she was doing, then stepped across to her mother and stood by her without saying a word. "Why are you wandering about like a homeless spirit?" asked her mother. "What do you want?" "I want him, instantly, this very minute. I want him," said Natasha, with gleaming eyes, but without a trace of a smile. The countess raised her head, and gave her daughter a steady look. "Don't look at me so! Don't look at me, mamma! I shall cry if you do." Sit down here with me," said the countess. "Mamma, I must have him. Why am I perishing so, mamma?" Her voice broke, the tears started to her eyes, and in order to hide them she quickly turned away and left the room. She went into the divan-room, stood there a moment lost in thought, and went to the maids' sitting-room. There, an elderly chambermaid was scolding a young girl who had just come in from out of doors all out of breath. "You might play some other time," the old servant was saying. "There is a time for all things." "Let her be, Kondratyevna," said Natasha. "Run, Mavrushka, run." And having rescued Mavrusha, Natasha went through the ballroom into the anteroom. An old man and two young lackeys were playing cards. They stopped their game and respectfully stood up as their young mistress came in. "What shall I have them do?" wondered Natasha. "Yes, Nikita, please go. Where shall I send him? Oh yes, go into the barnyard and fetch me a cock. Yes, and you, Misha, bring me some oats." "Do you wish a few oats?" asked Misha, with joyous readiness. "Go, go, make haste," said the old man imperiously. "And you, Fyodor, get me a piece of chalk." As she went past the butler's pantry, she ordered the samovar to be got ready, although it was not anywhere near the time for it. Foka, the buffetchik, or butler, was the most morose man of all the household. Natasha took it into her head to try her power over him. He suspected that she was not in earnest, and began to ask her if she meant it. "Oh, what a barushnya she is," said Foka, pretending to be very cross at Natasha. No one in the house set so many feet flying, and no one could give the servants so much to do, as Natasha. She could not have any peace of mind if she saw servants, unless she sent them on some errand. It seemed as if she were making experiments whether she would not meet with angry answers or with grumbling, in the part of some of them, but the servants obeyed, no one else so willingly as Natasha. "Now, what shall I do? Where shall I go?" pondered the young countess, as she slowly passed along the corridor. "Nastasya Ivanovna, what sort of children shall I have?" she demanded of the buffoon, who, dressed in his woman's short jacket, was coming towards her. "Oh, you will have fleas, dragonflies, and grasshoppers," replied the buffoon. My God, it's this everlasting sameness! What shall I do with myself? Where can I find something to do?" And, swiftly kicking her heels together, she ran upstairs to the quarters occupied by Fogel and his wife. Two governesses were sitting in the Fogels' room. On the table stood plates with raisins, walnuts, and almonds. The governesses were discussing the question whether it were cheaper to live in Moscow or Odessa. Natasha sat down, listened to their conversation with a grave, thoughtful face, and then stood up. "The island of Madagascar!" she exclaimed. "Madagascar!" she repeated, laying a special emphasis on each syllable. And then, without replying to Madame Schoss's question what she said, she hastened from the room. Petya, her brother, was also upstairs. He and his tutor were arranging for some fireworks which they were going to set off that night. "Petya! Petya!" she cried to him. "Carry me downstairs." Petya ran to her, and bent his back. She jumped upon it, and threw her arms around his neck, and he, with a hop, skip, and jump, started to run down with her. "No, thank you, that will do! The island of Madagascar!" she repeated, and jumping off, she flew downstairs. Having made the tour of her dominions, as it were, having made trial of her power of command, and discovered that all were sufficiently obedient, but that everything was nevertheless utterly stupid, Natasha went into the ballroom, sat down in a dark corner behind a chiffonier, and began to thrum the bass strings of her guitar, practicing a theme which she remembered from an opera she had heard at Petersburg in company with Prince Andrei. If any one from the outside had been listening to her, it would have struck him that there was something lacking in the harmonies that she managed to produce on her guitar. But in her imagination these sounds aroused from the dead past a whole series of recollections. As she sat in the shadow of the chiffonier, with her eyes fixed on the pencil light that streamed from the door of the butler's pantry, she listened to herself and indulged in daydreams. She was in the mood for daydreaming. Sonya, with a wine-glass in her hand, passed through the ballroom on her way to the butler's pantry. Natasha looked at her, at the bright chink in the door, and it seemed to her that on some occasion, long before, she had seen the light streaming through the chink in the pantry door, and Sonya crossing the room with a glass. Yes, and it was exactly the same, said Natasha to herself. What is this tune, Sonya? Cried Natasha, moving her fingers over the bass strings. Ah, are you here? Cried Sonya, startled at first, and then stopping to listen. I don't know. Isn't it the storm? She suggested timidly, for fear that she was mistaken. Now there, she gave a start in exactly the same way. She came up to me in exactly the same way, and her face wore the same timid smile when that took place, thought Natasha. And in just the same way I felt that there was something lacking in her. No, that is the chorus from Water Carrier, don't you remember? And Natasha hummed the air over to recall it to Sonya's memory. Where were you going? Asked Natasha. To change the water in this glass. I am just copying a sketch. You are always busy, and here am I, not good for anything, said Natasha. Where's Nikolai? Asleep, I think. Sonya, do go and wake him up, urged Natasha. Tell him that I want him to sing. She remained sitting there and wondering why it was that this had happened so. But as it did not disturb her very much that she was not able to solve this question, she once more relapsed into her recollections of the time when she was with him, and he looked at her with loving eyes. Ugh, I wish he would come. I am so afraid that he won't come. But worst of all, I am growing old. That's a fact. Soon I shall not be what I am even now. But, maybe, he will come today. Maybe he is here now. Maybe he has come, and even now is sitting in the drawing-room. Maybe he came yesterday, and I have forgotten all about it. She got up, laid down the guitar, and went into the drawing-room. All the household, tutors, governesses, and guests, were already gathered near the tea-table. The men were standing around the table, but Prince Andrei was not among them, and everything was as usual. Ah, there she is, said Count Ilya Andreyitch, as he saw Natasha. Come here and sit by me. But Natasha remained standing near her mother, looking around as though she were in search of someone. Mamma, she murmured, give him back to me, Mamma. Quick, quick. And again she found it hard to keep from sobbing. She sat down by the table and listened to the conversation of her elders, and of Nikolai, who had also come in late to the tea-table. My God! The same faces, the same small talk. Even Papa holds his cup and cools it with his breath, just as he always does, said Natasha, to her horror feeling a dislike rising in her against all the household because they were always the same. After tea, Nikolai, Sonya, and Natasha went into the divan-room, to their favorite corner, where they always held their most confidential conversations. End of chapter 9.